Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 1 Chapter 1. Is being a liberal arts major this damned? No mindless resource stacking. Those who don't eat this kind of food can run now. The early stage draws inspiration from general highway novel settings, vehicle selection, professions, service areas, etc. Thanks to the predecessors of Raft Survival, Highway Survival, and those on Steam. My bookshelf is open. All have been added to the shelf and tipped. Readers can also support other authors. They are all excellent works. The Steam game is Raft. Interested readers can also play it. Around Chapter 100. It enters dungeon scenarios and the highway nested mode. Current scenarios in this book include Watchtower, King of the Five Seas, Razor Highlands, Renda Monsoon. Additionally, this book likes to play with memes and will involve MC, Genshin Impact, Plants vs. Zombies, Lord of the Mysteries, Identity V, Detective Conan, One Piece, Infinite Flow, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, Solo Leveling, Xiao Song, Demon Slayer, etc. But it will absolutely not be at the level of fanfiction. All dungeons are independent. No need to worry about people being annoying in the comments section. It's written just for fun. I wish everyone a pleasant read. But if anyone is looking to stir up trouble, I am very sorry. But I have also subscribed to and tipped those books and works. Thank you very much. Not a multi-protagonist story. Leans towards a lone wolf. Although there are supporting characters and team combat after chapter 450, not all characters develop equally. Readers who mind this can exit. Thank you. Wishing you happiness every day and that you have good books to read. Also, I would like to make an agreement, readers of this book. Please try not to mention the characters, settings, and plots of this book in the comment sections of other books. It might not be considered friendly to other authors unless the other party also mentions the memes from this book. Thank you all for your understanding. The National Highway Survival game is descending 10%, 20%, 30% player has logged in. At this moment, Jiang Yi, who was filming liberal arts student challenges living on 300 yuan a month after graduation vlog, had his hand shake. He accidentally gouged out more than half of the dragon fruit he had bought at the vegetable market for a low price of 0.5 yuan. That piece of ripe, deep red dragon fruit fell directly onto the glass tabletop of the dormitory, looking like it was about to slide off the edge. After being stunned for 3 seconds, Jiang Yi decisively lowered his head and bent over, opened his mouth, and caught it with a ferocious expression. The game broadcast voice paused eerily before continuing to play in Jiang Yi's mind. Welcome, player, to the Highway Survival game. Please pay attention to the following game instructions and corresponding rules. 1. Based on the principles of being involuntary, unequal, and non-transparent, this game first expresses its regret for the arrival of all players. Players participating in this game must meet the following basic conditions. Age between 12 to 55. Possess basic judgment and consciousness. Possess a basic desire to survive. Under normal circumstances, there will only be one player on each highway. There is a certain probability of triggering a parallel highway, and the duration of a parallel highway will not exceed half an hour. Jiang Yi lifted his blood-red lower face, his brain dazed. What the hell? 2. In the game's initial loading interface, the game provides each player with 3 selectable initial vehicles and provides initial power. Players can only select one of them as their tool for the highway survival game. Please note that the choice of this vehicle will have a profound impact on the player's future survival ability and development route. Please make your choice carefully. 3. On the highway, driving in the wrong direction is prohibited. 4. The time for the highway survival game is daytime 6:0 a.m. to 10:0 p.m., nighttime 10 p.m. to 6:0 a.m. the next day. 5. Players move forward during daytime. Nighttime brings the arrival of the Yuri, and players are forbidden from moving, and nighttime scenarios. The area within 10 meters of the vehicle is a safe zone. Outside the safe zone, please pray for your own luck. 6. During nighttime, fog begins to chase from behind the highway and gradually erodes it. In the initial scenario, the fog's erosion speed is 5 km/h. If swallowed by the fog, the player will be judged as dead. 7. Both sides of the highway have been eroded. There is a chance for treasure chests to refresh on the edge of the highway. Players can obtain supplies and other items from the chests. Players can choose whether or not to pick them up. 8. This game adopts a digitized recording method. A unique data panel is generated based on the player's genes and cellular state. Players can unlock the panel and corresponding tools by calling them out in their consciousness. 9. The highway survival game does not encourage fatigue driving. If a player's fatigue value is higher than 80, their driver's license will be confiscated. Re-unlocking the driver's license requires meeting certain conditions. The above rules have been read. If you have any questions, the mysterious voice dragged on, its tone suddenly becoming cold, then go die. The game favors the strong and the wise. It does not welcome fools. After the voice broadcast finished, Jiang Yi was looking down at his Oppo A6, checking if he had accidentally triggered DAO or something, wondering why such a sound had come out. A dazzling white light appeared in the air, and something tied to a piece of paper with a thin leather cord suddenly fell down, landing perfectly around Jiang Yi's neck. Jiang Yi reached up to look at it, and several large characters came into view. Driver's license set player, Jiang Yi, what the hell? This is for real. Jiang Yi couldn't help but let out a curse. His brain whirred at high speed as he crouched down and his left hand just touched a case of mineral water under his dormitory desk. His entire body was swallowed whole by the blinding white light. The sun hung in the azure sky, and a gentle breeze brushed against the hem of Jiang Yi's pink 8.9 yuan free shipping Hello Kitty apron. Jiang Yi held his dormitory electric pot in his right hand. A case of Nongfu spring water was tucked under his left foot, and he still had a dragon fruit hanging from his mouth, looking completely bewildered. At this moment, he was standing on the edge of a wide highway. On both sides of the road lay vast, white mist, within which the faint outlines of some cities could be seen. A tumbleweed rolled across the highway, and there was absolute silence. After waiting for 2 seconds, Jiang Yi blinked again and pinched his thigh. It hurt like hell. It wasn't a dream. Jiang Yi took the dragon fruit out of his mouth, paced around in a circle, checked repeatedly, and compared everything again and again, only then reaching a clear conclusion. He had truly entered the highway survival game mentioned by that mysterious voice. After standing there in a daze for a while, Jiang Yi suddenly let out a laugh. The laughter tinged with an indescribable madness. Is being a liberal arts major really that damn cursed? Life in the real world was already a struggle for survival, and now this happens in a game world too. Is there any justice, any law in this world? After saying this, Jiang Yi took a deep breath to regain his composure. Forget it. Since things have come to this, I might as well see what's actually going on. Jiang Yi placed the piece of dragon fruit back into his electric pot, although he didn't know the specific situation. If what that voice said was true and he had really entered a survival game, then even with his toes, he could figure out that food and water would be scarce resources for the foreseeable future. He had to be prepared. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but secretly praise his own wit. It was fortunate that he had instinctively grabbed that case of water when he came in. Following his memory from just a moment ago, Jiang Yi imagined in his mind, oh, what was it again? Something panel. As soon as he finished the thought, a white light screen instantly unfolded before Jiang Yi. Player Jiang Yi, 43,990,805 nickname. To be set, please confirm as soon as possible. Vehicle. To be selected. Fatigue. Health. 70 sub-healthy state. Suffering from severe insomnia. Strength. 10 a stray dog on the side of the road. Stamina. 21 stamina is unexpectedly good. Quite skilled at prolonging one's life. Agility 15 average level. Comprehensive compatibility 13 a stray dog on the side of the road. Supplies: electric pot *1. Mineral water 500 milliliters *12. A large piece of half-eaten, nearly spoiled dragon fruit *1. Vehicle coins 0. Note, come on. It's literally called vehicle coins. At least try to earn some. After reading his own trash tier panel and the merciless evaluation from the system-like entity, Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. Besides his attributes, Jiang Yi also saw a line of text at the top of the panel. This region is Dragon Country, District 189, Subsector 99. Current number of online users, 100,000. In the bottom left corner of the panel were the chat channels, World Chat, Regional Chat, and Private Chat. However, the chat channels were currently grayed out, clearly not yet open. After finishing his inspection, Jiang Yi lingered on the player nickname field, thought for a moment, and entered his dull nickname, Melancholy Little French Fry. After entering it, Jiang Yi saw that the nickname on the panel had changed to Little French Fry. Next, it was time to choose a vehicle. Note: Dragon Country District 189. Subsector 99 does not mean there are 189 districts in Dragon Country, each with 99 subsectors, as that would cause the population to explode. Dragon Country District 189 simply means that Dragon Country's assigned number happens to be 189. For example, Sunset Country District 12. Subsector 45 does not mean Sunset Country has 12 districts, but rather that District 12 belongs to Sunset Country. Chapter 2. Do you want this stroke of luck? The game is loading the initial interface. The game provides each player with 3 optional initial vehicles and provides initial power. Players can only select one as their means of transport for the highway survival game. Please note that the choice of vehicle will have a profound impact on the player's future survival ability and development path. Please make your choice carefully. 3 initial vehicles. Jiang Yi muttered to himself. While speaking, Jiang Yi also noticed something that looked like a backpack appear on the right side of the panel. As a qualified college graduate, he was quite familiar with games. After just a brief moment of thought, he tried to open the backpack using his mind. The light screen shifted, and 5 slots appeared inside the backpack. Jiang Yi tentatively tried to put the supplies he had at hand into it. Consequently, the contents of the backpack became electric pot *1, mineral water 500 milliliters *12, a large piece of half-eaten, nearly spoiled dragon fruit *1. Note: the backpack does not provide a stasis state. Items stored inside will change accordingly as time passes. Jiang Yi's own items occupied 3 slots, meaning the backpack's storage space was not based on the number of items, but on the type. Jiang Yi thought to himself. After experiencing the initial panic, Jiang Yi was now completely calm. Compared to the average person, Jiang Yi's ability to accept reality was surprisingly high. Jiang Yi remembered that during his university years, the greatest evaluation his dorm mates had for him was, "Jiang Yi, you are literally a bot." This is not to say that Jiang Yi is cold-blooded or numb. He possesses the necessary emotions. But before those emotions can even brew or take shape, he has already taken the necessary actions. For example, should I skip class? A bit hesitant. The next second, he is already at the grilled cold noodle stall outside the school gate. Or for example, should I go mountain climbing? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? It's 3 o'clock in the damn morning. The next second, with dead fish eyes, he is already dressed in his windbreaker, waiting at the school gate to hail a taxi. In short, his ability to take action is off the charts. While his brain and emotions remain a mystery, he is a living person who is slightly dead, but not entirely, and being dead would be fine too. Jiang Yi took his first step into the road survival game. His black and white sneakers landed on the light-colored asphalt road. The moment he stepped on it, Jiang Yi felt as if he had activated something. The entire space suddenly came to life. Jiang Yi looked ahead. The road stretched on, extending to the very edge of his vision. White mist churned on both sides, and within that mist, it seemed as if traces of the past and countless gazes were hidden, making one involuntarily feel a sense of dread. And right before Jiang Yi's eyes, 3 balls of white light appeared. It looked like the vehicles he could choose from had been refreshed. Jiang Yi's expression brightened slightly. He had played similar games on Steam before. He had even played the heavily modified versions on DAO. The importance of a vehicle to a player is self-evident. For instance, the vehicle universally recognized by players in the game as suitable for development is the off-road vehicle. After that, there are many others: RVs, tractors, pickup trucks, electric vehicles, trucks, and so on. Off-road vehicles have plenty of power in the early stages and offer great room for modification in the later stages. Although they consume a lot of fuel, their strength lies in their simplicity and directness. As for RVs, tractors, pickups, trucks, and the like, they each have their own advantages and disadvantages. which vary from case to case, of course. Besides these normal starting options, and the outline of a vehicle gradually emerged. Jiang Yi's expression grew increasingly tense. Please, don't let it be. The first beam of white light dissipated, revealing soft, foldable pink canvas. A fully enclosed pure white cabin, for delicate and cute little wheels underneath. And a lace-trimmed interior between the four little wheels. Jiang Yi's face darkened. Damn it! A baby stroller. Below the baby stroller, a description floated. An exquisite pink and white human baby stroller, symbolizing love, companionship, and hope. You're pecking at it like a chick, aren't you, Jiang Yi? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi's gaze bypassed the baby stroller and landed on the next of vehicles. He had never been as pious as he was at this moment. Although he looked calm on the surface, in his heart, Jiang Yi prayed to the Tathagata Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the Three Pure Ones, and for sovereigns, God, Zeus, and even the Geo-Archon Morax. The goal was to cover all bases. The white lighter on the second vehicle gradually dissipated, and under the gaze of Jiang Yi's to pure black, clear eyes, perhaps having heard Jiang Yi's pleas, this vehicle was truly not that ridiculous. A vehicle marked day and heavy truck appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. It's one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The description below floated out. Sorry, blind spot. I thought it was a speed bump. Go talk to the insurance company. We are all struggling to live. Teary-eyed. Manifesto from the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. A heavy-duty truck, with plenty of power. Equipped with both a driver's cabin and a cargo bed, it could drive and carry goods. In a sense, it perfectly met the needs of a survival game. Compared to the red heavy truck, the baby stroller from before was just like a tiny speck of booger. Choosing what to pick didn't seem like a difficult problem at all. Just as Jiang Yi was about to take a step forward to inspect it up close, he suddenly thought of something, and his footsteps faltered. The heavy truck could indeed attack and defend, and it could store items, but the biggest problem, Jiang Yi suddenly stared deeply at the road, which now appeared empty. Although the game stated that after it began, treasure chests would refresh on both sides of the road. And based on Jiang Yi's experience, one might be able to find necessary resources in the chests. The problem is that, for him right now, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is a bottomless pit that cannot be fed. Who knows how much fuel this thing consumes? Although the game instructions mentioned it would provide initial power. Once the fuel in the tank ran out, Jiang Yi could figure out with his toes that the bulk of the resources he would need to acquire on the road to survival would all become gasoline. After all, in the game, there is black mist chasing from behind. The vehicle must have power. In other words, once he chooses the heavy truck, his future development path will be extremely restricted. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi began to hesitate again. This thing is a treasure in the late game, but in the early stages, he had to consider it carefully. Thinking about it this way, although the baby stroller looks cowardly, at least it doesn't lack power. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and subconsciously shook his head. Better take another look. Retracting his step, Jiang Yi turned to look at the position of the third vehicle. There was only one vehicle left. Because of the impact of the first and second vehicles, Jiang Yi was feeling a bit resigned. At this point, if they gave him a bicycle, he might even think it was decent. Jiang Yi held his breath and focused, and the light of the third vehicle gradually dissipated. The first things to come into view were 2 black, long hooks extending outward. Jiang Yi's mind went blank. No way. Did they get me a mammoth? Jiang Yi looked closely. 2 long black hooks extended outward in parallel, with the bottom ends connected to a cargo rack. And the cargo rack was mounted on a long, straight black mast. Behind the mast was a simple overhead guard. Under the overhead guard, the driver's cabin was open on all 4 sides. The vehicle was painted a bright yellow. And of the 4 wheels, the front 2 were larger, and the rear 2 were smaller. This hits a forklift. Chapter 3, Exploiting a Bug. A forklift. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. While a forklift might not be the fastest thing in the world, it was at least a motorized vehicle. Moreover, unlike standard forklifts that only have an overhead guard, the one before him was fully enclosed, meaning it had a complete roof. Jiang Yi glanced up at the sky. Although it was a clear day now, there was no telling when this game might decide to rain. One had to remember that hypothermia caused by rain was one of the greatest killers in wilderness survival. As for the cargo rack at the front, while it couldn't compare to a truck bed, if he could find a suitable base plate in the future, he should be able to manage to carry a few things. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi cast a glance and focused his mind. The power storage levels of the vehicles appeared. The power storage for the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse wasn't full, it was only at 1/5. Usually, wouldn't a game like this default to a full tank? Is this system trying to screw me over? Jiang Yi hurriedly checked the forklift again. The power gauge was full. Was this some kind of game balancing mechanism? Then what about the baby carriage? After a brief internal struggle, Jiang Yi ultimately chose the forklift. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse consumed too much fuel. The baby carriage would cost him his life. But his little forklift was gentle and sweet. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yi walked firmly toward the bright yellow forklift. As if sensing his choice, a bright path appeared beneath his feet, just like the all leading to a sacred wedding altar. For no reason at all, Jiang Yi felt his heart racing. When Jiang Yi placed his slender hand on the forklift and the name on the driver's license lit up, the other 2 vehicles, having not been chosen, plummeted into a black hole that suddenly cracked open beneath the white light. In the center of the road, only the forklift Jiang Yi had set his heart on remained. Vehicle selection complete. The very second the selection was finished, a light screen popped up on its own, and the information displayed had changed. Player Jiang Yi, 43,990,805. Nickname: Melancholy Little French Fry. Vehicle: electric forklift. It was actually an electric forklift. Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy. The biggest difference between an electric forklift and a fuel-powered one lay in its load-bearing power. But he really didn't have anything weighing dozens of tons to carry. The electric forklift's load capacity was more than enough. Plus, compared to fuel, its consumption was relatively lower. If he could find some solar modifications later on, he wouldn't have to worry about energy consumption at all. At the same time, the chat channel on the left began to jump. The world channel remained gray, but the regional channel had already started moving. Jiang Yi opened the chat channel, and messages began to pop up one after another. Dragon Kingdom District 189. Subsector 99 100,100. Hello, is anyone there? Yes, brother, I'm here. Is everyone else dragged into this so-called highway survival game? Does anyone know what's going on? To the person above, I want to ask the same thing. The messages scrolled by quickly. Jiang Yi saw a player with the nickname Your Wild King is Infinitely Arrogant send a message. Damn, what kind of crappy vehicles? A shopping cart, a wheelchair, and a skateboard. What the hell am I supposed to pick? Jiang Yi silently lit a candle for this guy in his heart. That kind of luck was truly one of a kind. Ha 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 ha. The guy above is so miserable. I thought getting a tricycle was bad luck, but I didn't expect there to be someone even worse still. Holy crap. I got a truck. Damn, could it be that I'm the protagonist? Don't go looking for trouble. Man, player Your Wild King is Infinitely Arrogant lamented bitterly. Is anyone going to care if I live or die? I'm literally taking a dump right now. Player Kang Sangyulang said. Following Kang Sangyulang, a player named Your Sweetie sent. Crying I was in the middle of a shower. Aside from those asking questions, venting, or complaining, the most common thing was anyone suddenly dragged into a survival game like this and having their fate handed over to an unknown entity would find it impossible to accept. However, this so-called survival game seemed to have some kind of censorship setting. All Jiang Yi could see were asterisks. After hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Yi used his mind to delete the question about what this place was from the chat box. Asking that was meaningless. Right now, no one could give them an answer. All they could do now was set off. The chat messages scrolled for a while before gradually quieting down. Everyone realized that no amount of complaining could change the fact that they had been dragged into the game. Jiang Yi looked toward the area directly behind the forklift, where there was a thick white fog. According to the game's instructions, being swallowed by the fog meant true death. It was time to go. Jiang Yi sat on the forklift, and a light screen popped up. You have automatically mastered the skill, forklift operation. Current maximum speed of the forklift, 25 kilometers at current battery level. Maximum range unloaded Kung flat road Kung 15 kilometers per hour. compared to the current speed of the fog at 5 kilometers per hour. This speed was more than enough. In the top right corner of the light screen, there were 2 more lines of text. Current distance to fog erosion. 0 kilometers. Fog has not yet generated distance traveled today. Jiang Yi calculated silently in his heart. In the initial state, the black fog moved at 5 kilometers mph. Nighttime lasted from 10 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. the next day. If he maintained a speed of 15 kilometers per hour, he would only need to drive for 2.5 hours to leave the fog behind. This requirement was fairly easy to meet. This was probably the newbie protection period, right? The difficulty of the task wasn't high, so most people should be able to survive. Just as Jiang Yi was thinking silently, and a notification updated on the main screen. Dear players, today is the first day of highway survival. To maximize your familiarity with your vehicles and test your survival skills, no treasure chests will respawn on either side of the highway today. Please proceed at full speed. The game favors the strong and the wise. Good luck. No treasure chests will respawn today. The fact that no treasure chests will respawn means, on one hand, there is no need to worry about monsters spawning from them for the time being, but on the other hand, it also means no supplies can be obtained, given the nature of this game. This is clearly a way to make players understand the importance of supplies early on. However, Jiang Yi also noticed that after the system broadcast finished, a new window appeared in the bottom right corner of the light screen. Trading hall. If he guessed correctly, that was where players could exchange supplies with one another. Jiang Yi glanced at the chat channel. The screen, which had been scrolling with messages constantly, was now eerily quiet. It seemed that no one wanted to easily trade away their supplies right now without knowing what the future supply situation would be. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to close the chat channel to focus on driving, he suddenly let out a soft hiss. He seemed to have overlooked an important rule. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and pulled up the initial rule log once more. Rule 5 of Highway Survival. Daytime players move forward, nighttime the Yuri descends. And players are forbidden from moving. In the nighttime scenario, the area within 10 meters of the vehicle is a safe zone. Outside the safe zone, please pray for your own luck. This rule seemed to be a restriction regarding the nighttime descent of the Yuri, with the vehicle determining the safe range. But what if the encroaching mist that moves forward during the night were to be caught exactly within that safe range? Chapter 4. Whether it's a total collapse or a perfect start depends on this moment. Jiang Yi, in the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel with both hands while lost in thought. The rules stated that in the initial scenario, the area within 10 meters of the vehicle was a safe zone. Although the rules didn't explicitly state that the safe zone could withstand the mist, they didn't explicitly say it couldn't either. So, what if he didn't drive now, and instead let the vehicle stop right at the edge where the black mist was generated, and began to advance? What would happen at that moment? If other players knew what Jiang Yi was thinking right now, they would only think he was a lunatic. After the highway survival rules were announced, everyone was thinking about how to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the mist, wishing they could run as far away as possible. Who would ever think of just staying put in one place? Jiang Yi knew this idea was dangerous, but he couldn't help but think about it. Looking at the data, current mist encroachment distance, 0 kilometers. Mist has not yet generated. Jiang Yi felt as if he had returned to that moment when his roommate had dragged him out of bed in the middle of the night to eat grilled cold noodles. A battle between heaven and man began to rage within him. He spent an hour thinking about it, until his butt started to go numb from sitting. Another half hour passed, and Jiang Yi simply jumped out of the driver's seat in frustration. Upon landing, Jiang Yi stretched his sore spine. On the highway, a gentle breeze blew. The sky was blue with white clouds, and the mist drifted by. It was actually much more comfortable than being in a dorm or a classroom. Jiang Yi's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Gazing at the constantly floating white mist, his movements slowed down unconsciously. For some reason, he felt that this white mist had a magical power that made it impossible to look away, as if it were attracting him to step into it at every moment. Damn it! Jiang Yi snapped to his senses and gave himself 2 hard slaps across the face. What the hell am I thinking? By the time Jiang Yi reacted, he was already standing at the very edge of the highway. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Jiang Yi shook his head violently and hurried away from the edge. Returning to the center of the road, he took a bottle of Nongfu spring water from his inventory, and as the crisp mineral water moistened his throat, he finally fully regained his senses. In the chat channel, someone had posted a photo. Player Clear Water Green Mountain. Although I don't know what this so-called game is, there aren't many opportunities to calm down and enjoy the scenery along the way. Player Clear Water Green Mountain. This is a photo I took. Highway scenery photo. Player Clear Water Green Mountain. Let's encourage each other. Fist bump, fist bump, fist bump. Seeing this message, Jiang Yi subconsciously typed into the chat box, "Do not stare at the sides of the highway, it's dangerous." However, before the message could even be sent, Jiang Yi saw that the player's avatar had turned gray. At the same time, the number of online players at the top of the regional chat channel changed from 100 to 99. Holy crap, what just happened? Why did the number of people decrease by 1? How come Clear Water Green Mountain's avatar turned gray? Messages in the chat box scrolled rapidly. Jiang Yi's face stiffened. After a few seconds of silence, he finally sent his message. Player Melancholy Little Fry. Do not stare at the sides of the highway, it's dangerous. Other players responded one after another. Player Blessed Girl Does Not Enter the Gate of the Unlucky said, "Damn, I was wondering why I suddenly felt like going to the side to catch some breeze just now." Player Rainy Day. Is there a trap in this game? Player Thunderzy. Everyone be careful. The messages kept refreshing, but Jiang Yi no longer wanted to look. Someone had already truly died in this game. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Yi's fingers trembled slightly. He wasn't some saint who cared about everything, but after all, everyone was in the same boat in this game, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. Sitting back in the driver's seat, the idea he had just confirmed began to waver again. People really could die in this game. Maybe the bug he discovered was just poorly described. What was the difference between his next move and what Player Clear Water Green Mountain did? It was all just courting death. The game had said that the roads on both sides of the highway had been eroded, which in itself implied danger. One shouldn't stare directly at danger. And what he had just been thinking about was he actually going to try and exploit a loophole in the rules. In a game, you can make countless mistakes. But he only had one life to lose. Lost in thought, Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, his foot hovering over the accelerator. Yet, after a few seconds, he still couldn't bring himself to press it all the way down. Time ticked away bit by bit, and soon, an orange glow began to shroud the highway. In the group chat, a player sent a message. Player window that won't close. Are trucks really this fuel hungry? Confused emoji. I've only been driving for a few hours, and the fuel tank is already down to 30%. To the guy above, you at least have a truck. Why don't you try a skateboard, you bastard? Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant replied with a resentful message. Messages kept refreshing, but no players were listing supplies on the trading floor. No one knew what the next development in the game would be, and no one was willing to take the risk. Even if there were trades, they were likely happening through private chat channels that Jiang Yi couldn't see. Jiang Yi wasn't lacking in supplies himself, and he didn't have the habit of being selflessly generous in a survival game. So, he had neither private chats nor trades. Jiang Yi stared deeply at the setting sun as darkness began to consume the edges of the highway. He closed the chat box, thought for a moment, and began to move around slightly within the 10-meter radius of the forklift. That's right, while everyone else was driving desperately to get ahead before nightfall, Jiang Yi didn't move. He even actively burned off some energy. There was no helping it, thinking about what he was about to do. His nerves were already stretched to the breaking point. Simple physical activity was the only way to calm himself down. As Jiang Yi moved, the two distance metrics in the top right corner of his vision remained virtually unchanged from when he first rested. At 9:59 p.m., the highway was pitch black. In the driver's seat of the forklift, Jiang Yi's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He let out a long, ragged breath and glanced at the main screen. The mileage in the top right corner read, current fog erosion distance, 0 kilometers. Black fog is about to spawn. Today's distance traveled, 0 kilometers. Jiang Yi had finally made his decision. Today's distance traveled was 0 kilometers, which meant the forklift hadn't moved an inch, and in 1 minute, The black fog, the rule-based entity capable of erasing players, would spawn right behind the forklift. Sweat poured down Jiang Yi's face. Damn it, 30 seconds left. Whether this was a total disaster or a legendary play would be decided right now. Chapter 5, Treasure Chest in the Air, or Rustling. Eerie sounds seemed to ring out right against Jiang Yi's ears. He couldn't make out what the sound was saying for Jiang Yi. That didn't matter anymore, because at this very moment, the fog was right before his eyes, a massive, sky-spanning wall of fog, resembling a primordial beast, condensed from the heavens and sliced across the highway. Jiang Yi and his forklift were completely engulfed in the white mist, with only a hint of bright yellow visible. Jiang Yi wanted to take a step back, but he found his body completely frozen in place. After swallowing hard, he could only blink his eyes. Jiang Yi felt as if the presence within the white mist had opened two eyes and was staring directly into his own. His skin could already feel the body heat and the breath of the thing. Broadcasts rang out incessantly. Player Melancholy Little Fry and their soul-bound vehicle have been locked onto by the white fog, determining safe zone. In the initial scenario, the 10 meters radius around the vehicle is a safe zone. Player Melancholy Little Fry is currently within the safe zone. Verdict: safe. Asterisk. Player Melancholy Little Fry and their soul-bound vehicle have been locked onto by the white fog. Player Melancholy Little Fry. Verdict: safe. Locked. Safe. A sharp, piercing screech of electrical interference echoed in Jiang Yi's brain, as if two people were screaming at each other in the void. His head buzzed, and with a asterisk plop asterisk, two streams of blood began to flow from his nose. Jiang Yi covered his nose with one hand, his face contorted in agony. Damn it. He finally understood what his high school homeroom teacher always loved to say. If you want to argue, go outside and argue. Don't disturb the other students. This system was insane. It was having a split personality and going crazy inside his own head. Was this thing going to blow his brains out inside Jiang Yi's mind? Besides the split personality voices of the game system, there was also the whispering from the white fog. A manic thought flashed through his mind, and Jiang Yi opened his mouth. Reborn. Before the school bully slapped me. The school bully slapped me 300 times and asked if I was convinced. As Jiang Yi spoke, the electrical noise in his head went asterisk beep asterisk and seemed to fall into an eerie silence. But Jiang Yi was already completely immersed in his own world. I said I wasn't convinced. The school bully slapped me another 800 times. Now, damn it, I'm convinced. If love is forgotten, and tears don't want to fall, those moments of happiness, let her reach them for me. So you bastards are arguing in my head, right? Well, I'm joining in too. After Jiang Yi finished his howling, he realized that all the voices had gone quiet. Even the game voice, which usually loved to be snarky, remained silent, seemingly in a state of profound shock. It had suggested long ago that they should monitor the player's intelligence and mental state, but nobody listened to it. Well, look at this now. They'd run into a lunatic, hadn't they? With no more noise in his head, Jiang Yi finally stopped and muttered to himself, "You guys aren't arguing anymore. The verdict is in." No one answered Jiang Yi's question. Don't play dumb. I know you possess high intelligence, otherwise you wouldn't be so snarky with the rules. Making a suggestion. This is a bug. I found it. Jiang Yi crossed his arms, his tone having calmed down. He knew he had bet correctly. Sure enough, every sentence in the voice prompts had been useful. Beyond the direct loopholes in the rules, the system had repeated the same phrase twice. The game favors the strong and the wise. As for the strong, in the early stages of the game, it was almost impossible to achieve unless one was born powerful. But as for the wise, Jiang Yi now understood. It meant those who could read and utilize the rules. 1 minute later, that familiar voice finally sounded. Congratulations to player Melancholy Little Fry for unlocking and completing the hidden life level bug. Although it was saying words of congratulations, the game's voice sounded somewhat gritted through the teeth. It truly hadn't expected that there would actually be a lunatic who wouldn't move a single meter, and that it really was a bug. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yi bared his teeth, his heart relaxing. An indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. The grueling job-hunting life after graduation had worn away his youthful spirit, but now, it had allowed him to rediscover some of the joy and sense of achievement he felt when he first started playing games. Having cleared a hidden level of this caliber, he had to get some benefits out of it. Under Jiang Yi's expectant gaze, that voice suddenly became slow and leisurely. Having cleared a hidden level, then I must congratulate the player for unlocking the first title in the entire server. The first title in the entire server. Jiang Yi felt even more expectant. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the title Bold and Meticulous Stubborn Donkey, Jiang Yi. The voice continued, a description. You could say he is cautious and careful enough to discover a bug in the rules. Yet he dared to go head-to-head with the lethal white fox. You could say he is inherently cowardly. Yet he dared to use his own life to verify a guess. How should I evaluate you? A bold and meticulous stubborn donkey. Jiang Yi's brows shot up. Is it insulting me? Jiang Yi opened his mouth, ready to greet the system's mechanical parents, but then, upon seeing the content that followed, his entire being turned ecstatic again. Bold and meticulous stubborn donkey. After equipping this title, strength come 3, stamina come 3, agility come 1, and you can lock your fatigue level once it rises. When fatigue rises to 60, you can lock it for 3 hours. Attribute boosts come force lock. In the context of this game, this counted as a fairly comprehensive title. Do you wish to equip the title? Jiang Yi's panel changed to Title Bold and Meticulous Stubborn Donkey Vehicle, Forklift Fatigue, 45 Normal Fatigue State Health, 70 Sub-Healthy State, Suffering from Severe Insomnia Strength, Stamina, Agility, Comprehensive Compatibility. 15 A Roadside Nobody Supplies, Electric Pot *1, Mineral Water 500 ml *12. A large piece of gnawed, nearly spoiled dragon fruit *1 car coins, 0 come on. It's literally called car coins, at least earn some. Just as the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth turned upward, 2 balls of white light suddenly appeared. Inside one ball was an ID card and a steel pitchfork. Jiang Yi caught the pitchfork with one hand. Inside the other ball of light was, surprisingly, a silver treasure chest. Congratulations to player Melancholy Little Fry for obtaining the reward, silver treasure chest. The steel pitchfork was a bit heavy, and Jiang Yi's hand sank when he caught it. Unexpectedly, he poked the chest, and it opened directly. A giant, flat, brown insect with a distinct regional style sporting twin tails and thick black hair on its legs leaped out violently. Holy crap! Jiang Yi didn't even think. He swept the pitchfork horizontally and swatted the twin-tailed creature away. The brown figure hadn't even had the chance to spread its wings before it was swiped into the white fog and vanished. At the same time, a light screen suddenly appeared right in his face, and like the previous times, this time, when the screen appeared, it burst into brilliant fireworks, simultaneously. All the players on the highway, those who were asleep and those who weren't, were startled by the sound of the fireworks. Blinking their eyes in confusion, looking completely bewildered, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Melancholy Little Fry from Dragon Country, District 189, Sub-District 99, for completing the first monster kill in the entire server. Everyone froze for a second, and then, Chapter 6, Profession, Quality Inspector. The chat channel exploded. The chat box scrolled rapidly. What the hell? What happened? Monster first kill. Are there really monsters in this game? Player Your Wild King Infinitely Arrogant. You didn't just charge into the fog to kill a monster, did you? It had only been 3 minutes since nightfall, and the monster chests hadn't even refreshed yet. How did the big boss complete the first kill? Everyone seemed to realize something as well, flooding the screen. Yeah, does this make sense? I drove all day, just parked my Ghostfire bike, and the big boss already completed the first kill. Is this the legendary high-level player? Player Hinata Natsumikan, Melancholy Little Fry. The contrast between the big boss's name and his strength is just too huge. Big boss. Can I add you as a friend? Whoa, big boss. I'm a noob. Please carry me. Player Born to be King. Are there rewards after completing the first kill? Player Thunderzy. Awesome, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Player Green Steel Shadow. Does the big boss still need a hang run? I can do it. Raise hand, raise hand, raise hand. Player Your Wild King Infinitely Arrogant. To the guy 3 floors up. Who asks what the reward is directly like that? Didn't your mother teach you to respect other people's privacy? I roll. Asking what someone else got in a survival game. I really don't know if that player is just naive or thinks the big boss wouldn't see through the ulterior motives. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant, had his legs crossed on his skateboard. Typing away, he appeared to be a young man in his 20s. Player Born to be King. Isn't it normal for everyone to share information in a survival game? Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant, middle finger. The channel content refreshed constantly. And only then did Jiang Yi snap back to reality from the previous situation. He had almost been tricked by this game. He didn't believe for a second that what just happened was a coincidence. The two white orbs were not placed side by side, but one above the other. When he reached out to grab the steel fork, it was extremely easy to accidentally brush against the treasure chest below. After cursing the scammy game in his mind, Jiang Yi looked back at the open treasure chest. Perhaps because this was a reward chest. There was nothing inside except for the cockroach that Jiang Yi had just sent flying with a jab of his fork. At the same time, supplies had dropped. You have obtained hand-pulled noodles *2, Nongfu spring water *3, live bread taro flavor *2, change of clothes *1, screws *3, waterproof canvas *1, batteries *3. Water condenser crafting manual *1. Crafting manuals are essential for creating various items. Once material requirements are met, they can be crafted at a crafting bench. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. These were all essential living supplies in short supply. Moreover, upon seeing that the last item was a water condenser crafting manual, Jiang Yi let out an "oh my" and slapped his thigh in delight. What is the most scarce resource in a survival game? Water. If he had a water condenser, the pressure of survival would be greatly relieved in the future. However, as expected of a stingy game, the chest didn't provide a finished water condenser, but rather the manual to make one. After frowning and thinking for a few seconds, Jiang Yi's brow slowly smoothed out. In some respects, this wasn't a bad thing. On one hand, his current water reserves were still decent. On the other hand, as mentioned before, water is a key factor in a survival game. Any player who wants to live without being so restricted will need this thing. With the crafting manual, he could batch produce water and then trade it in the trading hall. Although no one had listed any supplies in the trading hall yet, Jiang Yi believed that it was only a matter of time. Based on his years of gaming experience, interaction between players was also an important part of the game. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi wasn't as annoyed by the system's stinginess anymore. Jiang Yi picked up the water condenser crafting manual. After picking it up, Jiang Yi automatically mastered the method for crafting the water condenser, Materials required for the water condenser: 5L glass container *10/1, hose *2 screws *5 3/5, adapter *for 0/4. Aside from the screws, I have none of the others, and I also need a crafting bench. This thing sounds like it will be very difficult to find. If he wasn't mistaken, only by possessing a crafting bench could he produce the subsequent series of items. After finishing the manual, Jiang Yi placed it next to the driver's seat. After putting the Nongfu spring water, live bread, and the change of clothes into his inventory, the 5 slots of his inventory were already full. Now, Jiang Yi's supplies were electric pot *1, mineral water 500 ml *14, a large piece of gnawed, near spoiled dragon fruit *1, hand-pulled noodles *2, live bread taro flavor *2, change of clothes *1, screws *3, waterproof canvas *1, batteries *3, water condenser crafting manual *1. Refined threaded steel fork *1. A truly bountiful haul. Because he was worried about the shortage of supplies, Jiang Yi hadn't eaten anything yesterday except for drinking a bottle of mineral water. Now, as the sun slowly began to rise, Jiang Yi finally felt his stomach churning with acid. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yi took out the piece of dragon fruit and swallowed it whole. The sweet juice was a bit cloying because it was on the verge of spoiling, but it was worth it for the quick boost of sugar. After eating it, Jiang Yi felt at least something in his stomach before looking back at the steel fork in his hand. The refined threaded steel fork, the hardness and thickness of this thing were likely enough to penetrate a relatively thin iron door. Recalling the heroic performance of the steel fork sending the monster flying just moments ago, Jiang Yi felt more and more that it was a good item. However, it was a bit heavy. It seemed that when he had the time, he would still need to improve his physical fitness, otherwise, it would be troublesome if he encountered more monsters. Placing the steel fork next to the driver's seat, Jiang Yi began to examine the new identification card that had fallen down. It was a name tag style ID that could be clipped to his chest, with 5 characters written on it: Level 1 Quality Inspector, Jiang Yi Quality Inspector. As the thought crossed his mind, that familiar voice rang out. Congratulations to player Melancholy Little French Fry for obtaining the profession, Level 1 Quality Inspector. Description: 1. The profession enjoys special powers in the game and can exert unexpected effects. The development path of each profession requires the player to actively explore. 2. Quality Inspector Function. The Quality Inspector has the right to inspect most items within the game. Note: before item inspection, the Quality Inspector must not artificially interfere with the nature of the item. Violators will be punished. Inspected items do not include player-traded items. For some products, the Quality Inspector must issue an inspection opinion after the check. After system verification, the system will issue performance-based salary based on the report and verification results. 3. The professional path will be deeply bound to the vehicle. Do you wish to modify the vehicle? Yes or no? Seeing the last description, Jiang Yi thought for a moment and finally chose yes. Although the current description of the Quality Inspector's functions felt a bit vague to Jiang Yi, thinking of quality inspection in the real world, Jiang Yi felt that this profession had great potential. After choosing yes, Jiang Yi saw a 3-meter-long compartment extend out of thin air behind the bright yellow small forklift. Too high. Small windows were opened on the outside of the compartment, and the rear door of the compartment was open. Jiang Yi walked around to the back. The inside was very empty, with only a steel plate bed surface. It actually installed a quality inspection workshop onto his forklift. Note: some settings in the game differ from reality. There is no need to overthink them. Chapter 7, Service Area. Jiang Yi stepped into the workshop, thought for a moment, and then laid himself down on the quality inspection table. Sprawled out on the inspection table, Jiang Yi squinted his eyes and muttered, finally, a bed. Although the sight of a quality inspector lying on a cold inspection bed looked a bit strange, Jiang Yi felt wonderful inside. Having a bed was better than curling up in the driver's seat. This was a small step for the workshop, but a giant leap for the quality of his life in the survival game. After kicking his legs around on the bed a few times, Jiang Yi was finally able to close his eyes and fall asleep with peace of mind. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Jiang Yi sat up from the hard inspection bed and rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit sluggish. 5 minutes later, the system broadcast sounded, "Attention players. Today is the second day of the survival game. It is also the second day of the novice adaptation period to 7ths. Today remains a vehicle familiarization day. The refresh limit for treasure chests today is 1. Please cherish your resources and plan rationally. To all you rookie players, a leader has already emerged among you. If you want to obtain the same generous rewards as the first skill player Melancholy Little Fry, you all need to work harder. Friendly reminder: remember to keep your eyes wide open when opening treasure chests. Perhaps this will be the last look you get at this beautiful world. Today's fog erosion speed, 5 km/h. Surely you wouldn't want yourselves and your beloved vehicles to fall into the fog's erosion, would you? Then set off, you rookie players." As the voice faded, Jiang Yi's brow slowly furrowed on the inspection bed. Generous rewards, was this? Putting a target on his back. That damn system is trying to screw me over again. Jiang Yi's expression turned grim. Sure enough, after the system broadcast finished, the chat channel exploded once again. Player 0714. Only 1 treasure chest will refresh today at most. If we don't get any supplies from it, doesn't that mean we'll have nothing at all? Player Blessed Girl who never enters the door of the unlucky. Oh my god. Doesn't that mean it's entirely up to luck? Player Eternal Flower. Ooh. I'm so envious of Big Brother Little Fry. He probably doesn't have to worry about this like we do. After all, even the system said he obtained generous rewards and become 1. Melancholy Little Fry. Does the Big Brother really not need a sidekick? Player Born to be King. Melancholy Little Fry. So have you already opened today's refreshed treasure chest and obtained a lot of supplies? Based on today's rules and the system's words, It seemed that this little fry had been very lucky to trigger the first refresh of the day and obtain generous supplies. Player born to be king, melancholy little fry. Since you opened the first treasure chest, why don't you tell us what kind of monster was inside? We're all in the same boat. Only if everyone becomes strong is it possible to get out of this game alive. You can't be that selfish, right? Melancholy little fry. Being tagged 3 times in a row by player born to be king. Jiang Yi's brows knit together tightly. Is this person sick? I haven't even said anything yet, and they've already slapped the label of selfish on me. Besides, what obligation did he have to share information and rewards he obtained while risking his life? All while others contributed nothing. Not only do they not appreciate his kindness, but they're also resorting to moral kidnapping. Jiang Yi cursed the idiot in his heart and had no intention of responding to him. An idiot who is generous with other people's property. Clearly, he wasn't the only one with issues in the group. Player great love without borders. Yeah. As humans, we should have basic compassion. Look at how many people in the group are already out of water and food. If you have abundant supplies, leaking a little to us would be fine. Melancholy little fry, come one please, big brother. Jiang Yi had urgently wanted to mention what the monster he encountered looked like, but after seeing the refreshed chat messages, he completely lost the desire to do so. Jiang Yi's gaze grew much colder. Just as he was about to close the chat window, a new message popped up. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. A bunch of idiots above, concise, easy to understand, and with extreme offensive and insulting power. Jiang Yi let out a snort of laughter. This unlucky player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant, who opened a shopping cart, a wheelchair, and a skateboard, is actually quite interesting. At the very least, it made his mood relax a little. In the private chat channel, people were constantly sending friend requests, but Jiang Yi only took a cursory glance before closing the window. He didn't have time to deal with these people right now just now. Besides drawing players' attention to himself, the game had also patched the rules. Surely you wouldn't want yourselves and your beloved vehicles to fall into the fog's erosion, would you? That will really kill people approximately. This line directly established that the white fog and the vehicle were the top priorities. I have to say, what a damn game. Even the rule patches are done in a way that makes them hard to notice. The fog knight would continue to advance, and since his vehicle was stuck here, he had to set off immediately. Having learned from this experience, Jiang Yi paid even closer attention to the game's information. The distance in the top right corner had updated. Current fog erosion distance, 0.01 kilometers. Kid, I advise you not to keep courting death. Today's distance traveled. The system had set a rule distance of 1 meter for him. Besides that, the today's distance traveled data also caught Jiang Yi's attention. If it were just a chase by the white fog, displaying the current fog erosion distance would be enough. There would be no need to display the distance traveled today. Perhaps it implies that the mileage is also a very important point. Perhaps there is some kind of evaluation mechanism for players. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi nodded slightly, placed both hands on the steering wheel, and stepped on the gas. The electric forklift speed soared directly to 25 kilometers per hour. He hadn't moved at all yesterday, so the battery hadn't depleted much. Combined with the new battery reserves he had obtained, his current power supply was quite sufficient. He could fully let go and sprint at maximum speed. This time, aside from taking a short break to drink a few gulps of Nongfu spring water, Jiang Yi drove continuously for 6 hours. It wasn't until his palms went numb and his waist felt weak that he finally came to a stop. During the journey, Jiang Yi had kept a constant lookout on both sides of the road, hoping to spot a treasure chest, but unfortunately, he saw nothing. Well, that made sense. The refresh limit for treasure chests today was 1. It was just as likely to encounter one as it was to miss it. However, Jiang Yi wasn't panicked. The haul from this morning was enough to sustain him for a long time. Jiang Yi climbed down from the driver's seat, did a few stretches, and then sat on the ground around his vehicle. He took a sip from his bottle of mineral water, thought for a moment, and then pulled a taro-flavored rye bread from his backpack to take a bite. He was starving. The time had reached 12:15. In the top right corner, the mileage had updated. Current fog erosion distance, 150 kilometers. Distance traveled today, 150 kilometers. The fog's forward speed was still 5 kilometers per hour. Calculating based on an 8-hour night, it would catch up to at most the 110-kilometer mark. So his safety buffer was more than enough. But considering the potential importance of the mileage, Jiang Yi didn't plan on stopping. Jiang Yi chewed on the taro bread with a vacant gaze. Chew, 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 chew. Suddenly, something new refreshed on the road ahead. It was a fork in the road leading to the right, and the junction seemed to lead to a service area. Chapter 8. The Brown Bear Store Manager Service Area ahead. Station can be unlocked. Players may decide for themselves whether to enter. The notification sound rang out abruptly, nearly causing Jiang Yi to choke. Jiang Yi slapped his chest hard with his right hand, forcing the bread down. Service area, a station. These names were not unfamiliar to Jiang Yi, whether in the real world or the game world. These places were quite common, but the problem was, would there be danger at a service point in this game? Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds and ultimately decided to go over and take a look. He who takes the first step gains the advantage. If he wanted to become strong and remain free from restraint and control, he first needed the courage to take risks. Jiang Yi patted his backside, putting the half bottle of water and half-eaten bread back into his backpack. As for the other supplies, Jiang Yi placed them directly in the cargo bed at the back. Vroom! The forklift started up again, and Jiang Yi drove toward the right turn with a cautious expression. He drove with one hand while his right hand gripped the refined rebar spear. Soon, the forklift moved forward and entered the service area. A sign with brownish-yellow stains appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. Before he could even make out the words on the sign, his attention was captured by a massive, upright figure at the entrance, a monster. Jiang Yi's heart tightened, and he subconsciously floored the accelerator. He planned to ram the forklift straight through if anything happened. The distance between Jiang Yi and the figure grew shorter and shorter. Then, he saw clearly what it was. It was actually a chubby brown bear, and it was a brown bear wearing an apron. At that, when the brown bear saw a human approaching, it first squinted its beady eyes, and then it saw a human sitting on a yellow forklift, holding a steel spear in one hand, looking ferocious as if he were about to ram it. At that, the brown bear's eyes flew wide open. The brown bear raised both hands, its bulky frame scurrying back and forth, but unfortunately, it was just spinning in place. A car is going to hit me, danger, 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 roar. Seeing this, Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously eased off the accelerator. Hiss, this brown bear, why does it look like it doesn't have a high IQ? When the forklift was 30 meters away from the brown bear, the bear had already run itself tired and was clutching its belly, panting. Huff, 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 you've worn me out. The brown bear wiped the fake sweat from its forehead. This. Jiang Yi sat on the vehicle and brought it to a stop, though his foot remained hovering over the accelerator, ready to stomp down at any moment. Jiang Yi let out a. The brown bear was startled by Jiang Yi's voice and raised its fat paws again. Don't hit me. Jiang Yi was silent for a few seconds before saying, I'm not hitting you. Really? The brown bear held its head and blinked its eyes. Then why were you driving so fast? I was right in front. Sorry, Jiang Yi said dryly. The brown bear blinked again, and after a few seconds, Jiang Yi wiped his face. What on earth is this? Station information loaded successfully. Honey Therapy Center. The store manager is a brown bear. Inside the Honey Therapy Center, you can purchase honey or buy therapy services. The brown bear scratched its head. After ruling out the danger of this human ramming it to death, it smiled honestly and said, do you want to come to the therapy center? My prices are very cheap. It only costs 3 vehicle coins to enter. 3 vehicle coins didn't sound like much, but the problem was, Jiang Yi didn't have a single vehicle coin. The Honey Therapy Center sounded like a good place. Honey could serve as food high in sugar and nutrition and could also act as a small source of water. As for the therapy services, while he didn't know what they were, they seemed like good things too. It was a pity that he didn't have a single cent on him. Should he just leave like this? The refreshing of these stations should be random, right? It would be a real shame to just walk away. Jiang Yi sighed. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he pulled a small ID card from his pocket. The Level 1 Quality Inspector badge. Jiang Yi pinned it onto the clothes on his chest. Immediately, he looked toward the Brown Bear store manager. Before he could even speak, the Brown Bear store manager covered both sides of its cheeks with its paws. "Oh, it's a quality inspector." An expression akin to panic actually appeared on that bare face. Jiang Yi was stunned. "Is there a chance?" The next second, Jiang Yi heard a notification sound. Brown Bear store manager favorability -3. Current favorability of Brown Bear store manager favorability dropped. This. Jiang Yi thought about the attitude people in the real world have toward quality inspectors. And he seemed to understand something. As someone who could become a video content creator, Jiang Yi possessed basic interaction skills and emotional intelligence. Without a second thought, he blurted out, "Manager Brown Bear. I have long heard that Manager Brown Bear is honest and kind. The quality of your honey is also famous far and wide." As Jiang Yi spoke, he smiled. "I didn't expect to be so lucky today to be able to come to your shop for an inspection. This is truly wonderful." As his words fell, the notification sound rang out again. Brown Bear store manager favorability -5. Current favorability of Brown Bear store manager. "Really? You aren't lying to me, are you?" The Brown Bear store manager scratched its head in embarrassment, while also feeling a bit skeptical. "It's true. Please believe in the affirmation everyone has for you, your products, and your service." Jiang Yi's tone was extremely firm, and at the same time, his expression was very sincere, as if these were his most heartfelt feelings. Those upturned eyes, which had been mentioned many times by his female fans and some male fans, looked incredibly sincere and clear at this moment. Notifications rang out one after another. Brown Bear store manager favorability -5. Brown Bear store manager favorability -3. Brown Bear store manager favorability -2. Current favorability of Brown Bear store manager. "Am I really that great? Her. This wasn't just a compliment from an ordinary player, but an affirmation from a quality inspector. The Brown Bear store manager couldn't help but think, "Am I really that great?" The quality inspector said that I and my honey are famous far and wide. The Brown Bear store manager wanted to restrain itself in front of the quality inspector, but it couldn't control itself at all. If it weren't for the fact that Inspector Jiang was still there, it would have wanted to do a honey dance right now. A proud and arrogant smile appeared on the Brown Bear store manager's face as it walked toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, sitting in the vehicle, fell to start, but he kept smiling on his face while pressing his foot down a bit more on the accelerator. Then, "Inspector Jiang, hurry and come in. I will definitely treat you well." Inspector Jiang, "Oh right. There is a name on the quality inspector ID. However, it looks like it worked." Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. Jiang Yi paused and smiled. "All right." Holding the steel fork in his right hand, Jiang Yi got out of the driver's seat. The Brown Bear store manager reached out its paw and placed it on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi's shoulder tensed up instantly. Although this Brown Bear store manager looked silly and cute, it was truly massive, and those paws looked like they had plenty of power. The Brown Bear didn't notice Jiang Yi's reaction at all clearly. The thick layer of fat hindered the transmission of tactile sensations. The Brown Bear patted Jiang Yi's shoulder, nearly making Jiang Yi cough up a mouthful of blood. "Let's go." "Oh my. Is this fork heavy? Should I help you carry it?" Jiang Yi took a deep breath, his small frame trembling slightly, and he smiled as he declined. "It's not heavy, thank you, manager." "What are you talking about?" Chapter 9. The bold starve the timid. The brave are stuffed to death. Snap. A massive bear paw slapped the switch, and the lights inside the honey sanatorium were turned on. The sanatorium appeared to be a small two-story building. The lower floor was lined with rows of honey, which were amber in color. Although the honey jars were covered with lids, the sweetness in the air was almost impossible to mask. Jiang Yi even saw a few small bees flying near the window. On the upper floor, there was a circle of dark brown wooden railings. Jiang Yi couldn't clearly see what was inside the railings yet. Jiang Yi looked around curiously as he walked inside. I have to say, the interior of the sanatorium was indeed beyond Jiang Yi's expectations. After all, the sign for the sanatorium looked dirty and old, and the Brown Bear store manager also looked a bit clumsy. No, wait. It looked endearingly naive. The inside was much cleaner and tidier than Jiang Yi had imagined. Even the angle at which those rows of honey jars were placed was identical. The depth of the jars and the face of the brown bear on the labels were all on the same plane. Under the reflection of the lights, the glass jars emitted a uniform, lustrous sheen. Jiang Yi did not skimp on his praise. He raised a thumb to give the Brown Bear store manager a like. The hygiene on the first floor is very good. Brown Bear store manager favorability come 1. Current favorability of Brown Bear store manager favorability increased again. The Brown Bear store manager patted Jiang Yi's shoulder again in embarrassment. The creaking sound of Jiang Yi's shoulder bones being overwhelmed came once more. Jiang Yi. He quietly disentangled his arm from the Brown Bear store manager's grasp, rolled his dark eyes, and gave a light cough. Manager. The hygiene is quite good. Next. I need to conduct a spot check on the products. Is it convenient for you now, manager? Jiang Yi didn't show it on his face, but he was already starting to feel nervous inside. According to the job description, a quality inspector could indeed check the quality of products, but he didn't know the specific procedure and could only play it by ear. But fortunately, the Brown Bear store manager didn't suspect a thing. It just seemed a bit nervous. The Brown Bear store manager nodded. Okay, I'll go get them for Inspector Jiang right now. It really works. Jiang Yi was ecstatic. These products being inspected definitely couldn't be sold to customers anymore, and the system didn't say how to handle the inspected products. So if nothing went wrong, these could all go into his own pocket. Isn't this just getting supplies for free? The Brown Bear gestured for Jiang Yi to look around as he pleased while he went to fetch the goods. Although Jiang Yi was preoccupied with the supplies he was about to get his hands on, he didn't dare show too much anticipation. So he thought for a moment and headed upstairs to wander around. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Yi stepped onto the second floor, only to discover that there was a massage table placed there. Beside the massage table was a row of honey, the color of which was slightly different from the ones downstairs. Jiang Yi curiously picked one up to take a look. Special honey essential oil. After use, you can obtain fatigue -20, strength come 1, stamina come 1, agility come 1. When combined with the Brown Bear store manager's exclusive massage technique, you can obtain fatigue -50, strength come 3, stamina come 3, agility come 3. The effect will diminish with continuous use, and the refresh time must be determined based on individual status. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. Holding the essential oil, Jiang Yi shouted downstairs. Store manager. The essential oil upstairs is also part of the goods for sale, right? It needs to be spot checked. The Brown Bear store manager downstairs didn't answer immediately. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Fortunately, after a few seconds, alrighty. Then thank you for your hard work in helping to take some. Little John, instantly. Jiang Yi beamed with joy. He smiled like a child of several dozen months old, innocent and pure. So it really is the timid starved to death, while the bold are stuffed to death. Jiang Yi took 3 bottles down. He wasn't sure about the amount for a spot check, so he didn't dare take too many. Carrying the special essential oil, Jiang Yi walked around the second floor. Apart from the massage table, there were a few closed doors on the second floor. It looked like these were the Brown Bear's living quarters. Jiang Yi only took a brief look before leaving the second floor. Downstairs, the Brown Bear had already organized the goods to be spot checked this month. Seeing Jiang Yi and the 3 bottles of massage essential oil in his hands, the Brown Bear was stunned for a moment. Jiang Yi's footsteps faltered slightly. Did he take too much? Feeling a bit panicked, Jiang Yi forced a smile onto his face. Just as he was about to pretend to be calm and make up an excuse that he hadn't been on the job long and wasn't quite sure about the quantity for spot checks, he heard a notification sound. Brown Bear store manager favorability Kung 10. Current favorability of Brown Bear store manager Jiang Yi was bewildered. Did he do something? Jiang Yi looked at the Brown Bear in confusion, only to see this strong creature, standing a full 2.5 meters tall, actually clutching its apron with one paw and wiping its eyes. Jiang Yi's mind went blank. What was going on? Little Zhong, the quality inspector? You really? Are a good quality inspector. Jiang Yi was even more confused. The previous quality inspectors who came would always take away 1/5 of the goods. I don't have any objections to the testing. But this is a small business of mine. The profit isn't much. Little John, no. Brother John, you are too good to me. There were at least 50 bottles of massage essential oil on the second floor, and Jiang Yi had only taken 3. Compared to the other quality inspectors, Jiang Yi was being way too considerate. Thinking of this, the brown bear wiped away another tear. On the stairs, Jiang Yi felt completely numb. Damn it. No one told him that he could actually take that much. Damn it. The system screwed him over again. Chapter 10. The Wealth of 2 Jars of Honey. Brother John, what's wrong? You look like your complexion is very poor. Seeing Jiang Yi seemingly frozen in place, the brown bear asked with concern. Jiang Yi came back to his senses and gritted his teeth. Nothing. Just a bit tired from work. Hearing this, the brown bear nodded, its voice deep and resonant. I know. You have to spot check so many goods. It's indeed very busy. Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you a full body massage with the essential oil later. As soon as these words fell, Jiang Yi instantly pulled himself out of his previous mood and said with a smile, that would be great. My arms are quite sore. I've been wanting to experience an authentic brown bear massage for a long time. No problem. Leave it to me. After cursing the pit-digging, scamming system and the game a few more times in his heart, Jiang Yi nodded, walked down the stairs, and looked at the goods to be checked on the table that the brown bear had organized. After a few seconds of internal conflict, he finally said, there are too many goods here. Spot checking 8 jars. 10 jars will be enough. When these words left his mouth, Jiang Yi felt as if his heart was bleeding. How was this any different from digging money out of his own pocket? But the persona had already been established, and the favorability had been farmed, so he could only see it through to the end. Moreover, judging by the massage service the brown bear offered just now, this wave counted as a long-term investment, so it wasn't a loss. Although he said that, Jiang Yi's eyes still found it hard to move away from the 30-some jars of honey in front of him. These could have all been wool he could have sheared. The brown bear was startled. Brown Bear Store Manager Favorability Kung 10. Current favorability of Brown Bear Store Manager. Good. I won't stand on ceremony with Brother Jiang either. Brother Jiang, you must come often in the future. Under the nervous gaze of the Brown Bear Store Manager, Jiang Yi began his pantomime performance inside the carriage, which only contained a testing table. Since the carriage was closed, Jiang Yi didn't have to worry about the Brown Bear Store Manager discovering anything. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yi put 10 jars of honey and 2 bottles of essential oil into his inventory. And then, he began to space out. He couldn't just come out as soon as he went in. How could testing be that fast? Jiang Yi sat on the metal surface, propping his chin with his hand, perhaps to facilitate testing. The height of the quality inspection table was very high, even though Jiang Yi wasn't short, standing at 178 centimeters. His feet still couldn't touch the ground. Jiang Yi opened the regional chat channel, Dragon Country 189 District, Subzone 99,616 100,000. Jiang Yi paused slightly. The number of people had decreased. There were nearly 400 fewer players in the group chat, compared to the first day of the novice adaptation period. This death toll was rising in a straight line. It seems the danger of the treasure chests is even higher than he had imagined. The fact that my silver treasure chest only yielded a cockroach might just be because it was a system reward. Jiang Yi reminded himself inwardly. In the chat interface, many players were talking about the treasure chests they had opened today. Player Ultraman, give me back the light you borrowed. Good news. I found a bronze treasure chest, and there were no monsters inside. Bad news. Damn it. What I got were medicines, dinky umbilical patches, and digestive tablets. As soon as Jiang Yi finished reading this message, he couldn't help it and almost laughed out loud. What a talent, brother. The umbilical patches were one thing. At least they counted as medicine for stomach issues and diarrhea. But the digestive tablets really broke him. Clearly, he wasn't the only unlucky one. Player 09-3. I opened a jar of pickled vegetables. Damn. I only have a little bit of water left. I don't even dare to touch this stuff. Player Waxia Little Princess. Who in their right mind gets a live octopus from a chest? What kind of place is this that considers this food? At first glance, I thought there were 2 monsters inside. Besides the unlucky ones, there were, of course, people looking for others. Ninging, are you there? It's your brother. Player Anxiety. If the person above is looking for a sister, Then I'm looking for my dad. Dad, it's your child. We're running out of food at home. Your child is going to starve to death. Player Machow himself. Son, just hold on a little longer. Player Identity V Start. Get lost, you old fool. Player National Cellar Latrine. My car is out of gas and I can't move an inch. May I ask which brother has fuel? Please support me with a little. I can trade food for it. Perhaps because today was the second day and the treasure chests had started to refresh. People were finally beginning to trade in the trading hall. Although the volume of trades was extremely limited, Jiang Yi clicked on the trading hall again to take a look. But he wasn't very interested in most of the resources. He still had a bit of water, food, and batteries. So, he wasn't in a rush for now. But one could never have too many basic supplies. As for water, Jiang Yi was still leaning toward building a water condenser as soon as possible. With this current reserve of honey, he didn't need to worry too much about food. As for batteries, the more the better. If only there were a solar power device that would alleviate the problem of power shortages. One cannot become a fat man in one bite. He had to take it slow. Jiang Yi bookmarked 3 items for sale in the trading hall: batteries, flour, and yeast. With flour and yeast, the former could be mixed with water to make dough. Adding the latter would allow him to make steamed buns. Jiang Yi felt a bit fortunate about his luck. He had opened an electric forklift, and the plug could be directly connected to the electric pot he brought, allowing him to steam buns just by adding water. Although Jiang Yi's cooking skills couldn't be called professional, they were decent enough for an average person. Relying on his cooking for one's skills, his vlog liberal arts major challenges himself to live on 300 yuan a month after graduation was actually quite successful, even though most people in the comments were just praising his voice and his hands. This world is all about appearances. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Jiang Yi finally kicked off and jumped nimbly down from the inspection platform. The rear compartment of the professionally modified forklift wasn't very high, and Jiang Yi could see the scene outside through the window on the side of the compartment. The Brown Bear store manager was rubbing his toes back and forth on his apron, looking very nervous. That should be about it. Jiang Yi muttered. Double quotes clang. The compartment opened, and Jiang Yi jumped down, walking toward the Brown Bear store manager. Brother John, how is it? The Brown Bear store manager hurried over with a few small steps. Jiang Yi wore a smile on his face, and amidst the bear's nervous expression, he spoke. The goods have been inspected, and they are all qualified. After a pause, Jiang Yi added, they all met the standard for premium goods. He had just opened a jar and tasted a little. He had to admit, the Brown Bear store manager really had some talent. This was simply the most delicious honey Jiang Yi had ever eaten. Just as Jiang Yi finished speaking, a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of the Brown Bear store manager. Whoosh! A badge fell down. It was a green badge with the character "Excellent" written on it. At the same time, Jiang Yi, this quality inspection is valid, received a positive review from the Brown Bear store manager. Performance salary for this session 5 car coins. The badge fell slowly, and the Brown Bear store manager focused his eyes so hard that he went cross-eyed. Rubbing his eyes, the Brown Bear store manager finally caught the badge with one paw. It's excellent. That's great. The Brown Bear store manager couldn't help but chuckle a few times. And as his paw looked like it was about to pat his shoulder, Jiang Yi shifted his position and, one step ahead, placed his hand on the bear's waist. Assuming this bear had a waist. Congratulations, Jiang Yi grinned. So that was the general workflow for an inspector. Select samples for inspection. Bring them back to the inspection vehicle for testing. Provide an evaluation of the items. Have the system verify it, and simultaneously issue a valid evaluation and salary. What a scam of a system! The job content and workflow were entirely up to the players to explore. Moreover, this salary was way too low. It was only 5 car coins. He had just checked, and a single jar of honey sold for 3 car coins. In other words, with Jiang Yi's current savings, he would be bankrupt after buying just 2 jars of honey. Chapter 11. Can't taste it with my mouth every time. Right, Brother John. I don't even know how to thank you. The Brown Bear store manager looked at Jiang Yi with sparkling little eyes. With the excellent rating, my honey can be sold in more places. So the rating had this function too. No wonder the bear didn't resist even when being exploited by other inspectors. Jiang Yi shook his head and smiled. No need to thank me, store manager. This is what you deserve. Brown Bear Store Manager Favorability Come 1. Brown Bear Store Manager Current Favorability. Let's go, Brother John. I'll take you for a massage. The brown bear wasn't the type to be coy or evasive. He immediately decided to give Brother John a session of his signature bear-style massage. Seeing Brother John's thin, frail frame, the brown bear store manager secretly made a resolution in his heart. Brother John works so hard. So, I must give it my all. I will use every ounce of my skill and strength. I absolutely must let Brother John experience what a genuine brown bear massage is all about. Seeing the brown bear store manager rubbing his paws together, Jiang Yi's footsteps faltered subtly. Hiss, why did he suddenly not want to take advantage of this perk anymore? Actually, just taking the massage oil would have been fine. Although it wouldn't be as effective as the full brown bear massage, but store manager. Wait. Before Jiang Yi could finish his sentence, he was scooped up by the brown bear store manager's paw, then half carried and half dragged. He was hauled into the shop. As he dragged him along, the brown bear store manager kept saying, Brother John, just wait and see. My bear massage skills are top-notch, Brother John. Your body looks so frail. You must be working way too hard. Leave it to me. Jiang Yi struggled for a few seconds, but eventually gave up. About half an hour later, Brother John, on the massage bed on the second floor, the brown bear store manager held his apron with one paw while tentatively poking Jiang Yi, who had melted into a puddle on the bed, with the other. Are you okay, Brother John? After about 5 seconds, Jiang Yi finally replied. Jiang Yi's voice was completely hoarse from all the screaming he had just done. At the beginning, he had tried to endure it, but he hadn't expected that once the warm-up ended and the brown bear store manager got serious, Jiang Yi would break his composure in a second and start howling. After the howling was over, Jiang Yi's throat was completely shot. His voice was now raspy to the extreme. After lying on the bed for a while to recover, Jiang Yi finally propped himself up with his arms and slowly sat upright. Jiang Yi's face was flushed, but his expression was one of utter bewilderment. How did that saying go? Those 30 minutes were truly the longest 10 years of his life. Seeing this, the brown bear store manager felt even more sympathy for Jiang Yi. Just how much fatigue, hidden injuries, and lingering pain must this little body of Brother Jiang's have accumulated? To think he couldn't even handle this level of intensity. He had made up his mind. Every time Brother Jiang comes by from now on, he will give him a massage first. A determined light flickered in the brown bear store manager's small eyes, a detail Jiang Yi completely failed to notice. After resting for another 5 minutes, Jiang Yi's softened, heated body finally settled down. Jiang Yi let out a soft sound. The soreness and swelling from earlier were gradually dissipating, replaced by a warm, soaking sensation like a hot bath. Brother Jiang, the effect is great, right? Seeing Jiang Yi's expression, the brown bear store manager said proudly. Jiang Yi smiled. Yeah, it feels great. With the essential oils combined with the heat of the bear paws, the effects were fully realized. Jiang Yi had never felt his body so warm and invigorated. Jiang Yi took a look at his status window. Melancholy little fry. Title: Bold and meticulous stubborn donkey vehicle. Forklift fatigue. 60 gives 10. Oh my god. Is this the power of a brown bear massage? You are now refreshed and terrifyingly strong. Health: 70 sub-healthy state. Suffering from severe insomnia. Strength, stamina, agility, comprehensive compatibility, 20 to roadside thugs. Supplies: electric pot *1, mineral water 500 milliliters 13. Brown bear store manager's honey *10, special honey essential oil 3, hand-pulled noodles 2, taro flavored lye bread 2, change of clothes 1, screws 3, waterproof canvas *1, batteries 3, water condenser blueprint *1, refined rebar fork *1, vehicle coins. 5. Congratulations. You have finally broken through the 0 mark. Strength, stamina, and agility had all increased by 3. And with the effect of his title, Jiang Yi's stats were finally not so miserable. The fatigue that had skyrocketed due to pulling an all-nighter yesterday and driving frantically all day today had been reduced to a level of only 10. The original fatigue would have been much higher than 60. It had only stopped at 60 because of the lock effect from the title bold and meticulous stubborn donkey. Jiang Yi had originally planned to stop and rest as soon as he hit 60. Although he felt mileage was important, he wasn't so short-sighted as to let himself fall into such an exhausted state in a survival game. Now, it was all good. He could continue driving to rack up more mileage. Jiang Yi's lips curled up slightly as he sensed the massage bed. Brown Bear store manager's exclusive honey essential oil massage costs 15 vehicle coins. Includes massage fee cum essential oil fee. Note, the massage effect refreshes every 14 days. Don't be too greedy. 15 vehicle coins. That was a huge sum for Jiang Yi right now. His salary for quality inspection was only 5 vehicle coins, wasn't it? Jiang Yi looked at the Brown Bear. The Brown Bear store manager had a simple, honest smile on his face and didn't mention the cost of the massage at all. Jiang Yi felt a slight warmth in his heart. After stretching his limbs a bit, he hopped off the massage bed. Since the Brown Bear store manager didn't mention the fee, he probably intended it as a gift. Taking things for free wasn't his style. Well, at least not in the eyes of the store manager. Thus, Jiang Yi first looked at the Brown Bear gently. Thank you so much. I feel like all the fatigue from my day has been wiped away. Then he gave a light cough. Also store manager. You should keep the honey jars you've already eaten from separate in the future. Don't be careless and leave them with the items for sale. The Brown Bear store manager was startled, and then his brown face flushed red. Oh my eye. Hi. Jiang Yi waved his hand. I didn't see anything. I was just giving you a heads up. After saying this, he winked at the Brown Bear, wearing an expression that said, brother, you know what I mean. Seeing this, the Brown Bear manager finally calmed down and hurriedly said, I know. I will definitely hide it store it away properly. Jiang Yi didn't say anything else, just smiled and patted the Brown Bear on the shoulder. When he had been wandering around the second floor earlier, he had accidentally seen the Brown Bear picking out certain jars. He had leaned over the railing to watch for a while, but the guilty Brown Bear hadn't noticed him at all. What cook doesn't sneak a taste? Although, logically speaking, the Brown Bear couldn't really be considered the cook for the honey, and he didn't even know how this honey was produced. But at the time, Jiang Yi hadn't said a word. He wanted to invest in the manager's favorability for the long term, so naturally, he had to use this incident in the right way. Sure enough, Brown Bear manager favorability Kong 8. Brown Bear manager current favorability. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. The bright yellow forklift drove away from the service area, and the game's notification sound rang out. You have completed 1 quality inspection. Quality inspection completion rate, friendly reminder. With a quality inspection completion rate is greater than or equal to 60%, you have passed the basic assessment. Upon verification, you have passed the assessment and unlocked the career development guide. Guide instructions. Install more professional quality inspection equipment to improve the scientific nature and precision of your inspections. You can't just taste everything with your mouth every time, can you, my dear? Only human quality inspector. Jiang Yi Chapter 12. Strangely cute. Was it his choice to taste it with his mouth? Isn't it because there's nothing else available yet? After mentally giving the game and the system the middle finger, Jiang Yi didn't delay any further. He stepped on the accelerator, and the forklift moved forward once again. Jiang Yi noticed that in the chat channel, aside from the nonsense, most players had encountered a problem. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Damn. My fatigue level has hit 80. How am I supposed to play now? Player Azure Steel Shadow. How else? Just lie down where you are. Or do you want to get your driver's license deducted? Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Speaking of which, isn't the vehicle you drew a skateboard? Does that thing even require a driver's license? Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. I roll, mind your own business. Player Azure Steel Shadow shrugs. Player, the window that won't close. Buying gasoline, buying gasoline, buying gasoline. Jiang Yi still had a bit of an impression of these few people. He seemed to remember that player, the window that won't close's vehicle was a truck. So it was no wonder they were looking to buy gasoline now. However, He was also quite curious about how exactly that wild king brother operated his skateboard. Jiang Yi thought about it casually, only to realize that although the vehicle sounded ridiculous in the early stages of the game, it really wasn't a bad vehicle at all. The unique nature of a skateboard meant that its power requirements were very low. It relied entirely on a pair of legs. Secondly, the speed of a skateboard was actually quite fast at times. If this game had any items or settings to modify the skateboard, much like how his forklift had been modified with a cargo rack based on his profession, and he could add an auxiliary power source, it would be quite decent. As for storage capacity, with the inventory space, that wasn't too much of a problem. It's just that he figured this wild king brother would probably have to sleep on the ground at night. Well, it wasn't necessarily a brother. It could even be a girl with a bold way of speaking. Who knows? While scrolling through the chat channel, Jiang Yi drove forward at full speed. The skyline gradually turned orange. Just as Jiang Yi thought he was out of luck and wouldn't find a treasure chest today, a cyan treasure chest suddenly appeared on the side of the road to his front right. Jiang Yi was startled and hurriedly stepped on the brake. A cyan treasure chest, according to the talk in the chat channel. That should be a bronze treasure chest, right? Jiang Yi felt a slight surge of joy. But at the same time, he began to stay alert. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yi didn't get off the vehicle. Judging from his experience with opening reward chests earlier, this thing could be opened just by touching it. Since that was the case, Jiang Yi drove the forklift slowly toward it. The steel forks on the front of the forklift were a full 1.5 meters long. At this distance, if a monster rushed out, it would first hit the cargo guard of his forklift, at which point he could use the steel fork to impale the monster. Jiang Yi stood ready, holding the steel fork in his left hand. He didn't know if it was because his strength had increased, but the steel fork didn't feel as heavy as it had initially, and Jiang Yi could swing it much more nimbly now. Asterisk clack, 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 clack asterisk. The wheels turned. As soon as the steel forks on the front of the forklift touched the treasure chest, a flash of white light appeared, and sure enough, a black mass darted out. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Because of the speed, the black mass slammed directly into the cargo guard in front of the forklift, causing the vehicle to sway. Jiang Yi stood up and the monster seemed to have been stunned by the impact, with a huge bump on its forehead. Before it could even react, it was impaled by Jiang Yi and tossed aside. The speed of it was like throwing out trash. The moment the monster flew away, Jiang Yi realized it appeared to be a fat, gray rabbit. No wonder it was so fast. It was fortunate that he was on the vehicle, otherwise, if he had just opened the chest, he would have been caught off guard and likely taken a hit. Jiang Yi felt a lingering fear. He roughly understood why the death toll had been rising sharply today. Jiang Yi carried the steel fork, jumped off the vehicle, and walked to the open treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest. Loot, strange flavored broad beans *2, known for spring water 105 gasoline *2, anti-inflammatory medication *2, sexy underwear 1. Jiang Yi stared silently at the small pink lace item on the ground. A few seconds later, he swiftly shoved the small item into his inventory. Jiang Yi rubbed his ears and stammered, well, as expected, the items from a bronze treasure chest really can't compare to a silver treasure chest. Are you talking to me? Player melancholy little French fry. No. HMM. Jiang Yi wiped his face. With the system's interruption, the strange sense of shyness Jiang Yi had been feeling finally settled down. Ignoring the system, Jiang Yi reorganized his supplies. Although the items opened from the bronze treasure chest weren't many, they were practical. Food, drink, clothing, medicine, and even motivation. However, he had no use for gasoline. After some thought, Jiang Yi opened the chat channel and sent a private message to the player window that won't close. 5L of gas *2, want to trade? He chose to send a private message because, thanks to that first kill announcement, he had become somewhat famous. Bored people in the group chat would constantly tag him, and he didn't want to expose too much information about himself. So Jiang Yi opted for a private chat. A few seconds later, the private chat window flashed frantically. Window that won't close. Holy crap. First kill big shot. Window that won't close. Oh my god, am I dreaming? The first kill big shot is actually messaging me. Window that won't close. Spinning, jumping, eyes closed, I am a flexible dog in the mountains. Window that won't close, big shot, hello hello, handshake handshake handshake. Messages from window that won't close popped up crazily. Jiang Yi instantly regretted messaging him privately. But since the message was already sent, Jiang Yi had to bite the bullet and prepare to select a hello emoji from the ones that automatically popped up in the chat box. However, the next second player melancholy little fry hug. Not only that, but it was an image of a little white kitten reaching out. Damn it. Clicked the wrong one. In the chat box, the avatar, which was a yellow fry in a red McDonald's box, had sent a cute, soft, and fluffy hug emoji. Leaving window that won't close stunned for a moment. It was weird. Well, no reply, no greeting, just a hug right off the bat. It was strangely cute. Window that won't close's eyes slowly widened. Is the first kill big shot a girl? Chapter 13, Call for Help. In the chat box, after the other side sent the hug emoji, they didn't send any more messages. Player window that won't close became even more suspicious that the person on the other end was truly a shy and cautious girl. That's right. The name Melancholy Little Fry also sounded a bit more feminine. Player window that won't close felt a bit excited, though he didn't know why he was excited. Player window that won't close her, big shot, you're so cute, Jiang Yi, damn it. Jiang Yi leaned against the forklift and couldn't help but curse out loud, just as he was about to close the chat box regardless of the consequences. Player window that won't close wrote, big shot, I'll take all 5L of gas, big shot. Take a look and see what you want to trade for. Seeing this message, Jiang Yi's finger, which was about to click the X, paused slightly, ignoring the messy filler words. What do you want to trade for? Could this guy already have a lot of supplies? Seeming to understand the doubt in Jiang Yi's heart, window that won't close replied, I was quite lucky. When I transmigrated here, I was in the middle of a survival drill and had a whole backpack of supplies with me. I'm a loyal fan of doomsday novels and works. That was indeed very lucky. He wasn't lacking in basic supplies either. I want batteries. Jiang Yi typed the information briefly. The item he had been focusing on in the trading hall, batteries, happened to be exactly what this guy was selling. Window that won't close, sure thing. The batteries were actually opened from a treasure chest today. It really is fate that allowed me to meet a big shot. Jiang Yi was silent for a second and chose to ignore it. I have 3 batteries here, big shot. Do you think that's okay? Gasoline is quite precious. If you think it's not enough, I can add some water or food. Wagging tail, wagging tail, wagging tail. He had no use for batteries anyway, and since he had to trade them, he might as well trade with a big shot. A big shot capable of triggering a server-wide announcement couldn't possibly be a simple person. No matter how you looked at it. Looking at the little dog wagging its tail at a high-heeled shoe in the chat box, Jiang Yi felt like he was grinding his teeth. Enough. It was really damn well enough. Forget it. For the sake of the supplies. Jiang Yi forcibly suppressed his rising anger. Just as he was about to suggest a private trade, player names would appear on the public trading hall, and Jiang Yi didn't want to stir up more attention at this moment. Before he could even say it, the other side very tactfully sent the 3 batteries over first, along with a bottle of non-for spring water. This type of trade was a one-sided gift and had no binding force. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Did he guess his intention for a private chat? Jiang Yi casually gifted the 5L of gas *2 and a bag of strange-flavored broad beans back. Not wanting to continue rambling with window that won't close, Jiang Yi left a final message. If you have batteries in the future, you can find me again. And directly closed the private chat channel. Window that won't close got it. Big shot. Wagging tail, wagging tail, wagging tail. After sending the message, window that won't close sat in the driver's seat of his truck, swinging his legs which were propped up outside the window. He felt absolutely wonderful. This beautiful thigh had been hugged by yours truly. After trading the supplies, Jiang Yi placed everything on the roof of his vehicle and continued to rack up mileage. Although the electric forklift was much faster than bicycles, strollers, or wheelchairs, it still couldn't compare to players who had open cars, trucks, or other vehicles, even though the latter might be limited by fuel and fatigue levels. Not daring to drive too fast, but Jiang Yi didn't want to fall behind others in this regard. since he felt that the mileage displayed in the top right corner had a unique purpose in the game. He had to seize it. Jiang Yi drove at maximum speed until the orange light was swallowed by the darkness. Under the black light, there was only a faint glimmer amidst the misty white fog. Although the timeline for day and night extends until 10 o'clock at night, very few players actually risk driving in the dark until that hour. Beyond the issue of supplies, there is also the problem of lighting. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky is essentially pitch black. The highway itself has no illumination, and while the white fog on both sides emits a faint glow, it only serves to highlight the edges of the road. At this time, if one were to accidentally turn the steering wheel too far, it would be all too easy to drive straight into the white fog, which would truly be game over. Vehicles need lighting. This was the conclusion Jiang Yi reached. With a light sigh, Jiang Yi finally brought the vehicle to a stop. He glanced at the journey status in the top right corner. Current fog erosion distance: 300 kilometers. Distance traveled today to 300 kilometers. He had traveled another 150 kilometers, including yesterday's 30 kilometers. He had covered a total of 330 kilometers. This data looked decent. But Jiang Yi knew that for some vehicles, this might only be a 3 or 4 hour trip. However, there was no use in being anxious. After a brief moment of internal struggle, Jiang Yi hopped off the forklift. Forget it. He was hungry. His wrists and backside were numb, and his fatigue level was once again stuck at the 60 mark. Feeling around in the dark, Jiang Yi couldn't easily take out other items to eat, such as noodles or his small pot. So he could only pull out a jar of brown bear shopkeeper's honey. This honey didn't have any special effects like the refined essential oil. It was simply sweet and a rare delicacy. After opening the honey jar, Jiang Yi took out the half piece of rye bread left over from lunch, drizzling a bit of honey over it. The dry bread finally became palatable. The sweetness of the honey neutralized the dryness and slight saltiness of the bread perfectly. While eating and zoning out, Jiang Yi reopened the chat channel. However, instead of looking at the messages, he checked the number of online users. Dragon Country District 189, Subdistrict 99,580 for 100,000s. Compared to the moment when the treasure chests refreshed, the number of people had basically stabilized, but another dozen or so had died. Today was the second day of survival. Compared to the pursuit of the fog, the problems of food, water, and fuel were likely becoming even more prominent. Thinking back to the initial rules stating that players were between 12 and 55 years old, Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment. He couldn't imagine how those at either end of that age spectrum could possibly survive. Or rather, there probably weren't many of them left now. Jiang Yi abruptly crumpled the plastic packaging in his hand into a ball and tossed it into the white fog on the right side of the road. The white fog was like a desert beast crouching in wait. The moment the wrapper touched its edge, it was swallowed whole, leaving not a sound behind. After finishing his dinner, Jiang Yi took inventory of his supplies: electric pot *1, mineral water 500 milliliters *14, brown bear shopkeeper's honey *9, 8, special honey essential oil *3, rye bread taro flavor *1, strange flavored broad beans *1, change of clothes *1, screws *3. Waterproof canvas *1, batteries *6, anti-inflammatory medicine *2, water condenser manufacturing manual *1, refined rebar fork *1, sexy underwear *1. Ignoring the last item, he first put away the larger and heavier items like the mineral water, honey, and batteries. After also putting in the water condenser manufacturing manual, Jiang Yi hesitated for 2 seconds. When he tried to stuff the pinkish white thing in with his change of clothes, the backpack indicated that the 2 items had different functions and could not be placed in the same slot. Jiang Yi cursed colorfully. After a difficult decision, he stored the thing away anyway. Jiang Yi wasn't a pervert, or at least he didn't think he was. But perhaps it was the nature of the Chinese people. It is very difficult to throw away something that isn't broken or dirty without feeling a psychological burden. Who knows when it might come in handy? The vehicle couldn't be driven, so Jiang Yi simply started a simple workout within the 10-meter safety radius of his vehicle. It was still burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and simple stretching. He avoided other exercises for fear of accidentally running off into the dark. However, perhaps it was because his strength and other attributes had improved. But Jiang Yi felt that the exercises were becoming much easier to handle. After doing a few sets of burpees and push-ups, Jiang Yi had a sudden inspiration. With a light leap, he grabbed the overhead frame of the forklift and began doing pull-ups. Pull-ups were the nightmare of many male college students during physical fitness tests. This exercise wasn't just about having strength, it was about technique and speed. Moreover, the passing standard was 10, and to get a perfect score, you had to do 20, damn it. The passing line for the U.S. Marine Corps was only 4. If it weren't for the fact that everyone knew the assessments were often lenient, the vast majority of people wouldn't even reach the passing line. Although Jiang Yi wasn't exactly a weak college student, he was only around the passing line. But now, Jiang Yi engaged his core, moved with agility, and counted as he pulled his body upward. In just a few dozen seconds, he had already done 12. He knew he couldn't compare himself to Special Forces soldiers, but 12 was already quite impressive. And he wasn't even exhausted yet. After doing 5 more, Jiang Yi jumped down, his face slightly flushed. And these were 17 solid, non-cheating reps. This kind of physique was something the old Jiang Yi wouldn't have dared to dream of. A smile couldn't help but appear on Jiang Yi's face as he happily continued his workout. In the night, on the stop vehicles, most people were chatting in the groups. On one hand, it was to gather information and trade supplies. On the other, it was to kill time and combat the fear and loneliness that festered in the darkness. Although many people yearn for a reclusive life, in the face of unknown terror, the sense of security provided by group life is irreplaceable. However, for the current Jiang Yi, this wasn't much of a concern yet. When he was working in self-media, he had already grown accustomed to talking to himself in front of the camera, contemplating scripts and camera angles. Even if no one responded, he felt it didn't matter. Jiang Yi finished his last set of stretches, feeling refreshed and invigorated. However, the smell of sweat on his body was truly becoming unbearable for him. Sigh. Jiang Yi let out a sigh. Although he wasn't exactly a top-tier neat freak, he still maintained basic cleanliness. Furthermore, in a survival situation, bodily hygiene is often a crucial step in warding off illness and infection. After thinking it over, Jiang Yi took out a bottle of mineral water and used a small portion of it to scrub himself down, being careful not to waste too much. It would be better once he found a water condenser, Jiang Yi thought to himself. Taking off his shirt and hanging it to dry on the driver's seat in front, Jiang Yi walked into the assembly and quality inspection compartment behind the forklift. He shifted his legs, rested his arms behind his head, and pulled out a clean shirt to cover his stomach. The weather on the highway was currently in a state of early summer, so it wasn't cold at night. Just as he closed his eyes, Jiang Yi felt drowsiness wash over him, and before long, he drifted off to sleep. This was one of the few times in many years that Jiang Yi had fallen asleep so quickly and without any burden. He slept without dreams. As the faint light of dawn appeared, at 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 messages suddenly refreshed in the chat group. Player Orange, is anyone there? Player Orange, please, save me. Chapter 14. Does the Big Shout also have a daughter? Part 1. Thump. With a roll, Jiang Yi tumbled straight off the metal inspection table. Jiang Yi propped up his upper body, his eyes still unable to open, looking completely stunned by the fall. After a few seconds, Jiang Yi slowly climbed up, one hand bracing his knee, leaning against the inspection table to regain his senses. During this time, Jiang Yi almost fell back into a deep sleep. He couldn't even remember the last time he had slept like this. Was it during the military training when he first entered his freshman year of college? Just as he was about to doze off again, Jiang Yi slapped himself across the face. The system was startled, twitching within Jiang Yi's consciousness. What exactly is wrong with this player? Not only does he talk to himself and enjoy entertaining himself, but he also hits himself. Combined with the deep trauma the system suffered at the start of the game when he used his life to verify a bug, the system realized it was increasingly unable to understand the human species. Or to be precise, human beings like Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi could not hear the system's internal grumbling, and even if he could, he wouldn't pay it any mind. After the slap, Jiang Yi was completely awake. His hair was a mess on top of his head like a bird's nest. He gave it a casual scratch and hopped down from the compartment with light, slow steps. It was 5 a.m., and the sky hadn't fully brightened yet. The morning breeze swept across both sides of the highway. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes and looked toward the far end of the highway even though he couldn't see it. He knew that the black fog he had encountered twice before was closing in on him once again. Death was right behind him. After a quick wash, Jiang Yi prepared to exercise on an empty stomach. Once 6 o'clock hit, he would drive forward immediately. At this moment, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed the chat channel flickering. At this hour, Jiang Yi muttered to himself and opened the chat window. Player Orange, is anyone there? Player Orange, please, save me. The messages were shown to have been sent 5 minutes ago. Aside from these two, no new messages had come through. Either they had been saved, or they had already lost consciousness and died. Perhaps because he had experienced and witnessed so much life and death over the past 2 days. Jiang Yi didn't feel much of a ripple beyond a slight initial sense of sorrow. He seemed to remember this player. It seemed they had mentioned something about intermittent fasting. In any case, they were a luckless fellow. He shook his head and was just about to close the chat window when a new message suddenly popped up. Player Orange, I'm dying. My supplies are in the trading hall. Take them. Jiang Yi paused and subconsciously clicked on the trading hall. Inside the hall, new supplies had indeed been listed. 3 screws and half a piece of jujube paste cake, with the trade prices all set to 0. In other words, anyone could obtain these supplies for free. Immediately after, almost in an instant, the 3 screws were snatched up by 3 different players, while another player took the jujube paste cake. Screw *3 and jujube paste cake *0. 5 were both displayed as sold out, yet, until just a moment ago, no one had responded to Player Orange. Jiang Yi felt a sense of melancholy in his heart, but that was all. Trading is a matter of mutual consent. In a survival game, survival is the instinct, and everything else is up to individual will. There was nothing more to say. He shook his head and was about to close the window when another new message popped up. Though this time it wasn't from the previous player, but rather, player walking the Jianghu. Holy crap! Got a free meal again, brothers. It seemed this was one of the players who had been quick on the draw just now. However, less than a second later, player walking the Jianghu sent a black man questioning emoji. Confused. Screws, damn it. What a shitty haul, Orange. Even though Jiang Yi had long anticipated the greed and coldness of human nature, he couldn't help but sneer when he saw this scene. Eating the food of the dead and still smacking your lips. Damn it. Are you even human? Jiang Yi felt a chill in his heart, with an undisguised look of disgust. Jiang Yi clicked on player walking the Jianghu's ID and blocked him. Such a person is not worth any interaction. People like this, even if they receive a favor, won't remember anyone's kindness. And if even the slightest benefit doesn't fall their way, they will treat you like a sworn enemy. A handful of rice breeds gratitude, a bushel breeds enmity. Disgusted by player walking the Jianghu, Jiang Yi wanted to close the chat box directly, out of sight and out of mind. But his focus hovered over the X for a long time, unable to bring himself to click it. The last sentence from Player Orange in the chat box, I'm going to die. My supplies are in the trading hall. Take them, appeared exceptionally helpless and lonely. This reminded him of something. Dawn, also known as daybreak. Some say the night is darkest just before the dawn. In the darkness, Jiang Yi exhaled a long, heavy breath of sigh. A few seconds later, in the private chat channel. Player Melancholy Little Fry, are you still there? Chapter 15. The Big Shot also has a daughter. Part 2. After sending the message, there was no reply from the other side for a long time. Jiang Yi pursed his lips and was about to give up when a line appeared above the chat box. The other party is typing. Jiang Yi's heart gave a slight jolt, and he immediately sent Player Melancholy Little Fry. What do you need? Jiang Yi stared intently at the chat box, his heart feeling somewhat unsettled. A few seconds later, a message finally appeared in the chat box. However, it was not a text message, but a voice message. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Although there was an option to send voice messages, almost no players in this game used it because it could expose information. The game rules had mentioned that parallel highways might exist. It seemed the person on the other side was at the end of their rope. Jiang Yi clicked on the message, and a weak female voice came through. I need water and medicine. The voice was extremely parched. I was scratched by a monster, and I'm infected. The voice choked up, carrying an indescribable sense of grievance. But I don't have any supplies left to trade with you. She had already given away her only 3 screws and half a piece of juju paste. She had absolutely no supplies or food left. Inside a heavy-duty truck, a girl of about 18 or 19 years old was curled up in her own arms when, suddenly, she slammed her leg hard. There was a long wound on the girl's leg, and it had already become inflamed. Just 10 seconds. It was just 10 seconds off. Just 10 seconds ago, she had given away all her supplies. Yet the very next moment, someone was willing to trade with her. It was only a 10-second interval. 10 seconds. Now she had nothing left. Just 10 seconds. Although she knew the other party might not necessarily have the supplies to save her, the emotion of this moment caused the girl to completely break down. Woo, woo, woo. I want to go home, Mom, the girl cried uncontrollably. Her body, already dehydrated, became even more so. Her body temperature was dropping rapidly, and she felt as cold as iron. Yet her head felt increasingly hot, as if it were boiling water. She didn't know that death felt like this. Her consciousness grew increasingly blurred, just as the girl was in a trance and saw her mother. Suddenly, a somewhat blinding light appeared above her head. The girl slowly and laboriously lifted her head. Above her was a bottle of mineral water and a small red pill. The girl was stunned. The mineral water fell, and some of the water splashed out onto the girl's face. The cold, refreshing sensation made her slightly more clear-headed. Almost instantly, the girl raised her hand and grabbed the mineral water bottle with trembling fingers. The mineral water had no cap, as if it had already been opened. As soon as the girl grabbed it, she brought it to her lips, wanting to drink. The light screen in front of her flickered, and a new message appeared. Player Melancholy Little Fry, don't drink too fast, it's dangerous. The girl's fingers paused, and she nodded. Even though the other party couldn't see this action at all, the girl lowered her head and began to drink the mineral water in small sips. A new message popped up again. Player Melancholy Little Fry, the pill is an anti-inflammatory. I don't know if it will work, but give it a try, okay? The girl replied in her heart. Her throat was so dry it itched. And after drinking a few more sips, although she felt reluctant, she didn't continue drinking. When a person is dehydrated, they shouldn't drink a large amount at once, or it will put a strain on the stomach and heart. After resting for a few seconds, the girl's vision finally focused again, and she hurriedly swallowed the small red pill. You are taking anti-inflammatory medicine. Effect taking hold. It really was anti-inflammatory medicine. This stranger had actually given her an anti-inflammatory pill, without realizing it. Her eyes grew wet again. *WU-WU. Jiang Yi, on the other side, tried to distinguish the sound but truly couldn't understand what Player Orange was saying. Jiang Yi smacked his lips, figuring the little girl on the other side must have been saved. Not bad. His anti-inflammatory medicine hadn't gone to waste. Jiang Yi wasn't exactly a saint. What he had just done was irrational, but since it was done, Jiang Yi always acted according to his heart and didn't want to dwell on it. While waiting for Player Orange to send a message, Jiang Yi began doing push-ups on the floor. It was 5:15, and there was still a long time until 6. When it reached 5:30, Player Orange finally sent another message. I feel much better, thank you. Thank you, Big Shot. This time, she sent it in text. Seeing the words Big Shot at the end, Jiang Yi knew that the person on the other side must have fully regained consciousness. That anti-inflammatory medicine worked pretty well. It seemed he should stock up on more medicine. Being scratched by monsters was indeed a tricky situation. Before Jiang Yi could send a message, the other side sent another one. Orange, Big Shot, I'm sorry. I don't have any supplies right now. I can't pay you back, but, Big Shot, please believe me. All the supplies I get in the next few days, I will give them all to you. Seeing the content of the message, Jiang Yi replied bluntly. And then starve or die of thirst yourself. So I have to save you again. Player Orange crying, thinking of how the little girl had even given away half a piece of juju paste. Jiang Yi felt both amused and helpless. He guessed that must have been the last bit of food the little girl had on her. Melancholy little fry. Wait until you have your basic supplies secured before you give me anything. I don't need that little bit you have. As he said this, Jiang Yi sent Player Orange half a bottle of mineral water and a small portion of honey from the Brown Bear store manager, which he had portioned out into the water bottle. He only had 1 pack of rye bread and 1 pack of strange flavored broad beans left, so he couldn't give those to the young girl. Saving someone was one thing, but this was already an exception to his rules. A white light appeared once again when she saw the mineral water and the fragrant honey descending from the sky. Yu Cheng, that is. Player Orange almost wanted to shout out to the big shot. How could there be such a kind big shot in this world? Yu Cheng wept silently in her heart. She had thought she was seeing things earlier, when they were chatting. She had been so dizzy and delirious that she hadn't clearly seen the big shot's ID. After she recovered, Yu Cheng almost thought she was dreaming. This was the big shot who got the server's first kill. This was absolutely not someone a small fry like her could ever hope to be associated with. As she secretly swore in her heart that she would definitely find supplies to repay the big shot in the future, Yu Cheng couldn't help but ask Player Orange, "Big shot, may I ask, why did you help me?" After sending the message, Yu Cheng felt she might have offended the big shot, so she quickly added, "Big shot, I'm just asking. If you don't want to answer, just ignore me." Yu Cheng felt a bit anxious. Other players had previously said they could save her, but their conditions were always those that were too unsightly to mention. Yu Cheng intuitively felt that the person on the other end wouldn't do that. For one, the other party had no need to, and for another, the small detail of him unscrewing the bottle cap yesterday proved that the big shot was a warm and thoughtful person who was quite different from the others. But it was better to ask clearly, otherwise she wouldn't know how to repay the big shot. After finishing 2 sets of push-ups, Jiang Yi began to stretch. Seeing the message, he replied casually, "Your words yesterday reminded me of someone quite important to me. My words yesterday." Yu Cheng thought for a moment. All that remained in her mind was the sound of herself muddledly calling for her mother. She hadn't been conscious at the time, and she had called out for quite a long time. It must have all been sent over via voice message. Could it be that the big shot also had a daughter? No wonder the big shot was so attentive. The way he spoke was also very similar to her mother, although she would sometimes say she was careless. She always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Essentially, she was warm and delicate. Jiang Yi flexed his wrists and continued typing. "Don't be so kind. The kindness you think you have will only become a laughingstock to others." He paused. Then Jiang Yi continued to send. "Also, avoidance cannot solve problems. Only when you become strong yourself can you find your family." After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yi patiently sent a smiling emoji. This time, it wasn't a slip of the hand. "Do you understand?" After carefully reading these messages 3 times, Yu Cheng said with teary eyes, "Orange, okay orange." Emoji of a little bear throwing itself into its mother's arms. Looking at the emoji in the chat box, Jiang Yi simply thought that girls indeed preferred using these cute emojis. And he didn't think much else of it. A red sun emerged from the east. The massive, writhing red light, set against the backdrop of the white fog, illuminated the winding road ahead. Within the silhouettes of the city hidden in the white mist, it seemed as if indescribable creatures were watching the only tiny survivor on the road. Dawn was coming to an end. The 3rd day of survival was about to begin. Chapter 16. Your monster is attacking your food 5 minutes past 6. Dear players, good morning. The familiar voice rang out. Jiang Yi leaned against the forklift and thought silently. I reckon that after playing this game for a while, no one will ever be able to sleep in again. This godforsaken system always announces messages at exactly 5 minutes past 6. Although the messages would be pinned to the top of the light screen later. If you wanted to receive the information immediately, you still had to get up early. Oh my, is someone complaining that the system, am waking you up too early? Hearing this, Jiang Yi subconsciously pulled his feet back. It wasn't him, he definitely wasn't. I'm only doing this to get you on the road earlier, you know, think. Alright, after the morning greeting, let's start our 3rd day of survival. I believe that over the past 2 days, Everyone has established a full and close connection with their vehicles, and everyone should have deeply realized the importance of supplies. Therefore, generous as I am, starting today, I will no longer set a limit on treasure chests. Everyone can open as many as you like and harvest the supplies you want. Additionally, good news, the fog will move faster today. It will increase to 10 kilometers per hour, you know. The little ones miss you very much till good luck. It was the same familiar, sarcastic tone. The speed of the fog's erosion has become 10 kilometers per hour. Jiang Yi muttered to himself. This is gradually moving away from the novice adaptation period and increasing the difficulty. If the speed keeps increasing, and if this game isn't trying to kill them outright, shouldn't the speed of the vehicles also be able to increase accordingly? Otherwise, there would eventually come a day when the speed of the fog would exceed the speed of the vehicles. After analyzing it in his mind, Jiang Yi looked at the top right corner. Current distance to fog erosion, 260 kilometers. Note, a kind reader in the comments section pointed out that there might be an unclear expression here. I have changed the wording. Thank you. Distance traveled today, 0 kilometers. The fog had advanced another 40 kilometers last night, and by tonight, that number would become 80 kilometers. The number had directly doubled. This was the game gradually weeding out the players with slow speeds. Jiang Yi's expression grew slightly stern. He took a deep breath and started the forklift. After driving for about 2 hours, Jiang Yi felt his stomach aching slightly, so he stopped. He was getting hungry faster than before. Jiang Yi thought to himself that this was a good thing in one respect, as it indicated that his physique had improved significantly in just 2 days, but at the same time, his food consumption was also increasing rapidly. Hopefully, he could find more supplies today. Jiang Yi took his electric cooking pot out of his backpack. There were 2 portions of hand-pulled noodles inside. He took 1 portion out, thought for a moment, and then set aside another half portion. He then poured in some mineral water and began to boil the noodles. To be honest, this stuff really didn't taste good without any seasonings. It was bland and tasteless. But compared to most people, this was already a rather luxurious breakfast. After all, it used actual food ingredients and even water. Eating noodles with a spatula was a bit awkward. When he was transported into the game, damn it. The only thing in the small pot was a silicone non-stick spatula. Now, it was purely an exercise for his arm strength. He was truly hungry. The light screen before his eyes flickered, and Jiang Yi saw a private message. Window that won't close. Good morning, Big Boss. Flying kiss. I found some batteries. Big Boss, do you need them? The spatula in Jiang Yi's hand paused, and he typed, melancholy little fry, I do. What do you need? Jiang Yi automatically ignored the flying kiss emoji, thinking to himself that it was impressive to have batteries again so soon. This window that won't close really had good luck. After a few seconds, the other side replied, Big Boss, do you have any snacks left? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Snacks, window that won't close, yeah, pitiful. The survival pack I brought only has compressed biscuits and some tasteless dried meat. My mouth is getting so bland I could die. Jiang Yi only saw the first few words of this sentence before it was retracted. On the other side, window that won't close sitting in the truck seat suddenly bolted upright, wiping cold sweat from his blonde forehead. How could he say something like that to a goddess? After retracting the message, he hurriedly sent another. These things are too hard to eat. I really can't stomach them. Having switched to a normal explanation, window that won't close finally lay back down. Jiang Yi didn't find anything unusual. Fine. I'll trade you some honey. Window that won't close, honey. As expected of a big boss. You actually have such good stuff. Melancholy little fry. 1 jar of honey for 3 batteries plus the dried meat you mentioned, 1 piece. On the other side, window that won't close hissed inwardly. That was a bit expensive. 3 batteries plus 1 piece of dried meat was considered quite a generous amount of supplies. But surely a big boss wouldn't need to take advantage of him for such a small amount. Judging by yesterday's trade, the big boss didn't seem like that kind of person. Thinking of this, window that won't close sent, all right. The supplies were still sent in the form of a gift. One had to admit, this guy really knew how to handle social interactions. After Jiang Yi received the supplies, he sent the honey over. Upon seeing the honey inside the white light, Window that won't close was dumbfounded. Such a big jar. Jiang Yi didn't have the habit of taking advantage of others. The primary condition for the brown bear shopkeeper's honey jar was that its claws had to be able to reach inside. This determined the astonishing size of the honey jar. The entry fee alone was 3 vehicle coins. And the cost to purchase a single jar was also 3 vehicle coins. Most people probably hadn't even obtained any vehicle coins yet. And on top of that, purchasing this item required a certain probability. You first had to refresh the brown bear shopkeeper's health pavilion. Viewed in this light, the value of the honey was self-evident. On his end, Window that won't close opened the honey jar with curiosity and took a spoonful. The moment he put it in his mouth, Window that won't close's eyes widened. Good heavens! This was the best tasting honey he had ever eaten in all these years. Window that won't close took a few more spoonfuls. After these few scoops, the honey in the jar didn't even look like it had been touched. Good heavens! As expected of the big boss's supplies, Window that won't close muttered to himself. After resting for a while, Jiang Yi continued driving. Soon, the battery indicator showed the power was depleted. Jiang Yi replaced it with a new battery and continued driving. Jiang Yi pushed his fatigue level to 60 again. After driving for another hour, just as he was planning to rest, a treasure chest suddenly appeared on the road to his left. The light from the treasure chest was very faint. Jiang Yi had almost missed it. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he drove the forklift straight over it, with the refined rebar fork in his hand held horizontally in front. Jiang Yi thought while driving that while the steel fork was useful, it wasn't very convenient for turning at times. He needed to pair it with a melee weapon, ideally a dagger or a gun or something, the former, within 3 meters, steady, accurate, and ruthless. As for the latter, within or beyond 3 meters, fast and accurate. Just as he was thinking, the wooden treasure chest had already been poked open by the forklift, but no monster ran out. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. Looking down from the vehicle, he saw a tiny, chestnut-colored mouse inside the chest, gnawing on a slice of toast. What the hell? The monster in the treasure chest is eating the supplies inside the chest. Is there anyone in charge of this? Jiang Yi's brows shot up, and he skewered the mouse to death with one thrust. Jiang Yi was about to be driven mad by this infuriating game. Chapter 17. Hey, do you want an anvil? In the time that followed, Jiang Yi encountered several more wooden treasure chests, but there wasn't much good stuff in them. The only useful items he managed to get were 3 screws and 1 adapter, which were materials needed to craft a water condenser. As for the monsters, other than a squirrel that knew how to box, which was a bit troublesome, the others were manageable. Jiang Yi checked the materials needed for the water condenser. 5L glass container *1 0/1, hose to 0 halves, screws *5 6/5, adapter for 1/4. He had already collected some of the materials, but he still had no clue about the crafting bench required for the water condenser. Jiang Yi drove forward and finally broke through the lock limit of the title bold and meticulous stubborn donkey, with his fatigue level reaching 75. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and decided to park the vehicle to rest. Taking out a bottle of mineral water, Jiang Yi opened the chat channel. Checking the private message window first. Player Orange, Big Brother. I've opened 2 wooden treasure chests. Jiang Yi saw the message but did not reply immediately. Honestly, he didn't want to establish any particularly close connections. This was a survival game. After all, in the end, everything would become very realistic. And the most important thing would always be transactional interests. Like how he had used his own supplies to save someone for free before. Having that happen once was enough, Jiang Yi thought to himself. Having only opened 2 wooden treasure chests by now, this little girl's luck was truly terrible. Jiang Yi didn't intend to reply, but another message came through, and a white light appeared above him as a gift was transmitted over. Player Orange. Big Brother, take a look and see if you can use this. Jiang Yi didn't hold much expectation as he looked at the transmitted supplies. The moment his consciousness covered them, a heavy, iron object dropped down with a loud *thud*, crashing directly onto the road surface. Jiang Yi was startled, judging by the sound. This thing weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds. Jiang Yi frowned slightly and checked the item's description. Great anvil enchant, repair, and rename this as a great anvil. Note, for any specific object. Enchant can only be used once. By the way, the Great Anvil requires an embedded slot. Without one, the soul of the block will be greatly displeased. Did Steve log in from a different location? Jiang Yi squatted on the ground, carefully examining the attributes of this thing while muttering to himself. He wasn't familiar with this item at all. He never expected to see something like this in a survival game. However, the Great Anvil requires an embedded slot. What does that mean? Jiang Yi rubbed his chin. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yi suddenly turned around and looked at the carriage of his vehicle, which had already been modified into a quality inspection station. A bold idea began to brew. Jiang Yi first organized his inventory. After freeing up a slot, he placed the anvil inside, then climbed into the carriage and released the anvil. As soon as the anvil was released, Jiang Yi saw his quality inspection station light up. Immediately, an embedded square appeared in the bottom right corner. Embedded slot vacant 0/1. Embed Great Anvil. A description and a choice popped up. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, but he felt a moment of hesitation. He didn't know if this embedded slot could be removed once the item was inserted. If it were a one-time thing, he would have to be cautious. After all, the system's description of the anvil was a bit vague, and even now, Jiang Yi couldn't accurately determine the anvil's true use. He was conflicted. At this moment, the system's voice rang out, friendly reminder. Players can obtain supplies or props to the system. The system will definitely offer a reasonable price. This anvil is a bit old, and the surface has peeled to a certain extent. How about this? The system can recycle this old anvil for 300 vehicle coins. Player Melancholy Little Fries. What do you think? Jiang Yi didn't speak. He crossed his arms, seemingly deep in thought, as if he were genuinely considering selling the anvil. The system was slightly delighted and pressed on. In 10 seconds, we will provide you with a premium sales service. 10-9. Jiang Yi still didn't react, seemingly having defaulted to the trade. If it weren't for the fear of Jiang Yi discovering something abnormal, the system would have almost laughed out loud. If it could bring this thing back, its points would definitely increase by a huge margin. It would surely gain an advantage in the evaluations against other districts. 7, 6, 5. In the virtual space, the system rubbed its little hands in anticipation. Fly rubbing hands. Omega 2. Jiang Yi selected embed. The system grabbed its own head with both hands, nearly going crazy. It was just 1 second away. The system hurriedly spoke, its voice stuttering due to the panic. Player Melancholy Little Fries, did you choose wrong? It's okay. The system can modify it for you. The system tried its best to appear exceptionally patient and considerate. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi didn't buy it at all. I didn't choose wrong. Jiang Yi mimicked the system's tone, speaking in an extremely pleasant manner. Then just now, you were acting like you were thinking and hesitating. The system spoke subconsciously. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes and smiled. I was just spacing out. The system was stunned, completely frozen in place. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up, making no effort to hide his good mood. This time, he had profited. Originally, he wasn't sure of the anvil's value, but based on the system's reaction, he knew this thing was absolutely extraordinary. White light flickered, and the massive anvil began to merge with the quality inspection station. Fusion progress. 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Amidst the system's despair and incredulous little gaze, 4 large characters appeared on the light screen. Fusion complete. A new prompt emerged. Great Anvil requests a conversation. Do you wish to connect? This thing can even talk. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and clicked yes. Connecting to conversation. Chapter 18 Enchantment. Inside the quality inspection vehicle, Jiang Yi stared unblinkingly at the anvil on the inspection station. This was the thing that had just requested to talk to him through the light screen. On the screen, a new message popped up. A query from the Great Anvil. Brother, is this how you maintain your equipment? This is truly my god. This is the most boring, most hollow piece of equipment I have ever seen. Jiang Yi stared at the screen for 2 seconds before pointing a finger at himself. Feeling somewhat uncertain, me. Is brother referring to me? And the maintained equipment? Is this referring to the vehicle? Jiang Yi glanced at the forklift, which looked travel-worn after nearly 3 days on the road. Because the windows were left open, A great deal of dust had blown into the cabin, and because of the miscellaneous items he had piled up, the cabin looked just like a junk shop. To call it a junk shop was perhaps a bit of a compliment. From a distance, it was no different from a pile of trash. Jiang Yi scratched his head and said uncertainly, "So, my apologies." Jiang Yi felt it was somewhat absurd. He didn't know why he felt the need to apologize to an anvil. "No worries, brother. Let me help you out. I can't wait to make this dull place interesting." As it spoke, an emoji of a flexed bicep popped up on the light screen. It was hard to imagine an anvil having arms. The great anvil, "Hey brother. Let's not waste time on boring things like repairs or renaming. Let's try enchanting right away, brother. I promise. You're going to love this feeling." With that, an option popped up. "Do you wish to select enchanting?" Along with an attached note, "Please note, once a vehicle is enchanted, the effect cannot be removed." In other words, the nature of the vehicle will change completely. Please make your choice carefully. Looking at the prompt on the light screen, Jiang Yi hesitated once again. After this initial contact, Jiang Yi was almost certain that this item, the anvil, was definitely a divine artifact. One reason was the system's reaction, and another was the anvil's rich, autonomous consciousness. An item possessing autonomous consciousness, it was no wonder the system was willing to offer 300 vehicle coins to recycle it. Jiang Yi even suspected that there was definitely still profit to be made within that 300 vehicle coin price tag. Otherwise, the system wouldn't be so proactive. However, when it came to actually using it, Jiang Yi hesitated again. There was too little preliminary information. He didn't even know what enchanting specifically referred to in this game. Moreover, according to the description, there was only one chance to use enchanting. Once this thing was used, it was gone. At this moment, the system had also recovered from its previous frustration and anger. Quietly watching Jiang Yi again, curious about the next decision he would make, the system couldn't help but think, poor human. Hesitating again at a time like this. The unknown is the greatest source of human fear, and to make a decision in a state of complete uncertainty is something most people cannot do. If Jiang Yi were to ask it what enchanting was at this moment, it would also count down from 10, and then, just like Jiang Yi, tell him at the very last second. This is game classified information. You do not have the clearance to know. It also wanted to let this human experience what it felt like to have hope dashed. It had a nice thought, but unfortunately, Jiang Yi was the person least afraid of making decisions in an unknown state. Gamblers might have some rationality before making a decision, but in the end, they usually choose to go all in. And so, after struggling for a few seconds, the system watched helplessly as Jiang Yi calmly chose yes. System, calm your ass. What do you even know? And yet you choose. Buzz. A piercing electrical sound rang out in Jiang Yi's mind. Jiang Yi touched his ear and casually asked out of concern, "System, did you blow a fuse?" System, damn it. If it ever tries to guess this human's thoughts again, it's a dog. After Jiang Yi chose yes, the anvil became completely excited. "Wow, brother, I really like you. Not interested, thanks." Jiang Yi didn't even blink, saying it righteously. He was the type to actually take things literally. This was the most painful lesson taught to him by that group of fans back then. The great anvil, brother, you're really interesting. The light screen flickered constantly, as if the anvil's soul was laughing. "All right, let's not waste time. Let's get to work, for heaven's sake. Let's look forward to how charming this dilapidated device will become after enchanting." Inside the anvil, brilliant sparks began to burst forth above the milky white light, as if an invisible soul were forging, heating, and making the initial preparations for processing. The milky white light first arrived at the position of the inspection table. The length of the inspection table became longer, the width became wider, and it even extended an angled corner. The spot where the anvil itself was embedded now overlapped with the position of the new corner. Originally, Jiang Yi had been worried that after embedding the anvil, he wouldn't have a place to sleep. This way, he didn't have to worry about the bed issue anymore. After the inspection table changed, it was the cabin's turn. A square hole, 1 meter wide, was opened in the roof of the cabin. The next second, a new dialogue appeared on the light screen. "Don't you even have a wooden board?" Looking at the question mark on the screen that was purely out of curiosity, Jiang Yi felt embarrassed for the first time. He really didn't have one. Fortunately, this anvil brother seemed to have a rather broad-minded personality and didn't care too much about such things. Forget it, brother. There will be a good start. You're an interesting person. By the way, brother, can you jump to meters high? Jiang Yi suspected he was hallucinating. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. But brother, you look very thin. You should still exercise more. That guy I was in contact with before. That's a man's physique. The system thought Jiang Yi was a lunatic. But now, Jiang Yi felt like he had encountered a real lunatic. Otherwise, why couldn't he understand a word this guy was saying? After the anvil finished laughing, suddenly, Jiang Yi saw the anvil's volume seem to shrink by a circle. At the same time, you have received a gift from the great anvil. Iron plate *10, iron block *5. Screw *1 to a prompt sounded. And before the items could even fall into Jiang Yi's hands, they were enveloped in a milky white glow and flew upward. Then, Jiang Yi could feel a rumbling sound of hammering coming from the exterior of the vehicle cabin. His heart skipped a beat. Jiang Yi jumped down from the cabin and looked up at the roof of the vehicle against the sunlight. A second-story cabin had been extended from it. There were even some materials reinforced onto the first-story cabin. The iron block moved to the driver's seat in the front, and Jiang Yi hurried over. Seeing the refined rebar fork on Jiang Yi's driver's seat, the milky white glow excitedly popped up new information on the light screen. Brother, this is good stuff. Jiang Yi was startled and hurriedly said, "This won't do." This was one of his few weapons. It couldn't be used to repair things. Don't worry. I won't use it all, trust me, brother. Jiang Yi was full of question marks. But since the enchantment had already been clicked, there was no room for regret. He could only hand over the steel fork with half belief. After a dull thud, the refined rebar fork actually snapped. Jiang Yi suspected he had seen wrong. This was rebar. For heaven's sake, can enchantment just ignore physics? Is the effect this overbearing? The rebar fork was broken, but only a small part of it. The original rebar fork was very long and not light in weight, making it awkward to use. But now, with the length shortened, the remaining part was about 1.2 or 1.3 meters long, similar to a long sword or a long saber. Taking the broken and modified steel fork from the milky white glow, Jiang Yi swung it casually. He had to admit, the handling was much more comfortable. As for the remaining materials, the anvil used them on the cargo forks in the front. The length of the cargo forks extended outward by 20 or 30 centimeters. At the same time, they also became denser and sturdier, truly quite excellent material. The anvil was completely immersed in it. Now, only the most important step remains. The milky white glow flew back into the quality inspection cabin. As this sentence appeared on the light screen, Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly followed it inside. Chapter 19, Level to Vehicle. The milky white glow circled inside the quality inspection cabin. And amidst Jiang Yi's slightly palpitating mood, it suddenly said, "It's a terrible place here." As it doesn't see the sun. Jiang Yi, he really couldn't understand why a lump of an anvil would need sunlight. After thinking for 2 seconds, the anvil darted out again. Jiang Yi froze for a second, but still followed. The anvil returned to the driver's seat position, and then, under Jiang Yi's gaze, the milky white glow continuously compressed, turning into a small cube, which then embedded itself into the steering wheel. A pale blue square appeared in the center of the steering wheel. At the same time, Jiang Yi's forklift began to speak. "Buddy, you have to say, this is pretty good." A deep, resonant voice came out, and Jiang Yi subconsciously looked up at the sky and down at the ground. "Ha ha ha ha, buddy, this isn't the voice of God, it's me, the great anvil. I have merged with this piece of junk, this forklift." Jiang Yi nearly blacked out. Good grief. So that's what enchantment means. While Jiang Yi was doubting his life, new information popped up on the light screen. Your vehicle forklift has been upgraded to a level to vehicle. Do you wish to make a server-wide announcement? Level to vehicle. Jiang Yi glanced at the extended second-story cabin, the tougher body, and the extended cargo forks. Suddenly, he felt that his forklift being able to talk wasn't so hard to accept after all. However, Jiang Yi slowly calmed down from his initial bewilderment. As for whether to make a server-wide announcement, he wasn't particularly keen on it. Showing off in front of others is certainly satisfying, but not all players are normal people. After he got the first kill, there were quite a few people with abnormal brains who planned to freeload off him. If he announced it again, there might be many more clowns asking him to share information or supplies. While Jiang Yi hesitated, the game's voice sounded again. Triggering a server-wide announcement can earn corresponding rewards. If the player chooses not to announce, this trigger will be invalid. The system will automatically make a random choice after 10 seconds. Countdown:9, 8. Upon hearing about the rewards, the expression on Jiang Yi's face turned serious. Being timid while playing a game is not my habit. Jiang Yi chose system. What happened to being cautious and careful? The system rolled its eyes at Jiang Yi internally. Jiang Yi had no idea the system was rolling its eyes at him. And even if he did, he wouldn't care about the system's feelings. After making his choice, a smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Well, although there might be disgusting people, as for the rewards, that's a different story. And so, 3 seconds later, in front of all the players who were driving or resting, a huge firework exploded. And then, those large characters popped right into the players' faces. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Melancholy Little French Fry from Dragon Country, District 189, Subdistrict 99, for becoming the first player in the entire server to own a level to vehicle. Let us shout that phrase out loud. If you can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven. If you're bad, just practice more. Many people were so angry that their teeth itched when they saw the last sentence. 3 days of traveling had left many looking like savages. They were underfed, poorly clothed, and now they had to be mocked by this crappy game. Besides anger, of course, there was more shock. Player, I was once a youth, damn. It's the big shot again. Isn't this only the 3rd day of the game? Why is there already a level to vehicle, as expected? A big shot is a big shot. They simply cannot be judged by common sense. Player 8 to 7, awesome. The second server-wide announcement was also taken by our Dragon Country, District 189, Subdistrict 99. We've saved face, brothers. Sitting in the vehicle, Yu Chang, who was just taking a break and drinking some water, nearly choked to death when the announcement popped up. When he focused his eyes and saw the familiar ID Melancholy Little Fries on the notification, he hadn't even processed it yet, but the corners of his mouth were already curling upward. Great, as expected of Mama Little Fries. Although he wasn't entirely certain of the big shot's identity, that didn't stop Yu Chang from already calling the big shot Fries in his heart. Yu Chang felt delighted and, without overthinking it, sent a private message directly. Player Orange, congratulations, big shot. Wow, the first level to vehicle in the entire server. After sending it, Yu Chang didn't expect a reply and was just about to go back to his business. But to his surprise, the big shot replied instantly, thanks. The item you gave played a huge role. Jiang Yi didn't intend to hide it, since it had already been used. There was no need to worry about it anymore. This trade could be considered him taking advantage. Jiang Yi continued typing. Player Melancholy Little Fries, you don't need to return the previous supplies. The value of this one is already enough. Player Orange, how can that be? That was a life-saving favor. How could it be the same? I won't be asking for the supplies back or anything. I didn't even know how to use that big thing, and I had no use for it. The fact that you could use it to upgrade your vehicle shows that the item was meant for you. I will properly repay you. Big shot, it's just. As Yu Chang typed, he glanced at the empty passenger seat, his face blushing with embarrassment. It's just that I need a little time. Seeing the message, Jiang Yi thought to himself, this girl usually has a bit of a streak of bad luck. Jiang Yi didn't say much else. Player Melancholy Little Fries, if you have any needs, you can look for me. The item Orange gave not only allowed his own item to become a level to vehicle but also indirectly helped him trigger a server-wide announcement, allowing him to reap another wave of rewards. Giving out some supplies appropriately was no big deal. Jiang Yi always felt that this girl's luck was hit or miss, sometimes brilliant and sometimes disastrous. He would just treat it as a long-term investment. After sending the message, Jiang Yi took a brief look at the messages in the announcement channel. There were envious and astonished comments, and naturally, there were plenty of idiotic ones as well. Player born to be king, another server-wide announcement. Melancholy little fries, brother. You must have obtained some item or hint, right? We are all in the same faction, and the same district. There's no need to keep the wealth to yourself, is there? Are you really going to be that selfish? Player Sunflower raises hand weakly. Yeah, the big shot is very powerful, but really, it seems you haven't really spoken in the group chat. Big shot, say something. Or let us see what a level 2 vehicle looks like. I've never seen one before. Player Great Love Without Borders. No need to beg a guy like this. You can tell just by thinking about it. This kind of person just likes to hoard XP and achievements for themselves. A refined egoist of this era. Long gone is the selfless spirit of the previous generation. I roll, I roll, I roll. Player 07-1. The person above is so bold. TSK, I wouldn't dare. I'll just give a like. After glancing at the messages, Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly, too lazy to reply. Sending messages to people like this was simply a waste of his life. He should just see what the rewards for the server-wide announcement were first. After Jiang Yi clicked to claim the rewards, 3 white lights appeared in the upper right. 2 of them seemed to be items, and inside the other one was a golden treasure chest. This time, Jiang Yi had learned his lesson and made a big move to step back. After the golden treasure chest appeared, it fell directly to the floor. If Jiang Yi had still been standing in the same spot, he probably would have triggered the chest to open just by touching it. The monsters in a golden treasure chest were obviously stronger than those in ordinary chests. Although this was a system reward and, based on previous experience, the system should weaken the strength of the monsters, Jiang Yi didn't dare to gamble on those odds. After the treasure chest fell, Jiang Yi didn't look at it first, but instead looked at the other 2 items. The system prompt sounded, you have obtained. Golden treasure chest *1 you have obtained. Vehicle upgrade fragment *5 description. Vehicle upgrade fragments are one of the important items for vehicle upgrades. Upgrading your vehicle is the only way to survive in this survival game. You have obtained initiative card *1 description. Only players who lead all other players have a certain chance to unlock pioneer items. The initiative card, as the name suggests, allows you to experience a natural disaster, dungeon, or other survival activity ahead of all other players. During the activity, the player's life or death will not count toward their real life or death, meaning you possess a second life to fully explore the activity's content. I believe that a player capable of obtaining this item should already understand the benefits of being ahead of other players. Right, then walk in front of everyone. Continue to obtain benefits that others cannot, and enjoy everyone's envy, praise, agreement, and a jealousy. Chapter 20, Parallel Highway. Vehicle upgrade fragments and an initiative card. Jiang Yi looked at the black fragments and the card emitting a deep blue glow in his hands. After expanding the description of the former, upgrading a level 2 vehicle to a level 3 vehicle requires vehicle upgrade fragments 5/100ths, wooden planks 0/20ths, steel plates 0/30ths, screws 6/50ths, glass 0/10ths, refined wheels 0/6ths. The required materials were mostly missing. It seemed he wouldn't need to think about upgrading from level 2 to level 3 for a while. As for the latter, the so-called initiative card, Jiang Yi's expression was not one of wild joy. He knew the treacherous nature of this system. If used well, the initiative card is an advantage. If used poorly, it's a death warrant. Even if there is a virtual second life, so what? Experiencing natural disasters or dungeons in advance, although there is no need to worry about losing one's life. The supplies consumed during that time are real, aren't they? Just imagine, if you experience a bitter cold or scorching heat before everyone else, how many more supplies would you have to consume? And if you exhaust your supplies during the activity, then you'll be on a dead-end road once you come out. Furthermore, when numerous players are together, they can discuss things among themselves, each with their own perspective, exchange supplies, and at the very least, share the risks. But if one enters alone, they are essentially pitting their own strength against the game's mechanics without any prior information. It can be said that the difficulty levels of the 2 scenarios are not even in the same league. Moreover, Jiang Yi always felt that this so-called survival activity was not as simple as he had imagined. The game is full of malice toward the players. This was something Jiang Yi had been certain of from the very beginning. Therefore, Upon obtaining the so-called initiative card, Jiang Yi did not feel overly excited. Aside from his initial surprise and a slight thrill, a sense of wariness began to rise within him. With a calm gaze, Jiang Yi tucked the initiative card into his pocket. The initiative card was indeed an opportunity, but it would be better to consider using it only when he was stronger and his supplies were more abundant. Seeing Jiang Yi's actions, the system was somewhat surprised. This was not the first time the initiative card item had appeared. Few people could resist the chance to have an extra life to clear dungeons and survive natural disasters. Most people would lose their heads and dive straight into the dungeons and the game. Jiang Yi, however, seemed increasingly different from the reckless behavior he had initially displayed. In the remaining time, Jiang Yi started the forklift again and drove forward. After opening a few more wooden and bronze treasure chests along the way, night fell. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yi was shirtless and drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration rolling down the bridge of his nose. With a flick of his hands, he flopped down onto the ground, lying flat on his back. Jiang Yi's dark eyes looked upward at the star-filled night sky. As the summer breeze brushed past, Jiang Yi squinted his eyes in contentment. After obtaining the golden treasure chests, the vehicle upgrade fragment, and the initiative card, Jiang Yi had kept driving. Even after hitting the fatigue limit of 60 and driving for another 3 hours, he still felt it wasn't enough. He used a small jar of honey essential oil on his body to eliminate the fatigue, then continued driving for another 2 hours before finally stopping to rest once his fatigue reached its limit again. However, he didn't rest for long. After relaxing his body slightly, Jiang Yi began his routine workout. Although the game had only started 3 days ago, Jiang Yi already felt the importance of physical strength. On one hand, it was to kill the monsters inside the treasure chests. On the other hand, driving also required stamina. He had only closed his eyes for a brief moment when he nearly drifted off to sleep. Fortunately, hey, brother, you don't intend to just sleep on the ground like that, do you? That's very cool, but I think it's a bit dangerous, you know. The last guy who did that was someone named Steve. He was a bit like you, but blockier. He fell asleep in the grass. And when he woke up, guess what? He was surrounded by zombies, the green kind, perhaps because it had merged with the forklift. The anvil's voice sounded much like an engine, extremely coarse and grating. It jolted Jiang Yi wide awake. Jiang Yi snapped his eyes open, and after a few seconds, he parted his lips and almost fell asleep. Jiang Yi rubbed his eyes, sat up, and looked toward the driver's seat. The block embedded in the steering wheel flickered, as if it had winked at him. Jiang Yi blinked back, and after a few seconds, he moved his lips. Thanks. The anvil was reminding him. Falling asleep like that in the middle of the night was dangerous. Hearing Jiang Yi's words, the anvil didn't say anything, but it glowed a bit brighter. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up unconsciously. Well, having this thing around wasn't bad. It was like installing a smart assistant in his car. Jiang Yi pushed himself up from the ground, took an electric pot and the remaining half portion of hand-pulled noodles from his inventory, plugged the cord into the battery, and began to boil the noodles amidst the swirling steam. Just as Jiang Yi intended to lurk in the chat to see what everyone was talking about, he suddenly felt the fog on the side of the road begin to flow like water. The flowing fog caused the road in the dark night to brighten up. Jiang Yi took a sharp look and saw that to the right of the road he was on, another road had appeared out of thin air, and on that other road, a massive dark blue behemoth came into view. The massive dark blue body reflected the light of the white fog, and Jiang Yi's heart sank. Chapter 21, Unlucky, and Lucky, and Lucky, a parallel road, other players, and the blue heavy-duty truck known as one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Unlucky, and Lucky, and Lucky, on the other road. The player driving the blue heavy-duty truck was clearly startled by the sudden appearance of the parallel road as well. In their panic, they must have jerked the steering wheel, causing the tires to swerve. They narrowly avoided crashing into the white fog, finally stabilizing the vehicle after scraping sparks across the road's surface. The roads were converging ahead, and the two vehicles were getting closer and closer. Jiang Yi kept telling himself to stay calm, but his palms wouldn't stop sweating. No one would be unafraid to see this guy on the open road. Compared to the blue heavy-duty truck, the forklift was no different from a baby carriage. Although he knew he shouldn't be thinking about anything else right now, Jiang Yi couldn't help but scream unlucky in his heart, damn it. To trigger a parallel road during the novice period, and to trigger such a massive beast at that. When it came to human nature, Jiang Yi didn't dare to gamble at all. It seemed he was truly going to have to gamble with his life this time. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yi's forehead. With a grim gaze, he pressed his left foot onto the accelerator, getting the stationary forklift moving again. It was just past 9 o'clock. Only when it reached 10 o'clock would the true night descend, and vehicles would be unable to move due to the rules. Jiang Yi didn't drive very fast. He didn't know the speed of the person behind him, so he simply kept his speed very slow. If that person had no ill intentions, that would be for the best. The two would mind their own business, and Jiang Yi would let that vehicle pass ahead. But if they had other ideas, then the situation would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Under Jiang Yi's gaze, the vehicle finally pulled parallel to the forklift. From a level perspective, the blue heavy-duty truck was nearly 2.5 times the height of the forklift. As it loomed over him, it felt almost suffocating. Jiang Yi's heart rate accelerated. His hand tightened around the 1.3-meter steel fork, and he mentally rehearsed his movements. When the distance between the two vehicles remained at about 5 meters, Jiang Yi noticed that the blue heavy-duty truck showed no signs of stopping. The front of the truck had already slightly passed the forklift, as if it were about to pull away. Jiang Yi did not let his guard down. He kept his eyes fixed on it, easing his foot off the accelerator slightly to slow down even further. To some extent, this could be considered a gesture of goodwill. However, honk, honk, too loud, blaring horn blasts rang out. At the same time, the driver's side window rolled down. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. As the truck window descended, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing dark green work clothes and possessing a gaunt face, appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. The man's face was weathered, his brows furrowed tightly. He looked down and saw a young man who looked like a college student sitting on the forklift. The young man's face was very fresh and inexperienced, though his gaze remained calm. College student. Across the high driver's seat, Jiang Yi heard the middle-aged man in the truck ask. Jiang Yi gave a soft grunt of acknowledgement. College students are good. Sigh. I didn't expect the first person I'd run into in this, whatever this game is, to be a college student. The man squeezed a smile onto his face. It was clear that he was someone who had been grinding through society for a long time and wasn't quite used to talking to someone like Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi also forced a smile. Hello. The middle-aged man rested his hand on the window frame, looked Jiang Yi over, and asked, Sigh. Kid, you got any cigarettes? I've run out. I don't smoke, and I haven't come across any supplies like that. Jiang Yi's tone sounded very sincere. That's true. Young people these days don't smoke. After saying that, the middle-aged man fell silent and turned back to drive, leaving the two in a somewhat awkward quiet. The heavy-duty truck's speed slowed down. This was a dangerous signal. Hey, if you don't smoke, then you've got food, right? In the dead of night, the middle-aged man's hoarse voice rang out. Instantly, the strings of tension in Jiang Yi's heart pulled taut, though nervous inside. Jiang Yi didn't show it on his face. He just gave a bitter smile and sighed. None left. I only have 2 bottles of water remaining. So you haven't really eaten anything either? Jiang Yi nodded. Double quotes. Yeah. Haven't eaten in over a day, because he had just finished exercising and hadn't had time to cook his noodles. Jiang Yi's complexion was indeed somewhat pale, making him look like he was starving. The middle-aged man nodded, but the window still didn't roll back up. Jiang Yi became increasingly wary. After the two vehicles traveled side by side for several dozen more seconds, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke again. Little brother, you're a college student. You must be very smart. I haven't eaten in a day. Since we're both out here, we should help each other out. If you really have food, just share a little with me. I won't thank you with empty words. I will definitely remember this favor. Little brother. It had come, just as expected. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and once again put on a helpless expression. I really don't have any food, uncle. How about I share a bottle of water with you? That's all I have to my name. All you have to your name. The middle-aged man repeated the words, looking at Jiang Yi with suspicion. Clearly, he didn't believe him. Jiang Yi didn't hide anything either. meeting the man's gaze openly to show he wasn't lying. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before the middle-aged man finally said, "Water will do, but you're young and have a strong body, and like us, give me both bottles. If there are any crates tomorrow, you can just open new ones, don't you think so?" The middle-aged man gave a simple, honest-looking smile, which even seemed somewhat affectionate. Jiang Yi clenched his fists. Damn it, this is a robbery. Jiang Yi wore a look of appropriate hesitation and anger. The middle-aged man wasn't surprised by this reaction at all, however. A flash of malice crossed his eyes as he turned the steering wheel to the left, moving even closer to the forklift. Seeing this, Jiang Yi hurriedly spoke up. "I'll give you the water." Hearing this, the middle-aged man revealed a smile. "Good, then thank you, little brother. Just toss it up through the window." The middle-aged man was extremely cautious. He had no intention of getting out of his vehicle to conduct the transaction. After Jiang Yi mentally greeted the man's ancestors for 18 generations, he had no choice but to take 2 bottles of mineral water from his inventory, his backpack. He specifically chose 1 open bottle and 1 unopened one, rather than 2 new ones, to avoid raising the man's suspicions. Jiang Yi took out the 2 bottles and, with a nervous expression, tossed them up. The middle-aged man reached out to catch them, beaming with joy. "Thanks, little brother." Jiang Yi managed a forced smile, perfectly portraying the image of a frustrated and naive college student. After taking the mineral water, the man in the work clothes rolled up his window, seemingly about to accelerate and leave. Jiang Yi let out a slight sigh of relief. He had thought it through clearly. He didn't yet have the capital to gamble against the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. If that thing rammed into him and flipped his forklift, he would be left without a vehicle. In this highway survival game, having no vehicle meant death. If one cannot bear small burdens, one will ruin great plans. The blue heavy-duty truck had just pulled half a car length ahead when, suddenly, it slowed down again. At the same time, the middle-aged man's window rolled down once more, and his voice, laced with a smirk, rang out as still though. "Little brother, I just remembered something. Even if you don't have food or water, your little forklift should have fuel, right? Oh my truck is a gas guzzler, and fuel isn't easy to find. TSK. The middle-aged man clicked his tongue. Chapter 22 Killing. When desire rises and remains unsatisfied, what breeds is malice? Seeing the smile on the middle-aged man's face, Jiang Yi's understanding of that statement became even more profound. At the same time, a certain bottom line in Jiang Yi's heart quietly shifted. The car window rolled down completely. Seeing the nervous and green Jiang Yi, the middle-aged man, who had previously been somewhat apprehensive, seemed to seize a certain sense of initiative, or rather, a power of life and death that placed him above others. For the first time, the middle-aged man's eyes, which had always been shrunken and fearful, looked down at someone else without a trace of dread, filled with undisguised greed. "Little brother, I'm telling you, my truck needs fuel." If this had been moments ago, Jiang Yi might have pretended to be sincere and said that his vehicle was electric and didn't use fuel. But now, Jiang Yi had no intention of doing so, because even if he did, it would be of no use. Once greed takes root, it is difficult to suppress. Even if his car didn't use fuel, this middle-aged man would likely demand his battery next. And after taking the battery, perhaps the next step would be his clothes. In short, it was futile. The demands would be endless. And there was only one way to put an end to all of this. As the middle-aged man's voice trailed off, Jiang Yi spoke blankly. "Fuel, that's right, fuel." The middle-aged man laughed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Give me the fuel from your car." He no longer felt the need to act. After all, this kid couldn't resist anyway. "But how can I do that?" Jiang Yi shouted. Yet the only response he received was the beast-like roar of the heavy-duty truck. The middle-aged man dropped the facade entirely and said, "Kid, do you want to try colliding with a heavy-duty truck?" Jiang Yi's face seemed to flush red with anger, though only Jiang Yi knew the true reason for that redness. He only knew that his heartbeat and adrenaline were surging more intensely than ever before. Enough with the nonsense. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly relaxed. He even picked at his ear, imitating the posture of the wealthy bosses he had seen in the past. With one hand resting on the window frame and the other turning the steering wheel, the hand resting on the window beckoned to Jiang Yi. as if he were teasing a puppy. "Hand over the fuel." Jiang Yi's eyes turned slightly red. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't have a container to hold the fuel." "You don't even have that," as expected, the useless college student, just as I thought. Survival still depends on real skills. What's the point of just reading books? As he spoke, the middle-aged man shook his head, looking even more at ease. "Stop the car," the middle-aged man roared, ordering Jiang Yi to stop, while simultaneously pulling a fuel canister from the passenger seat and hurling it directly at Jiang Yi's forehead. Jiang Yi let the object strike his head, appearing completely too terrified to dodge. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression became even more disdainful. "Fill it up. Then lift the canister up here. Don't try any tricks." "Though I doubt you'd dare," Jiang Yi nodded, his face showing fear. Taking the fuel canister in his hands, Jiang Yi turned around and pretended to fill it from the fuel tank under the driver's seat, which was, in reality, the location of the battery. After counting to 60 in his heart, Jiang Yi said, "It's done. HMM." The middle-aged man squeezed a grunt from his nose, turned his head, and reached out. The moment his gaze shifted, the middle-aged man saw a streak of dark light heading straight for his eyes. That tiny point of dark light kept gathering and dispersing in his vision, until finally, he felt something pierce through his brain, a sluggish, cold object. Then, the middle-aged man's mouth opened, but he couldn't make a sound. The object inserted into his brain twisted, his vision spun violently, and in the center, a light screen flickered. "You have been killed by player Melancholy Little Fry. Your path of survival ends here. Please rest in peace." The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply. Melancholy Little Fry, the player who achieved the first kill, the only player in the entire server to have his vehicle upgraded to level 2 within 3 days. How could it be him? How could it possibly be him, however? He no longer had the chance to think. With a squelch, Jiang Yi pulled the steel fork out of the man's slumped body, or more accurately, out of his pierced and mangled skull. Blood, brain matter, and unidentified red and brown fluid sprayed out, splattering onto the frame of the heavy-duty truck, the ground, and onto Jiang Yi's own face and body. Jiang Yi's rapidly pounding heart seemed to stop for a second, and then, his stomach churned hot. Jiang Yi's body went limp, sliding from the driver's seat as he collapsed onto the side of the road and began to retch. Even so, he did not let go of the steel fork. Subconsciously, he could only grip this tightly. Only this could give him a shred of support. Jiang Yi heaved a few times, but unfortunately, other than a bit of stomach acid, nothing came up. He hadn't eaten anything anyway. The moment from just before the ruptured eye sockets, the exploding eyeballs, the mangled muscles kept replaying in Jiang Yi's mind. Jiang Yi dry heaved for a long time, until his voice turned hoarse, before he finally managed to calm down slightly. With one thrust of the steel fork, piercing through the brain, he had just killed a person. Jiang Yi's expression was somewhat ferocious. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the beginning, back to the feeling of staring at the black mist like a black dragon of clouds behind him within the 10-meter radius of his vehicle. All the malice was constantly converging, until he himself became a part of that malice. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Jiang Yi's pupils kept contracting. This was a sign of extreme terror. The game was not a novel, and he was not the protagonist or a winner in life. 3 days ago, he was just a college student who kept the core socialist values in mind. Although he had already been battered by life, Jiang Yi had never forgotten his bottom line as a human being. However, now, that bottom line had blurred. Even though he knew this was an inevitable process, Jiang Yi let out one final dry heave and leaned against the forklift, slowly steadying himself. Jiang Yi's gaze slowly focused, and a line of information appeared in the center of the light screen. You have killed player Heaven. Rewards diligence. Please note, vehicles are unique. Player vehicles cannot be inherited. The inventory is a system-integrated storage slot. Upon killing a player, their inventory will disappear along with their bound identity. The core gameplay of the road survival game lies in surviving and driving. While the scenery along the way may be nice, don't get too distracted. Looking at the game prompt, Jiang Yi confirmed once again that he had truly killed someone. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi slowly stood up from where he was, He glanced at the steel fork in his hand. There were still bright red traces on it. Jiang Yi's body felt somewhat stiff. He placed the steel fork on the driver's seat and looked up at the blue heavy-duty truck beside him. Relying almost entirely on physical reflexes, he first jumped onto the forklift's driver's seat, then stepped onto the heavy truck's wheel, reached inside, and unlatched the truck door. During this process, the distance between the body of the middle-aged man who was now missing half his brain and Jiang Yi's body was no more than 10 centimeters. Occasionally, Jiang Yi could even feel a faint, warm sensation. Jiang Yi forced himself not to dwell on it. As the door opened, he pushed the middle-aged man's body out and climbed into the driver's seat himself. Since vehicles cannot be inherited, Jiang Yi wasn't planning to drive the blue heavy truck. He was simply looking for supplies. He searched the passenger side and, aside from his own 2 bottles of water from earlier, Jiang Yi found 2 bags of toast, 3 bottles of non-fu mineral water, and various miscellaneous parts. Clearly, this guy wasn't exactly poor, lacking water or food. Seeing this, Jiang Yi's previously anxious heart seemed to calm down a little. This person had harbored malicious intent from the start. That was all. Jiang Yi wasn't trying to make excuses for himself. He just felt better thinking this way. Transitioning from a decent, law-abiding citizen to this state required a process. After all, after finishing the search of the passenger side, Jiang Yi climbed out from the other side. Then, he opened the cargo compartment to check it. Unexpectedly, there was even a small table and chair set inside. Jiang Yi carried the small table and chair out and moved them into his own vehicle. After that, Jiang Yi looked at the corpse on the ground. Chapter 23, Awesome. After struggling internally for a few seconds, Jiang Yi crouched down and began to search the body of the player Tian Dao Shokan, starting from the head that was missing half its mass. The first thing Jiang Yi saw was a pendant. Jiang Yi pulled the pendant out. It was a flip-top necklace that could be opened with a snap. The oval metal piece popped open, and the smiling faces of a family of 3 appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. A taciturn middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman with a slightly out-of-shape figure, and the 2 of them snuggled up to a little girl in the middle. The girl looked very young. The 3 of them looked very happy. Jiang Yi was silent for 2 seconds, closed the necklace, and tucked it back inside the collar. From the jacket pocket, Jiang Yi pulled out half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. There was nothing in the pants pockets. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yi looked at the shoes. He remembered that many middle-aged men were in the habit of stuffing important items into their socks or shoes. And during his discomfort, he felt around and, sure enough, Jiang Yi touched something hard, like a card. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled the card out. You have obtained Good Luck Card *1 description. Within 24 hours of using the Good Luck Card, your luck will become excellent. You will gain benefits such as reduced difficulty of monsters inside treasure chests, more abundant supplies within chests, or an increased refresh rate for certain categories of items. Luck is a skill. May luck always be with you. Good stuff. The reason Jiang Yi hadn't opened the golden treasure chest yet was that he was worried the monster inside would exceed his current strength. With the Good Luck Card, he could minimize the difficulty and obtain more supplies. Jiang Yi quickly put the Good Luck Card away. Having finished searching for supplies, Jiang Yi thought for a moment, bent down, dragged the middle-aged man to the side of the road, and with a forceful swing, tossed him into the white fog. Perhaps, for a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, leaving a body exposed in the wilderness was still a taboo. It was better to let him rest in the unknown white fog. Jiang Yi sighed. Compared to just a moment ago, his mood had leveled out significantly. 5 minutes after dragging the man into the white fog, Jiang Yi saw the parallel road on the side gradually dissipating. The parallel road only lasted for half an hour. Only after the white fog had completely dispersed did Jiang Yi feel as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. Jiang Yi returned to the front driver's seat. The seat had been splattered with blood, and he still needed to clean it up. Taking out one of the bottles of mineral water from earlier, Jiang Yi washed away the bloodstains without a word. Well, besides blood, there was also brain matter. Hey brother, are you okay? At this moment, the anvil's voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Yi didn't look up, only gave a hum. The anvil seemed to sense Jiang Yi's heavy thoughts, so its voice softened slightly. Hey brother, you know, Sometimes, stupid villagers don't know. I mean, stupid humans are no different from zombies. When dealing with them, being a bit cruel is a normal and rational behavior. Jiang Yi listened quietly, then nodded. Humans were no different from zombies. Just as greedy. Of course, he was the same. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi actually smiled and hummed again. After washing away some of the liquid on the seat cushion, Jiang Yi looked at the steering wheel. The block also had some blood stuck to it. Jiang Yi used the jacket he had stripped from the middle-aged man to wipe the face of the block. "Brother, you're making me ticklish. Just endure it," Jiang Yi said calmly. "All right." After wiping the block clean, Jiang Yi tossed the jacket into the white fog as well. Once everything was cleaned up, Jiang Yi took out the electric pot from earlier and finished every last noodle inside. Although there were no seasonings, the scalding heat made Jiang Yi feel inexplicably at ease in this current setting. In the chat channel, all sorts of messages were still refreshing rapidly. Jiang Yi glanced at it. The player window that won't close was once again looking to buy gasoline. Jiang Yi clicked on the private chat channel, keeping his words brief and to the point. Player melancholy little fry gasoline. "Want to trade?" Window that won't close replied instantly. "Big boss." Window that won't close. "Trade, trade, trade." I thought Big Boss didn't want to talk to me anymore. Haha. Congratulations to Big Boss for being the first in the entire server to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle. As expected of a Big Boss. What does Big Boss want to trade for? Jiang Yi directly ignored the remark about not wanting to talk to him. This guy had indeed never missed a single good morning, good afternoon, or good night, and would even send photos of what he ate for every meal, acting exactly like a human sycophant. Jiang Yi had encountered this situation before. When he was a blogger, there were plenty of fans like this. So Jiang Yi chose to read and not reply with a clear conscience. Melancholy little fry batteries, or screws, glass, wooden planks, glass containers, hoses, materials like these. The more the better. Window that won't close. Alrighty. Then can I trade to batteries plus 5 steel plates? I just found them today. And I was originally planning to trade them with you, Big Boss. It's just that Big Boss wasn't replying to me. By the end of the sentence, the tone of window that won't close actually held a hint of resentment. Jiang Yi naturally didn't pick up on it, simply inputting quite coldly. On the other side, window that won't close pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved, but still efficiently sent the supplies over to the Big Boss using the gift transfer function. After receiving the 2 batteries and 5 steel plates, Jiang Yi sent over all the gasoline he had obtained from the middle-aged man. Consequently, when window that won't close received a full, large barrel of gasoline, he was completely stunned. Although he knew that trading with the Big Boss would definitely not be a loss, the Big Boss was being far too generous. Window that won't close. Big Boss, this must be at least 20 L of gasoline. Right, that's too much. Melancholy little fry, just keep the extra. Jiang Yi thought to himself. In a way, this was loot from killing and looting. On one hand, he had no use for it, and on the other, he could treat it as a long-term investment to secure a stable battery supplier for himself. It was strange to say, but even though window that won't close drove a gas-powered vehicle, it seemed like the guy mostly found batteries. Seeing the calm and breezy sentence from melancholy little fry in the chat box, the corners of window that won't close's mouth curled up, and he almost couldn't help but slap his thigh. Is this what it feels like to be a hanger-on to a Big Boss? Although the Big Boss was usually a bit cold, his actions were simply heartwarmingly kind. Window that won't close. Wagging tail, wagging tail, wagging tail. Thank you, Big Boss. Stupid emoji. Wag the tail faster. At the same time, fearing that he might leave a bad impression on the Big Boss, he secretly added in his heart, thank you, Big Boss. I will definitely hold onto your thigh tightly. A cold, cute goddess with the nickname Little Fry. It's simply the best. Chapter 24. We need talent like you. 10 o'clock at night. Everything calmed down. The vehicle could no longer move forward. So Jiang Yi organized his supplies. Supplies: electric pot *1, mineral water 500 milliliters *13, Brown Bear store managers honey *7, special honey essential oil *2.5, hand-pulled noodles *1, beef jerky *2, donuts *3, live bread taro flavor *1. Toast *2, strange flavored broad beans *1, change of clothes *1, steel plates *5, screws *6, waterproof canvas *1, adapter *1, batteries *9, anti-inflammatory medicine *1, fire extinguisher *1, water condenser manufacturing manual *1, refined rebar fork *1, sexy underwear *1. With the treasure chests open today, the delivery philanthropist, and the items exchanged with the player window that won't close, Jiang Yi's supplies had increased significantly. This didn't even include the new items, Let card *1 and opportunity card *1, as well as an open golden treasure chest. Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction, did 2 sets of stretches, walked into the cabin, closed his eyes, and fell asleep just like that. Jiang Yi had originally thought that killing someone for the first time might leave him with psychological trauma, but it didn't. Jiang Yi's heart was unexpectedly calm, and he had no dreams throughout the night. 4th day of survival. His biological clock woke Jiang Yi up at 5. He hadn't been used to sleeping on the hard inspection table at first, feeling sore everywhere, but now, Jiang Yi even felt that the inspection table was more comfortable than a soft bed. Jiang Yi sat cross-legged on the inspection table, head drooping, regaining his senses. At this time every day, his brain would automatically stop thinking, "Hey brother, good morning." The high-pitched voice of the anvil rang out from beneath Jiang Yi's feet. It wasn't just the steering wheel in the driver's seat. This guy had an avatar inside the cabin as well. "Good morning." Jiang Yi's voice was very hoarse. "Brother, your voice is truly sexy." Jiang Yi. Should he say thank you? Jiang Yi twitched his mouth, speechless. The sky above the highway hadn't fully brightened yet, so there was only a faint light inside the cabin. Jiang Yi opened the light screen, and the number of online players had dropped again. 3 days were enough to weed out the group of people who lacked supply reserves and combat capability. Jiang Yi tittied his messy hair and struggled for a while before slowly walking out of the cabin. Originally, Jiang Yi had planned to start his daily workout immediately, but at the first step he took outside, his pace faltered. His canvas shoes stepped onto the surface of the highway. The sun in the sky was hazy and distant. More importantly, Jiang Yi reached out his hand, although he didn't catch anything. He inexplicably felt that the air seemed more humid. Is this going to rain? Could it be that the scene loaded on the first day after the novice adaptation period is the rainy season? Jiang Yi called out with his consciousness system, "Present, player Little Fry." Jiang Yi didn't pay much attention to why the system didn't call him by his full name, instead calling him Little Fry. The novice adaptation period is 7 days, right? That's right, if I recall correctly. According to the rules, the first 7 days are all the initial scenario. Yep. Oh, so that means the scenario will change after 7 days, right? That's correct. Wait. No, I don't know. I don't have the authorization. That was all he needed. Jiang Yi had already mastered the scientific method of questioning the system. It seemed that a different scenario would indeed load after 7 days, but whether it would specifically be the rainy season, he didn't know. Jiang Yi's mind stirred, and he thought of that advance card again, but he quickly shook his head. Even if he were to use it, now wasn't the time. He needed to hoard a wave of supplies first, at the very least. After exercising on an empty stomach for nearly an hour, Jiang Yi casually took out a donut to eat. The time reached 6. Good morning. Players. Diligent players can hear Tongtong's voice, but for the lazy ones, it's super easy to die. The familiar voice rang out, causing many people to wake up and start from their dreams. In the chat channel, many people were directly spamming insults. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. IF asterisk asterisk asterisking asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know what time it is? Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant has been muted. The mute will be lifted automatically in 10 minutes. After being muted, Wild King pointed his middle finger directly at the sky. Damn it. What a trash game. He had almost failed to meet his mileage quota yesterday. The fog moved 80 kilometers in one night. He hadn't been on his skateboard for long before damn it, a boxing rabbit jumped out of a treasure chest and punched his wheel off. As a result, he had to run while carrying his skateboard for the rest of the way. He even unlocked an achievement. You have unlocked a new title, Vehicles Vehicle Description. Congratulations, In a sense, you have created a new way to play, becoming the vehicle of your vehicle. Description. After equipping this title, you will receive a stat bonus of Strength Kun 3, Speed Kun 3, and Constitution Kun 3 when you move while carrying your vehicle. The refresh rate of treasure chests on both sides of the road will slightly increase. He already had to carry a lot of supplies, plus a board. And on top of that, he had to open treasure chests and keep running forward. Wild King had almost worked himself to death in the wilderness. He didn't stop running until 10 o'clock at night. He even ran one of his shoes to pieces. After putting a few kilometers of distance between himself and the fog, he collapsed and slept until 8 hours later. He was woken up by this system that only knew how to be snide to players. Thus, this scene unfolded. Damn it. You F asterisk 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 king asterisk asterisk, you asterisk. Wild King, sporting dark circles under his eyes, wearing a shoe on his left foot and only a sock on his right, continued to curse at the sky for a while. His current appearance had nothing to do with a wild king, but he looked very much like a wild man. Originally, the system hadn't intended to pay attention to this guy, but he kept getting more and more excessive. In just over 10 minutes, everything from the game to the system itself had been cursed in every way imaginable. The cruelty of his vocabulary was such that even the system, which prided itself on not stooping to the level of stupid players, began to buzz in anger. Player, your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Please use civilized language within the game space. If you continue like this, I will mute you for 3 days. I'll mute your grandfather. It's just not using dirty words, right? Don't look down on me. You F asterisk 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 king electronic creature born without electronic parents. You. Wild King had just started, and just as he was about to show off his skills, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Your words have attracted the passing hermit, Mr. Sloth. Mr. Sloth is currently trading with the most hot-tempered leopard and needs a talent like you. Mr. Sloth is offering you a service area location card. Do you accept? Wild King let out a put down the skateboard he was carrying on his shoulder and scoffed. I refuse. System law. The system couldn't help but let out a. Wild King looked at it with disdain. Do you think that just because the game gives me some benefit, I should be grateful and stop cursing you? Keep dreaming. I won't sell my life to a capitalist. Get lost, you piece of junk. As he said this, he raised his middle finger again, and the system couldn't help but shudder. Wild King was about to continue, but the next second, Mr. Sloth is even more satisfied with you. He is truly thirsty for talent. He will visit your vehicle at 10 o'clock this morning. At the same time, please accept the service area location card. This is a meeting gift from Sloth. After saying this, a ball of white light flashed, and a black service area location card dropped down, regardless of whether Wild King accepted it or not. Damn it. It couldn't afford to offend either side. On one side, it might get reported, and on the other, it might get insulted and lose its electronic parents. After finishing the notification, the system hurried away, fearing it would be caught by Wild King again. Wild King frowned and let out a huff. The game continued its announcement. Players, today is the 4th day of the survival game's novice adaptation period for 7ths. Friendly reminder. In the survival game, vehicles and supplies are the foundation for every player's survival. Today's fog erosion speed, 10 km per hour. Keep it up, little newbies. Perhaps because it had been confronted head-on by Wild King, the system was exceptionally concise and gentle today, disappearing in a hurry as soon as it finished speaking. Chapter 25, Speculation. The tips today are actually this brief. Jiang Yi muttered to himself. Usually, wasn't it always a notification come mockery kung snide remarks, plus a pitifully small amount of information? Forget it. Let's just assume the system is having one of its daily glitches. Jiang Yi stretched his wrists and took 2 slices of toast out of his backpack to serve as his breakfast. Thinking back to his days as a college student with 8 o'clock AM classes, he never had time for breakfast. Who would have thought that this survival game would help him pick up a good habit he had lost long ago? Jiang Yi talked to himself in his heart. Just as I was about to habitually pull up the current fog erosion distance, the anvil spoke up. Hey brother, are we ready to head out? I took a look at the text written under my base, and it says the current fog erosion distance is Current fog erosion distance, 520 kilometers. Note, I saw some readers reacting that this number is a bit gross. The thing is, the day I wrote the draft was May 20th. I wanted to have some fun with it. So I wrote this. If it's gross, I'm sorry. Distance traveled today, 0 kilometers. Jiang Yi smiled and said, alright. This number was much better than the first day of survival. But Jiang Yi still didn't let his guard down. After all, the speed of the fog was constantly increasing. Of course, after upgrading to a level 2 vehicle, the electric forklift's top speed had become 30 kilometers per hour. Although it was still inherently inferior to those small cars and off-road vehicles, it was much better than skateboards, wheelchairs, or whatever else. Jiang Yi stepped on the accelerator, and after driving for about 20 minutes, suddenly, a cyan light flashed on the side of the road. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Not bad. He had actually managed to spawn a treasure chest in just 20 minutes. Jiang Yi turned the steering wheel. For days of driving, combined with the default proficiency provided by the system, had already given him signs of man and machine as one. As he thought this, his left hand flipped, and the steel fork was already in his grip. Whether it was because he had experienced real combat, Jiang Yi's expression was now extremely calm, his eyes becoming more focused as he stared at the treasure chest ahead. The cargo forks at the front of the forklift slammed into the bronze treasure chest. The chest opened, a white light flashed, and suddenly, something like a black hemp rope darted out. A thick hemp rope. No, it was a monster similar to a python. Jiang Yi jumped off the driver's seat in a flash, thrusting the steel fork forward with lightning speed, piercing directly through the python's tail. In an instant, the sensation of the steel fork entering flesh was extremely distinct. Hiss! The thing actually let out a sound. Jiang Yi looked closely and saw patterns on the snake's forehead. Based on Jiang Yi's experience, vivid patterns were often related to toxins to some extent. Pythons shouldn't contain toxins. It looked like a mutated monster. Struck by the steel fork, the python's body writhed, its scales reflecting the sunlight. Its head lunged toward Jiang Yi, but because the steel fork had pinned its tail, it could only remain stiff and stuck right there. Before Jiang Yi could make his next move, the anvil below him exploded. God. What is this thing? Get it away from me. The great anvil had never seen such a thing, but for some reason, the moment it saw it, the anvil felt like its iron block was getting goosebumps. Hurry! Get it away from me. Jiang Yi, save me. The high-pitched screaming gave Jiang Yi a jolt. Calm down. Jiang Yi had a headache from the shouting and could only offer a brief word of advice. Wait, you're a block of iron. Why are you afraid of a snake? Jiang Yi's headache worsened, but for a moment, he remained frozen in place. The steel fork was tangled, and he didn't have a more suitable weapon on hand to deal with this thing. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi simply hoisted the steel fork up, and then, the giant python was swung around a few times. Its fat, twisted form was enough to make many other players feel sick. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, performed a full rotation, and used the momentum to fling the python in a smooth parabolic arc into the white fog. Hiss! Jiang Yi flicked the steel fork and clapped his hands. You scared the life out of me. The anvil was still shaken. Jiang Yi decided to let his big brother calm down on his own. So, he walked over to the bronze treasure chest to see what was inside. The monster from today's chest seemed a bit stronger than yesterday's, didn't it? Thinking this, Jiang Yi began to collect the supplies. You have harvested Wangzai milk *1, QQ gummy candy *2, cucumber flavored potato chips *1, konjac snack 2. It was actually a snack gift pack, a pretty good haul, a great start. A smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face as he took the items and returned to the forklift. Brother, you're back. The anvil's voice sounded a bit drained. Yeah, I'm back. Brother, can we discuss something? In the future, when you encounter these wriggling things, can you not fight on top of me? Jiang Yi felt like laughing. Sure. Having resolved the battle within 10 minutes, Jiang Yi continued on his way. However, 20 minutes later, another bronze treasure chest appeared. Jiang Yi blinked. Why was the spawn rate of treasure chests so high today? It was the same routine, forklift first, then the steel fork. After Jiang Yi finished collecting the supplies, 10 minutes later, a third bronze treasure chest appeared. After collecting the chest, Even if Jiang Yi were slow-witted, he would have realized something was wrong while driving. Jiang Yi opened the chat channel. Player Little One doesn't eat cilantro, guys. Have you noticed that the treasure chest spawn rate is really high today? In just a little while, I've already picked up 4 chests. Player 05 to 1, me too. I only picked up 2 chests in total yesterday, and today I've already opened 2 as soon as I started driving. Player Wolf from afar, damn it. If I had known the chest drop rate was this high today, I wouldn't have traded gasoline for supplies at the trading hall yesterday. Mom said if your name is long, fools will follow along. Can we reverse that trade? I have more supplies today. Player Mom said if your name is long, fools will follow along. What do you think? Have you ever seen anyone take back a poop after they've already done it? Crude, but true. Jiang Yi watched for a while. Most people were saying that the treasure chest spawn rate had increased today, and many people had gone from being short on food and clothing to gradually having abundant supplies. Once supplies became abundant, the biggest change was that the players clearly relaxed from their initial state of tension. They began to joke around, saying things like, as expected. Once you get past the adjustment period, everything starts to get better. However, Jiang Yi's brows furrowed even deeper. That's impossible. He could be certain and sure that this game absolutely, 100%, harbored malice toward the players. He had seen the mist behind them, although he didn't know what it was. He had an intuition that once swallowed by that mist, it meant 100% annihilation. How could a game that allowed such a thing to chase them from behind possibly let the players' situation get better? As for the supplies, Jiang Yi didn't feel that they were there to protect their interests at all. If that were truly the purpose, there would be no need to drag them into the game in the first place. Supplies were nothing more than sugar-coated bullets, a smokescreen, a sedative. Therefore, in Jiang Yi's view, the increased spawn rate of treasure chests was not a good thing. What benefit could more abundant player supplies possibly have for the game and the existence behind it? Looking at it from a more global perspective, players upgrade their vehicles to cope with the faster erosion speed of the mist. If players obtain more supplies, then, is it to cope with a situation where supplies might become scarce later on? Jiang Yi felt he seemed to understand something. The water vapor in the air, the increased spawn rate, the 4th day of the novice adjustment period. Could it be that the scenarios after the novice adjustment period will consume supplies at a rapid rate? A wave of clarity washed over Jiang Yi's mind. Chapter 26, a reminder. Looking at the chat box, which had become somewhat prosperous amidst the heated chatter and even a hint of lingering tension, Jiang Yi was thinking the exact opposite. In the time to come, the scarcity of supplies would not decrease. On the contrary, it would rise, including today. There were 4 days left in the novice adjustment period. Within these 4 days, he needed to hoard more supplies. If the scenario after the novice protection period was truly one where supplies were scarce, then he must finish the water condenser before then. Water was a resource that was needed at all times. After clearing his thoughts, Jiang Yi slowed his speed slightly. The treasure chests were not large, and they were distributed on both sides of the road. If he went too fast and couldn't reverse, it would be easy to miss them. Over the next 4 hours, Jiang Yi actually harvested 5 wooden treasure chests, 3 bronze treasure chests, and even 1 silver treasure chest in succession. From the last silver treasure chest, Jiang Yi opened a 5L glass container and 3 adapters. The basic materials for the water condenser were now gathered. Water condenser manufacturing manual *1. 5L glass container *1 1/1, hose to 3 halves, screws *5/8, adapters for 4 quarters. However, there was still no news about the critical manufacturing bench. That was to be expected. An item like a water condenser shouldn't have appeared during the novice adjustment period. If he hadn't discovered a bug in the rules, it was unlikely this thing would have spawned on the 4th day of the game. Jiang Yi frowned and sat where he was to rest for a while. At this moment, in the chat box, Player Orange sent a private message. Orange, good morning, big brother. My luck was super good today. I opened 3 chests, finally. I have some extra food to give to you, big brother. Big brother, please don't refuse. Pity. Yu Cheng's lips curled up slightly, and she looked very happy. Finally, on the 4th day of the game, her luck had also taken a turn for the better. A few seconds passed on the other side before a new message was typed. Yu Cheng felt a surge of joy and hurriedly looked to see what the big brother had sent her. Would he praise her? Hee. Melancholy little French fry you. Did you not look at the chat channel? Yu Cheng scratched her head. Why was big brother being so cryptic? What was wrong with the chat channel? Yu Cheng was a bit confused. She really hadn't looked. She had been completely immersed in the joy of being able to harvest 3 treasure chests in one morning. Humming a little tune, Yu Cheng opened the regional chat channel. After seeing the screen full of treasure chest information, her upturned lips finally fell. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Is there something wrong with this chest mechanism? I've run into 11 of them in one morning. Chest surplus, guys, chest surplus. I'm selling gasoline in the trading hall. Anyone interested? Player, the window that won't close. Me. I just happened to spawn for more chests. Player, can she ning you damn. I opened a KFC family bucket. Who wants it? I need steel plates, wooden boards, and things like that. The messages kept refreshing. What? 11 chests, 4 chests, 7 chests. The surplus of supplies left Yu Cheng dumbfounded. She finally understood what Big Brother meant. While organizing his supplies, Jiang Yi saw orange. Woo-woo, Big Brother, I understand now. It turned out her luck wasn't good at all. It was actually bad beyond measure. Others were opening over a dozen chests in a morning, while she had only opened 3, and they were all wooden. No wonder Big Brother told her to look at the group chat. Woo-woo. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh, but then felt a bit embarrassed for mocking another unlucky classmate. He coughed lightly and typed, melancholy little French fry, keep the supplies. Orange, woo-woo. That won't do. Big Brother, I know I'm a noob, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Please accept it, Big Brother. Yu Cheng's heart was bleeding, and her head drooped, but she still insisted. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment and typed, keep the supplies. They will be useful later. He wasn't entirely certain of his guess, but he had done his best. He could only hint up to this point. If the other party wasn't a smart person and couldn't get his meaning, then so be it. After experiencing the parallel highway last time, Jiang Yi had become much calmer and more indifferent, and his thinking had become more rational. In the chat box, Orange replied in a second, Chengzi, supplies are useful. All right, Big Brother. I'll listen to you. I'll start hoarding supplies from now on. Jiang Yi nodded subconsciously. After a moment of thought, he added a reminder, your luck, well, it doesn't seem to be very good. Try to trade for as many basic supplies as possible in the trading hall while others are still selling them in large quantities. Chengzi, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Big Brother. Although Yu Cheng didn't know what had happened, or rather, what was about to happen, she knew that listening to advice meant staying fed. Big Brother had to be better informed than a jinx like her. Chengzi. Then I'll listen to you, Big Brother. I'll start hoarding supplies. If you need anything later, as long as I have it, just call me anytime. Jiang Yi replied with a simple mm. Immediately after, as usual, he traded for resources like batteries and dried meat with the player window that won't close. And Jiang Yi also offered a brief reminder. He wasn't disappointed. The player window that won't close wasn't a fool either. And they straightforwardly removed some key basic supplies that had been listed in the trading hall. Jiang Yi didn't intend to form deep relationships with other players. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. However, he also didn't intend to walk the path of a lone wolf entirely. In a survival game where one could exchange information and trade supplies, being a lone wolf was not a wise approach. Of course, if one were born with god-tier luck or possessed overwhelming strength, that would be a different story. Jiang Yi didn't claim to be either, so it was still necessary to show a moderate amount of goodwill. After exchanging for some food, water, and basic supplies in the trading hall, Jiang Yi continued on his way. This time, Jiang Yi drove while picking up treasure chests until darkness enveloped the earth, at which point he finally stopped his vehicle. On the 4th day, Jiang Yi's mileage wasn't very high. In fact, it was even less than the 3rd day before his vehicle was upgraded, but he still covered 250 kilometers, which was about 10 hours of driving. The remaining time was spent entirely on opening treasure chests. The system's built-in inventory was completely insufficient, so all the supplies were dumped into the cargo bed in the back. It is worth mentioning that his cargo bed now contained a quality inspection table acting as a bed, as well as a small set of table and chairs obtained from that player yesterday. It was starting to look like a proper home. As for the second floor, well, he certainly didn't have the ability to jump 3 meters high right now, but fortunately, he had traded for a hammer in the trading hall, and using his own wooden planks and nails, he had built a simple ladder. This way, the space on the second floor could also be utilized to store supplies. As the fourth day drew to a close, many people in the group chat were joyfully sharing the supplies they had obtained. Some even posted photos, inadvertently revealing the luxury RV they had drawn at the start, along with piles of supplies, drawing envy, jealousy, and hatred from many. Player 8 to 1 Damn, buddy. You must be the reincarnation of a lucky god. This big RV. You've got everything you need. Player flying with your grandma. So envious. Does this brother need someone to warm his bed? I can do either front or back. Player your brotherly. Elaborate on that. Upstairs. What do you mean by either? Player flying with your grandma. Shy player your rotating eyes. Pure college girl here. Anyone interested? Only need 2 bottles of water. The chat thread went completely off the rails, filled with banter and even crude and filtered remarks. To be honest, this was quite common, and Jiang Yi didn't have much of an opinion on it. He didn't know if the people behind the chat boxes were men or women, humans or ghosts, so there was no need to believe everything. However, Jiang Yi glanced at the one showing off their RV, player bronze, and felt that something was a bit strange. He didn't rule out the possibility that this guy just liked to show off, but exposing one's assets at the very beginning of a survival game was a highly dangerous and sensitive move. Was someone really that stupid? Or was there an ulterior motive for doing so? Keeping a mental note, he marked the name of player bronze. After exercising for 2 hours, Jiang Yi fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 27, Luck Card. Over the next 2 days, the 5th and 6th, treasure chests continued to appear in a blowout trend. Many players were saying that they encountered chests while driving, walking, and even at times when it wasn't necessary, for example, while squatting by the side of the road to take care of physiological needs. A treasure chest would suddenly refresh right next to their feet. In short, although there were monsters in the treasure chests, because of the supplies obtained and the fact that everyone was becoming more skilled, the pressure of survival seemed to have eased significantly within just a few days. In the chat box, player 9-headed bird travels the world. Managed to open some instant rice today. Players who want to eat. Aim for the trading hall. 9-headed bird, trade with gasoline. Player everything in dreams. Raise my hand. Although I'm not short on food, I really crave some rice. Player it rained so hard today. By the way, where you are, open some medical supplies. Players who need them, trade with weapons. Any weapon will do. Player thunders I can trade. More and more players were trading in the trading hall, most of them using food or water to exchange for fuel and weapons. The players seemed very confident in their ability to travel further and further on the road. Window that won't close looked at the gasoline listed in the trading hall, feeling an itch in his heart. Several times he moved his hand to the trade button, but he didn't press it. Window that won't close rested his chin on his hand, looking down at the road outside the truck, and sighed. Sigh. I really want to trade for gasoline, although I've already hoarded some. The consumption rate is just too high. TSK. But Big Brother said it's best to keep some basic supplies. Sigh. Window that won't close shook his leg rhythmically. His fatigue level had reached the limit, and he needed to rest. Looking at the heated trading in the chat box, his hands were itching. But he decided against it when he remembered Big Brother's warning. Did Big Brother receive some information? Or did he guess something? I don't know if it's accurate or not. Window that won't close muttered to himself. 6 days had passed since the game began. During these 6 days, aside from the initial first kill, Little Fries had not posted a single message in the chat box, nor had there been any other activity from him. Although they believed that this big shot was certainly stronger than them, the vast distance between them made it difficult to be truly convinced from the bottom of their hearts. After thinking for a few more seconds, Window that won't close suddenly slumped over, his body tilting to one side. Forget it, time to sleep, I'm exhausted. Before falling asleep, The light screen in front of window that won't close still displayed his conversation with Little Fries. Window that won't close, big shot, good morning. Window that won't close, big shot. The loot from the treasure chests today is pretty good too. Lucky. Window that won't close. Big shot, stealthily peeking, stealthily peeking, stealthily peeking. Are you there? Window that won't close. Big shot. I saw someone selling gasoline in the trading hall. However, the big shot, Little Fries, did not reply to a single one. Jiang Yi certainly didn't have time to reply. He was completely immersed in a life of driving and opening treasure chests. The higher the drop rate of the treasure chests, the more he felt that after the 7-day adaptation period, this game was likely going to hit them with something massive. The more anxious he became, the less he was able to open the crafting table. He wanted the crucial item that could manufacture a water condenser. Even though the drop rate of treasure chests was already quite high, they were mostly wooden and bronze chests, while silver chests were extremely rare. Jiang Yi suspected that the key item, the crafting table, might only be obtainable from silver chests or higher. Up until now, Jiang Yi had opened a pile of items, but he hadn't even seen a shadow of a crafting table. As Jiang Yi thought this, he used the dagger in his hand to decapitate the boxing rabbit in front of him. Boxing rabbits would damage the vehicle, so they had to be dealt with as quickly as possible. The dagger was an item Jiang Yi had opened from a bronze chest, which temporarily compensated for his lack of melee weapons. However, there was still no news of the crucial crafting table. A white light flashed, and Jiang Yi picked up the supplies. Inside were an apple, a small bag of flour, and a silver coin. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, picking up the silver coin first. To his surprise, he had actually opened a vehicle coin. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue, balancing the silver coin on his fingertip. The coin danced in a light arc across his fingers. Jiang Yi sighed, picked up the apple and flour, and returned to the forklift. On the forklift, the voice of the anvil rang out. Hey, brother, are you unhappy? I think your haul is already quite impressive. The anvil's voice was very deep and resonant. It was easy to be startled when it suddenly spoke. But over the past few days, Jiang Yi had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Yi played with the silver coin absent-mindedly and said, "The haul is decent, but I didn't get the item I wanted." "The item you want? Are you referring to a diamond sword? Oh, then you'll have to go mining." Jiang Yi, if that thing actually existed, that would be fine, but unfortunately, the highway had its own peculiarities. Its essence could not be changed. Jiang Yi let the anvil's nonsense go in one ear and out the other. Suddenly, Jiang Yi looked toward the direction of the cargo compartment. Jiang Yi stopped the vehicle. The anvil was a bit confused, not knowing what Jiang Yi was about to do. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, stepped down from the driver's seat, and walked a few steps toward the rear cargo compartment. The milky white iron block flickered, and consciousness transmitted into the compartment. The anvil on the quality inspection table said in a muffled voice, "What is brother doing?" The anvil turned along with Jiang Yi and saw the treasure chest emitting a golden light within Jiang Yi's line of sight. As if realizing something, the anvil spoke up, "Brother, are you going to open this poop-colored box?" Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, and able to open the crafting table he wanted for so long. He was indeed ready to take a gamble. If the coming period was one of severe resource shortages, he had to obtain the crafting table. He didn't have much interest in being number one, but he was very interested in staying alive. Jiang Yi had made up his mind, and not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Besides, he wasn't completely unprepared. A white light flashed in Jiang Yi's palm, and 2 cards appeared in his hand. One was the good luck card sent by the wealth-bestowing old man, and the other was the prop card binding that Jiang Yi had opened in the last few days. The former increased his luck in opening treasure chests. The latter, binding, had the greatest effect of being able to forcibly bind a person, object, or monster in front of him for 5 seconds. With these 2 items, plus his steel fork and dagger, he had at least a 40-60 chance of winning. Jiang Yi calculated his movement route, stored the golden treasure chest into his inventory, and then got off the vehicle. He couldn't open it on the vehicle. It would be a disaster if he damaged the cargo compartment. Releasing the treasure chest near the vehicle, Jiang Yi prepared himself, his heartbeat gradually calming down. He focused his consciousness on the good luck card and chose to use it. An eerie pink light radiated from the good luck card. The light condensed, and to his surprise, it formed a pink bow wearing in the air. A little fragrant pig. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. He reached out with his steel fork to stab it, but the fork passed directly through the pink light. At the same time, a he laughter rang out. A squeaky, skin-crawling voice came through. How could you be like this, player? You'll scare people. I'm going to be angry. Jiang Yi looked back. I'm the one talking to you. What are you looking at? That's very impolite. Jiang Yi whipped his head around. Damn, it really was this little fragrant pig. Seeing the shock on Jiang Yi's face, the little fragrant pig laughed again. A he sound that made goosebumps rise on Jiang Yi's forearms. Chapter 28. Masked Pink Pearl. Ugh, why are you looking at me with that expression? The pink little fragrant pig floated in the air, speaking in an eerie and coy tone. Jiang Yi's entire body went rigid, his mind filled with only one thought. Where the hell did my good luck card go? Jiang Yi stared at the little pink pig, but after a long while, there was no sign of any good luck coming his way. His fist gradually tightened. Are you playing me for a fool? Seeing Jiang Yi's increasingly unfriendly expression, the little fragrant pig instinctively sensed a hint of danger. It pouted. Oh my, why are you like this to me? I'm here to bring you good luck. Hearing this, Jiang Yi's dangerous expression faltered for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the little pink fragrant pig in the air. His face was practically screaming one thing. Is that so? I don't believe you. The little fragrant pig snorted. It was just about to continue teasing this human who looked so dull and slow-witted when it spotted the quality inspector ID badge pinned to Jiang Yi's chest. After freezing for a second, the little fragrant pig practically scrambled out of the pink halo, crawling as if its life depended on it, landing gracefully. The little pig immediately pressed itself against Jiang Yi's side. Oh my. So you're a quality inspector. Why didn't you say so earlier? I might be a little slow, so I didn't notice. The little fragrant pig tapped its hooves together and blinked at Jiang Yi. Quality inspector. Jiang Yi subconsciously touched his chest. That's not right. He wasn't wearing it. Could it be that once the assessment is passed, entities on the highway can see it? Jiang Yi didn't speak, merely watching the little fragrant pig with a scrutinizing gaze. Seeing that Jiang Yi wasn't responding, the little fragrant pig grew flustered and hurriedly said, Lord Inspector, I definitely haven't been neglecting my duties. I was just establishing a friendly and cordial relationship with the player. The good luck is 100% pro now. It can be 120% effective. Please believe me. Hearing that it was 120% effective, Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He just kept his eyes narrowed and asked, Really, HMM? The little fragrant pig nodded immediately. I can accept an inspection, HMM, Jiang Yi grunted, signaling for the little fragrant pig to continue. He hadn't expected the quality inspector role to be useful in a situation like this. The authority of this profession was even broader than he had imagined. Seeing that Jiang Yi seemed to agree, the little fragrant pig said hurriedly, Lord Inspector, please tilt your head slightly. Although he didn't know what this seemingly silly and cute little fragrant pig was planning to do, Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly, revealing a youthful, fresh-faced appearance, fair and delicate. The little fragrant pig seemed a bit shy, riding the pink glow. It drifted near Jiang Yi's face. Jiang Yi gripped his steel fork tightly. A few seconds later, a sweet, delicate fragrance descended upon his left cheek. Moor. The little fragrant pig returned to its original position, looking shy. A notification sound rang out. Masked Pink Pearl Favorability. Masked Pink Pearl Current Favorability. Jiang Yi turned his head stiffly, reached out a finger, and touched his cheek in a daze. Was he just kissed by a pig? Before Jiang Yi could speak, the anvil beside him burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, hey, ha ha ha, brother. You just received a fragrant kiss from a little pig. Ha 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 ha, damn it. You're laughing too loudly. Before Jiang Yi could scold it, a warm, fuzzy feeling suddenly spread from his cheek throughout his entire body. At the same time, a notification sounded. You have received 120% of Masked Pink Pearl's blessing. You will have good luck for the next 24 hours. It really worked. Jiang Yi loosened his grip on the steel fork. Looking at the shy little fragrant pig, Jiang Yi didn't dare to think too deeply about why the favorability had increased. He coughed lightly, his body still a bit stiff, and said, "Inspection complete." For some reason, saying inspection complete at a time like this gave Jiang Yi a strange sense of shame. Very excellent. As the words fell, a green excellent badge, identical to the one the Brown Bear store manager had, appeared on the little pink pig's bow tie. The little fragrant pig covered its face with its two pink hooves. I got an excellent. Can mascots get one too? The little fragrant pig looked very excited. It hopped back and forth, seemingly looking for something or wanting to see something. Jiang Yi thought for a moment, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. He took a pink handheld mirror from the driver's seat. He had opened this item from a treasure chest, originally intending to hang it in the trading hall at night. Jiang Yi held the mirror in his right hand and placed it in front of the little fragrant pig. The little fragrant pig let out a small "Do you want to see it?" Jiang Yi asked. The little fragrant pig nodded shyly. Jiang Yi hummed and brought the mirror closer. Looking into the mirror, the little fragrant pig saw the small, light green, glowing badge. The excellent on the badge had faded away, replaced by a small S-shaped icon, with what looked like a sacred scepter in the center. It was actually a bit different from the Brown Bear store manager's. Seeing this little badge, the little fragrant pig's mouth curled up, and even its tail curled in delight. It looked extremely happy. Nasket Pink Pearl Favorability Kung 5. Nasket Pink Pearl Current Favorability. Favorability increased by another 5. Pink Pearl said shyly, "Thank you for your recognition. I wish you a smooth journey." With the good luck bestowed, she had to leave first. Jiang Yi nodded. After a moment of thought, he handed the pink handheld mirror to Pink Pearl. "Here, this is for you." Nasket Pink Pearl Favorability Kung 4. Nasket Pink Pearl Current Favorability. It seems she really likes pink. Although Jiang Yi still felt a bit unnatural, seeing the little pink fragrant pig's eyes sparkling as it circled the mirror, a soft smile finally appeared on his face. This reminded him of the little girls he had met back when he was a volunteer teacher. Strange and peculiar, yet adorable. The little fragrant pig blew another kiss toward Jiang Yi. "You have received a second blessing of good luck from the Nasket Pink Pearl, you lucky fellow. Your current good fortune is enough to make others fearful." Jiang Yi hadn't expected Pink Pearl to grant him a second dose of luck, but when he looked up, Pink Pearl had already vanished along with the pink mist. Chapter 29, Golden Treasure Chest. It seems that increasing favorability is a guaranteed win. Jiang Yi rubbed his face awkwardly, seeing the light blue square on the steering wheel still flickering, along with a screen full of ha-ha. His face soured, and he slammed a steel fork horizontally across the steering wheel. It was a clear gesture that if it continued to laugh, he would skewer it to death with the fork. Anvil. Fair enough, fair enough. The loud laughter finally ceased. The blush on Jiang Yi's ears faded slightly. He couldn't help it. In his 20 years of life, he had never been that close to a girl, though no, a female. During his youth, due to his family's circumstances, Jiang Yi rarely interacted with girls. By the time he reached university, he spent every single second striving for scholarships and working part-time internships, which completely severed any chance of interacting with the opposite sex. Although Pink Pearl was a little fragrant pig, still, how could it not count as a different kind of soft and fragrant experience? Jiang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, the system's sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. "How can you be so sure that Pink Pearl is definitely female, my dear? Respected quality inspector, first skill player, melancholy little fry." A few seconds later, Anvil's subtle voice emerged. "Ow then," with a asterisk clang asterisk. The steel fork was thrust vertically straight at the anvil. Why did he suddenly feel a chill on his head? Jiang Yi's face turned completely black, and the last shred of strange, romantic sentiment in his heart vanished. Without a word, he walked toward the golden treasure chest. While the anvil was covering its head, Jiang Yi used the fork to pry the golden treasure chest open. "You have opened the golden treasure chest. Special luck bonus detected." Normally, hearing about a special luck bonus would make Jiang Yi very happy, but after what had just happened, he found it hard to feel any joy. With a dark expression, Jiang Yi held the steel fork in his left hand and a dagger in his right, his face radiating a gloomy aura as he looked toward the monster about to emerge. After a low growl, a black wild boar, about 1 5 meters long and over 1.3 meters tall, charged out. Damn it, another pig. Jiang Yi's brows furrowed. Without a second thought, he raised his steel fork and performed a run to stabbing the badger maneuver, a full 360-degree spin. Because of the sheer speed, the steel fork even whistled as it cut through the air. With one strike, the black wild boar was startled. Are players these days really this brave? The black wild boar roared, and its two tusks met the attack without a hint of fear. With *ching sound, the right half of the wild boar's tusk was snapped clean off by the refined threaded steel fork. Roar! Roar! The wild boar roared in pain and charged toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't meet it head-on. He activated human emperor steps and began to maneuver around the forklift. It must be said, as terrifying bipedal ape-like creatures, humans have a natural advantage when it comes to footwork, running left and right around the forklift. He quickly disoriented the boar, leaving it standing in place, unsure of which direction to charge. As he ran, Jiang Yi shouted in his consciousness, "Anvil, which direction is it in?" Since the anvil was embedded in his vehicle, and the vehicle was uniquely linked to Jiang Yi, the two could communicate through their consciousness. "It's on the right side of the carriage," Anvil replied hurriedly. "Good." Jiang Yi's tone was calm. It was fortunate that he had been exercising every day for the past few days. Otherwise, a normal university student would have been dizzy after a quarter hour of playing cat and mouse. Jiang Yi lowered his body and, from a blind spot, slipped into the carriage. He carefully listened to the boar's snorting, confirming it was directly below the window. The next second, the window was quietly opened. From a height of 1.5 meters above the ground, Jiang Yi's head silently emerged, then half his body, and then a steel fork shimmering with a cold light. A flash of cold light arrived first, followed by a strike like a dragon. The bind card in his hand flashed with white light. White ribbons suddenly wrapped around the boar below. The boar tried to struggle, but the white ribbons didn't loosen in the slightest, firmly binding its body and rendering it unable to move. At this moment, Jiang Yi descended like a tiger leaping down a mountain, aiming the steel fork at the boar's soft underbelly and plunging it straight in. Instantly, blood sprayed, splashing all over Jiang Yi's face. 1 second, the stench of blood swirled around his nose, but Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he twisted the steel fork again. 3 seconds. Roar, roar, hiss. The boar struggled frantically. The steel fork was jammed in its muscles, and the immense force nearly pulled Jiang Yi along with it. The effect of bind only lasted 5 seconds. Jiang Yi steeled his heart, shifted his right hand holding the dagger, crouched down, and stabbed directly into the boar's right eyeball. After the first stab, he tried to go for the left eye, but the boar struggled violently again, its two hooves kicking against Jiang Yi's sinking shoulder. Jiang Yi felt a sharp, intense pain in his shoulder and slammed into the carriage with a loud thud. The impact even left a noticeable dent in the carriage. The 5 seconds were up, the light ribbons vanished, and the half-blind boar struggled frantically on the ground, unable to see where Jiang Yi was. It began to charge wildly in every direction. However, Jiang Yi had already dragged his body to the rear of the carriage. With a cold face and enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he watched as the boar's strength gradually faded and its movements became increasingly unstable. Finally, with a shudder, it collapsed onto the ground with a *thud. Black blood flowed from beneath the boar's fallen body, gradually soaking a small patch of the road. Jiang Yi exhaled a long, turbid breath. It was finally over. He tentatively lifted his shoulder and arm, only to be met with a sharp, piercing pain from his shoulder. It was likely a hairline fracture from the impact. Jiang Yi cursed under his breath. A luck card, a binding card, plus the hints from his steel fork, dagger, and anvil. Only then did he manage to take down this monster. It truly lived up to the name of a golden treasure chest. His multi-layered preparations had paid off. Otherwise, even if he had opened the chest, it would have been useless. He would have been the first to die right in front of it. Dragging his arm, Jiang Yi approached the wild boar's carcass. He didn't rush to inspect it, instead cautiously stabbing the boar 3 more times with his steel fork. More black blood flowed out, and Jiang Yi confirmed that the beast was truly dead. "Brother, are you all right?" The anvil's voice rang out, sounding somewhat worried. Jiang Yi shook his head. Having experienced multiple battles with monsters, he had matured significantly. Although this was the most serious injury he had sustained so far, he had also gained quite a bit of combat experience in the process. Jiang Yi retrieved the bandages he had obtained earlier from the vehicle, applied a simple dressing, and then walked toward the location of the open golden treasure chest. Now, it was time to see the harvest from this haul. Surely, it couldn't give him another big surprise, right? The white light faded, and the notification sound rang out. You have obtained Vehicle Coins *10, Vehicle Upgrade Fragments *10, Backpack Expansion Card *1. Each card grants 10 storage slots upon use. Refined Short Blade *1, Iced Black Tea 500 ml *5, Hot Handmade Hot Dogs *5, Steel Plates *10, Screws *10, Glass *5, Refined Wheels *3. Inventory stasis slots must be nested within backpack storage slots *5. Service area refresh card *cone. No crafting table. Jiang Yi's heart sank. A pile of items emerged from the white light. Jiang Yi scanned them one by one, confirming that there was no crafting table inside. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Jiang Yi shouted silently in his heart, his messy and kempt hair drooping even lower. The anvil in the driver's seat sensed Jiang Yi's mood and was just about to offer some comfort when it saw Jiang Yi walking back toward the wild boar, holding the short blade he had just pulled from the golden treasure chest. The anvil's eyelids twitched. If a lump of iron could have eyelids, brother, calm down. Before it could finish, Jiang Yi plunged the blade into the boar's body and began carving out the meat. The anvil's voice trembled slightly. Brother, don't worry. I haven't lost my mind. I'm just carving out the meat. This is precious food, isn't it? Jiang Yi glanced sideways at the anvil and hacked in with another strike. The light blue cube trembled. Is that so? Yes, it is. Jiang Yi smiled. This response made the anvil afraid to say another word, lest the Jiang Yi before it go truly insane and chop it up as well. Chapter 30, White Cat. About a quarter of an hour later, Jiang Yi had finally finished carving the wild boar clean. Looking at the pile of bones left on the road, the anvil shivered. As for Jiang Yi himself, after finishing the carving, he tossed the short blade aside, sat on the ground, and started to laugh. Anvil. Jiang Yi naturally didn't know that the anvil was screaming for help in its heart at this moment. He was laughing because he was laughing out of pure frustration. He didn't deny that carving the meat was a bit of a vent, but he had overestimated himself. For a pale scholar who had been without the strength to truss a chicken just a few days ago, trying to learn how to butcher a pig was extremely difficult, not to mention accurately distinguishing which parts to process. The strong muscles in certain areas locked the blade, making it nearly impossible to insert. As a result, after finishing the decomposition of this poor pig, Jiang Yi's fatigue level had actually increased by 20 points, hitting the maximum fatigue limit allowed after equipping his title. Jiang Yi was literally laughing out of anger. After a few seconds, he shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless, and slowly stood up to pick up the knife. However, when he turned to look at the anvil, he clearly saw the light blue cube where the anvil resided twitch. Jiang Yi, what are you shaking for? Anvil me. The anvil saw Jiang Yi's normal expression and the short blade in his hand stained with black pig blood, so it forced a smile. It's like this. I just made a cross on my chest to pray to God to grant you good luck. Heaven help him. He had actually started babbling nonsense. Fortunately, Jiang Yi didn't pay much attention to it. After a simple "oh," Jiang Yi calmly began to organize his supplies. To be honest, although there was no crafting table as he had hoped, the harvest was still decent. It was worthy of being a golden treasure chest. The variety and practicality of the items obtained were far superior to those from wooden or bronze chests. Moreover, through this chest opening, Jiang Yi confirmed that he was not a legendary lucky child. Even with his luck stacked to this extent, he still couldn't get what he wanted. His luck could only be described as not bad, but it was still a far cry from the legendary lucky ones. After some internal analysis and self-mockery, Jiang Yi first used the expansion card, increasing his backpack from 5 storage slots to 15. Then, he applied the 5 inventory stasis slots to the backpack. It had to be said that this item was extremely useful, perfectly solving the issue of food status degradation. After organizing, Jiang Yi's supplies became, in the backpack, Nongfu Spring Mineral Water *20, Vehicle Coins *14, Vehicle Upgrade Fragments *15, Water Condenser Blueprint *1, Special Honey Essential Oil *2, Brown Bear Manager's Honey *7, Fever Medication *2, Anti-Inflammatory Medication *3, Bandages *3, Electric Cooking Pot *1, Hand-pulled Noodles *5, Hot Handmade Hot Dogs *5, KFC Family Bucket *1, Auntie Yang's Mediocre Scallion Pancakes *2, Sweet Oranges *3. Other supplies, such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, clothing, and crafting materials, were placed directly inside the vehicle cabin by Jiang Yi. Most of what he kept in his backpack were items he deemed of higher importance. However, after hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Yi quickly took out the 3 oranges and stuffed the other small item into his storage space. Anvil, brother, what did you just put into your little space? You were too fast. I didn't see it clearly. Jiang Yi, nothing. The tips of Jiang Yi's ears turned slightly red. Anvil flickered for a moment. Jiang Yi acted as if nothing had happened and looked at the only card remaining in his hand, the service area refresh card. The card didn't have much of a description. It seemed that the effect of using it was random. Jiang Yi stretched his limbs. He intended to strike while the iron was hot, to refresh the service area immediately. It wasn't that he had immense confidence in himself, but rather, he had to take advantage of the good luck card while it was still in effect. The good luck card only lasted for 24 hours, and after dark, vehicles could not be driven. Tomorrow, if nothing went wrong, would be the final day of the novice adaptation period. If his guess was correct, the spawn rate of treasure chests would reach its peak, and he would need to prioritize opening chests by then. For the sake of maximizing utility, refreshing the service area now was the most appropriate choice. Having the experience with the Brown Bear Manager from last time, Jiang Yi felt somewhat assured. As long as those monsters weren't idiots, they wouldn't offend him. The sole human quality inspector. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi no longer hesitated. After tidying up a bit, he used the service area refresh card. A white light flashed, and sure enough, a fork in the road began to appear ahead. Along the fork, one could see a 3-story white building. From a distance, it was impossible to tell what this white building was. A hospital, a pharmacy. In any case, it didn't look very dangerous. Jiang Yi thought to himself. Even so, Jiang Yi took out a bottle of special honey essential oil and applied it to his body. The essential oil was quickly absorbed by his skin, and in an instant, Jiang Yi's fatigue value dropped by 20 points. Whenever he used the special essential oil, Jiang Yi would think of the Brown Bear Manager. He had to admit, although the Brown Bear Manager's massage was a bit of an ecstatic torture, the function of reducing fatigue by 50 points when combined with the exclusive massage was simply too powerful. Although the rules stated that the effectiveness of the essential oil would diminish, it seemed that only the effects on strength, stamina, and agility diminished. After multiple uses, the oil could no longer increase those 3 stats, but fortunately, the effect on fatigue did not decrease. It is worth mentioning that through these few days of training, monster slaying, and the effects of the essential oil, Jiang Yi's various attributes had improved significantly. Player, Jiang Yi, 43,990,805. Nickname, Melancholy Little French Fry. Title, Bold and Careful Stubborn Donkey Vehicle. Forklift 60 gives 40. Recommended to use with the Brown Bear Massage. What, you're broke? Then pretend I didn't say anything? Health, 80. You seem to be able to sleep well now. Congratulations. Strength, 16. 3. A male college student with some strength. Stamina, 30. 3. Strange. Your stamina is almost double your other attributes. Are you particularly good at surviving? Agility, 20. 1. Not bad, quite nimble. Comprehensive compatibility, 28. You have a bit of combat awareness, but lack practical experience. Although the data still wasn't much to look at, it was at least not as painful to the eyes as before. Combined with the steel fork and the newly acquired short-handled knife, ordinary wooden chests and bronze chests could no longer pose much of a challenge to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi checked his various attributes and equipment, no longer hesitated. sat directly in the driver's seat, and started the forklift, driving toward the service area. The duration of each service area was uncertain, so it was better to get familiar with it as soon as possible. As the vehicle drove into the fork in the road, and like last time, there was actually someone responsible for parking. It was a white cat wearing blue overalls and a white baseball cap. And whether it was Jiang Yi's imagination or not, he always felt that this white cat was a bit muscular. The bipedal white cat saw Jiang Yi driving the forklift and straightened its previously lazy posture against the pillar. Immediately, Jiang Yi saw the white cat smile, a smile that was somewhere between playful and expectant. It tipped its hat to Jiang Yi in greeting. Jiang Yi was a bit confused, but he still nodded. As the forklift approached. "Hello, player." "Oh wait, a special player, aren't you?" The white cat approached, its black and white whiskers twitching in the air. Upon seeing the quality inspector badge on Jiang Yi's chest, the white cat's expression changed for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. Jiang Yi had an intuitive feeling that something was wrong, but the white cat had already spoken first. "Welcome to the service area, honorable guest." As it spoke, the white cat snapped its fingers, a white light flashed, and Jiang Yi's vehicle disappeared. With his vehicle gone, Jiang Yi almost wanted to bolt out the door, and fortunately, there was no door here. Chapter 31, Daydreaming Hall. Jiang Yi still had a smile on his face, but he was already roaring in his consciousness. "Anvil, can you hear me?" After a second, a deep voice rang out. "I can hear you, brother. Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm in a white room." Jiang Yi subconsciously looked at the white building in front of him. There was indeed a huge parking sign there. The status of this service area seems to be much higher than the massage parlor. Jiang Yi pondered inwardly. The fact that his vehicle hadn't vanished made him feel less panicked, but the white cat's move still left him feeling uneasy. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. Damn it! Could it be that the good luck card was used too forcefully? Jiang Yi's intentionally calm expression greatly pleased the white cat, but when Jiang Yi looked over, the expression on the white cat's face returned to normal. "Respected guest, this hall does not require vehicle coins. Please follow me." The white cat smiled at Jiang Yi and bowed slightly, making a gesture of invitation. Jiang Yi felt a bit nervous. He couldn't run without his vehicle, so he could only follow behind the white cat and gradually step into this mysterious white building. The white building grew larger and larger in front of Jiang Yi, unlike the somewhat dilapidated honey sanatorium. This white structure told every visitor from the very first second, "I am expensive. I am expensive. I am expensive." Along the edges of the pure white building, off-white and grayish-blue plaster moldings outlined layer upon layer of intricate decorative patterns. They intertwined with one another, and every 40 or 50 centimeters, a golden, coin-like ornament was embedded. To Jiang Yi's unrefined eyes, these looked like they were made of real gold. Or at the very least, they were something similar to the currency used for vehicles. Beyond the luxurious and exquisite decorations on the top, the building's exterior steps extended outward. The handrails on both sides were actually embedded with various gemstones that shimmered with dazzling fire. If they were in the world Jiang Yi came from, the mere existence of these gems would be enough to outshine the top-tier inventory of any major auction house. Yet here, these gems were just casually embedded into the handrails. As he walked closer, he realized the building was ridiculously tall. The floor height was at least 8 or 9 meters. It was equivalent to several small 3-story buildings from the real world stacked on top of each other. Standing beneath this white building, the sun seemed to grow even more dazzling. There seemed to be a sweet fragrance in the air, and Jiang Yi sneezed. Is this the scent of roses? And fortunately, he was somewhat allergic to that sort of thing. Achoo! Jiang Yi sneezed several times in a row. The white cat beside him turned to the side, its face full of concern. "Are you allergic to pollen?" Jiang Yi nodded. "My deepest apologies. Please follow me inside. I will have the staff remove the roses." Jiang Yi didn't speak. He only felt that the more respectful the other party acted, the tighter the string in his heart was pulled. No entrance fee, valet parking. They even cared about your physical well-being and feelings. In this world, where could such a good place exist? Are they going to harvest my kidneys in the next second? A college student's kidneys aren't worth that much. Jiang Yi looked at the white cat suspiciously, but the white cat maintained a proper and polite smile throughout. Please, come in. The white cat turned sideways and opened the door for Jiang Yi. It had to be said. This blue-eyed white cat was actually taller than Jiang Yi. This is not biologically possible. A brown bear is one thing, but why a white cat? Feeling nervous, Jiang Yi's thoughts began to wander. The heavy doors were pushed open, and soothing music flowed out like water. It had to be said, it was quite pleasant. If Jiang Yi weren't so nervous right now, he would have been willing to immerse himself in the music. Warm yellow lights emerged in Jiang Yi's perception along with the music. It was a massive, square, ancient Roman-style atrium. In the center of the hall, there was a beam of light that seemed to shoot down directly from the sky. The beam had no special effects, but it made it impossible for anyone to look away. It was as if that were the focal point of everyone's gaze. Jiang Yi took a step forward as if bewitched. In an instant, the massive hall seemed to be activated by something. Jiang Yi shifted his gaze away from the light beam and only then discovered that the outer perimeter of the hall consisted of rows upon rows of seats extending upward. They continued to rise until they were swallowed by the white light in the distance so high that even his eyes couldn't capture them. Huge rhinoceroses, white tigers, green snakes wearing black suits, white foxes adorned in white dresses but with strange bloodstains on their faces, and a goat on a high platform holding a pair of delicate binoculars. They were all looking at the spot illuminated by that white light. This place was like a coliseum. Beside Jiang Yi's ear, the white cat's gentle, smiling voice sounded, "Respected guest, welcome to the Daydream Pavilion. I wish you a beautiful dream today." Daydream Pavilion, Jiang Yi's heart hammered. As the saying goes, the higher the status, the faster you die. This name sounded. It sounded very ominous. Before Jiang Yi could move, the white cat was already standing behind him, blocking his path of retreat. The audience has been looking forward to this for a long time. Looking forward to your sister. Jiang Yi cursed inwardly, but seeing the white cat's slightly narrowed blue eyes, he swallowed the words back. Jiang Yi forced a smile and, after thinking for a moment, said, "I'm just here for an inspection. Do I have to participate as well?" The white cat replied very politely, "Of course." Seeming to notice Jiang Yi's confusion, the white cat added, "The moment you stepped into the Daydream Pavilion, you became a dreamer. You must interpret your dream. This is the authority of the Daydream Pavilion." Requesting a translation into human language, Jiang Yi felt a bit helpless and changed his approach. "What happens if I quit now?" Hearing this, the white cat blinked, then politely gestured for Jiang Yi to look in another direction. Jiang Yi turned around. On the other side of the massive coliseum, two gray cats were dragging away a wild wolf that had only half its body left. As they dragged it, the wolf's intestines spilled all over the floor, but soon, a capable-looking tabby cat stepped onto the scene, cleaned up the remains, and sprayed some fragrance. Even from that far away, Jiang Yi could smell that the scent of the fragrance had changed to orange. Jiang Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What kind of daydreamer is this? This is an underground black market gambling den, right? Jiang Yi turned his head back. The white cat was already curling its lips into a smile at him. "Respected guest, due to insufficient authority, you can only interpret your dream on the first level for now. However, I believe, respected guest, that you possess extraordinary potential." As it spoke, the white cat looked meaningfully at the badge on Jiang Yi's chest. "This should be the only human quality inspector in the history of the game. How interesting. It's a pity that this poor little human inspector doesn't know that most inspectors are unwilling to come to the Daydream Pavilion. Even as an inspector, one must demonstrate their strength to earn the right to speak within the Daydream Pavilion." Jiang Yi almost finished cursing the game's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart, but right now, there was absolutely nothing he could do. "How am I supposed to articulate my dream?" Jiang Yi spoke in a low, heavy tone. "For the first floor, what you need to do is select your wager and choose your opponent. Once the wagers from both sides are confirmed, the duel will take place in the arena. If you win, you can reclaim your wager, take your opponent's wager, and receive a reward of 5 chech coins. If you lose," the white cat paused, its pale blue eyes flickering under the lights, "the wager belongs to the opponent, and you must pay a fee of 15 chech coins. If your assets are insufficient, the venue will take certain measures to deduct the balance, triple the stakes." That's even more ruthless than the 9 out, 13 back loan sharking. Watching Jiang Yi struggle to maintain his composure, the white cat added playfully, "Oh, by the way, allow me to add that once you enter the first floor, you are required to participate in at least 3 duels." A chill ran through Jiang Yi's heart. Chapter 32, A New Wager. Jiang Yi finally understood why this building was so luxurious. Entering the venue meant 3 duels. Winning earned you 5 Chech coins, while losing cost you 15 Chech coins. That meant a net profit of 10 Chech coins per match. For 3 matches, that would be 30 Chech coins. If there were enough dreamers participating in bets every day, the Daydream Pavilion might be raking in thousands of coins daily. And this was only the first floor of the Dream Pavilion. No wonder the brown bear shopkeeper said his was a small-time business compared to the sanitarium. The Dream Pavilion was pure profiteering. Seeing that Jiang Yi could no longer maintain his calm expression, the interest in the white cat's pale blue eyes grew even stronger. That's it, seeing everyone's different reactions. Watching them come to a sudden realization, seeing their helpless but forced resignation, and watching the manic expressions they reveal when they finally win or lose. The white cat's whiskers twitched slightly. This was a reaction that only appeared in felines when they were extremely pleased. Inside the ready room, Jiang Yi sat alone, his expression looking rather grim. "What should we do now?" Jiang Yi was silent for a moment, then shook his head. The rules of the Daydream Pavilion took precedence over the inspector. There was nothing to be done about that. Since things had come to this, he had better think about how to handle the upcoming duels. Perhaps the opponents wouldn't be too strong. On the long table in front of Jiang Yi was a transparent display screen. Scrolling through the contestants participating in the betting today, Jiang Yi saw his own name, Dreamer, Jiang Yi, human, wager. 5 jars of honey from the honey sanitarium. This was the wager he had confirmed for the first match. It had to be said that most of Jiang Yi's supplies didn't qualify as wagers. The most common currency was Chech coins, but unfortunately, he only had 15 of them. If he handed them over as a wager, he wouldn't be able to cover the costs in the event of a defeat. Fortunately, the honey from the sanitarium met the minimum standard for a wager. After thanking the brown bear shopkeeper in his heart once more, Jiang Yi hadn't even finished checking the status of other contestants when a battle invitation popped up. "You have received an invitation from Dreamer John, White Mutant Boar, LV1, Match Format Combat. Accept." Jiang Yi looked at the invitation. It was a massive, bipedal white boar. Its waist and abdomen were covered in taut muscles wrapped in bandages. Half of the boar's right tusk was broken, which, combined with its murky, slanted eyes, made it look even more ferocious. It seemed that these animals spawned from the service station all possessed a certain humanoid form, which was fundamentally different from the monsters spawned from treasure chests. John's wager was Steel Fang, a durable and long-lasting mace. It was once stained with blood. Using Steel Fang grants a 5% bonus to strength and 5% to agility. It is a highly practical weapon. It was actually a weapon that could boost attribute values. Jiang Yi felt a slight shock in his heart. After lamenting once more how high-class the Daydream Pavilion was, Jiang Yi clicked the times without hesitation. Just kidding. Whether it was the size or the wager, it was clear that this brother John was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After clicking X, several more invitations popped up, ranging from white tigers to elephants and lions. Clearly, they all saw Jiang Yi, the newly joined human player, as a piece of cake. Jiang Yi frowned, ignoring the barrage of invitations, and continued to browse the screen. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Jiang Yi still hadn't selected a suitable opponent. Outside the ready room, someone knocked on the door. Jiang Yi didn't even look up and said in a deep voice, "Come in." A raccoon, also wearing a one-piece jumpsuit, looked at Jiang Yi and reminded him, "The duels will begin in 10 minutes. If you have not selected your opponent by then, you will be automatically matched with the first person who sent an invitation." "Understood." Jiang Yi pursed his lips. The raccoon bowed slightly to Jiang Yi and left the ready room. Even though Jiang Yi had already experienced betting his life, he still felt a deep sense of despair at this moment. He hadn't expected that a service area refresh card would lead him into a dead end. The contestants here, the so-called dreamers, were far stronger than him. This was perhaps a station that only refreshed in the late stages of the game. And after using the good luck card, he had somehow ended up here by mistake. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A bead of cold sweat rolled down the tip of Jiang Yi's nose. Because of the sweat, the touch screen became slightly unresponsive, and the page began to scroll uncontrollably. The further down the page he went, the higher the level of the participating dreamers, the stronger they appeared, and the more bizarre their wagers became. At one point, Jiang Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. A suitable opponent. He slammed the button to invite. However, the next second, Dreamer Ilk has rejected your invitation. Jiang Yi's heart jolted, ignoring everything else. He shouted toward the outside. Can I still change my wager now? 1 second, 2 seconds, respected dreamer. Of course you can. After knocking on the door, Li Mao entered once again. Upon seeing the bright, black eyes of Jiang Yi, Li Mao paused for a moment, but quickly replied politely. After speaking, Li Mao looked up and scrutinized Jiang Yi calmly, wondering why the latter had suddenly become so spirited. Jiang Yi nodded. Amidst Li Mao's slightly curious expression, Jiang Yi took a badge out of his pocket. When he saw clearly what was in Jiang Yi's hand, Li Mao's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 33 Legendary Craftsman. Excuse me, I need to further verify whether this item can be used as a wager. Li Mao looked at Jiang Yi in shock, only giving his answer after a few seconds, as soon as possible. Walking out of the preparation room, Li Mao still maintained a look of shock and confusion. He walked forward, not knowing whether he should head to the captain's office or go directly to find. What are you doing here? A gentle and magnetic voice rang out, and Li Mao's figure shuddered. Seeing that it was Bai Mao, Li Mao let out a soft sigh of relief, looking as if he had found his backbone. Captain Yi, the white cat, referred to as Captain Yi, let out a hum, signaling for Li Mao to continue. Li Mao stepped forward a few paces and whispered into the white cat's ear. Upon hearing the wager Jiang Yi wanted to exchange, the white cat couldn't help but glance sideways at Li Mao, who nodded lightly. The white cat hissed softly, seemingly caught off guard by this change as well. He wants to trade this. Li Mao frowned, his face bitter as he shook his head. I don't know. That human was in the preparation room, and after searching for an opponent for 10 minutes, he suddenly went crazy. It seems he suddenly became very spirited. The white cat clicked his tongue. He couldn't figure out the reason for this change either. However interesting. Then let him change the wager. The white cat's tone rose slightly, although it sounded like a question. It was the final word. But there hasn't been a wager like this before. It doesn't matter. Isn't there one now? The white cat narrowed his eyes and smiled. I told you, humans are quite interesting creatures, yes. Since the captain had said so, Li Mao naturally wouldn't object. Li Mao took a piece of paper with golden patterns from his inventory. The name of the paper was very concise. Contract paper description. Reaches a contract, valid after contract verification. With the existence of the contract paper, the trouble of verifying the wager could be saved. After Li Mao replaced Jiang Yi's wager with that item on the contract paper, the paper bloomed with light and generated a new signature field. Li Mao looked at the white cat. Captain Yi. The white cat nodded and pressed his paw onto it. The new contract took effect. Li Mao was just about to go back and tell Jiang Yi that the new wager had been successfully replaced. But at that moment, the white cat stopped him. Wait, Captain Yi, I'll go. You? Yes, the white cat smiled slightly. You go help me host the others. Remember to apologize to those ladies and madams. And those young masters and gentlemen. Are there that many? Li Mao asked subconsciously. After seeing his captain's smiling face, he replied silently. Understood, Captain. I will call Xiaowu over. Xiaowu. Yes. I'm afraid that won't be to their taste. You know, Xiaowu is lacking in appearance. Li Mao, I understand. I will go with Xiaoqi. All right. Thank you for your hard work. The white cat, Captain Yi, narrowed his eyes and smiled. Knock. Double quotes. Mr. Jiang Yi, your wager has been successfully replaced. May I come in? Outside the preparation room, the white cat knocked on the door. Please come in. Jiang Yi, who noticed the voice sounded a bit different, didn't pay it much mind and spoke up. The white cat walked in holding the contract paper and the badge, stood still in front of Jiang Yi, and re-examined the human before him. Green. That was the white cat's first reaction. After all, Since this game went online, many humans had appeared. This batch of players should be the newest arrivals, and familiar with many things. Come to think of it, he had found it strange at the time why a newbie player could appear in the pavilion. But combined with what this newbie had obtained, he felt it was understandable. However, what this newbie was doing now was a bit beyond his scope of understanding. Mr. Jiang Yi, let me confirm once more. Are you truly going to change the wager to the quality inspector professional identity? Yes. In the last few minutes, Jiang Yi had suddenly acted as if he had gone mad, changing the original honey wager to the quality inspector professional identity. Although a quality inspector still had to follow the rules after entering the Daydream Pavilion, they still had the right to conduct quality inspections once they bypassed those rules. In other words, the quality inspector's authority was still immense, granting access throughout the game. The White Cat didn't understand why this newbie would go and change to a bigger wager after seeing his opponent playing the pig to eat the tiger. It didn't seem like it. In this game, playing the pig to eat the tiger was an easy way to run into an even stronger tiger. It was really quite unnecessary. Moreover, his physique and temperament were right there. The White Cat narrowed his eyes. This player might have killed some monsters or people, but he was definitely not experienced. There wasn't much coldness to be seen in those eyes. Therefore, the White Cat had taken Li Mao's place. He was very curious about why this young man would do such a thing. Confirmed. Jiang Yi nodded, his gaze focused. Very well. The White Cat stopped talking, curious about Jiang Yi's next choice. After the wager was changed, this time, the recommended opponent list flipped down many pages. There weren't many wagers that held the same value as the quality inspector identity. Invitations from other players flew toward Jiang Yi like snowflakes. This pathetic human player had absolutely lost his mind. He had actually gone so far as to wager his own identity as a quality inspector. Jiang Yi did not look at the invitation. Instead, he stared fixedly at a specific column, clicked it, and sent the invitation. This time, it was Quick Dreamer, legendary craftsman Orko. LV.20 has accepted your invitation. After Jiang Yi finished his selection, a massive screen popped up in front of him, displaying the information of the opponent he had chosen. Upon seeing the name legendary craftsman Orko LV20 displayed on it, even the White Cat nearly lost his composure. The White Cat had originally been standing in a relaxed posture, but when that name appeared in his pupils, his whiskers stood on end. He jerked his head around, eyes wide, and stared at Jiang Yi, who was sitting on the sofa wearing a white t-shirt, black trousers, and a pair of the most ordinary canvas shoes. His expression seemed to be saying, "Are you insane?" Jiang Yi ignored the White Cat's reaction. Once he saw that Orko had chosen to accept, he felt his entire body go limp. Human emotions often experience a brief moment of exhaustion after extreme spikes, and this was no exception. Jiang Yi sprawled out on the soft sofa. How should he put it? It was truly worthy of being a venue run by felines. Everything was soft and fluffy. Jiang Yi unconsciously rubbed against the blanket. It was like heaven compared to his hard inspection bed. To the White Cat, this scene was no different from being completely insane. The White Cat's brows were tightly locked, and he understood even less what Jiang Yi was trying to do. Chapter 34. Then prepare to die. Jiang Yi noticed the look of shock on the White Cat's face, but he said nothing. Jiang Yi curled up into the sofa, trying to calm his nervous and racing heart. Originally, he had thought he wouldn't be able to get out, but now, that remained to be seen. Jiang Yi buried his entire head into the sofa, so the White Cat couldn't see his expression. The White Cat felt he was beginning to understand what humans meant when they described the feeling of having a kitten scratching at their heart. Damn it! He wanted so badly to know what this human was thinking. Since Jiang Yi wouldn't speak, he could only wait. As time ticked by second, in the White Cat's view, this human hadn't made any preparations at all. He hadn't even organized his weapons. The wall clock finished its final rotation, and the White Cat let out a long, heavy breath. Time is up, respected dreamer. After a few seconds, the head on the sofa finally lifted up. Oh, right. Jiang Yi scratched his messy hair and sprang up from the sofa. He glanced at the light screen. You slept on a blanket covered in milk fleece. Fatigue -10%. Jiang Yi smacked his lips and spoke while under the White Cat's gaze. Do you guys sell the blankets here? Are you trying to back out? I'm sorry, how? The white cat let out a confused how. Jiang Yi pointed at the blanket on the sofa and repeated, do you sell them? White cat, we do. Jiang Yi nodded and asked again, how many car coins? The white cat gave Jiang Yi an incredulous look. And sure, if Jiang Yi's mental state was normal at this moment, if you win the match, we will provide you with a full set of blankets, pillows, and bed sheets for free. Hearing this, Jiang Yi smiled, thank you. Having said that, Jiang Yi stood up, ready to walk out of the combat preparation room. Seeing that the white cat hadn't followed yet, Jiang Yi took the initiative to ask, aren't you going to lead the way? I don't know how to get to the match. The white cat licked his lips. A few seconds later, he bent over and bowed, please follow me. In the vast first floor arena, music and the scent of oranges drifted through the air. Jiang Yi walked slightly behind the white cat, one hand in his pocket, looking surprisingly dashing. Of course, it would have been perfect if the hand Jiang Yi had in his pocket wasn't cramping up from nervousness. Jiang Yi's throat felt tight, and he asked in his consciousness, you're sure this will be fine, right? No problem. The anvil's voice rang out, sounding very relaxed and very confident. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. At this point, he could only pin his hopes on Brother Anvil. Walking out of the preparation room and through the long corridor, Jiang Yi couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt the atmosphere in the hall was much more heated than when he had first arrived. Countless gazes practically turned into physical entities, sticking to Jiang Yi's body and face. A snake lady with a good figure, wrapped in a cheongsam, even flicked her tongue toward Jiang Yi's cheek. She snapped her fan open and suddenly spoke to the passing Jiang Yi. Kid, you have a lot of courage. Big sister thinks highly of you. By the way, when the time comes, can you spare a little something for me? Jiang Yi glanced at her sideways. The snake lady giggled. I don't want much. How about one of your ears? Ha ha ha. I want a leg. I want the eyes. I want that stupid brain. After the snake lady spoke, all sorts of ghostly wails and howls erupted, mocking Jiang Yi brazenly. Jiang Yi acted as if he hadn't heard them and walked straight ahead. Above the hall, a virtual screen flickered, and two names appeared. 312th Duel. LV20 Legendary Craftsman Orko vs LV01 Jiang Yi Countdown. Information flashed continuously on the giant screen. Many spectators who had rushed over only paused for a second before falling into a frenzy. Of course, they weren't feeling frenzied for Jiang Yi, but for that legendary craftsman Orko. Orko actually agreed to participate in a first-floor match. What kind of dumb luck did this kid have today? Orko, that Orko who is called a legend in the first-floor arena. No, what kind of wager did that kid offer to be able to move Orko? This match is worth the trip. Come on. I want to place a bet, all in on Orko. The noisy clamor was enough to nearly overturn the entire first floor. As Jiang Yi's fingers twitched, he observed that it wasn't just the first floor. It seemed that at certain mysterious entrances leading to the second floor, people had activated something. New lofts were extending out from the second floor, directly above the arena where he was about to compete. This grand display had nothing to do with him. It was purely for his opponent, the so-called level 20 Dreamer Legendary Craftsman. 1 versus 20. This level gap made it look like he had completely lost his mind. But Jiang Yi knew he hadn't lost his mind, at least before he made his decision, he hadn't. The match is about to begin. I wish you all the best. Even with all its curiosity, the white cat fully displayed its professional decorum at this moment. It didn't say anything more, instead stepping slightly to the side to gesture for Jiang Yi to move forward and enter the arena. Jiang Yi ignored the white cat, gave a slight nod, and stepped inside. Under the spotlight, all the gazes seemed to vanish, leaving only the massive arena. Jiang Yi saw that the edges of the arena provided a variety of weapons. Long sabers, long swords, daggers, whips, axes, and so on. Though there were no firearms or anything of the sort, however, he had no use for them anyway. Jiang Yi didn't choose any weapon. He simply shoved his hands into his pockets and walked forward. At an angle where no one could see, Jiang Yi roared internally, "Dead hand, stop shaking." As the roar finished, the lights on the opposite side suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, the entire arena fell silent for a second. Jiang Yi felt something and looked up. A massive shadow loomed over him. The first thing Jiang Yi smelled was the scent of rust mixed with blood in the air, viscous and suffocating. Then came the sound of chains dragging across the floor. Finally, it was the steady, heavy thud of iron boots, as if they were meant to be welded to the floor. Clang, clang. A deep, resonant voice, sounding like a stone axe, rang out, "You are my opponent." Jiang Yi looked up. He saw a waist as thick as two men wrapped together, and an axe tucked into the belt that was half his own height. There was a deep, dark smear of red on that axe. He couldn't even see Orko's face clearly. Jiang Yi took a step back, then a few more, before he finally saw that weathered, heavy face buried beneath crimson hair and a beard. The lips on that face were split by a massive gash that ran all the way to the center of his brow. Looking exceptionally ferocious, Jiang Yi swallowed hard, and it took him a long while to say yes. "Good." Orko nodded. He turned around, not caring in the slightest about exposing his back to Jiang Yi. Damn it. His back was almost like the Hulk's. Jiang Yi would exhaust 20 points of stamina just cutting pork with a knife. He figured he could exhaust himself to death and still not leave a single mark on that back, then prepare to die. After Orko put some distance between them, he pulled out his axe and said with complete seriousness, Chapter 35. I bet on myself. Following Orko's words, the atmosphere in the arena was pushed to its absolute peak. The white cat, the raccoon cat, and other cats also set aside what they were doing, watching the further development of the match with curiosity. Orko spun the axe in his hand. It was a simple movement, yet Jiang Yi's sharp eyes caught that the space where the axe swept through showed deep, dark cracks. If that axe landed, he figured he'd be sliced into pieces. Just as Jiang Yi was about to move, Orko's figure flickered and vanished from before his eyes. Wait, a roar. The axe hung right in front of Jiang Yi's forehead, just a few centimeters away from his eyes. Orko's indifferent golden pupils looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi stiffened his neck and said, "The method of duel I chose is not combat." Orko's movements paused slightly. The others watching the match also paused. Orko scratched his head, and after a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, "You want to compete in crafting?" "Yes," Jiang Yi said quickly. He took the opportunity to move a bit further away from the giant axe in front of him. Jiang Yi's words were picked up by the arena's sound system and echoed throughout the venue. Upon hearing the content, the raccoon cat Xiaoqi, who was serving a pig young master, couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yi in surprise, letting out a muffled laugh. The white cat, who had been looking forward to the match, shook its head upon hearing this. Wearing an expression of disappointment, the pig young master, dressed in a well-fitted gown, smiled and asked, "Why do you laugh?" Hearing this, the raccoon cat turned back, bowed apologetically first, and then explained, "Respected guest, you might not be aware. Most duels in the first floor arena are in the form of combat. It is true that a small number of dreamers choose other forms of dueling. For instance, Orko accepts two types of challenges, combat and crafting." The fat pig grunted, signaling for Xiaoqi to continue. "Clearly, someone is trying to exploit a loophole," Xiaoqi said, glancing at Jiang Yi, who looked tiny compared to Orko's massive frame, and added, "He saw a rare alternative dueling method and chose Orko." The pig young master nodded, but unfortunately, Xiaoqi looked at Jiang Yi with quite a bit of sympathy. Orko's crafting skills are even better than his combat techniques. This poor human clearly knows nothing about Orko's mastery of crafting. Furthermore, what he might not know is that Orko absolutely loathes those who are unskilled at crafting and waste materials. If he thought he could save his stamina and win by luck, then I can only say, he is truly unfortunate. So that's how it is, the pig young master realized, squinting his eyes as he looked back at the large and small contestants in the arena, and couldn't help but shake his head at the latter. An opportunist will eventually perish in their own gamble. In the arena, seeing Jiang Yi's firm expression and hearing his answer, Orko's brow furrowed. This time, he looked Jiang Yi up and down, carefully and thoroughly. That was his most direct impression. Orko put away his axe and said in a deep voice, "If you waste the materials, I will stuff you into my bellows." A simple sentence, yet it made Jiang Yi feel a genuine killing intent. Jiang Yi swallowed hard and asked again in his heart, "Brother, can you do it?" "I need a straight answer." "I can," the anvil replied with a resounding, powerful tone. "Good. Jiang Yi raised his head and stared fixedly at Oko. Perhaps when a person is terrified and nervous, their brain simply goes blank, or perhaps it was the dead pig doesn't fear boiling water mentality. In any case, at this very moment, Jiang Yi's mind felt strangely light, and a sentence even slipped out of his mouth. You can try. The entire arena went silent for a second, and then everyone looked at Jiang Yi as if he were a lunatic. Is this human crazy? Is this kid scared stupid? He's actively provoking Oko. Before the audience below could react further, Jiang Yi decided to go big. Knowing his voice would be amplified, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, I want to place a bet. Do you even have any money, you idiot?" To be placing a bet, the civet cat, Xiaoxi, who had just collected 5 jars of honey from Jiang Yi, couldn't help but look at him in disbelief. Then suddenly realized placing a bet. What kind of bet? Jiang Yi turned his head toward the white cat and said, "You definitely have a gambling ring set up here, right?" He didn't believe that such a black-hearted venue would gather so many spectators just to collect an entrance fee. There had to be a betting pool. Stared at by Jiang Yi, the white cat felt a headache coming on. He stood up from the railing he was leaning against, not even knowing why he felt compelled to respond so respectfully. "Yes, we do. Do you wish to place a bet?" "Yes." Jiang Yi took a deep breath, his eyes reddening. 15 Czech coins, all on myself. The white cat gasped out below the stage. Lady Snake's fan nearly dropped to the ground, with the tip of her delicate tongue resting against her soft, shapely lips. Lady Snake almost bit her own tongue. She instinctively looked at Oko. Sure enough, the latter's expression had completely darkened. What difference was this from insulting Oko in public? "Human, do you want to die?" Oko frowned and looked down. "No," Jiang Yi said with a serious face, enunciating every word. "I want to live." After speaking, without waiting for Oko to react, Jiang Yi stomped over to the edge of the arena and handed his 15 Czech coins to the bewildered white cat. "This is my bet." Having said that, he turned around and walked back. The white cat held the 15 coins in his paws, feeling as if he were holding 15 bombs. Well, not real bombs, but rather the fact that Oko behind him was about to explode. After being threatened and insulted by Jiang Yi, more and more red flames surged from Oko's body. This was the fire-type ability unique to Oko. Jiang Yi took one look and then withdrew his gaze at this moment. He would just pretend he couldn't see anything. "You are quite something, human. You are the first person to speak to me like that." "Well, that's good then." Jiang Yi blurted out. "He's crazy. He's truly crazy." The white cat was dumbfounded. Chapter 36. Where is the door? Jiang Yi was not crazy. He had been thinking just now that since he only had that many Czech coins in total, and losing one match cost 15, if he had to compete in 3 consecutive matches, there was no way his Czech coins would be enough. Given this premise, the only match where he could actually make a difference was this first one. If he won, he would not only receive the reward but could also make a big score through betting. If he lost, there was nothing more to say. It was a dead end. Whether he was thrown into the bellows by Oko or had his flesh carved off by the Dream Pavilion for failing to pay the fine, it was all death. In other words, the only victory he truly cared about was this one. Jiang Yi's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he had returned to the state of mind he was in when he insisted on testing the bug. Only this time, it looked much bloodier. The competition format was modified to forging. The number of spectators in the hall was increasing, and some were even calling for others from a distance. So much so that, on the highway. In the chat channel, "Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant." Damn. Did you guys see that? A lot of whirlpools have opened up on the highway. It seems like they are all spawning monsters. Player grandma, your bottle evil is updated again. It's true. Shivering player nameless person. These monsters don't seem to be planning to attack. Player 0229, seems like it. When I lowered my head to pick up a treasure chest, a whirlpool spawned in front of me. But the guy inside just looked at me and left. Player. The players were discussing it heatedly. Orange and the window that won't close both sent private messages to Little Fry, attempting to see if the big shot knew what was going on. But the big shot had yet to reply. On the arena floor, Oko was covered in raging flames. He looked down at Jiang Yi from his height and slammed a hammer onto the ground with a loud clang. Clang! A light screen popped up. Rough hammer awaiting refinement. It comes from the Iron Bull Jaime and accompanied the latter through his final days in the casino. Jiang Yi glanced at the hammer. It seemed this was the item to be forged. Jiang Yi whispered, "Can you do it, Jiang Yi brother? Don't mess with me. If I can't do it, feed me to the zombies. I can definitely do it good." Although he really wanted to stab this anvil with a fork for cracking jokes at a time like this, Jiang Yi ultimately held back. After putting down this hammer, Oko pulled out another one. The Iron Bull had 2 hammers in total, which were also the gambling prizes he had won during his last duel on the first floor. With the forging project decided, the competition was about to begin. This kid is actually going to compete with Aok in forging. Ha 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 ha. I really don't know whether to call him bold because of his skill, or just a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. I'd bet on the latter. Didn't you see his left hand shaking the whole time? A massive smelting furnace rose from beneath the arena floor. Red crystals were fed into the furnace one by one, and in an instant, the temperature on the arena floor soared. The smelting furnace was provided by the Dream Pavilion in this regard. The Dream Pavilion didn't mind being generous. After all, the battle between Aok and Jiang Yi had attracted enough attention for them, and enough profit. The betting odds had already reached 1 to 20. Only a pitifully small number of crazed, speculative spectators had chosen to bet on Jiang Yi. Even then, they had only placed the minimum bet of 5 chech coins. As the betting pool grew larger, the civet cat Xiaoxi walked over carrying a display screen and raised an eyebrow at the captain, asking if he wanted to participate as well. White Cat narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. The civet cat looked a bit surprised. Yi didn't explain anything, simply telling the civet cat to continue registering bets. The result of this match is too lopsided. It's not interesting at all, White Cat thought to himself, although, in some corner, his cat-like intuition made him feel that something was off. But so what? On the arena, separated into 2 sides, Aok had already calmly retrieved 3 iron blocks from the storage rack. His massive frame moved across the arena as if he were a mysterious craftsman from the Middle Ages. After gathering the iron blocks, raging flames erupted from Aok's palms, circling the edges of the iron preheating in his palms, followed by quenching and purification. Then, he directly pulled up his hammer and placed it into the melting furnace. He was going to regenerate the blank and forge a brand new hammer. The crowd watched intently as Aok continuously retrieved iron powder, aluminum alloy, lard, kaolin, and other materials. Each ingredient was mixed into the base liquid according to a specific ratio, gradually condensing into shape above the fiery red furnace. As they watched, many people let out gasps of admiration. As expected of the legendary craftsman, even the simplest forging process provided a sense of aesthetic pleasure, like flowing water. At this moment, Aok didn't look so fierce and menacing anymore. There was only pure, absolute focus. People couldn't help but look to the side. This human is so arrogant. Perhaps he actually has some skill, shifting their gaze. What came into view first was half a head, and a messy mop of hair on top. Piggy subconsciously stood up, craning his neck to see the person behind the forging furnace. The cameras quickly sensed the audience's curiosity, and several flying lenses circled around Jiang Yi. Immediately, a face blackened by soot appeared in everyone's sight. Jiang Yi spoke. "Yes, hit a snag already. This opening, why won't it open?" The arena fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Yi stroked his chin, squatted down, and turned another half circle. The anvil couldn't watch anymore and said, "Brother, you're standing on the wrong side. This is the butt of the forging furnace. Oh." Hearing this, Jiang Yi hurriedly moved to the other side. This time, he indeed saw 2 closed secret doors. The 2 sides of the arena were actually mirror images. No wonder he couldn't find the door. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. White Cat's eyes went dark. He couldn't help but grip the marble pillar next to him tightly. His cat claws scratched a mark into the surface. He closed his eyes. He had been in charge of the Daydream Pavilion for who knows how many years, and this was the first time he had encountered a guy who could be this stupid, who could provoke such an emotional shift in him. Over there, after Jiang Yi found the door to the forging furnace and gave it a pull, he finally managed to open it. "Brother, what do I do next?" Jiang Yi rubbed his nose and asked in his mind. At this moment, he completely abandoned any so-called subjective initiative. Just kidding. He wasn't some protagonist who could explode with power at a critical moment. At this time, he chose to trust the professional brother. Summon me out first, relying entirely on instinct. Jiang Yi visualized the appearance of the anvil in his mind. A white mist that only Jiang Yi could see permeated the air, and immediately, the iron lump form of Brother Anvil appeared above the forging furnace. Put the hammer up first. The anvil began to command. All right. Jiang Yi didn't have many great advantages, but his intelligence was decent, and his execution was off the charts. Hearing this, he walked toward the hammer on the ground, found an angle to exert force, and with a strain of his hands, he managed to lift one corner of the hammer. Brother, I'm trying my best, Jiang Yi said with a wooden face. There was no helping it. This hammer probably weighed 100 or 80 pounds, and it wasn't easy to get a grip on. If he hadn't been training for the past few days and seen improvements in all his attributes, he probably wouldn't have even been able to lift a corner. I'll go down. The anvil spoke. The mist transferred downward, arriving beneath the hammer. Chapter 37. I still need a bit of your hair off the field. What is he doing? Some spectators watched Jiang Yi's movements, puzzled, weighing it. A lizard curled its tongue, and sure, the confused expression on the face of the white cat nearby hadn't faded. Intuition told him that this human simply couldn't lift the hammer. How is it? Jiang Yi's face was flushed red as he asked. The condition is still okay? The anvil deliberated. Let's switch to a ground furnace. All right. Jiang Yi didn't waste words. He dropped the hammer head with a loud asterisk clang asterisk, turned his head, and shouted toward the direction of the white cat. Excuse me, change the furnace. I need a ground furnace. White cat froze for a few seconds. After realizing Jiang Yi was talking to him, he pointed at himself. Receiving a confirming nod from the latter, White cat said, shall see. Switch to a ground furnace, yes. Soon, the massive forge was removed, and the floor of the competition arena split open once again, replaced by an embedded ground furnace. A ground furnace, as the name suggests, is a forge built into the ground. Compared to a standard forge, it has a larger capacity, but the heat and state are much harder to control. Nearby, Aok had just finished smelting a piece of iron billet when he looked over and saw the ground furnace. His gaze paused for a second. However, after seeing Jiang Yi's clumsy movements as he shifted the hammer bit by bit into the furnace, he withdrew his gaze. Grandstanding. A damn waste of materials, bellows user. The aura on Aok grew even more intense. Under the high heat of the fire, the original hammer melted into a pool of molten iron. Aok turned around, poured it into a prepared mold, and continuously added new materials. At the same time, Aok waved his hand, and a hammer inlaid with gilded gold appeared in his right hand. Asterisk clang. Metal and stone rang out in unison. Aok began to fuse it with the new, denser iron billet and forged it. Hammer blow after hammer blow. The shadows of the hammers overlapped, and even the sound waves echoed one another, continuous and unending, like a magnificent musical movement. As expected of a legendary craftsman, it is simply the aesthetics of violence. Young Master Zhu narrowed his eyes, snapped his fan open with an asterisk clack asterisk, and looked quite satisfied. He took a sip of red wine, and the next second PFFT. The catfolk Shao-Chi expressionlessly wiped the purple-red liquid off her face. Cough, cough. Young Master Zhu coughed repeatedly. Shao-Chi gritted her teeth and hurriedly patted young Master Zhu's back, which was as thick as a mountain ridge. Shao-Chi asked with concern, cough, cough, cough. Young Master Zhu kept coughing, but his gaze remained locked on the other side of the arena. His chubby finger pointed toward the direction of the furnace, as if to say, look over there. Shao-Chi looked over subconsciously, only to see, after seemingly weighing the hammer, Jiang Yi appeared to ponder something on the spot. Suddenly, he picked up something resembling a crowbar and a pickaxe. Then, after the ground furnace had slightly melted the hammer, he took a fork and forcibly shaved off about 1/6 of the hammer. That small piece of iron rolled down and was swallowed whole by the ground furnace. The catfolk was dumbfounded. What is that human doing? Isn't this a repair? Why is he destroying the weapon instead? And it wasn't over yet. After shaving off 1/6 of the iron, Jiang Yi began using all sorts of tools, knocking off small fragments from time to time. It was impossible to tell what he was doing. At this moment, Jiang Yi was like the little cook from the movie *Ratatouille*. He didn't know what he was doing either, but regardless, whatever the anvil said, he did. The tools vibrated so hard his hands went numb, but he didn't dare to stop for a second. After finishing the processing of all materials according to the anvil's instructions, the anvil spoke again. "All right, brother, after polishing, the stability is now relatively balanced. Now, throw it into the ground furnace, add iron powder, aluminum alloy, haren steel, The preceding materials were similar to what Jiang Yi had just peeked at Aok adding. But the next material almost made Jiang Yi smash the hammer onto his own hand. Add a bit of raw rubber. The anvil pondered for 2 seconds, and an oxtail. Jiang Yi, good grief. Is this enchanting? The anvil had no way to manually craft items like the crafting tables of this world. There were blueprints and rule restrictions in that regard, which Jiang Yi had already tested, but for hammers, swords, knives, and the like, as long as there were materials, it shouldn't be a problem. But he hadn't expected the materials the anvil used to be so bizarre. Jiang Yi was just about to open his mouth to call the white cat when, the next second, the anvil said, I can taste some hatred. I also need a strand of Ake's hair, Jiang Yi." A few seconds later, Jiang Yi said, sweating profusely, "Are you serious, brother?" "I am," the anvil said with great certainty. "Jiang Yi." After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Yi said nothing. He stood up, one hand in his pocket, and walked toward where Aok was. The crowd's gazes followed Jiang Yi's movements, looking at each other in confusion, not knowing what he was about to do. Aok looked up from his forging and stared at Jiang Yi as if looking at a dead man. Under the gaze of Aok's pale golden eyes, Jiang Yi swallowed hard. He stopped 1 meter away from Aok and squatted down. Jiang Yi bent over. Aok slammed an axe directly into the ground. Jiang Yi's body shuddered. "Want to die?" Aok's voice came from overhead. Jiang Yi picked up a few orange-red hairs that had fallen on the ground, turned around, and ran for his life. The white cat slapped her own forehead, beginning to deeply regret why she had brought this guy into the Daydream Pavilion. After the competition, wouldn't Aok be angry enough to tear their place down? Chapter 38. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yi kept a wooden face, took his hand out of his pocket, and said, holding his breath, "Got it. Ake's hair. Good." The anvil wanted to laugh, but looking at Jiang Yi's expression, he felt a bit uneasy, fearing that if Jiang Yi went out, he might stab him in the head with a fork. The anvil thought for a moment and swallowed his mocking words. Jiang Yi tried his best to ignore the death glare from behind him and, following the anvil's instructions, wrapped Ake's hair around the oxtail. The latter was something he had forced the white cat to send over. Despite her look of utter disbelief, once wrapped, Jiang Yi threw it into the ground furnace. Tongues of fire erupted from the center of the furnace, brushing past Jiang Yi's face. Jiang Yi could even smell a strange fragrance on his own face and body. It wouldn't be cooked, would it? Jiang Yi shook his head, throwing that terrifying thought out of his mind. After adding these 2 unique seasonings, the anvil's subsequent performance was quite standard: polishing, balancing, quenching, and forging. The anvil had originally intended to have Jiang Yi hammer it a few more times. Jiang Yi truly didn't have much strength left. It wouldn't do for him to ask Aok for help with this too. Thus, the anvil had to settle for the next best thing, increasing the quenching temperature and adding more auxiliary materials. Upon seeing this, someone in the audience shook their head and said, "Sigh, he's got something going on. But isn't he being too arrogant?" Young Master Pig turned his head, watching with great interest. "What do you mean?" The mole, dressed in a suit, took a handful of melon seeds from the table and shared them with young Master Pig, incidentally tossing a handful to the civet as well. "I'm watching that kid. It looks like he's attempting purification. But he's added so many different materials, and he's using a ground furnace. It's extremely difficult to accurately gauge the state of each material during the forging process." "Wait, he isn't just forging blindly?" Civet Xiaoqi asked in astonishment upon hearing this. The mole let out a sound. "Why would you think he's forging blindly? Does he look like an idiot to you?" The mole had arrived from another competition arena later on and didn't know what had transpired. Xiaoqi fell silent for a moment, wasn't he? Xiaoqi couldn't help but look at Jiang Yi on the stage. The latter was still sticking his large rear end up while shoving things into the ground furnace. forming a stark contrast to Aok, who was manipulating the flames with ease. Is this kid really forging? The audience, including Xiaoqi, was full of questions. But Jiang Yi didn't have time to worry about that. His mind was entirely filled with the anvil's demonic voice. Brother, that embryo is about to melt away. Fish it out. Got it, brother. Add some more water. The cooling isn't enough. Got it, brother. Add some rubber. Got it, brother. It's about to crack over there. The ground furnace temperature is unstable. Raise the heat. Got it, brother. Add more water. Got it, brother. Get some of Ake's hair. Got it. No, wait, no. Jiang Yi lifted his soot-covered face and spoke subconsciously. Below, the mole revealed an I knew it expression, cracking a melon seed. Sure enough. The heat control went wrong, didn't it? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and confirmed in his mind, again, yes, brother. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, turned, and walked away, as if he had made some sort of resolution. Thus, within Ake's line of sight, Jiang Yi, looking like a little dwarf, appeared once again, wriggling into view. In the latter's gaze, Jiang Yi once again snatched up a strand of fiery red hair scattered on the ground. It is worth mentioning that this time the hair was brownish. It must have been a beard. Under Ake's death stare, Jiang Yi had no choice but to speak up this time. He straightened his upper body and chuckled twice, just saying hello again. Ake said nothing, merely pulling the bellows. The scorching air from the bellows blew Jiang Yi's hair back. Jiang Yi hurriedly closed his eyes, subconsciously saying, "No need to be so hot-tempered." After saying this, Jiang Yi scurried back, as if there were dogs chasing him from behind. Ake's eyes opened and closed, then opened again. He made up his mind that after the competition ended, he would stuff Jiang Yi into his own bellows. Only then did the rising anger in his heart dissipate slightly. HMPH. The flames on Ake's body retracted, and the shape of a hammer had already emerged above the forge. After waiting for a period, both the air and temperature reached the optimal state, and Ake proceeded to cool the newly forged hammer. With a hiss, steam billowed. The finished iron hammer was cast in one piece. Shimmering with a dark luster under the lights, on the hammer, there were refined, mutually twisting patterns, overlapping and intersecting with one another. This was the result of secondary forging with refined iron. This level of precision had almost reached the pinnacle of forging. Ake lifted the hammer and finally fitted it with a protective handle. Two clusters of flames circled the hammer once. Ake swung it casually twice, and an exaggerated sonic boom echoed through the air, accompanied by a strange, muffled sound, as if a black ox were bellowing. Ake held up the hammer, and the system judgment appeared on the light screen. Repaired hammer from Iron Bull Jaime, weapon grade judgment, silver tier weapon FX and skills. Using this weapon grants a 10% increase in strength, 10% in stamina, and 5% in agility. Active skill Bull Possession. Upon use, enter a berserk state, gaining Kung 50% strength and Kung 30% agility, with 10 seconds of immunity to negative status effects. The duration of this skill depends on the user's own condition. Cooldown: to 4 hours. Note, the Bull Possession skill has a chance to trigger an active intelligence reduction effect, with a range of -20% to -10% of current attribute points. Good heavens! It's actually a silver tier weapon, and it has a skill, as expected of the legendary craftsman. The audience below looked at the content on the light screen and couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. There were few simple characters among the audience who had come to the Daydream Pavilion. They knew very well how impressive it was to forge a silver tier weapon with a skill using ordinary materials. Moreover, the weapon's buffs were very direct and effective for certain stat-heavy monsters. It was simply the most suitable weapon. Ake glanced at the light screen with no expression on his face, calmly putting the hammer down as if he were just setting aside a book. He was not surprised by this result. A competition like this was not worth wasting his precious materials and energy on. Therefore, he had merely picked out something from a defeated opponent that he didn't care for. With Ake finished forging, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to the other side. Noticing the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yi lifted his head slightly. Upon seeing the glowing silver tier weapon, he smacked his lips. Damn it! So weapons have grades. Does that mean my steel fork doesn't have a grade at all? On the competition field, time ticked away. because most of Jiang Yi's forging process was conducted inside the ground furnace. The only thing displayed on the big screen over and over again was Jiang Yi's upturned rear end. Back and forth it went. The audience's gazes gradually began to turn strange. Down on the stage, Lady Snake rested her hands elegantly on the railing, half propping up her chin. A misty, watery haze filled her cyan eyes as she stared intently at several parts of Jiang Yi's body, especially his backside, nodding in satisfaction. On the stage, Jiang Yi felt a chill on his rear. He looked up, but finding nothing unusual, he went back to lying half prone beside the ground furnace, keeping a close eye on the heat. It wasn't that Jiang Yi or Anvil wanted to show off by choosing the ground furnace. The truth was, he couldn't lift the hammer. There was no way to directly toss the hammer into the smelting furnace, even if he could barely manage to fling it in. The subsequent steps of purification and quenching would become incredibly troublesome. Considering this, Brother Anvil had advised Jiang Yi to choose the ground furnace instead. As for the temperature of the ground furnace, Anvil hadn't said a word. It wasn't a big deal anyway. A quarter of an hour passed. "Brother, it's ready. Take it out," Anvil shouted in Jiang Yi's consciousness. "All right." Before Jiang Yi could even respond, his entire body was suddenly lifted into the air. What are you doing? Chapter 39. You can always trust the power of a block. Jiang Yi stiffened his neck, kicking his legs in midair. He turned his head to look and saw Oko holding him by the collar, tossing him aside. "We're still in the middle of a duel. You can't just interfere with your opponent like that, you know," Jiang Yi shouted out loud. He didn't mention at all that he had just crawled over to pluck the other party's hair. Off stage, the organizers like White Cat and Raccoon also tensed up. Raccoon 4 and 7 both looked toward White Cat. White Cat frowned and spoke from outside the arena. "Mr. Oko, I know you are very angry, but according to the rules, the match is not over yet. You..." Oko raised a hand, and White Cat fell silent. The giant like Oko said nothing. Without a word, he used his left hand to lift the door of the ground furnace, bringing out the forging platform and the hammer above it together. Oko looked at the hammer, which had no patterns and looked completely unremarkable, and said in a deep voice, "Next, cooling," outside the arena. Although the audience already viewed Jiang Yi as a dead man, they couldn't help but be swept up by the tension, swallowing their saliva repeatedly. Jiang Yi was dangled in midair, struggling for a few seconds to no avail, so he could only ask in his heart, "Cooling, Anvil, MMHMM." Jiang Yi nodded toward Oko. Oko, expressionless, turned around, preparing to place it into the cooling barrel. Below the stage, is Oko getting impatient? Does he want to end the match quickly? Someone speculated. Looks like it. This human clown has been pulling so many little stunts on stage, he's probably completely annoyed Oko. TSK, I wonder if this little brat will be stuffed into the bellows by Oko first, or dragged out by the raccoons from the Dream Pavilion to be settled first. Someone gloated. Only Mole and young Master Pig were different. Asterisk crunch, crunch. Mole spat out all the sunflower seed shells in his mouth, rubbed his furry chin, and pondered for a few seconds before speaking. What he said almost made young Master Pig spit out all the wine in his mouth. Though this time, 7 had the foresight to stand behind young Master Pig first. Yes, with this reaction from Oko, could this kid have actually forged something extraordinary? Asterisk cough, cough. Young Master Pig sat up straight from his lounge chair. Really? The wine was knocked over. 7 relatively calmly had someone prepare a new glass of wine. After cleaning up the mess, he turned around blankly and let out an ow. "What?" Ignoring etiquette, 7 asked. Mole watched the two on stage intently, his eyes gleaming. "Didn't you see? Oko is observing that weapon, observing, not showing disdain or indifference." 7 looked sharply at the stage. When he saw that the eyes hidden behind Oko's thick hair and beard were indeed showing a calm, even contemplative look, he was shocked. How is this possible? What hasn't the legendary craftsman Oko seen? Would he care about something unremarkable forged by a human? 7 hurriedly adjusted several cameras to film the freshly forged weapon. A lead gray, plain-looking, miniature version of a hammer appeared on the big screen. No matter how you looked at it, it looked pathetic. There were even people in the audience booing and jeering. The White Dream Pavilion was never short of miraculous and surprising performances. And Jiang Yi had made such a big scene, a human dreamer, a level 1 rookie challenging a level 20 legendary craftsman, participating in his own bet and going all in on himself. Many speculators couldn't help but feel that perhaps this human really had some tricks up his sleeve. But upon seeing the finished product, they were utterly disappointed. Seven tilted his head in confusion, the camera moving closer, only to be suddenly swatted down. Beep. A harsh buzzing sound rang out. Damn, what was that? The audience below covered their ears and cursed. But upon seeing that it was Oko who had raised his hand to swat the flying camera down, they very wisely chose to shut up. Stay back, Oko said with a dark face. The few cameras flew away tactfully. Oko lowered his head and said to the little chick Jiang Yi in his hand, "How do you want to cool it?" Jiang Yi pointed at himself. Oko was concise. Jiang Yi realized belatedly. "You're going to help me?" Oko remained concise. Jiang Yi couldn't gauge what Oko was thinking. But he couldn't worry about that now, so he asked, "How do I cool it?" Anvil pondered for a few seconds. 700 degrees sand. Peak cooling, Jiang Yi repeated. 700 degrees sand. Peak cooling. Heaven help him. He had absolutely no idea what those words meant. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, Aok couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yi wasn't sure what Aok meant, but he trusted the anvil. Yes. Aok didn't say anything more and raised the temperature inside the pit to 700 degrees. Another half hour passed. The people present didn't feel bored at all. On one hand, the betting pool was growing larger and larger, with people even starting to curse each other's families and betting their lives. On the other hand, Aok's reaction was truly beyond their expectations. They were speculating whether Jiang Yi really understood forging and whether he had forged something extraordinary. Raise the temperature. The anvil changed the temperature several times. Jiang Yi bit the bullet and relayed his requirements to Aok, who now seemed surprisingly easy to talk to. The latter didn't speak, simply executing the commands, though the look of observation and contemplation in his eyes grew increasingly intense. Fluctuating isothermal cooling. When the temperature returned to 700 degrees, the audience in the arena became increasingly quiet and focused. Suddenly, Jiang Yi spoke. "It can be taken out now." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. "Is it done?" Aok retreated to the back, arms crossed, his eyes locked firmly on the pit. Jiang Yi's expression was also very tense, but at this moment, his face was so covered in soot that it was impossible to tell. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Although he trusted the anvil in his heart, he still couldn't help but ask, "Brother, can I trust you, brother?" "It's in the bag." The anvil's voice came through, carrying a strange sense of calm. "You have to believe in the power of the block." "All right." Jiang Yi no longer hesitated and pressed the lift button. The double doors of the cooling pit opened, the cooling platform rose, and a hammer glowing with a dark red light slowly floated up. Chapter 40. A huge windfall. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that hammer glowing with a dark red light. This hammer was clearly not as dazzling or radiant as the one Aok had forged. It was smaller in volume, and its glow was much dimmer. However, its silent appearance was enough to make it impossible for anyone to look away. Everyone clearly saw that when Aok saw this weapon, his pupils visibly constricted. Under the spotlight, the light blue scanning beam of the screen passed through the weapon. Hammer of coexistence. Weapon grade, quasi-gold grade weapon. Description: to live together, not to die together. Reborn through the fire. Using this weapon grants a boost of strength 12%, stamina 12%, and agility 5%. Active skill: War Song of the Fire Bathed. After use, enter a 5-second invincible state. Strength 100%, stamina 100%, agility 50%. After use, the user will fall into a state of total weakness. The specific effect depending on the user's own condition. The cooldown for this skill is 7 days. Passive skill: Twin Hammers. Has a 10% chance to trigger a secondary evolution of the weapon. Clatter. Mole's sunflower seeds clattered all over the floor. Young Master Pig also stood up, his squinted eyes wide open, revealing that he actually had double eyelids. The quasi-gold grade weapon. Everyone present stared fixedly at the description on the screen. 1 active skill, 1 passive skill, and it was even an active skill that included an invincible state. The base stat bonuses had also reached a superior 12%. Which was better and which was worse was clear at a glance. Aok took a few steps forward. The white cat beside him hurriedly snapped out of his shock, performed a nimble flip, landed in front of Jiang Yi, and extended his palm to block the way. Mr. Aok, please calm down. However, before he could finish, Aok's palm had already swung over. White cat gritted his teeth, his palm erupting with an orange-red glow. The two collided for a second. Aok took half a step back, while White Cat instantly retreated to stand in front of Jiang Yi. White Cat's voice came through. Jiang Yi, follow the raccoon for now, and then said, "Oh." The raccoon came down from the stage and led Jiang Yi away from the arena. Only when he reached the edge of the arena did Jiang Yi realize what a massive sensation he had caused. The noisy sounds almost crashed into his ears. Did I see that right? That kid actually forged a gold-grade weapon. Quasi-gold grade. Is there a difference? Not really. Damn. Hand forging a quasi-gold grade weapon. Is this reasonable? Is this kid playing the pig to eat the tiger? Young Master Pig, hearing this, disagreed. Hey, we haven't done that. You're courting death. White Tiger, standing nearby, punched that kangaroo directly. The entire scene descended into chaos. Someone even leaned over from the viewing gallery and shouted, "Little brother Jiang Yi, are you selling this weapon? I'll offer 300, oh no, 500 vehicle coins. Get lost. 500? How dare you even open your mouth? Little brother Jiang Yi, look at me. Mr. Jiang Yi, would you consider joining our pavilion?" All sorts of voices, chickens, ducks, fish, and insects mixed together. Jiang Yi rubbed his ears, and the raccoon, Xiaoxi, hurriedly said, "Please come this way with me." Jiang Yi nodded and followed obediently. The hammer sank into the ground and was locked away. Jiang Yi rubbed his nose and said in his heart, "Brother, you seem to have pulled off something huge." The anvil chuckled twice, "Easy, easy." As he followed the raccoon out of the arena, the noisy sounds were left behind, and the surroundings became quiet. Jiang Yi discovered that this wasn't the equipment room from before, but a new place. Moreover, judging by the feel of the path, it seemed to be leading underground. Jiang Yi walked at the back, feeling much more relaxed now. He had already won one match. He could just forfeit the remaining two and pay the fines. He had won this gamble. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. "We have arrived." The civet cat, Xiaoxi, spoke up from the front, bowing slightly toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi said nothing and looked ahead. "VIP room 019. The deputy captain is waiting for you inside," the civet cat said. Not knowing who the deputy captain was, Jiang Yi nodded indifferently. Just as he was about to enter, a gentle yet magnetic female voice rang out, "Please, come in." Jiang Yi lifted his leg and stepped inside. Inside the VIP room, the large screen was replaying the scene of the forging that had just taken place. Seeing himself with his butt stuck in the air, half prostrate next to the furnace, Jiang Yi almost tripped over his own feet and ascended on the spot, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Jiang Yi gave a light cough and looked at the person sitting by the table. It was actually a white leopard with a remarkably toned physique. She stood up, her body's fluid muscle lines stretching continuously. The long Achilles tendons on her lower legs reminded Jiang Yi of the high jumpers he had seen in the real world. "Jiang Yi, Level 1 Dreamer, Human Quality Inspector," the white leopard spoke, her attitude appearing quite pleasant, but unfortunately, this was exactly the type of thing Jiang Yi was least susceptible to. It wasn't for any other reason. Back in college, the administrative staff and counselors were all of this style, and he really couldn't bring himself to appreciate such people. Therefore, Jiang Yi didn't answer. Jiang Yi's dismissive behavior made the white leopard frown slightly, but she still smiled. "Congratulations on winning your first duel at the Daydreaming Pavilion." "Thank you." Jiang Yi nodded. "What are your plans for the next steps?" "For the next two matches, I choose to forfeit directly. Deduct the penalties from the chips I won in the betting pool just now." "Forfeit directly? Is there a problem?" "No." The white leopard's expression was a bit stiff. How was this different from what the white cat had described? "Xiaoxi, what was the payout for the betting pool just now?" Reporting to the deputy captain, the odds were 1 to 30, including the principal. A total of 450 Czech coins were won. After deducting the 10% betting fee, That makes a total of 405 chech coins. 405 chech coins. Even after subtracting the 20 chech coins in failure fees for the next 2 matches. That still left 385. And there was also the betting prize from Aok. Jiang Yi remembered it was a promise for a custom forging. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up instantly. As a legendary craftsman, Aok definitely had many blueprints. And a crafting bench should be a given, a huge windfall, a truly huge windfall. Could all the good luck from the masked pink pearl have piled up here? Very well. The white leopard nodded slightly. She pulled out a white card and handed it to Jiang Yi with a smile. Mr. Jiang Yi, this is a 3rd-tier storage card for the Daydreaming Pavilion with a capacity of 10,000 chech coins. The card is valid throughout the entire pavilion. I have already transferred 385 chech coins to your account. Please check it. Chapter 41. Time to pack up and leave. A 3rd-tier storage card. This didn't look like something one could get for free. Was this her trying to do him a favor? If that was the case, since she had given him a benefit, he should probably be a bit more cordial. All right. Jiang Yi smiled and took it. I've already forfeited the subsequent matches. As for the hammer that was forged, just leave it to the system to handle the 3-party settlement. If there are no other procedures, I'll be taking my leave. Jiang Yi didn't want to stay in the Daydreaming Pavilion any longer. The level and clearance requirements of this place were too high. It clearly wasn't a place for a newcomer. Jiang Yi might be a bit reckless, but his intelligence was perfectly fine. If it weren't for Brother Anvil being there this time, he really might have been done for. As for the hammer, Jiang Yi didn't have any particular thoughts on it. It didn't suit him, and besides, the main materials were provided by Oak, while the auxiliary materials and the furnace were provided by the pavilion. Jiang Yi figured that dealing with it later would be quite troublesome, so it was better to just let the system resolve it. The white leopard and the civet cat, Xiaoxi, exchanged a glance. The former immediately said, "We can process it according to your method. There are no other procedures following this." Good. Jiang Yi didn't waste any more words and turned to leave. The white leopard spoke instinctively. "Mr. Jiang Yi, please wait a moment." Jiang Yi looked confused. The white leopard pursed her lips. There was actually someone who had zero interest in the Daydreaming Pavilion. "Mr. Jiang Yi, on behalf of the Daydreaming Pavilion, I would like to formally invite you to serve as an in-house blacksmith. Upon accepting the invitation, you will receive the title of Lifetime Honorary Member of the Daydreaming Pavilion. Enjoy a 10% discount on all activities within the pavilion. And as long as you complete a certain monthly workload, you will receive a remuneration of 5,000 chech coins. What do you think?" "I refuse." Jiang Yi spat out the 3 words directly. The civet cat Xiaoxi's eyes slowly widened, seemingly in disbelief. "Why?" The white leopard couldn't help but frown. "Do you have any concerns regarding this?" 5,000 chech coins was an absolute fortune for a new player. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, implying something. "Is the price you're offering me the same as the one you gave Aok?" The white leopard was choked up. It really wasn't the same price. Jiang Yi wasn't surprised by this at all, from his current interactions. The Daydreaming Pavilion didn't have much to do with the so-called place where dreams come true. This was a place where everything was aimed at maximizing profit, so naturally, they would try every possible way to squeeze out his value. But the white leopard instinctively wanted to say that, after all, given the forging process and the various qualifications obtained, Aok had advantages in terms of blueprints and other rule-based aspects. There was no way Jiang Yi could possibly negotiate the same price as the latter. For the Daydreaming Pavilion, forging weapons wasn't the most important trade. The related products were far more significant, but she couldn't explain this to Jiang Yi. Furthermore, offending the latter was a possibility. If a newcomer could qualify to enter the Dream Pavilion, then he could not afford to underestimate Jiang Yi's potential. After a few seconds of deliberation, Bai Bao spoke quite straightforwardly. "My apologies." This attitude caught Jiang Yi somewhat off guard. It was quite different from the kind of opportunistic price gouging he had anticipated. "Currently, you do not possess the relevant qualifications." Bai Bao spread her hands. Her gaze tinged with helplessness. 5,000 chech coins is already a relatively high base salary. After all, the material consumption, forging equipment, and orders are all provided by the Dream Pavilion. Hearing this, Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds. The room fell silent, and the civet cat Xiaoxi subconsciously held his breath, waiting for Jiang Yi's answer. I'm sorry. The civet cat couldn't help but exhale softly. Was it still not going to work? Bai Bao's lips trembled slightly, and her brows furrowed. However, Jiang Yi continued. Being a resident artisan won't work, but we can cooperate, Bai Bao looked at Jiang Yi. I prefer to be an independent artisan. We can cooperate by having me take on orders from the Dream Pavilion. As for the specific profit split, since I am the one leading the forging process, I take 70, you take 30. Bai Bao spoke subconsciously. No, a 60-40 split, deal. Jiang Yi answered in a split second. Vice Captain. Xiaoxi couldn't help but shout out. Bai Bao stood up, only then realizing what she had just said. Oh no, she had fallen into his trap. She had gone along with this kid's pace. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up, making no effort to hide how pleased he was at this moment. The platform, materials, and orders were all provided by the Dream Pavilion. He was effectively a hands-off manager. Moreover, he could decide whether or not to accept an order. A 60-40 split meant he was getting the better end of the deal. Bai Bao opened her mouth, revealing sharp teeth. What a cunning kid. He had calculated their desire to retain talent and used it to push them down a slope of his own making. Doing business with the Dream Pavilion at a 60-40 split for most people, that was a fantasy. If not for her good upbringing, which made her choose to maintain her composure, she would have wanted to bite Jiang Yi's neck right then and there. Vice Captain. Xiaoxi muttered under his breath. Bai Bao took a few deep breaths, and only then did her expression return to calm as she sat back down in her chair. She waved her hand, signaling for Xiaoxi to be quiet. 60-40, it's a 60-40 split. A few seconds later, her slightly low, magnetic voice rang out. Jiang Yi beamed with joy, a stark contrast to the cautious and guarded face he had worn just moments before. Great. Jiang Yi flashed a grin, showing his white teeth in the air. A contract paper appeared once more. You have signed a cooperation agreement with the Daydream Pavilion. The terms are as follows. You will accept orders from the Daydream Pavilion as an independent artisan. You are responsible for completing the corresponding order work. The orders, consumables, and forging equipment are provided by the Daydream Pavilion, and you are responsible for the quality of the output. Profits earned will be split after confirmation by you, the Daydream Pavilion, and the system, at a ratio of 6-player Jiang Yi to 4 Daydream Pavilion. When the Daydream Pavilion confirms an order and transmits it via the system, you may independently decide whether or not to accept the order. The service area positioning card is provided by the Dream Pavilion, as confirmed by the system. Both parties are in an independent cooperative relationship. Either party wishing to terminate the relationship must have it confirmed by the system. Jiang Yi quickly ran through the terms in his mind, and upon reaching the first point, he suddenly thought of something. If it says responsible for quality, couldn't he also profit from his status as a quality inspector? Charging a commission as a quality inspector to perform quality checks, that's perfectly reasonable, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Yi could barely suppress the upward curve of his lips. After confirming the content and adding a few details, Jiang Yi and Bai Bao signed their names respectively. Bai Bao put down her fountain pen, let out a long sigh, and at the same time, gave Jiang Yi a lingering, meaningful look. Jiang Yi noticed a new title, Lifetime Honorary Member of the Daydream Pavilion, added to his status window. With a thought, he raised his hand, and a white badge featuring silver white wings appeared on his chest. This reminded him of the green badge that the Brown Bear store manager and the masked Pink Pearl had obtained. The latter seemed to have an S-shaped icon with a scepter in the middle. He wondered what these symbols represented. After checking, Jiang Yi took a glance at the goods refreshed on the room's light screen. Seeing that even ordinary refined steel was priced at 80 Czech coins, Jiang Yi decisively abandoned the idea of buying anything inside the Daydream Pavilion. The first floor only had the arena. There was nothing for him to inspect there. He couldn't exactly drag their stage away. There was no benefit to be gained. Now that he had finished shearing the sheep, it was time to pack up and leave. Chapter 42. Lights turn on. Emerging from the underground VIP room, the civet cat Xiaoxi led Jiang Yi back to where he had parked his vehicle. Stepping out of the white building, Jiang Yi felt completely relaxed, basking in the sunlight and feeling refreshed all over. The white cat was still waiting outside. She seemed to be holding something in her hands. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Yi. Your performance left us deeply impressed." The white cat smiled. Jiang Yi nodded politely. "These are the blankets and other items you mentioned. We have also prepared an afternoon tea for you." Jiang Yi took the items the white cat handed over. Sure enough, they were the blankets from the combat readiness room that could reduce fatigue. And there was even a 3-piece set in another gift bag. There appeared to be a small piece of cake and black tea. The cake emitted a faint scent of sweet orange, making his mouth water. Quite thoughtful. "Actually, thank you," Jiang Yi said with a light smile. The white cat nodded and said smoothly, "The parking fee is 10 chech coins. Will you be paying with your crystal card?" Jiang Yi, damn it. He praised them too soon. Black-hearted capitalists, no entrance fee. But they charge for parking. 10 chech coins. Why don't you just go rob someone? Even the brown bear shopkeeper only charges 15 chech coins for a full massage. Charge it, Jiang Yi said with a dark expression, pulling out his crystal card. The white cat acted as if it hadn't seen anything, swiped the crystal card, and handed it back to Jiang Yi with both hands. A white light emerged, and the familiar 2-story forklift appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. Jiang Yi actually felt a sense of seeing a long-lost relative. "Mr. Jiang Yi, this is MR's business card," the white cat spoke. Handing Jiang Yi a business card, Jiang Yi accepted it, and within the light screen, a special column appeared in the chat channel. "You have received a friend request from legendary craftsman Aok. Accept." Jiang Yi tapped accept and closed the chat channel. He hung all his items on the cargo rack in front, waved goodbye to the two cats, and drove away from the service area. The white building complex disappeared behind him, and the fork in the road vanished. On the endless highway, Jiang Yi stepped on the gas, driving for about 30 kilometers until he squeezed the last bit of charge out of the battery before finally coming to a stop. Jiang Yi leaned back in the driver's seat to rest, taking out the orange cake and black tea for dinner. Jiang Yi mentally tallied the gains from this mission. First was the partnership with the Daydream Pavilion and the lifetime membership status. Second was a net profit of 375 chech coins and a one-time crafting opportunity from Aok. Finally, there were items like the blanket. These things seemed unremarkable, but the blanket could be placed on the driver's seat to continuously reduce fatigue, which was a very considerable benefit. For a novice player to have such gains, in a way, the Daydream Pavilion truly lived up to its name as a dream pavilion. The faint cream blossomed with the aroma of sweet orange on his tongue. It was actually quite delicious. After finishing the cake in a few bites, Jiang Yi felt inexplicably refreshed. A light screen popped up, orange-scented cake. Exclusive to Daydream Pavilion members. Retail price 30 chech coins. After consumption, gain a one-time permanent come to strength, come to stamina, and come 1 agility. 30 chech coins. Jiang Yi almost choked to death on his black tea. Realizing that the black tea was likely a similar item, Jiang Yi forced himself to swallow the tea that had already reached his teeth. Withered black tea. Exclusive to Daydream Pavilion members. Retail price 20 chech coins. After consumption, gain a one-time permanent come 1 strength attribute bonus. And current fatigue is reduced by 80%. As expected, Jiang Yi hurriedly took another sip. Jiang Yi glanced at his status window. Player Jiang Yi, 43,990,805. Nickname: Melancholy Little Fry. Title: Bold and Careful Stubborn Donkey Vehicle. Forklift. 60 gives 12. Produced by Daydream Pavilion. It's expensive, but that's not its fault. Tilt health: 80 average health level. Strength: 16 gives 19 come 3 stamina. 30 gives 30 to come 3 agility. 20 gives 21 come 1 comprehensive combat ability. After spending 50 chech coins, his comprehensive combat ability had actually broken through 30 points, reaching 35. Jiang Yi patted the square on top of the steering wheel and said, "Brother, I feel like I can run another 120 kilometers. Let's go, brother." Jiang Yi didn't linger. He drove for 3.5 hours, until 9:30 p.m., when his visibility was severely limited, and only then did he stop. Current distance to fog erosion, 760 kilometers. Driven today, 240 kilometers. Although the service area had delayed him a bit, because his fatigue had been reduced. The mileage wasn't too low. The speed of the fog erosion behind him was now 10 kilometers per hour. And a distance of 760 kilometers was enough that Jiang Yi didn't need to worry too much about the fog increasing its speed later. After a simple meal of instant noodles, Jiang Yi opened the chat channel. Only then did he notice that the private chat channel below had been flashing. A lot of whirlpools have refreshed along the highway. Are there monsters inside the whirlpools? The monsters are in such a hurry. I wonder where they are going. He didn't know either. Anyway, it shouldn't have anything to do with him. Jiang Yi replied, I don't know, to window that won't close and orange. And also asked if they had any lighting fixtures to sell. He had wanted to install lights for a while, but hadn't managed to find any. Orange said she hadn't found any. But window that won't close, the nameless lucky player in Jiang Yi's mind replied immediately. Window that won't close, big boss, I have some. Window that won't close. It's a bit unique. Jiang Yi thought to himself, it's just a light. How unique could it be? He didn't take it too hard and replied, melancholy little fry. As long as it can provide light, it's fine. Window that won't close. If it's just for lighting, it's definitely fine. This set of lights is even brighter than the one I'm using now. Window that won't close actually had 2 sets of lights. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Jiang Yi couldn't help but complain internally. Melancholy little fry, alright. What do you want to trade for? Window that won't close, fuel. As expected. In the end, Jiang Yi traded to 5 barrels of fuel for the lighting fixture. A white light emerged, spitting out something that looked like a glass ball. Inside the glass ball, 5 colors swirled, looking exceptionally brilliant and filled with fairy tale-like colors. Looks alright. This thing, Jiang Yi muttered. He inspected it up and down and saw a button in the middle of the light sphere. It seemed like it could be turned on. So, he tapped his finger on it, and the light sphere unfolded. Light turn on. A heavy metal mechanical sound rang out, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in Jiang Yi's heart. Chapter 43. A blast of powerful music strikes. A blast of powerful music strikes. A transparent orb of light unfolded above, and the dreamy, iridescent glow within instantly transformed into colorful spotlights, evenly scattering across the driver's seat in front, the cargo compartment in the back, and along the edges on both sides. As Jiang Yi's eyes slowly widened, he noticed that even the inner sides of the forklift tires, which had previously appeared quite low profile and heavy, now featured 2 blue-green light strips. Asterisk strip. Asterisk. Inside the light strips, tiny oval-shaped light orbs began to rotate along the tires, looking incredibly flashy. At least, in Anvil's perception, that was the case. Wow, brother, what is this? It's so cool. Anvil's voice sounded extremely excited. These colorful light strips paired with his own colored blocks were a match made in heaven. While Jiang Yi stood there dumbfounded, the name of this contraption appeared on the light screen. Passionate and dynamic light strips description. Do you want to dance? A burst of high-energy music. Do you want to dance? A burst of high-energy music. Jiang Yi, I don't want to dance. Damn it, I want to kill someone. The multicolored lights shone on Jiang Yi's relatively fair face, making his expression look exceptionally twisted at this moment, late at night, on a terrifying highway. A forklift full of passion. Damn it. This would be hard to get past any censorship. With a twisted expression, Jiang Yi opened the chat channel. The user window that won't close seemed to have anticipated what was about to happen. Before Jiang Yi could send his warm greeting, the other party had already sent a new gift. A flexible hose. Window that won't close, big brother. I remember you mentioned before that you wanted this, right? I found it in the trading hall and exchanged 2 bottles of mineral water for it. This is a gift for you. Window that won't close, shyly scratching head. JPG. Closing parenthesis puppy giving flowers. Emoji. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi took the hose, thought for a moment, and deleted the expletives he had typed in the chat box. Forget it. Jiang Yi sighed. It wasn't like it couldn't be used. Jiang Yi couldn't help but glance at his vehicle again. After the first round of multicolored sweeping lights finished, the second round turned out to be equally colorful, pillar-shaped beams of light. The beams projected onto the ground, and damn it, they were in the shape of hearts. Jiang Yi's fingers clenched tightly. He took a deep breath for several seconds before forcing himself to open his eyes. In that second, Anvil inexplicably felt that his brother seemed to have aged significantly. Jiang Yi typed into the input box, "Melancholy little French fry, thanks." After thinking about it, as a reward, Jiang Yi added, "Intel. If you encounter a service area with large white buildings, do not go in, unless you feel your combat power is strong enough." Entering the 3 duels at the Daydream Museum was, for most players, a death sentence. When Window That Won't Close saw the message, although he didn't know what these white buildings were, since the big brother said not to go in, he would just be careful and stay away. However, as expected, Big Brother really is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Window That Won't Close replied happily, "Got it." Closing the conversation with Window That Won't Close, Jiang Yi sent some biscuits and milk to the player Orange. Orange was currently organizing her pitifully small amount of supplies, half of which were already rotten and spoiled. Seeing the biscuits and milk appear out of thin air, she immediately realized it was the big brother and hurriedly sent an exclamation mark. Jiang Yi explained briefly, "The block you opened earlier helped me a lot. Take it." Orange, no, big brother. That was to repay you for saving my life. You've already helped me so much. You don't need to give me anything else. If anything, it's me who. Melancholy little French fry, just take it. Aren't you quite short on resources? Jiang Yi didn't bother to sugarcoat his words. This girl was indeed at the opposite extreme of Window That Won't Close when it came to luck. If his guess was correct, and the period after the novice adaptation phase was one where resources were scarce, this girl was at risk of literally starving to death due to a lack of supplies. Jiang Yi's plain but caring tone made Orange's nose sting. She rubbed her aching arms and slumped back down. There were several wounds on Orange's arms and legs. She had opened quite a few treasure chests today, but unfortunately, most were empty, and some even contained monsters. Now, the pain was finally starting to set in. Orange rubbed her eyes and typed, "Thank you, big brother, cute smile. Emoji." Jiang Yi idled in the regional chat group for a while, watching most people show off the supplies they had opened from their treasure chests: food, drink, and materials. Everyone had gradually shifted from their initial fear and discomfort to a more relaxed state, starting to chat casually. After lurking for a while, Jiang Yi kept an eye on a few items he wanted to trade, but his eyelids began to grow heavy. He was truly exhausted today. He felt like he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. Jiang Yi was about to rest, however. A burst of high-energy music erupted, *whoosh. Jiang Yi snapped his eyes open. Do you want to dance? 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 A slightly raspy, AI-generated male voice shouting, combined with the randomly flashing lights, hit Jiang Yi right in the face. The third stage of the passionate and dynamic light strips, audio accompaniment mode. Damn it. Jiang Yi couldn't hold it back and finally let out a curse. And so, Anvil watched as Jiang Yi, who had already been lying on his bedding, climbed out of the cargo compartment under the 5 colored lights and, without saying a word, began to exercise. Crafting table and water Service adaptation period, 7th day. At 5 minutes past 6. The system's voice sounded right on time. This time, the system's broadcast was even more concise. There was no mockery, no guidance. It simply announced that the fog erosion speed for the day remained at 10 kilometers per hour. And then it vanished. Jiang Yi had already risen early. After exercising for half an hour, he began to eat breakfast, holding a hand-grab pancake in his hand. It was still warm thanks to the existence of the stasis grid. However, it was exactly as described, not a particularly tasty pancake. The crust was so thick that he could barely reach the hot dog inside. Jiang Yi ate while washing it down with half a bottle of mineral water. He looked up at the sky. It was even gloomier today, and as the wind blew, one could feel that it seemed to be saturated with moisture. Would the next scene be a rainy day? Jiang Yi calculated his supplies in his mind. He didn't need to worry about the carriage, but if he nailed steel plates to the 4 sides of the front driver's cabin and covered them with a layer of waterproof tarp, it should be fine. However, Jiang Yi always felt it wouldn't be that simple. If it were just plain rain, there would be no need to grind for so many supplies in the final moments. Right. Never mind. He would just make sure his own supplies were well stocked first, after finishing his breakfast. Jiang Yi opened the chat box and found the name legendary craftsman Auk. Huh, Auk sent a message. Jiang Yi clicked on it, and saw a message sent just at 6, craftsman Auk. I want to buy that hammer. Dream Pavilion said I need to discuss it with you. Seeing this, Jiang Yi could almost picture Auk lowering his head, speaking in a stiff, literal manner. The morning temperature was on the low side, and Jiang Yi shivered, but he replied readily. Sure, the profit split will be determined by the system, just convert it into vehicle coins. 15 seconds passed, and Jiang Yi was already getting a bit impatient before he saw Auk's reply. Craftsman Auk, okay. Jiang Yi hurriedly typed. I'm ready to use that forging opportunity. I need to forge a crafting table. Another 20 seconds went by. Craftsman Auk, okay, no problem. Jiang Yi. Is the person on the other side handwriting the message? Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly as he thought this. In a way, he wasn't wrong. Inside a certain forging room, the giant-like Auk stood in front of a white light screen. His 2 eyes fixed on the chat box that was far too small for him. This interface was primarily provided by the system for players, and for Auk, it was simply too small. Auk poked his finger several times before he finally found the send button. A new message appeared in the chat box. Jiang Yi, what materials do you need? Auk had promised the forging, covering the forging process and the blueprints. As for the materials, if he had them, he would use his own. If not, Jiang Yi planned to pay for them with vehicle coins. Surely Auk wouldn't be lacking in materials. Auk frowned and rolled up his sleeves, just about to type a long message, when the raccoon beside him finally couldn't watch anymore and reminded him, Mr. Auk, why don't you try the voice-to-text feature? Auk turned his head. Where? The raccoon extended a paw and tapped the note symbol below. 15 seconds later. Craftsman Auk, I need aluminum bar *12, iron block *10, steel plate *4, universal iron heavy-duty gripper *1, universal swivel wheel *4, hacksaw *1, cutting turntable *1, material analysis redstone *4. Jiang Yi stared at the chat box, stunned for a moment. These materials, he didn't seem to have heard of them before. Universal iron heavy-duty gripper, cutting turntable, material analysis redstone. This wasn't right, was it? He only wanted a crafting table to make a water condenser. The materials for the former only required 5L glass container *1, hose *2, screw *5/6, adapter *4. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it should involve such complex operations. Jiang Yi felt a headache coming on. This, surely the thick-browed, big-eyed Auk wasn't trying to embezzle his materials, right? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi typed, I have the aluminum bars, iron blocks, and steel plates, but I don't have the other materials. Can I buy them from you or Dream Pavilion using vehicle coins? On the other side, the raccoon Shaoqi's eyes lit up upon seeing the message. And just as it was about to say, we have them, Auk had already replied. Okay, buy them from me. Dream Pavilion is expensive. Shaoqi, Mr. Auk, I'm still here. Jiang Yi naturally didn't know that the two were together, so he didn't hesitate at all. Fine. How many vehicle coins in total? At the same time, Jiang Yi hurriedly began scouring the trading hall for aluminum bars and other materials. It was a good thing he had paid attention to the group chat yesterday. Craftsman Auk, 500 coins in total. How much? Jiang Yi almost shouted out loud. He only had 375 vehicle coins in his inventory. Jiang Yi wiped his face. Mr. Auk, can it be deducted from the sale of the hammer? Craftsman Auk, yes. The system settled the transaction quickly. A quasi-gold grade hammer usually sold for anywhere between 2,000 and 5,000 vehicle coins. Since the primary materials, secondary materials, and forging equipment were provided by Auk and Dream Pavilion respectively, Jiang Yi's final share was 500 vehicle coins. It was just enough to cover Auk's material costs. Craftsman Auk, the crafting table requires 6 hours of forging time. After it is forged, it will be delivered to you through the system. Jiang Yi, okay. After Jiang Yi sent the message, the conversation with Auk turned gray. Even after clicking into it, he couldn't perform any operations. Jiang Yi's permissions weren't high enough. If it weren't for fulfilling the bet, it would generally be impossible to initiate a conversation with Elk. However, Jiang Yi didn't mind this. He had already made a connection with Dream Pavilion, and if he needed anything in the future, he could find out through them. With the matter of the crafting table resolved, another burden was lifted from Jiang Yi's heart, and his mood lightened considerably. With a step on the gas, Jiang Yi began to rack up today's mileage. Thinking that the distance and mileage displayed by the system shouldn't just be to remind players about the fog behind them, Jiang Yi really pushed himself to the limit today, without stopping even once. He drove until his fatigue value broke through the 60-point title cap before finally taking a short break. Because of the boost from the wool blanket and honey essential oil, Jiang Yi had driven for a full 8 hours, covering nearly 200 kilometers. His haul of treasure chests during this time was also quite good. After parking the vehicle, Jiang Yi tore open a pack of Wang's IQQ gummies. As the orange-flavored soft candies replenished his lost sugar levels, he took out a sandwich. The sandwich tasted a bit sour, and upon opening the layers, he discovered the pickles he disliked. With a grimace, he picked out the pickles and swallowed them down just as a white light appeared before his eyes. Jiang Yi jumped in surprise. The crafting table. It's here. The white light grew larger and larger, until it was somewhat beyond what Jiang Yi had imagined. A rectangular table 1.5 meters long, 1.3 meters wide, and 1.2 meters high appeared inside Jiang Yi's vehicle cabin. The system automatically found a suitable spot for it, placing it right next to the quality inspection table. In an instant, the once spacious and empty cabin became cramped. Information about the crafting table appeared on the light screen. Advanced crafting table description. A product from the legendary craftsman Aok. By combining blueprints and materials, it can forge and process most items, regarding wear and tear. It is guaranteed to last until you are gone. It won't break even then. Effect. Using this crafting table reduces material consumption by 20%, increases the success rate of crafting to 85%, and has a certain probability of triggering an item mutation upgrade trait in advanced crafting table. Reduced material consumption and an increased success rate. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. He took out the blueprint and materials for the water condenser and placed them directly onto the crafting table. Beams of white light enveloped the materials, and a pleasant clinking and clanging sound rang out. A 30-second countdown appeared above. After 30 seconds, a water condenser with a transparent dual-color glass container and a hose appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. You have triggered the item mutation upgrade trait. Mutated, multi-flavor water condenser description. Using the white glass container, it can produce 500 megaliters of pure water per hour. Using the orange glass container, it can produce 250 megaliters of orange juice, Sprite, Coke, soda water per hour. The water condenser requires no power source to function. Usage limit. 719 days over 720 days, daily working limit. The human race's brick-moving emperor. Did it trigger a mutation attribute? Jiang Yi looked curiously at the glass container on the crafting table. The glass container didn't look complicated. The main body was a glass jar divided into two sides, connected by a hose, with a water outlet similar to those commonly found on bar counters. By using water vapor, or something else. Jiang Yi didn't know the specific working principle. However, the fact that it required no raw materials or power made Jiang Yi very satisfied. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi first pressed the button on the side of the white glass container. Water condenser has started. 500 megaliters of pure water is being produced. Time remaining, 1 hour. 0 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. 0 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. A small green countdown appeared above, showing that he needed to wait for 1 hour. At the faucet connected to the hose below, with a plop sound, a drop of water fell. Jiang Yi realized belatedly, right, I still need to prepare a container to catch it. Jiang Yi placed the half-finished bottle of mineral water he had been drinking under the outlet. Watching the water condenser work for a dozen seconds, Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction. An output of 500 megaliters per hour might not seem like much, but in reality, if he used it to condense water for the full 8 hours a day, that would be 8 bottles of mineral water. It was enough to satisfy an adult's daily water needs, including water for washing, and he could choose to sell the surplus water resources No matter where or when, were always a necessity. As for the orange juice, Sprite, Coke, and soda water on the side, Jiang Yi believed there would always be crazy fans for them. Perhaps he could even sell them for a better price. Jiang Yi patted the water condenser as if it were a treasure, smiling in a way that looked quite silly. Ecchi. The anvil connected to the quality inspection table looked at Jiang Yi's expression, found it too much to bear, and chose to ignore him directly. After exiting the cabin, Jiang Yi started driving again. The time had reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The humidity in the air was becoming increasingly obvious, and large patches of dark clouds even appeared in the sky, as if a torrential downpour could fall at any moment. While driving, Jiang Yi kept an eye on the chat box. In the regional chat channel, player Human Race's Brick-Moving Emperor, say, "Have you guys seen the dark clouds in the sky? This doesn't look like it's just going to rain." Player 4399 fell in love with 7K. No kidding. Such a huge mess. It'd be hard not to see it. But, so what if it rains? Doesn't your vehicle have a roof? Player Human Race's Brick-Moving Emperor, a roof? You're thinking too much. I don't even have a top. Player 4399 fell in love with 7K. The Human Race's Brick-Moving Emperor looked at his medical gurney with eyes full of weariness. Yes, a medical gurney, damn it. He even suspected that this cursed highway game called anything with wheels a vehicle. Not to mention a roof. The medical gurney didn't even have a steering wheel. For these past few days, he had either been chased by the gurney in front of it or had to chase after it desperately when going downhill. Thinking about it brought tears of bitterness. The Human Race's Brick-Moving Emperor wiped his face and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. His mood truly not very pleasant. Player Human Race's Brick-Moving Emperor. Does anyone have a waterproof tarp for sale? If it really rained, his gurney definitely wouldn't hold up. Once it got soaked, it would become very heavy, making it even more inconvenient for him to grind his mileage. Seeing the message, Jiang Yi was quick-witted and sent a reply. Player Melancholy Little Fries, I have one. Player Human Race Brick-Moving Emperor, holy crap. It's Big Brother Little Fries. Player Melancholy Little Fries, I have a tarp and a simple carport frame. What are you trading for them? Jiang Yi acted as if he hadn't seen the Big Brother title and asked straight to the point. Both the tarp and the carport frame were items he had obtained from opening treasure chests. As for the former, steel plates were more effective, and as for the latter, he already had a vehicle cabin, so he had no use for it. After sending the message, Jiang Yi saw the private chat channel flashing incessantly. He opened the private chat channel, ignored the usual messages from people trying to make small talk, those playing the victim, beggars, and even those who had inexplicably come to curse at him to vent their anger. Sure enough, he saw the friend request from Human Race Brick-Moving Emperor. He accepted the request. Human Race Brick-Moving Emperor, Big Brother, do you need food, water, or materials? Human Race Brick-Moving Emperor asked cautiously. His supplies were not abundant, and he just hoped he had exactly what the big shot needed. Both the tarp and the simple carport frame were things he needed. While some people were selling the former, he had only seen a few players selling the latter over the past 2 days, and the asking prices were ridiculously high. Other players weren't fools either. After seeing that it might rain, they naturally understood the principle that the price of carports would rise with the tide. So, everyone was thinking that if they couldn't use them, they would use the latter to make a killing. The big shot shouldn't be like those people, right? Of course. Human Race Brick-Moving Emperor wasn't naive enough to think that the big shot would do charity work. It was just that he felt someone who could secure the first kill and be the first to upgrade to a level 2 vehicle shouldn't be lacking in anything. And there was no need to fleece him over this. Melancholy Little Fries. Vehicle upgrade fragments, or other item cards, anything interesting will do. If the value of what you offer is higher than the tarp and the carport, I will make up the difference with other food, water, or materials for you. Jiang Yi thought for a moment. He wasn't really lacking in food, water, or materials. As for batteries, he had the supply source of the window that wouldn't close, which was relatively stable for now. It would be better to trade for some vehicle upgrade fragments or items. Upgrading a level 2 vehicle to level 3 required 100 fragments. Jiang Yi currently had a total of 15 fragments, which was far from enough. so he could start preparing in advance. Seeing the message, human race brick-moving emperor subconsciously sighed, as expected of a big shot, while others were still worrying about basic supplies and fuel. The big shot had already started collecting fragments. Human race brick-moving emperor, okay. Human race brick-moving emperor. I have 5 vehicle upgrade fragments here. After thinking about it, the value of this stuff didn't seem to match the tarp and the carport frame. Human race brick-moving emperor frowned and gritted his teeth, then pulled a special service area location card from his pocket. Human race brick-moving emperor. There's also a special service area location card. A special service area location card. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his heart contracted violently. Could it be? Melancholy little fries deal. After sending the message, Jiang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately sent over a still hot buttered hot dog. A white light flashed when he saw the hot dog glowing with a golden luster and smelling of butter in the air. Human race brick-moving emperor almost drooled. He couldn't suppress a swallow. Holy cow! As expected of a big shot, he just sends hot dogs without a second thought. The white light dissipated, and the hot dog fell. Human race brick-moving emperor caught it like a tiger pouncing on prey. Hiss! Hot! Hot! After tossing it back and forth for a few seconds, human race brick-moving emperor bit off half the hot dog in one go. As for the danger of poisoning or something, in a survival game, would someone use a fresh hot dog to poison someone? Jiang Yi was still waiting for human race brick-moving emperor to reply. He wasn't worried that the latter would run off after eating. After all, the tarp and carport he wanted most were still with him. Chapter 46. Resource Recycling Station and Monster Shop. After accepting the supplies, human race brick-moving emperor gulped down the hot dog. After savoring the lingering heat and the flavor of the sauce, he didn't forget the main business. He quickly sent a message. Human race brick-moving emperor. This special service area location card seems to be able to locate a designated service area. I took a rough look, and it seems to have things like a sanatorium, a gym, a recycling station, and so on. Human race brick-moving emperor actually wanted to go himself, but out of caution, he hadn't used it yet. The treasure chests in this game all contain monsters, and there was no guarantee that the service area wouldn't have similar pitfalls. Seeing the mention of a sanatorium, a gym, and especially the last one, the recycling station, Jiang Yi didn't hesitate and sent a message immediately. Melancholy little fries, trade. Melancholy little fries, the tarp, the simple carport frame, 1 compressed biscuit, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a small 250 milliliters bottle of orange juice. Jiang Yi didn't mention the hot dog from earlier. He considered that the payment for the information. Human race brick-moving emperor, okay, deal. Human race brick-moving emperor agreed decisively. Compressed biscuits, mineral water, and orange juice were all very practical. Having not eaten fruit for 7 days, he felt his face had become much drier from the lack of vitamins. Hearing there was orange juice, his mouth, which had just finished a high-calorie hot dog, began to salivate again. This time, human race brick-moving emperor was very sensible and sent his supplies over first. With the 5 vehicle fragments and the special service area location card in hand, Jiang Yi sent the tarp and other items over as well. Melancholy little fries. For the orange juice, you need to prepare a container. A mineral water bottle or a cup will do. I'll send it to you in an hour. Jiang Yi wasn't worried that this would expose his water condenser. He planned to sell large quantities of mineral water and beverages later on, and anyone with a sharp eye would be able to tell anyway. Human race brick-moving emperor didn't say anything, just happily typed OK and sent over an empty bottle. After completing the trade with human race brick-moving emperor, Jiang Yi put up a link on the trading hall. Besides direct trades between players, the trading hall also had a shop-like trading method. Please name your shop. The system popped up a prompt. Jiang Yi pressed the button to automatically generate a name. Shop name. Ever Prosperous Department Store. Confirm. Jiang Yi clicked confirm. After confirming, the first item Jiang Yi listed was purified water. There were 3 tiers for exchange. 1 *50 ml, which could be traded for basic materials, such as 10 screws or 5 wooden planks. 350 ml, which could be traded for 6 steel plates or glass, etc. The quantity and type of the two were calculated based on a certain ratio. The third tier was a link for orange juice, cola, and Sprite, which only accepted special materials or items for exchange and required communication with Jiang Yi before the transaction could be confirmed. After finishing the listings, Jiang Yi felt it was a bit troublesome, suddenly thinking of something. Jiang Yi spoke up, "Brother Anvil, I'm here, brother." Anvil's voice rang out. "Can you see the content of the trading hall?" "It seems I can." Anvil gave it a try and saw the items Jiang Yi had uploaded to the trading hall. "What about the information of other players?" "It seems I can see that too," Anvil added. "Okay, then. Can I leave the trading and such to you?" "No problem. Just find me more scrap metal. My hands get itchy if I don't hammer iron for a day." Anvil agreed readily. In any case, his daily routine was to accompany Jiang Yi in the vehicle and chat. So taking care of the trading hall and matching wits and bargaining with those players sounded quite interesting. After Jiang Yi finished giving instructions, he specifically added, "By the way, brother, don't say anything strange when you're conducting trades, just trade normally. As for the freeloaders and moral blackmailers, just block them directly, no problem. Leave it to me. You can rest easy." Although he felt a little uneasy, there was no better way to handle it. So Jiang Yi had no choice but to trust Brother Anvil. Exiting the chat channel, Jiang Yi already had a green special location card in his hand. A light screen popped up. Level 1 Special Service Area Location Card Description. After use, the player can refresh a designated Level 1 Special Service Area. Level 1 Special Service Areas include Honey Sanatorium, Community Library, Community Hospital, Strength Fitness Center, Blue Sky Kindergarten, Harmonious Nursing Home. Level 1 Resource Recycling Station, Level 1 Monster Shop. On the light screen, one service area name after another refresh. The variety and number of service areas far exceeded Jiang Yi's imagination. However, Jiang Yi was certain that the Daydream Hall was not among them. The level of the Daydream Hall must be far beyond that of a Level 1 service area. Jiang Yi had been to the Honey Sanatorium before. Although he was very familiar with the Brown Bear store manager there and the items were of good quality and reasonably priced, it wasn't what Jiang Yi needed right now. The novice adaptation period was about to end, and Jiang Yi still needed to hoard more of other supplies. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi naturally ruled out the community library, hospital, fitness center, kindergarten, and other places. These places sounded very specific, and it was hard to guess what exactly could be obtained. So for the sake of safety, he decided to skip them. Jiang Yi's gaze lingered on the Level 1 Resource Recycling Station and the Level 1 Monster Shop. His expression hesitant. A resource recycling station and a shop. Both of these sounded like good things, but he could only go to one. Jiang Yi felt a bit conflicted. According to the information he got from the Brown Bear store manager last time, a quality inspector would usually take 1/5 of the goods for inspection, which was, in layman's terms, a commission. Of course, considering the persona he had established at the sanatorium and his status as the only human quality inspector, Jiang Yi did not intend to take a 20% commission as well. Just kidding. What if other quality inspectors were taking that much because they had an organization backing them up? He was all by himself. And if he took that much, what if he lowered the favorability of these shop owners, or if some problem arose during the quality inspection? It wouldn't be worth the loss. Even so, both the resource recycling station and the shop would definitely allow him to make a huge profit. As for the advantages of the former, Jiang Yi guessed that perhaps the variety of resources was more diverse, while the latter would have higher quality, and perhaps there might be items he could use later. Jiang Yi pursed his lips and pondered for a moment, finally deciding, "All right, I'm going there." Chapter 47, Brother, you've come to the right place. After conveniently dealing with the last wooden treasure chest, Jiang Yi chose to use the Special Service Area location card and selected the service area. Level 1 Resource Recycling Station. The supplies in a shop could be roughly imagined, but the supplies in a resource recycling station might hold unexpected surprises. The sky grew increasingly gloomy, but Jiang Yi's mood was very bright. He started the forklift, and after the location card took effect, a new fork in the road appeared on the left side of the path. You have used the Level 1 Special Service Area location card. The selected service area is Level 1 Resource Recycling Station. Please note, entering the resource recycling station requires a fee of 2 vehicle coins. If you are unable to pay, there is a chance to passively trigger a forced material recycling event. 2 vehicle coins. And forced material recycling. The basic precautions could be seen both before and after using the location card. So it was no wonder that the human brick-moving emperor hadn't chosen a service area himself. Most service areas required vehicle coins to enter, and a small number of service areas, such as kindergartens and nursing homes, always gave people a strange feeling, out of a desire to avoid risks. Perhaps most players wouldn't choose them. Jiang Yi's vehicle coins were basically obtained from system rewards, achievements, and service areas. Not all players would have such encounters during the novice adaptation period. 2 vehicle coins, Jiang Yi muttered, feeling a bit of heartache. The 2 fingers he held up looked exactly like the miserly Yan Jiansheng lying on his deathbed. In just 2 short days, Jiang Yi's assets had fluctuated wildly. The massive fortune of 375 vehicle coins didn't make Jiang Yi feel rich. Instead, it made him even stingier. Brother Anvil couldn't bear to watch and pretended he hadn't heard Jiang Yi's muttering at all. With a pang of heartache, Jiang Yi pulled his crystal card from his pocket. He drove the forklift toward the intersection. This place was truly worthy of being a resource recycling center. Even before entering, one could smell a strange odor in the air from far away. It wasn't exactly sour or foul, but rather a chaotic blend of various scents: gasoline, electrical components, acidity, and rot, all forcibly masked by the smell of cleaning agents and disinfectant. The stench hit his sinuses directly, making Jiang Yi's nose sting with every breath. Damn it! He needed a mask, and fortunately, he hadn't managed to pull one of those out yet. And John the Monitor, or John the Skin Flayer, was clearly not about to go out of his way to trade for one at the exchange hall at a time like this. Therefore, Jiang Yi thought for 3 seconds, and then, Brother Anvil suddenly began to flicker violently, because Jiang Yi, acting as if he'd lost his mind, suddenly took a deep, sharp breath of the pungent, stinging air. This inhalation lasted for 3 full seconds. Brother Anvil was filled with square question marks. Brother, are you serious? After that sharp, stinging breath, Jiang Yi's face turned green. He said in a low voice, "Just need to adapt to it. We have work to do. It's nothing to be ashamed of, brother. You have a masochistic streak, don't you?" The Anvil really wanted to ask that, but it also felt that Jiang Yi wasn't a masochist. He was just a lunatic, letting the pungent scent weave through his nasal cavity. Jiang Yi determined that since he didn't see his health value dropping, this stuff shouldn't reach the level of toxic gas, as long as it wasn't toxic. What was the harm in breathing it? There were monsters working inside the service area, and if the monsters could handle it, there was no reason a human couldn't. Perhaps it was because he had inhaled too much toxic, foul air. But Jiang Yi now possessed a strange sense of composure. The forklift moved forward until it was blocked by a barrier. A light screen popped up: a pending fee, 2 vehicle coins. Please select your payment method. Jiang Yi presented his crystal card. After the light screen scanned it, 2 vehicle coins were deducted from the card, leaving Jiang Yi with only 373. Park the vehicle over there. Just as Jiang Yi intended to continue driving inside, a voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Yi looked around. Hey, look down. Jiang Yi lowered his head and saw a cap worn perfectly straight. Oh, so that's where the person was. Jiang Yi followed the instructions, parked the vehicle, and then stepped out to look at the resource recycling center monster, who stood only as high as his waist. This, it seemed, was a mole, and it looked somewhat familiar. Jiang Yi felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. As for the mole, who had been lazily entertaining the players who stumbled in, his resource recycling center wasn't like those venues or shops. He couldn't get anything good from the players, so he naturally wasn't very enthusiastic. But as he looked at the player while munching on melon seeds, he froze. Isn't this Jiang Yi, who participated in the duel at the Daydream Pavilion? Snap. The mole lost his grip on the melon seeds again. Just as they were about to fall, Jiang Yi caught them with quick reflexes. Your seeds. Jiang Yi held the seeds out in front of the mole and smiled. One must remain polite in the service area. That's the only way to increase favorability. Jiang Yi always kept this principle in mind. However, The mole didn't pay any attention to Jiang Yi at all. Instead, he tossed the seeds into the air and bolted. Covered in a face full of scattered melon seeds, Jiang Yi was stunned. What the hell? Up ahead! Crap! The quality inspector is here! The mole shouted while running. He acted as if the quality inspector were some kind of terrifying beast. Good heavens! This insidious and cunning human had actually covered the quality inspector badge with another title badge, which was why he hadn't noticed it at first. He had just let a quality inspector walk right in like that. How despicable! How cunning! The mole sprinted away at full speed. Jiang Yi was only stunned for a second before he started running after him. The mole looked back while running and saw this scene. He was almost scared out of his wits. Squeak! The mole panicked and ran even faster. Jiang Yi was also anxious. Jiang Yi's reaction was the exact opposite of the mole's. Jiang Yi was grinning wildly. To the anvil. He even looked a bit lecherous. Brother, restrain yourself. You're scaring me. The anvil said righteously, its voice trembling. Jiang Yi licked his lips. There's definitely something good here. I came to the right place. If the mole was this afraid of a quality inspector, it couldn't be because he was worried about being harmed. If that wasn't the concern, Jiang Yi could only think of two possibilities. First, there was a massive amount of supplies here. Second, there were many substandard items waiting to be inspected. Regardless of which it was, he had hit the jackpot. Chapter 48, Paradise. The mole ran in front, and Jiang Yi chased from behind. Neither of them could escape. Hey, slow down, I can't keep up. Jiang Yi shouted from behind. The mole in front looked back and saw Jiang Yi's long legs closing the distance in a few strides. The mole's eyes were practically tearing up. Don't come over here, I'm coming. Jiang Yi was stubborn. The mole ran until he was dizzy. On both sides, more moles wearing caps and overalls popped out. Don't close it, Jiang Yi shouted along. Perhaps stunned by Jiang Yi's tone, the group of little moles actually hesitated for a moment. Damn it, are you idiots? If you don't close the door, I'm deducting your melon seeds. The mole screamed in a breakdown. A few of his peers, who didn't look very bright, exchanged glances. Realizing the authority of the boss's words, or rather, the melon seeds, they finally started running to close the gate. A massive iron gate blocked the entrance to the recycling center. The gears turned with a clatter, and the gate descended rapidly. Because he was running too fast and in too much of a panic, the lead mole tripped and ended up rolling inside the gate. Asterisk boom asterisk. Dust filled the air. Cough, cough, cough. Mole boss waved his hands continuously, fanning away the dust kicked up by the descending gate. He collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. That inspector didn't get in, did he? Damn it. That kid, he ran me ragged. Boss. Another mole's voice sounded terrified. Mole boss felt a jolt of panic and instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. There, in the direction where the iron gate had fallen. Jiang Yi appeared inside the gate, crouched in a superhero landing pose with his center of gravity pressed extremely low. To Mole boss, this scene was no different from seeing a ghost. Mole boss pressed his fists against his face. Damn it. How did you get in? Jiang Yi stood up, brushed the dust off his hands and clothes, and grinned. Just like you are rolled in, a moment ago. At the critical juncture when the massive iron gate was about to slam shut, Jiang Yi hadn't even thought twice. He had simply performed a somersault roll, sliding through the gap that was likely less than 30 centimeters wide. If he had been even a second slower, Jiang Yi might have been flattened into a pancake by the iron gate. Mole boss's mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for several seconds. He risked his life just to get into his own recycling station. This is just too damn reckless. Mole boss had intended to say that, but once he recalled the rumors of Jiang Yi going head-to-head with the LV-20 Dreamer legendary craftsman, Aok, during his first duel at the Daydreaming Hall, he felt that this was nothing for someone like Jiang Yi. Mole boss steadied his heartbeat and muttered to himself, damn, in this world, you really have to be afraid of lunatics. Inside the resource recycling station hall, Jiang Yi and a group of moles stood in a standoff. The moles, dressed in work uniforms, stood behind Mole boss, clutching steel forks, pickaxes, gloves, and brooms, as if facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Yi, however, maintained a smile on his face, already calmly surveying the environment of the resource recycling station. The interior of the recycling station was somewhat different from what Jiang Yi had imagined. The main color scheme of the hall was green and white. Aside from the tools the moles held, all other equipment was neatly categorized and stored. Each tool seemed to have a green tag with a corresponding work ID number. In the center of the station platform, there was a light screen similar to the one in the daydreaming hall. Above it, a new message was displayed. Near expiry food, instant noodles *300. Have entered the resource recycling station. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Near expiry food, instant noodles. Every word felt like it had struck a chord deep in Jiang Yi's heart. And it wasn't over yet. Highway waste materials, recyclable steel plates *20. Abandoned tripod table *1. Stool with an extra leg *1. Discarded folding spring mattress *2. Broken glass *30. Have entered the resource recycling station near expiry food. Pork floss bread expiring in 3 days *100. Slightly spoiled sweet oranges from the daydreaming hall *100. Soda crackers expiring in half a month *50. Have entered the resource recycling station. As message after message was broadcast, Mole Boss noticed that the human opposite him was getting brighter-eyed by the second, even more piercing than the scanning spotlights of the recycling station. Oh no. Mole Boss felt like a poor farmer being targeted by a thief. He gritted his teeth, gripped his shovel, and stood futilely in front of his meager property. Boss, how do I buy these things, you damn inspector? No matter what you say this time, I won't give all the goods to you people. Buy. Both sides froze simultaneously. Jiang Yi stopped his hand-rubbing motion. Give all to you people. Which you people? Well, you inspectors, Mole Boss said instinctively. Jiang Yi realized the Mole Boss might have misunderstood, so he waved his hand and said, I am not. From the same company as the other inspectors. I have nothing to do with them. Mole Boss was stunned. Not from the same company, yeah. When Jiang Yi entered, he had indeed used his daydreaming hall title badge to cover his inspector badge after all. Jiang Yi still remembered that when he first entered the Honey nursing home, the Brown Bear manager's favorability had dropped after seeing his badge. To avoid such a situation, Jiang Yi had hidden it, but now, Jiang Yi revealed his inspector badge, which only displayed his name without any information identifying another company. Mole Boss squinted and looked for a while, considering their height difference. Jiang Yi thoughtfully rested his hands on his knees and lowered his body a bit. Mole Boss leaned in closer to look. It was indeed an independent inspector badge. Are you really not related to the Elephant Inspection Company? Elephant Inspection Company. The inspectors in this game are elephants. Jiang Yi noted this information. I really have no connection to them. As he spoke, Jiang Yi saw Mole Boss's entire body seem to relax. The other moles looked at each other, chattered for a while, put down their tools, and began to look at Jiang Yi with curiosity. Seeing this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but wonder how much oppression this so-called Elephant Inspection Company had brought. Why did all the service area bosses in the game react this way when they saw an inspector? Mole Boss scratched his head. Then what did you mean by just now? Jiang Yi stated truthfully. If I perform a spot check, I will take 10% of the goods. As for the rest, the near expiry food, waste materials, and so on, I want to buy them from you, boss. 10% was the ratio Jiang Yi had decided on while on the road. 20% was indeed too much. On one hand, it wasn't conducive to farming favorability, and on the other, he was an independent inspector without a company backing him. Collecting that much might be risky. The mole's resistant attitude today further confirmed this point. At 10%, he could both collect items and farm some favorability. The only thing to worry about was whether this would create vicious competition with the original Elephant Inspection Company. However, thinking that the Quality Inspection Company only interacted with the service area merchants and posed little threat to his own side, Jiang Yi felt it was acceptable. Things in this world are rarely perfect. If you want to gain something, you must be prepared to bear the risks. 10%. Mole Boss's eyes slowly widened, his expression one of disbelief. Yes. Jiang Yi nodded. Mole Boss favorability come 10. Mole Boss current favorability. As soon as he said yes, Jiang Yi immediately saw Mole Boss's favorability rise by 10, although his previous round of chasing and blocking had lowered it by 5. It was finally a positive number now. 10% was only half of the original quality inspection ratio. Moreover, even though a 20% transit inspection ratio had been set previously. Those inspectors would take whatever they wanted every time they came, which was why he had said he wouldn't give them things anymore. Once the goods for random inspection are ready, just send them to my inspection vehicle. As for the other goods, I will buy them with vehicle coins, Jiang Yi stated. In the time that followed, Jiang Yi didn't waste any more time and directly had Mole Boss organize the moles to bring over the goods awaiting inspection. These goods were essentially compressed, hard-processed cubes. Looking at these cubes, the heartache in Jiang Yi's eyes almost solidified into reality. Tangible resources. Before they became cubes, they could have been instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits, tables, chairs, stools, or beds. So, the recycling station's job is to process the materials to be recycled into cubes, then sell them back to the system to break them down into new energy and earn vehicle coins. Jiang Yi asked while looking at the cubes with a pained expression. Chapter 49. A Great Harvest Part 1. Yes. Mole Boss stood beside Jiang Yi and replied, "This game is profiting from both ends." Jiang Yi thought to himself, players play the game to earn vehicle coins, and monster NPCs also have to work to earn vehicle coins. As for the system, it only needs to pay out vehicle coins to harvest the time, energy, and even the lives of players and NPCs. Sure enough, this set of rules applies everywhere. How many vehicle coins can one cube be sold for? Jiang Yi asked again. 3 vehicle coins, only 3. Jiang Yi looked at the 1-meter square cube, which the moles had delivered to the vicinity of the inspection vehicle via conveyor belt. At the end of the conveyor belt was the processing room. How much material is condensed into 1 cube? That depends on the nature of the specific material. If it's near-expiry food, it takes about 20 to 30 items to condense into 1 cube. Mole Boss said truthfully. There were no confidentiality issues involved in this aspect. 20 to 30 items. Jiang Yi felt even more heartbroken. Currently, the price of food in the trading hall remained high, yet 20 to 30 near-expiry food items could only be condensed into 1 cube. And each cube could only be sold for 3 vehicle coins. This was simply profiteering. Jiang Yi's mind became active. He snapped his fingers and said directly to Mole Boss, "Boss, how about this? Why don't you take me to see the processing room first?" The processing room. Mole Boss hesitated. That's not in accordance with the regulations. Before he could finish his sentence, Mole Boss saw a white card appear in the palm of Jiang Yi's right hand. Jiang Yi smiled slightly. "Just to take a look, you know. We humans are curious about everything." As he spoke, Jiang Yi adjusted the amount on the crystal card, and a large 5 appeared on the card face. Mole Boss blinked. "This isn't good." The number changed to 6. "Children." Mole Boss looked up and shouted, "Here, take the inspector to the processing room. The inspector wants to check the condition of the processing equipment." "Okay." Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Soon, Jiang Yi was surrounded by layers of moles and enthusiastically welcomed into another room. The exterior of the room looked unremarkable, but after opening the door, which looked less than 1.5 meters wide, a huge space that seemed to have no ceiling appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. The sky looked as if it had been torn open in countless places, with 8 or 9 conveyor belts dropping resources to be recycled from the sky, dumping them onto this land in layers and categories. Mountains of cup noodles, soft, cloud-like toast bread, and on the other side, consumables mixed with steel, templates, and damaged, old furniture. Paradise. A true paradise. If the moles weren't still here, Jiang Yi would have already opened his inventory to start loading things in. Hearing Jiang Yi gulp, the latter spoke up. "Boss, are these for sale? How much?" Mole Boss followed Jiang Yi's gaze as it swept over these items and looked skeptical. "You really want to buy them?" These were all things the system had deemed unrecyclable. Did Jiang Yi really want to buy them? "Buy," Jiang Yi said with a firm gaze. "I'll buy them even if it bankrupts me. But these have to be recycled. Otherwise I won't be able to meet my quota." Mole Boss's expression was troubled. Quota. It had to be said that human craftiness, no wisdom, was something these animals could hardly imagine. Jiang Yi directly retorted, "Boss, what is the purpose of you meeting your quota? What do you get out of it?" "I vehicle coins," Mole Boss said. "Then if you sell the processed materials to me, what do you get?" "Also vehicle coins." Mole Boss hesitated for a moment before saying, since both paths lead to the same destination, you can totally sell them to me. That way, you and your mole children can do less work and eat more sunflower seeds. When the other moles heard the words eat sunflower seeds, their eyes lit up. Eat sunflower seeds, eat sunflower seeds. That human said we can eat more sunflower seeds, Mole Boss persisted. But besides car coins, the workload is also an important standard for rating. Rating, Jiang Yi countered. Who is the one giving you this rating? The quality inspector. Mole Boss spat out these words, and upon seeing the half-smile on Jiang Yi's face, he finally understood what Jiang Yi was planning to do. Left hand to right hand. Profiting from the price difference, Mole Boss hesitated. Jiang Yi pressed on. You process a batch of 20 to 30 near-expiry food items, condense them into a cube, and earn 3 car coins. How about this? For the same quantity, I'll give you 5. As for the rest that I don't want, you can continue to process them into cubes and sell them to the system. This way, you earn more, and your workload is guaranteed. How about it? What about the rating? Mole Boss didn't forget the key issue. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and played hard to get. You know how ratings work. There's a quota for excellent ratings. A bullshit. He didn't have a company, so where would a quota come from? As long as the profit was high enough and the quality wasn't too outrageous, he could give every monster an excellent rating. Mole Boss nodded, indicating he understood that there was a quota for excellent ratings. Jiang Yi observed Mole Boss's expression, and after realizing he had guessed correctly, he said, as for the excellent rating, as long as the basic quality is up to standard, boss, it's very easy to negotiate. I understand, Mole Boss muttered. Inside the recycling station, the chattering moles fell silent. They knew this was the moment for the boss to make a decision. The little mole's eyes darted around. Jiang Yi wanted to watch too, but he held back. Jiang Yi kept his left hand in his pocket, looking like a guy who wasn't short on cash. Mole Boss pondered for a few seconds, looked at Jiang Yi seriously, and finally, fine, it's a deal. Success. Chapter 50. A Great Harvest Part 2. After Mole Boss finished speaking, he walked directly to an item area where a pile of instant noodles was stacked. He spread out his clothes and sorted out about 30 cups of noodles. These 5 car coins. Jiang Yi tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up and nodded. No problem. However, Mole Boss didn't stop. He dug out about 10 small buns from the pile of bread nearby. These are on the house. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly, feeling somewhat stunned. I know what you want to do. These are very precious to players, right? Jiang Yi didn't evade Mole Boss's question, but nodded instead. This was a problem that couldn't be hidden anyway. I agreed to the deal with you, but not just for that 2 car coin price difference. Mole Boss looked at Jiang Yi with a meaningful gaze. Is it for the excellent rating? Mole Boss shook his head and said earnestly, I think you have great potential. How? Jiang Yi let out a sound of surprise. He really hadn't expected it to be for his own sake. I've watched your matches in the Dream Pavilion. You can definitely go further than other players, Mole Boss stated firmly. Jiang Yi was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected Mole Boss to have watched his matches. No wonder Jiang Yi always felt like he had seen this mole somewhere before. So, he had come to invest in him. Jiang Yi felt a bit strange in his heart. He had originally intended to farm favorability with these service area bosses for long-term investment, but he hadn't expected to be the one being invested in. I agree to the deal with you, and I can give you some more supplies, but brother Jiang Yi. Mole Boss had switched to a more intimate form of address at some point. You must promise that for every monthly quality inspection from now on, you will be the one to come. Jiang Yi hesitated. It didn't matter if he came himself, but if the Elephant Quality Inspection Company insisted on coming, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Seeming to notice Jiang Yi's worry, Mole Boss quickly added, as long as the inspection mark remains, the same inspector will be assigned for the same period. You don't have to worry about running into other inspectors, little brother. That works. Hearing this, Jiang Yi didn't hesitate anymore. At worst, when the time for the monthly inspection approached, he would just prepare a level 1 specific service area positioning card in advance. Good, it's a deal. Mole Boss Favorability Come to Mole Boss Favorability Come 3. Mole Boss Favorability Come 5. Mole Boss Current Favorability Seeing Jiang Yi so straightforward, Mole Boss's favorability increased by 10 points directly. With the requirements and the deal settled, Jiang Yi started a shopping spree right on the spot. Quality inspection. Talk about that later, he was busy. The little moles on the side could see that Jiang Yi's eyes were turning green as he stared at that pile of near-expiry food. This pile, and this pile, I want them all. Jiang Yi pointed at the King Apprentice, Black Elephant, and Tang Nengren instant noodles one after another, then waved his hand and swept up the drinks that were neatly arranged on the shelves waiting to be processed. Those, and those, I want them too. The little moles followed his lead, and soon they had gathered all the supplies Jiang Yi wanted. However, looking at the mountain of supplies, Jiang Yi faced a new problem. Damn it. His inventory and his car couldn't fit it all. Jiang Yi's pants pockets were already stuffed with 2 red bean buns. Just as Jiang Yi was worrying, Mole Boss patted him on the shoulder from behind. Jiang Yi almost gave the latter a shoulder throw. Wait, a waist throw? Use this. A space stone. Although it's not as refined as a space storage card. It's exclusive to the recycling station. It has no other merits, but it can hold a lot of things. Mole Boss handed over a moon-shaped stone. Jiang Yi took it and probed his consciousness into it. It was actually a massive space measuring 20 meters * 20 meters * 20 meters. The huge space was divided into 4 large grids. Though they were called grids, they were actually rooms separated by tangible energy barriers. With this thing, he could definitely carry a lot of stuff. Alright. Jiang Yi reached out to take it, but couldn't budge it. He looked up. Mole Boss, 50 cart coins. Jiang Yi, alright. He had thought it was a gift. 50 cart coins sounded like a lot, but Jiang Yi wasn't a fool. He didn't suspect that Mole Boss, who wanted a long-term partnership, would use this to scam him. Besides, the internal storage space of this space stone was indeed massive. With the space stone in hand, Jiang Yi directly manipulated his consciousness to stuff all the supplies inside. He swept up 1/3 of the near-expiry food. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough cart coins, Jiang Yi would have wanted to take it all. You have acquired near-expiry instant noodles * 540 shelf life remaining. 1 month. Near-expiry pork floss spread * 100 shelf life remaining. 3 days. Near-expiry compressed biscuits * 60 shelf life remaining. 1 month. Near-expiry milk * 60 shelf life remaining. 3 days. Near-expiry duck clavicle shelf life remaining 15 days. Among the near-expiry food, what Jiang Yi collected the most were instant noodles and compressed biscuits. The former had high calories and plenty of oil, and even if the shelf life passed, it was just past the best-by date and could still be eaten normally. The latter could maintain basic nutrition. Both were perfect for hoarding or selling. As for the pork floss bread, milk, and many other items, they were mostly just sweeteners. Even more surprisingly, Jiang Yi saw a batch of slightly wilted vegetables and overripe fruits on the verge of rotting. Jiang Yi took them all without hesitation. You have acquired overripe oranges about to rot * 20, half-wilted spinach * 30, bad watermelons full of seeds * 15. Adjusting the stasis grid of his backpack, Jiang Yi selectively placed some inside. 7 days had passed since the novice adaptation period ended. Most people had only obtained fast food. The physical fitness of modern people wasn't great, and eating like that meant their stomachs and intestines had long since developed problems. The price of vegetables and fruits in the trading hall had always been very high. After sweeping up the near-expiry food, Jiang Yi looked at the discarded materials waiting to be processed. Brother Anvil, can you race-melt discarded materials? Jiang Yi asked in his mind. If they could be race-melted, this would be another windfall. I can. But I need a crafting table and a furnace. He had the crafting table, but the furnace. Is there a furnace here? Jiang Yi asked directly. A furnace. Mole Boss looked at the little moles. The little moles let their hands hang down and looked at each other. Only a tiny mole in the corner, with a butterfly bow tied on her head, said in a childish voice, I know where there is a furnace. Everyone looked over. Jiang Yi took a few steps forward. Where? The little mole opened her arms. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment and glanced at Mole Boss. The latter didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her. Jiang Yi reached out and tentatively made a gesture to pick her up. Sure enough, The little mole leaned directly into Jiang Yi's arms. Jiang Yi picked her up. The little mole turned her on. Over there, brother, all right. Jiang Yi carried the little mole and walked in that direction. The little mole's body felt soft. It was no different from holding a human child. Walking to a corner of the processing room, Jiang Yi indeed saw an overturned furnace, discarded redstone energy furnace description. It was a very good furnace in its previous life, but unfortunately, it encountered a moronic master crafter, and it exploded. May there be no morons in heaven. Note: using a high-level crafting table has a certain chance to repair it. Jiang Yi blinked. It was the first time he had seen such insulting language in a screen description. This energy furnace seemed to hold a deep grudge, however. He happened to have a high-level crafting table. He could give it a try. Chapter 51. A Great Harvest Part 3. Placing the little mole on the ground, Jiang Yi thought for a moment, took two tangerine peel candies from his pocket, and handed them to her. The little mole took them with both hands, looked at Jiang Yi with her big eyes and blinking, and smiled sweetly. Thank you, brother. Mole boss favorability come 3. Mole boss current favorability. Favorability actually increased by another 3. It seemed that Mole boss valued these children of his, or rather, his family, very highly. Jiang Yi rested his hands on his knees and softened his tone even more. Thank you for showing brother the way. You're so smart. Hee. Receiving Jiang Yi's praise, the little mole's cheeks turned rosy. She turned and hid behind the other moles, peeking out her little head to size Jiang Yi up. Jiang Yi rubbed his nose, straightened his back, and started working. He was once again thankful that he hadn't given up on training during the last 7 days. Plus, with the honey, titles, and other miscellaneous things, his strength and constitution attributes had increased quite a bit. Otherwise, he might not have been able to lift this discarded redstone energy furnace. Jiang Yi let out a grunt, hoisted the furnace up, and placed it on the conveyor belt. This furnace was originally among the waste, so Mole Boss didn't charge extra and let Jiang Yi send it to the quality inspection cart via the conveyor belt. Inside the quality inspection cart, a fair number of blocks waiting for inspection were already piled up here. The space inside the cart was too small, so Jiang Yi had to walk on his tiptoes. With a clatter, the cart was closed. Jiang Yi walked over to the quality inspection table and looked at the anvil in the corner. Brother, I'll leave it to you, no problem. Brother Anvil agreed readily. For the time that followed, Jiang Yi gave the operational control directly to the anvil. With the experience from last time, their coordination became increasingly tacit. In the process of operating the high-level crafting table, Jiang Yi also memorized some operations and tricks himself. This wasn't out of caution or distrust. After all, Brother Anvil and he were soul-bound. So there was enough trust for that. It was just that Jiang Yi thought, there's always a what-if in everything, and learning a skill is always a good thing. The operation of the advanced crafting table requires a certain level of mechanical knowledge. Similarly, it is governed by many rules and settings derived from natural forces. Jiang Yi observed that during the process of repairing the discarded redstone energy furnace, the material analysis redstone and the universal power gripper within the crafting table were the primary components at work. After a round of analytical operations, brother, I still need to steel plates and a small piece of redstone. Jiang Yi felt a headache coming on. Aside from hearing about it from Aok, he had never seen this material among the resources he had unearthed or in the trading hall. It must be a high-tier material. If you don't have it. The anvil pondered for half a second. Ache's hair will also work. Jiang Yi, what exactly is the material composition of Ache's hair? Why can it be added to the forging of anything? However, he actually had some. With a strange expression, Jiang Yi plucked a few strands of orange-red hair from his pocket and instructed, use it sparingly. This is what was left over from the duel. Once it's gone, it's gone. His chat with Aok had already been banned. He would only have a chance to contact him again when he next accepted an order from the Daydream Pavilion. No problem. Jiang Yi watched as the anvil used its own hands to drop the 3 orange hairs onto the material analysis redstone. Main reaction component repaired. Reaction effect. Excellent. A few seconds later, a light screen popped up. Seeing the message on it, Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. Damn, it actually worked. This isn't scientific. Redstone energy furnace repairing 10%, 20%, 30%. Redstone energy furnace repair complete. Seeing the 4 large characters indicating the repair was complete, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up instantly, thanks to the power of the blocks. Thanks to Brother Ache's hair. Just as Jiang Yi was about to take the redstone energy furnace down, he saw, "You have triggered the item mutation upgrade trait." Triggered the item mutation trait again. Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy, followed by a nervous gaze at the light screen. Mutated a temperamental redstone energy furnace. A description. This is a legendary redstone energy furnace that has experienced life and death twice. It fuses the highway's top-tier redstone technology with the essence energy of the legendary craftsman. Note, its rebirth experience and Ache's traits have made it a bit temperamental. Additionally, it loves to sing. It must sing at 6:10 a.m. and 6:10 p.m. daily, otherwise, it will shift from temperamental to manic depressive. Using this energy furnace does not require filling it with charcoal, but it requires regular maintenance and care. The specific maintenance materials depend on the furnace's own wear and tear. Please, new master, pay attention to its physical and mental health. Jiang Yi looked at the long string of descriptions and fell silent for a moment. A furnace that might shift from temperamental to manic depressive. Why is everything around him so strange? Jiang Yi sighed. Forget it. As long as it works. After taking the temperamental redstone energy furnace off the crafting table, Jiang Yi began to inspect the blocks. With the advanced crafting table to analyze material components, Jiang Yi, the quality inspector, was finally no longer a fraud who could only rely on his eyes and taste. After checking the volume, mass, and main components of the blocks, Jiang Yi finally gave a passing grade. An hour later, Jiang Yi finally opened the carriage. After an hour of work, Jiang Yi felt completely drained. His hair, which had been relatively neat, was now drooping. Damn it. Work really is an energy vampire. Jiang Yi called out listlessly. Inspection finished. Hearing this, the moles that had been huddled outside the inspection vehicle swarmed over, chattering and asking Jiang Yi about the results. The mole boss shouted a few times, "Quiet, quiet, yes." The mole boss walked up to Jiang Yi, rubbed his hands together, and looked expectant. "How was it, brother Jiang Yi?" Jiang Yi lethargically moved his elbows and wrists, which felt numb and heavy as if filled with lead, and said, "It passed. It qualifies for an excellent rating." As soon as the words fell, a green excellent medal descended from the sky and landed in front of the mole boss. "Excellent. We got an excellent." The little moles circled around Jiang Yi, chattering excitedly. This was the first time they had ever received an excellent. No matter how hard or well they worked in the past, they could only ever get a good. They never expected that this time they would actually receive an excellent rating. Boss, we got an excellent." After the little moles finished their commotion, they started shouting at the mole boss again. "We can buy more sunflower seeds now. Good, buy. The mole boss couldn't hide his joy, his face beaming with smiles. Mole boss favorability come 5 mole boss current favorability. The mole boss held the small green excellent medal in his hands like a treasure and pinned it to his chest. Seeing the little guy's smiles, Jiang Yi felt quite good himself. Jiang Yi leaned against the inspection carriage, watched for a few seconds, and finally said, "All right, the inspection is over. I have to go. It's 292 vehicle coins in total, including the space stone, right? I'll scan it to you." As Jiang Yi finished speaking, the mole boss subconsciously let out an "oh," leaving already. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. The mole boss looked at him, feeling a bit reluctant to see him go. But Jiang Yi certainly couldn't stay at the service area for long. He had to leave eventually. The little moles were also reluctant to see Jiang Yi go. After all, Jiang Yi was one of the few who would interact and talk with them. Other monsters found them too noisy and didn't care to communicate with them. "Stay for dinner before you go. We can eat sunflower seeds together." The little moles tugged at Jiang Yi's sleeve. Jiang Yi laughed. "Humans can't get full eating that." The little mole from earlier asked curiously. "Then what do you eat, brother?" Jiang Yi choked out. We probably eat everything, including you." Glancing at the little mole's adorable expression, Jiang Yi decided it was best not to say anything so terrifying. At 5:45 p.m., Jiang Yi left the level 1 resource recycling station. The little moles who had come to see him off at the fork in the road vanished from sight, and Jiang Yi restarted the forklift, now loaded with a full cargo. The dark clouds in the sky had grown denser, and the sun had long since disappeared, transitioning gradually into the night. Jiang Yi glanced at the sky, stepped on the gas, and hit the road. Chapter 52, Acid Rain Border City. The novice adaptation period is over. Time to change scenes. 9:50 p.m. On the highway. Most vehicles had stopped moving. Only a small number of miserable players, whose mileage was insufficient, were still struggling forward, under the reflection of the colorful lights. Jiang Yi had already finished his half-hour workout and entered the stretching phase. He had grown accustomed to the style of the vibrant, dynamic light strips. If nothing else, they were certainly bright. It is worth mentioning that before turning on the lights for the night, he had first listened to a performance from his own temperamental energy furnace. Let's put it this way, in peaceful times, hearing such singing would carry the risk of being executed by firing squad. It was just that damn awful. Can you believe it? The moment that furnace opened its mouth, it was the voice of Aok. However, Jiang Yi was used to it. In any case, so far, he hadn't encountered anything particularly normal. Just endure it, and it would be fine. Jiang Yi thought numbly while switching hands to stretch his other arm. Jiang Yi habitually fell into deep thought. He would list the stockpiled supplies tomorrow. On one hand, he really didn't have the energy or the mood today. On the other hand, he still needed to see what the situation would be like after the novice adaptation period ended. Only then could he decide on the prices for the supplies. The workout finished, and the time hit exactly 10 p.m. The server-wide light screen popped up. Oh heyo, rookie players. It's been a while since you've heard this system's voice. Did you miss me? Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Miss your mother. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant has been muted for 2 hours. Jiang Yi let out a snort of laughter. Ultimate foul-mouthedness, ultimate enjoyment. Serves him right. After waiting for 2 seconds to confirm that your wild king is infinitely arrogant had been muted, the system's voice sounded again. Act to the point. The game's novice adaptation period 7 days has now ended. I believe you players are already familiar with the highway survival game mode. A small number of players have even gotten ahead of the rest of you, making contact with the service areas and monster merchants we have carefully prepared. I believe you must have already had a quite delightful experience. But the system paused, switching to its familiar, sarcastic tone. But everything you have experienced so far is still too simple, isn't it? There was no difficulty at all. It was as easy as pie. As easy as pie. So, are you ready, rookies? Tomorrow during the day, the new scene Acid Rain Border City will go live. This scene will last for 1 month. During this month, every player will experience a completely different, absolutely acidic, and absolutely thrilling highway survival life in the Acid Rain Border City. Please look forward to it. Just as the system's voice faded, Jiang Yi saw the messages in the chat channel flying by. They were all exclamation marks and asterisks, and countless holy asterisks. Player 0215, Acid Rain. Damn it. And it's not just normal rain, right? How are we supposed to deal with this? Player action speaks louder than heart. It lasts for a month. The 7-day novice period almost killed us. How are we supposed to survive for 30 days? Player, I've been drinking Goddess's footwater for 3 years. Damn it. This game doesn't want us to live. What was that about a service area? How come I haven't encountered one? Player, I've been drinking Goddess's footwater for 3 years. What is a service area? Can anyone share some info? What's inside? The information about the service area only appeared for a moment before being pushed up by other messages. Funny, how could information that people risked their lives to discover be shared so easily in the chat channel? Jiang Yi just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. Most of the chat channel was filled with complaints, and a small number of people were guessing the specific format and rules of the Acid Rain Border City. But aside from the literal meaning of acid rain, they couldn't figure out anything else. Jiang Yi was also thinking, acid rain would most directly affect the vehicles. Acid rain is corrosive, which means most players will need to reinforce their vehicles. Otherwise, once the vehicle is damaged, it would basically signal the end of the highway game. And if they need to reinforce their vehicles, the trading price of basic materials like steel plates should rise. And Jiang Yi happened to have stockpiled quite a lot of those. It seems he would have to make Brother Anvil work overtime to re-smelt that batch of scrap materials. Besides the vehicles, Jiang Yi also guessed that the acid rain might affect the supply of water and food. But this wasn't certain. After all, most of the food and water on the highway were refreshed from treasure chests. Unless the acid rain affected the refresh rate and content of the chests, it wouldn't have much of an impact. This point was hard to predict. He would have to wait and see what happened tomorrow. Setting aside the literal acid rain, Jiang Yi paid special attention to the border city part. That was a rather strange concept. After all, if one is just driving on the highway, the concept of a city or not being a city doesn't mean much to the players. Unless there is a new map. Vaguely, Jiang Yi recalled the outlines of cities within the white mist on both sides of the highway. Could that be the border city? Could there be new maps within the mist on both sides? While Jiang Yi was staring at the chat box in deep thought, both Orange and Can't Close the Window sent messages. But Jiang Yi couldn't give them a definitive answer, only saying to wait and see tomorrow. As for the service area, Jiang Yi had mentioned it slightly, noting that entering the service area and engaging in activities within it required spending car coins. These two could be considered Jiang Yi's long-term investment targets. So sharing some intelligence was perfectly reasonable. The night was deep, yet the chat box was still refreshing rapidly. Clearly, the arrival of the new scenario had directly ignited everyone's nervous emotions, causing them to start letting their imaginations run wild. If it were before, Jiang Yi would certainly have followed everyone else in secretly cursing the system. But now, perhaps it was a case of having rice and grain in the house makes one calm, as Jiang Yi wasn't feeling all that panicked. To put it this way, if he were to die in this so-called acid rain border town while guarding a house full of food and steel plates, it would only prove that he had a damn cursed fate. Jiang Yi shook his head, casting those scattered thoughts aside. Sleep. Only after getting some sleep would he have the energy to face a new day. Chapter 53 Top 100 Ranking. 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yi woke up. He was startled awake by the pitter-patter sound above his head. It was raining. Jiang Yi sat up abruptly. Before he could even put on his shoes, a light screen popped up right in his face. Congratulations to the player for achieving the Self-Discipline Superman achievement and obtaining the corresponding title. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment and quickly checked the description on the light screen. Self-Discipline Superman achievement, a description, you little rascal. You actually managed to stick to daily exercise even during the novice adaptation period. Damn you. Note, to obtain this achievement, one must persist in exercising for at least 1 hour every day for the 7 days of the novice adaptation period without interruption. Self-Discipline Superman title. Equipping this title grants a bonus of cum3 strength, cum3 stamina, and cum3 agility. Equipping this title when entering a gym service area has a chance to increase the gym owner's favorability. Self-Discipline Superman, this works too. Jiang Yi carefully compared the two titles. Self-Discipline Superman and Bold and Careful Stubborn Donkey. Both titles provided a cum3 strength and cum3 stamina bonus. The Stubborn Donkey title had slightly less agility, but it had the effect of locking the fatigue value. All things considered, the Stubborn Donkey's overall boost was still higher at this stage. Jiang Yi did not change his title. Jiang Yi put on his shoes and raincoat, then opened the vehicle door while holding a steel plate over his head. Jiang Yi cautiously extended the steel plate outward. Pitter-patter. Raindrops landed on the surface of the steel plate. The steel plate is being corroded by acid rain. Durability is decreasing. After about 3 minutes, Jiang Yi's palm felt a bit sore. Observing with the naked eye, he couldn't see any damage to the part where the rain had fallen, and the durability was still being calculated. It seemed the corrosiveness of the acid rain wasn't as exaggerated as he feared. It was still within a manageable range. Jiang Yi lowered the steel plate, feeling a bit more relaxed. He opened the chat channel. The messages inside were still refreshing rapidly. Some people hadn't slept at all from last night until now. Steel plates and other materials in the trading hall had been completely sold out. Some players were even arguing because they had clicked too fast, and the original sellers had tried to cancel the trade at the last minute. Player born to be king. Hey, brother. I was just about to take the item down. Why did you buy it immediately? I want to cancel the trade. Mountains and Waters. Player Mountains and Waters. You listed it. I bought it. Is there a problem? Player born to be king. I am the seller. I want to cancel the order. Is there a problem with that? Player mountains and waters. Shrug shrug shrug, I've already completed the trade. If you can cancel it, feel free to try. Player born to be king you, Jiang Yi silently lurked, feeling nothing about such matters. Honestly, once you list something in the trading hall, it's a done deal. Trying to back out later because of price hikes or other reasons, it's not that simple. Besides, this ID seemed a bit familiar. Jiang Yi glanced at his own tag. Player born to be king moral kidnapping maniac 10. Oh, that moral kidnapping maniac. Jiang Yi's memory was jogged. Wasn't this one of the two people who had tried to force him to share information back then? One was called Born to be King, and the other was called Boundless Love. Who would have thought it was actually him? Now, wasn't he trying to back out of a trade for the sake of supplies? Jiang Yi clicked his tongue and ignored the guy. He continued to watch the light screen, waiting for the day's system broadcast. 5 minutes past 6. The messages in the chat channel stopped as if a pause button had been pressed. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the rules of the day. On the virtual light screen, fireworks bloomed, and the system's voice rang out. Good morning, players. Today is the first day after the end of the novice adaptation period. Are you excited? Are you happy? Has everyone heard the sound of the acid rain gently tapping against your souls? The morning acid rain is just the first surprise. Once you hit the road, you will see even more surprises. From now on, this system's broadcast will include a weather section, which will include information such as today's weather and temperature to further enrich your survival experience. Friendly reminder: in Acid Rain Border Town, most water and food resources have been corroded by the acid rain. Consuming them will cause harm to the human body. Of course, if you are a gourmet or have pica, then pretend I didn't say anything. You can enjoy your unique dining experience to your heart's content. Today's fog erosion speed, 20 km per hour. This system can't wait to see the expressions on your faces once you hit the road. Get your rain gear ready and set off quickly. The system broadcast finished. The chat channel was deathly silent for a moment, and then it exploded. Countless players were muted, and even more players fell into a state of panic. Water and food resources had also been corroded by the acid rain. The fog's erosion speed had also doubled, becoming 20 km per hour. There was simply no way to survive this. After announcing the rules, the system didn't give the players even a moment to catch their breath. Another round of fireworks bloomed, but this time, the message was entirely different. Hey, the new rules have been explained, but the previous game also needs a summary tilt. This system has conducted a comprehensive evaluation and assessment of all players' performance across all servers and regions during the novice adaptation period. The top 100 players in this region are about to be announced. Top 1. Player Melancholy Little Fry. During the novice adaptation period, traveled 1,825 kilometers, obtained a total of 930 vehicle coins, and received an S tier rating for material abundance. Top 2. Player Anandasu. During the novice adaptation period, traveled 3,500 kilometers, obtained a total of 20 vehicle coins, and received a C tier rating for material abundance. Top 3. Player Thunderzy. During the novice adaptation period, traveled 3,300 kilometers, obtained a total of 25 vehicle coins, and received a C tier rating for material abundance. Player Window That Won't Close. During the novice adaptation period, traveled 3,150 kilometers, obtained a total of 3 vehicle coins, and received a D tier rating for material abundance. Top 32. Player Your Wild King is Infinitely Rampant. During the novice adaptation period, traveled 1,200 kilometers, obtained a total of 50 vehicle coins, and received a C tier rating for material abundance. The IDs of the top 100 players were announced one by one. However, everyone could clearly see that one person's rating was a complete landslide. Player Your Wild King is Infinitely Rampant. Holy crap! It's Big Brother Little Fry again. 930 vehicle coins, S tier material abundance. Big Brother, did you go and rob the monsters? Player Good Luck Spray. Damn, I haven't even seen the shadow of a single vehicle coin, and Big Brother already has over 900. Do the vehicle coins of the top 100 players combined even add up to as much as Big Brother's? Player Don't Study Economics. Damn, there's cheating. Player Window That Won't Close. What cheating? That's Big Brother's strength, don't you understand? Player mom said as long as the name is long enough fools will follow. Window that won't close. You dare say there's no hack, damn it. This is clearly a hack, right? He didn't dare to Big Brother Little Fry. So he could only window that won't close. Player window that won't close, Big Brother. Don't listen to him. Take me with you. Take me with you. I'm cheap and easy to raise. I 187 centimeters curly-haired guy with abs. A great helper for home and travel. Player window that won't close. Sycophant licking intensely. JPG. Closing parenthesis. Player ginger. To the person above. Is Big Brother a girl? So what if you're a 187 centimeters guy? I'm a sexy, witty, humorous, smart, and fresh college girl. Window that won't close suddenly realized. HMM. I can't reveal Big Brother's identity. Otherwise my status as a sycophant won't be secure. He immediately replied. Player window that won't close. I can do both front and back. You know Shio Mika seeing this message. Jiang Yi let out a yuck and got goosebumps all over. Chapter 54. Kneeling in gratitude to Big Brother kowtow. Seeing his own name within the top 100, Jiang Yi wasn't particularly surprised. However, the fact that the evaluation was calculated based on the vehicle coins obtained was a pleasant surprise. After all, Jiang Yi had considered that vehicle coins might be an important asset. If there was a settlement like this upon exiting the novice adaptation period, he wondered if he should save some. But most of his previous expenditures were necessary, and there was no way to save on those. Having it settled based on the vehicle coins obtained actually worked in his favor, just as Jiang Yi had guessed. Mileage was an important evaluation criterion during the novice adaptation period, or even the top 30, all had over 3,000 kilometers. This wasn't very friendly to Jiang Yi, who had laid flat on the first day without traveling, nor to the speed disadvantage of his electric forklift. But fortunately, the vehicle coins and materials made up for it. What surprised Jiang Yi were the others on the list. That and Desu Jiang Yi felt like he had seen that name a few times. This guy had been looking for his younger sister the whole time, to be able to rank second. He must have had his own opportunities. Thunders E*. This ID also seemed familiar. Then there were your Wild King is infinitely rampant and window that won't close . Regarding the latter, Jiang Yi felt he might need to raise his assessment of that guy's luck. This guy, driving such a fuel-guzzling vehicle and using so many materials to trade for gasoline, still managed to reach 12th place on the list. He was practically possessed by the god of luck. As for Wild King Jiang Yi couldn't figure it out. Wild King's vehicle seemed to be a skateboard. How could a skateboard travel so far? And now that the map had turned into acid rain, how would one manage with a skateboard? Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds and could only conclude that everyone had their own way of surviving. Besides these people, that moral kidnapping fanatic born to be king was actually ranked 42nd, which was a relatively high ranking. He couldn't be underestimated either. Memorizing the names on the list, Jiang Yi ignored the people in the chat channel who were subtly poking at him or directly pinging him. His private message channel had also exploded, with red dots constantly popping up. There were all sorts of things in the stranger messages. Most were greetings and small talk, while a small portion were the familiar begging. They mostly said things like, "Big brother, you have so many materials. Have some pity on us." Or talked about how they were all on the same human front line and mentioned basic empathy. For these types of messages, Jiang Yi generally chose to block them. If you weren't there when we were living and dying together, then you definitely wouldn't be there when it came to sharing materials. Helping Orange was already an act of compassion on his part, and that was because Orange reminded him of some past events. As for the others, Jiang Yi wasn't that kind-hearted. Clearing away the annoying messages, a new notification popped up. Congratulations on achieving the top 1 across all servers and regions. Do you choose to make a server-wide announcement? After the announcement, you can receive rich rewards. Jiang Yi chose to announce it. Fireworks erupted, and the name Melancholy Little French Fry was plastered across everyone's faces once again. Congratulations to player Melancholy Little French Fry from Dragon Country for achieving the 1-spot server-wide. The following is the evaluation record. A series of records emerged from the left, right top, and bottom. No matter what the players were doing, eating, exercising, stepping on the gas, or even using the toilet, they were guaranteed to see the contents of the record in a 360-degree surround view at the very first moment. Seeing his name, Jiang Yi felt like covering his face. He wasn't a socially anxious person. In fact, in many people's eyes, he was a social terrorist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to start live streaming and recording videos. But this kind of publicity was just too much. Jiang Yi's ears turned slightly red. Fortunately, he was the only one in the vehicle, so he decided to just pretend he didn't see it. "Wow, brother, dope, Jiang Yi." Jiang Yi's brows shot up, and he blurted out, "Anvil." Anvil flinched. "What? When did you learn to talk like that?" Jiang Yi asked, annoyed. He felt as if his honest, simple-minded brother had been corrupted by the vulgarity of society. Anvil chuckled. "I learned it from watching the chat channel. You are not allowed to learn that stuff anymore. Especially when you're hosting trades. You absolutely cannot use that kind of language," Jiang Yi said, his head throbbing. I know. I have a sense of propriety," Anvil promised. "I am very patient and kind to everyone who trades. You have to believe me, brother." Jiang Yi opened the trading hall with half-doubts, only to find that the purchase reviews under his ever-bright department store were indeed all glowing praise. There were even comments complimenting the reasonable prices and his friendly demeanor, which finally put his mind at ease. After the broadcast of the record, the system spoke up again with its familiar, snarky tone. "Did you rookies see that? Sometimes the gap between a person and another person is even greater than the gap between a person and a pig. Ding! You have received one complaint from Mr." This message popped up for only a split second before vanishing. If Jiang Yi hadn't been staring at the screen, he would have thought it was just his imagination. The system paused for a moment, pretending nothing had happened. "Regardless, you little rookies of Dragon Country, District 189, Sub-District 99, thank your top one big shot, melancholy little French fry. Because you are all equally terrible. The glory of this big shot has brought a district-wide reward to you all. Players in Dragon Country, District 189. Sub-District 99 can receive purified water 500 ml *2 and compressed biscuits *1. The rewards have been distributed. Everyone, keep up the good work. Don't let the gap get too wide." The system's broadcast disappeared, replaced by a screen full of exclamation marks, server-wide top one. The gold content of the big shot melancholy little French fry was still rising. This was already the third server-wide announcement the big shot had received. Although the district and world chat channels were not open, and the players in Sub-District 99 didn't know how players in other sub-districts were reacting, they felt a sense of shared honor looking at the broadcast on the light screen. Furthermore, they had received tangible benefits. In fact, the world channel was indeed exploding. Player Pink Bear, Dragon Country, District 189, Sub-District 99. Melancholy little French fry, 930 vehicle coins. For the sake of readability, I won't use other languages, readers can translate it themselves. Player Pink Bear, 930. Is this reasonable? How could there be so many? Player David report. This is cheating. This is definitely cheating. Player Old Days Cherry Blossom Mozzie. Yes, cheating. How could Dragon Country possibly get top one? Player Anastasia. The top one player from Dragon Country. Interesting. In the chat channel of Sub-District 99, however, the reaction was very uniform. Kneeling to thank the big shot kowtow emoji. 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 Chapter 55. If you're bad, practice more. Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Yi exited the constantly scrolling chat channel and returned to the main system light screen. Sure enough, the announcement rewards were displayed there. Jiang Yi clicked to claim them. You have received the server-wide announcement reward, Golden Treasure Chest *2 Golden Treasure Chests. Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy. It was a pity that the luck card had already been used. Such items were rare and hard to come by, and he hadn't seen one in the trading hall. Otherwise, 2 golden treasure chests combined with a luck card would definitely have yielded something great. Jiang Yi placed the 2 golden treasure chests directly into his space stone. He had to admit, the space stone specifically for the resource recycling station was incredibly useful. It could even be bound to Jiang Yi's own unique ID, so there was no need to worry about other players getting their hands on it. Jiang Yi hung the moon-shaped space stone directly around his neck. He didn't plan to open the golden treasure chests right now. There might be monsters inside, and without the blessing of a luck card, and with the map outside having already refreshed, Jiang Yi decided to be cautious. Now, what he needed to do was post a new link. Jiang Yi returned to the chat channel. The kneeling and kowtowing were still forming a formation, but some new messages had appeared. Player born to be king. That's about enough, isn't it? Player born to be king. Melancholy little French fry. Big shot. Fifth salute, fifth salute, fifth salute. Could you share how you obtain the vehicle coins? This stuff is quite important for the survival game. If you could share it, everyone might have a chance to get some. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Damn it. Here we go again. Why don't you share yours? Didn't you also get 3 vehicle coins? Player 0716. Come one, big shot, please carry us. Others had the same thought, but no one dared to be the first to speak up. Now that they saw Born-to-Becking leading the conversation, they chimed in one after another. The big shot is indeed very strong and carries us, but after all, the big shots things are still the big shots. The big shot is rich, while we are dirt poor. Player your sweetie. Come one, brother, sister, little French free, teach us. If we can also get vehicle coins and resources, we will definitely repay the big shot. Player your world king's certainty. The few of you above, don't go too far. You just took all the resources the big shot won for the whole district, and now you're turning around to use moral kidnapping. Your world king's certainty didn't hide anything at all. He tore through the window paper directly and bluntly pointed out the intentions of these few people. Window that Canadalux saw this and was amused. He deleted all the words he had prepared in the chat box, slapped his thigh, and shouted, "Well done, player Born-to-Becking, your world king's certainty. You're going too far with your words, aren't you? Does what you said mean you're assuming big shot little French free won't help us, and that we are engaging in moral kidnapping on the highway?" Your world king's certainty, who was standing on a skateboard with one leg and wearing a pale blue energy shield over his head, frowned as he looked at the message from Born-to-Becking in the chat channel. Player your world king's certainty. I didn't say that. Player your world king's certainty. Twisting your daddy's words like that. Is your brain's Wernicke's area underdeveloped? Or is your Broca's area missing half? Player Born-to-Becking. What do you mean? Player your world king's certainty. Nothing much. Read more books, you idiot. Jiang Yi's lips curled upward. This your world king's certainty is very much to his liking. The brain's Wernicke's area is responsible for language comprehension, while the Broca's area is responsible for language expression. Could Wild King be a medical student? He didn't want to pay attention to this Born-to-Becking, so he ignored the latter's remarks, and Jiang Yi typed into the public channel. Player Melancholy Difference. I will be listing a new batch of food, water, and basic materials in the trading hall. If anyone needs them, you can come and purchase them. After sending it, Jiang Yi directly posted the link he had prepared last night. Because the system had said that food and water resources would be scarce in this scenario, Jiang Yi didn't list too many things, keeping quite a bit for himself. Most of what he listed was food with a short shelf life that needed to be consumed in the short term. As for instant noodles, compressed biscuits, etc., Jiang Yi only listed 50 of each. He didn't intend to make this a one-off deal. Acid Rain Border City is set to last for 30 days. Even with your toes, you could figure out that the prices later on would only get higher and higher. For now, Jiang Yi just intended to warm up the shop. After Jiang Yi sent the message, no one replied, because almost everyone had flooded into the trading hall and started camping. They searched for Melancholy Princess ID in seconds, and when they saw the shop name that popped up, many people were stunned. Yangwang Department Store. That was the big shot's shop name. This damn, plain-looking name. Player promising you a feasting. I have to say, whether it's the big shot's ID or the big shot's shop name, it's very, very unexpected. Player Teddy Baby agreed. Window that Canadalix let out a soft hum, thinking to himself, what do these people know? How could you understand this kind of cold, cute, robotic vibe? People with no taste. As window that Canodalix hummed, the cute stickers the big shot had sent appeared in his mind again. Without knowing when, the image of Big Shot Little French Free in the heart of window that Canodalix had become increasingly similar to Rei Ayanami, Saber, and Yukino Shida. While the players were complaining, Jiang Yi's link had already opened. 3, 2, 1, sold out in seconds. Player promising you'll feasting. Damn, it's gone in a second. Who grabbed the instant noodles? I didn't watch my kid for just 1 second. It's gone. Player your will King's Fertindi, noob player your will King's Fertindi, just practice more. While King's mouth curled up slightly, he had been quick-handed just now and grabbed 5 cups of instant noodles, 3 blocks of compressed biscuits, and 4 steel plates. He had exchanged them using 3 vehicle upgrade fragments and 2 screws. 3 vehicle upgrade fragments seemed like a lot, but Wild King knew very well that the price of food would only get more expensive later. Little French Free's current selling price was completely reasonable, judging from the items listed. The big shot should still have stock. It was definitely necessary to build a good relationship with the big shot in advance. Chapter 56 or you sick, however, is the big shot collecting vehicle upgrade fragments. Wild King pondered inwardly, on Jiang Yi's side. After replying to messages and operating for half a minute, he chose to slack off. He dumped everything onto Anvil, sure enough. Replying to private messages and such was as mentally draining and exhausting as ever. On the contrary, looking at Anvil helping him reply to messages, it was like a storm destroying a tree stump. Like Optimus Prime meeting the Transformers, it was passionate, immersive, lingering. And he didn't even miss the taste of the old Chuhan days. Getting off track, Jiang Yi pulled back his thoughts. After becoming a hands-off manager, Jiang Yi looked at the main screen again, where messages about successful trades kept coming in. Trade successful. You obtain vehicle upgrade fragment *3, screw * to trade successful. You obtain vehicle upgrade fragment *1, glass * to trade successful. You obtain vehicle upgrade fragment *1 trade successful. You obtain vehicle coin *1. Jiang Yi basically only accepted vehicle upgrade fragments, vehicle coins, and a small portion of the upgrade materials he needed. Apart from these trades, there were a few private messages that Anvil had let through. Brother, there's a guy called Wild King who gave some good stuff. Want to take a look? The Anvil is shouting in your consciousness. Wild King. Jiang Yi became interested. He opened the private chat channel, directly ignoring those who tried to cling to him for favors from the start, and found the private chat and friend request from Wild King. Player your Wild King is infinitely rampant, big boss. Can you give me a friend slot? Player your Wild King is infinitely rampant. If you have food, water, or anything like that, could you prioritize me? I'll trade you with vehicle upgrade fragments. Player your Wild King is infinitely rampant. I have plenty of vehicle upgrade fragments. Player your Wild King is infinitely rampant. Big boss, look at me. Whether it's fencing or steel wool, I'm open to anything. Ignoring Wild King's last sentence, Jiang Yi's mind was filled with only these few words. Plenty of vehicle upgrade fragments. Player Melancholy Little Fry has accepted your friend request. You can chat now. Seeing the message pop up on the main screen, Wild King gave a start and stopped his skateboard. Damn, the big boss agreed. Wild King hurriedly opened the private chat channel, and Little Fry had already sent a message. Melancholy Little Fry. 10 cups of instant noodles. 5 packs of compressed biscuits. 5 cups of 250 ml orange juice, cola, Sprite, or soda water. What are you trading with? Jiang Yi's chat style had always been very concise, but Wild King was completely crazed upon seeing the content. 10 cups of instant noodles, orange juice, cola, Sprite, or soda water. Just how much stock does he have? Is the austere rating for resource abundance really this terrifying? It must be said, Wild King was still too inexperienced. The system's austere rating wasn't just because of the amount of stock, although the latter was indeed astonishing. The austere was mainly due to other resources. For instance, Jiang Yi was likely the first player in the entire server to be using a high-level crafting table and a high-level energy refining furnace. Your Wild King is infinitely rampant. 10 vehicle upgrade fragments. Is that okay? Jiang Yi was brief and to the point deal. Soon, 10 item fragments were sent over directly. He was a straightforward person, or rather, someone very confident in his own methods. Jiang Yi nodded inwardly and sent the supplies over, even throwing into oranges that were already overripe and about to rot. Your wild king is infinitely rampant. What are these 2 oranges for? Melancholy little fry gift. Anyway, they would rot if he didn't eat them. He didn't have that many item stasis slots. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi added another cold, detached line. If you have more vehicle upgrade fragments or item cards later, you can come to me, melancholy little fry. I have plenty of supplies too. After rigorously inputting the final period, Jiang Yi intended to end the chat. However, his hand slipped again. A Hello Kitty sticker featuring a yellow-nosed cat with a peach-colored bow and dress, raising to round, cute little arms, with a comic-style speech bubble above it saying "Go for it" ***** was sent out. Jiang Yi's expression went blank for a second. He raised his hand to retract it, and then he accidentally clicked on delete. The chat box fell into an eerie silence. The other side showed typing. For a long time, a huge sound, "Damn, brother, what's wrong?" The anvil was startled and hurriedly shouted. The golden treasure chest opened. Did monsters burst out of it? Jiang Yi didn't answer. His face filled with deep contemplation. Damn it. Who invented this kind of sticker predictive input? It's simply harmful. Jiang Yi didn't have the courage to open the chat box again. Forget it. The trading was done anyway. Time to get on the road. Jiang Yi shook his head, attempting to induce amnesia in this way, pretending nothing had happened. He returned to the side of the quality inspection carriage door. Jiang Yi squatted down and retrieved the steel plate used for testing. There wasn't much change on the surface of the steel plate. On the light screen, the steel plate's current durability is continuously decreasing. Remaining sustainable usage time is being evaluated. Evaluation complete. Current sustainable usage time is 23 hours and 12 minutes. 23 hours and 12 minutes. That means 1 steel plate per day on average. Jiang Yi looked at the wooden board and iron block next to it. Perhaps due to the different properties of the materials, the wooden board's sustainable time had become 12 hours, while the iron block's usable time was actually a bit longer, with 18 hours remaining. After calculating the durability of various materials under the acid rain, Jiang Yi carefully reached out his hand, grimacing as he watched the yellowish raindrops fall onto the back of his hand. You are suffering from acid rain erosion. The acid rain erosion actually affected the human body by lowering health points. Jiang Yi hurriedly pulled his hand back. The spot where the rain had dripped onto the back of his hand felt slightly itchy, but overall, it was still within a tolerable range. Jiang Yi shook his hand and hissed. Compared to the novice adaptation period, the difficulty of the acid rain border city scenario had increased exponentially. No wonder the treasure chests were exploding like crazy in the last few days of the novice adaptation period. It turns out they were just fattening the pig for the slaughter. In the chat channel, everyone was looking to trade supplies to modify their vehicles. Many people had converted their supplies into power when the treasure chests were exploding earlier, and now they were all strapped for resources. There were also those in the trading hall who hadn't managed to grab any supplies, choosing to Jiang Yi, hoping he would release another wave of supplies. Player, I still remember the wine that day. Melancholy little fry, big boss. Save the children. Are there any more supplies for sale? The child's hand speed is too slow. Woo woo woo. Player may earth. Come one, big boss. Please post another link. Player, your name. I raise both hands and feet in agreement. Player, born to be king. Big boss little fry, fist salute, fist salute, fist salute. Your resource abundance rating is S tier. You've completely left everyone else in the dust. You don't need that many supplies all by yourself. You could totally trade them with everyone in the trading hall. Besides, even if you raise the prices, we can understand. Fist bump salute. The most important thing right now is for everyone to help each other and get through these hard times together. Isn't it? Melancholy little fries. Player, boundless great love. Yeah. Even if you raise the prices, we can accept it. Melancholy little fries. Facing for consecutive tags. Jiang Yi didn't even lift an eyelid. Clowns. What does can accept it even mean? This is a pure seller's market. Yet these clowns are trying to dictate the price. Just as Jiang Yi was about to close the chat channel, A message suddenly arrived from your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Your wild king is infinitely arrogant, big boss. Wait a second. Let me curse these people for you. Don't let them dirty your chat box. Seeing this, Jiang Yi was about to say there was no need, as engaging with such people only gives them the satisfaction of feeling noticed. But the next second, on the public screen, player born to be king. Oh, who was talking just now? Player boundless great love. Who was cursing me? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. After another dozen seconds, player born to be king was jumping madly. Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. It's you, right? Was that you cursing me from thin air just now? Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Don't be a coward. Own up to it. Was it you? Player your wild king is infinitely arrogant replied instantly, it's your daddy, so what? Want to pay your respects to your daddy in front of everyone so soon? Player born to be king, are you sick? He had been staring at the chat box, waiting for Little Fries to reply, when suddenly, from the sky, the ground, all around his vehicle, and even within the hazy mist on both sides, a man's voice erupted, startling born to be king so badly he nearly had a heart attack and died on the spot. F***CKU. What the H** are you spouting in the chat channel? Do you really think others don't know what you're up to? You uneducated mother-f***ckng piece of trash. 3 consecutive sentences, each with an echo. Born to be king almost thought the heavens had manifested. It wasn't until he heard the content and felt a sense of familiarity that born to be king realized some player must have used an item on him, given the style and the players he had recently been in conflict with. Born to be king instantly pinned it on your wild king is infinitely arrogant. However, in response to born to be king's rage, the wild king only replied with, player your wild king is infinitely arrogant, a little sick. Player your wild king is infinitely arrogant, and like you, a genetic mutation, brain dead. Across the public screen, Jiang Yi could practically feel born to be king choking on a mouthful of blood. Note, regarding the issue of materials under acid rain. Thank you to the readers in the comments section for the corrections. Plastic, ceramics, etc. are indeed more resistant under acid rain. However, if there are too many materials, the content becomes cluttered. For instance, having to agonize over the properties of every material to simplify. This book, like others, uses simplified materials. Thanks again to the comments section for the science lesson chapter 57, Thunderzy. He didn't know what the Wild King had done to make Born to be King break down like that, but Jiang Yi was happy to see it. Feeling a bit better, Jiang Yi closed the chat box. During last night and the time he spent waiting just now, he had reinforced the vehicle. Now, the top of the cabin was covered with 3 layers of thickened steel plates, and the sides of the cabin were reinforced with the same 3 layers. In the small gap between the layers, Jiang Yi had specifically stuffed cotton and insulating materials to prevent rainwater from leaking in. The driver's seat was the same. As for his own protective gear, Jiang Yi took a set of industrial waterproof clothing from his inventory, put on the dry clean boots he had scavenged from the recycling station, and topped it off with a strange steel plate helmet with a support frame before carefully stepping out of the cabin. This outfit, while ugly, was durable. Stepping out of the cabin, Jiang Yi first glanced at the surrounding environment. The road was the same familiar road, but the scenery on both sides seemed slightly different. Jiang Yi felt that the mist seemed to have thinned out a bit. The outlines of the city were clearer. Jiang Yi could even see some old industrial waste pipes exposed, with what looked like red rust stains on them. It seems that within the acid rain border city, it's not just the weather, the road itself might change too. Jiang Yi kept a mental note, took his steel fork in his left hand, and walked to the driver's seat. Jiang Yi had installed high defense glass in front of the driver's seat. Fortunately, this item didn't seem to be restricted by blueprint rules. Under the guidance of the anvil, Jiang Yi had successfully forged it. Jiang Yi stepped on the accelerator. Only after stepping on it did he notice something wrong. The tires were also being eroded by the acid rain, and the speed had dropped significantly. Jiang Yi frowned, feeling even more the necessity of increasing the forklift speed. He wondered if this could be improved after the vehicle leveled up, or if there were corresponding materials or items. Top right corner, current mist erosion distance. 600 kilometers distance traveled today to 0 kilometers. The current mist erosion speed is 20 kilometers per hour, over 8 hours. That's 160 kilometers. This is basically meant to eliminate players with insufficient power. As the forklift drove out, Jiang Yi kept an eye on the changes on both sides of the road while driving. Sure enough, completely different from the last few days of the novice adaptation period, Jiang Yi had been driving for half an hour and hadn't seen a single treasure chest. Instead, the mist on both sides became increasingly sparse and fluid as the vehicle moved. At certain moments, Jiang Yi could even see the full view of the cities on both sides. This was an industrial-style city with an overall brownish-yellow tone. Most of the buildings were either factory-style structures or large commercial buildings similar to warehouses. The occasional residential areas he caught sight of were also high-walled and gated, with massive buildings reaching 4 or 5 meters in height. Is this what they call a border city? Jiang Yi looked at the barbed wire and protruding glass atop the high walls of the residential area, partially obscured by the mist, and subconsciously thought that this style looked as if it were guarding against something. Is there something inside the border city? For a moment, all sorts of bizarre associations flooded Jiang Yi's mind. Just then, Jiang Yi saw something on the side flicker in the reflection of the rain. A treasure chest. Jiang Yi slowed the vehicle down. It was a silver treasure chest. Jiang Yi felt somewhat confident about silver treasure chests now, but he knew that fighting an acid rain required him to be quick and decisive. Jiang Yi reminded himself inwardly. He drove the forklift toward the side of the road, the steel forks at the front plunging directly into the silver treasure chest. The lid of the chest sprang open, and a gray rat, a good 40 to 50 centimeters long, scurried rapidly along the forklift's front rack toward Jiang Yi. The gray rat had a pair of sharp, long fangs protruding from its mouth, and its eyes were a dull, murky yellow, as if it had suffered some kind of contamination. He couldn't let this thing bite him. He might get infected. Jiang Yi shifted his center of gravity downward and thrust his left-hand steel fork forward. The rat dodged to the side, but Jiang Yi remained calm, swinging his short blade backhanded with his right hand. The blade struck the latter half of the rat's body. Just as the blade sliced halfway in, the rat shrieked in pain and struggled frantically, its head slamming against the tempered glass with a series of loud thuds. A mouthful of blood sprayed from the rat's mouth. Where the blood landed, Jiang Yi saw white bubbles rising from the ground. It's poisonous. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted, and with one swift motion, he brought the blade down. He sliced the rat's lower body clean off. Even with half its body gone, the thing was still moving. The rat's murky yellow eyes narrowed. Jiang Yi saw a large bulge rapidly swell on its upper torso. After only a second of reaction time, Jiang Yi abandoned his short blade and leaped out from the driver's seat. Bang! 3 seconds later, the rat's upper body exploded. Yellow liquid mixed with blood sprayed outward in an expanding burst. The liquid splashed onto the high-defense glass, making a faint corrosive sound. Although it didn't cause major damage, it left behind some shallow white marks on the ground. Toxic white bubbles appeared as well. Jiang Yi had run fast enough that he wasn't splashed, but the poor Anvil brother embedded in the steering wheel had a front row seat to the 360-degree view of the rat's self-detonation. Ugh, the Anvil brother retched. Jiang Yi looked at the remains of the dead rat with lingering fear. After the explosion, the thing couldn't even be called a carcass. It was just debris. Compared to the previous silver treasure chests, the difficulty of fighting the monsters inside the acid rain border city had nearly doubled. Jiang Yi looked at the mess in his driver's seat, gritted his teeth, opened the main screen, and gave it the middle finger. Shitty game, shitty system. On the main screen's public chat channel, Jiang Yi saw that many people's avatars had turned gray, even though they had been chatting in the group just moments before. The number of people was dropping sharply. Player ThunderZ, everyone, be careful. The monsters in the chests can self-detonate, and some are corrosive or poisonous. If your comprehensive combat ability isn't above 30, I don't recommend opening silver treasure chests. ThunderZ. Jiang Yi remembered this name. It was one of the big shots who had made it into the top 3. Judging by the posts in the group, he seemed like a warm-hearted and kind person. Jiang Yi even suspected he might be like officer type. ThunderZ shared information about the monsters in the chests, and the group was filled with wails of despair. Player, what's wrong with today? Damn, I already know. I was almost blown up by that mud ball. It's bad enough with wooden chests. I'll pass on silver ones. Player, you're sweetie. I'm so scared. I need the big brothers to comfort me. Player, the window that won't close. The big brothers are already scared to death. Told, how can they comfort you? Looking at the talk about mud balls and wooden chests in the group, Thundersy paused for a second, then looked at the same wooden chest at his own feet. The wooden chest had already been opened, but the corpse next to it was a ferocious-looking hyena with half its head sliced off. Mud balls. Are there monsters like that? Why is it that all I encounter are hyenas, wild wolves, leopards, and even unidentified species? Chapter 58, 5-Person Dungeon Participation Card. Jiang Yi read the information shared by everyone for a while and committed it to memory. Some people had encountered the same rat monster he had and were unlucky enough to get bitten, desperately needing fever reducers and anti-inflammatory drugs. Jiang Yi made a trade with one of them, exchanging for 5 vehicle upgrade fragments and 1 car coin, then closed the chat channel. Jiang Yi washed the rat's corpse away with water, squatted in front of the silver treasure chest, and began to open it. Jiang Yi rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit expectant. Would the chests in the acid rain border city be different? With asterisk swish asterisk, a white light appeared. First, there were 2 rotten cabbages. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly, his mouth twitching. What the hell is this? You have obtained rotten cabbage asterisk 2. Note: consuming cabbage eroded by acid rain has an 85% chance of causing infection. Infection requires corresponding medication to treat. Please consume with caution. How is this considered obtaining something? Isn't this just giving someone else trash? Besides, eating trash at worst makes you sick. This thing has a high chance of causing an infection if you eat it. Jiang Yi's face darkened as he continued to open the supplies. You have obtained steel plate with 50% durability asterisk 2. You have obtained contaminated mineral water 550 megaliters 2. Note: drinking contaminated mineral water has a 100% chance of damaging your health points and a 70% chance of causing infection. Infection requires corresponding medication to treat. Please drink with caution. You have obtained vehicle upgrade fragment asterisk 1. You have obtained car coin asterisk 1. That's it. Jiang Yi flipped the entire silver treasure chest over. Could it really be empty? Damn it. Price hikes. He'd have to raise the prices in his shop again. This resource refresh rate was absolutely ridiculous. Just as Jiang Yi was gritting his teeth in frustration, suddenly, with a soft asterisk clack asterisk, a card fell out. A light screen instantly popped up. You have obtained a 5-player dungeon entry card. 1 description. Using a dungeon entry card allows you to enter the dungeon corresponding to the sides of the highway, the time in the highway game, and the dungeon game runs independently. Dungeon entry cards are categorized into single-player, multiplayer, region-wide, and other types. Entry requirements, content, and rules for each dungeon will be notified separately. While using a dungeon entry card, players may choose whether or not to hide their personal ID. After the completion of certain large-scale multiplayer dungeons, system evaluations and rankings will be conducted using real IDs. Gains within the dungeon are real, and life or death within the dungeon is real. Please read the instructions for each dungeon carefully and make a cautious decision on whether to participate. A 5-player dungeon entry card. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted. Aside from the parallel highways, this was the first time he had clearly seen an item that allowed for interaction with other players. Right. Moreover, with the distinction between single-player, multiplayer, and region-wide dungeons, did this imply that there would be new game rules in the future? Jiang Yi silently opened the chat channel and found that no one was talking about anything related to this. Either no one else had found one, or everyone had tacitly chosen to keep it a secret. Jiang Yi tossed the rotten cabbage and the contaminated mineral water into the mist and held the 5-player dungeon entry card in his hand, focusing his consciousness on the card. Jiang Yi saw the mist in front of him begin to ripple like water, first swaying, then boiling. Then, he watched as the mist seemed to be parted by something from the middle, carving out a passage. At the same time, new information appeared on the light screen before him. 5-player D-rank dungeon, corrupted tunnel description. This dungeon does not require a vehicle. The time flow ratio between this dungeon and the main highway survival game is 24. Upon successfully clearing the dungeon's main quest, players will receive basic rewards, vehicle coins asterisk 20, Vehicle Upgrade Fragments *15. By successfully clearing the main quest and other side tasks, players can unlock additional rewards on top of the basic ones. The MVP player can unlock hidden rewards. The game duration for this dungeon is 3 days. If a player fails to complete the tasks within the specified time, they will be forcibly teleported out by the game and will have a certain percentage of their resources deducted based on their in-game performance. Do you wish to enter the dungeon? This dungeon invitation card will expire in 3 hours. So the dungeons really were opened within the mist. In other words, if one possessed a dungeon entry card, there was a chance to explore what lay on the sides of the highway. Was this the surprise the system mentioned back then? Besides the acid rain and the treasure chest refresh rate, Jiang Yi understood a little more now. The acid rain was still pouring down. Jiang Yi stood in place, thinking for a while, before making his choice. You have chosen to enter the 5-player D-rank dungeon. Corrupted tunnel selection complete. Jiang Yi saw an illusory door emerge within the mist, and a new passage extended from inside. Regarding the decision to enter the dungeon, Jiang Yi did not hesitate too much. The 7-day novice adaptation period had taught him one truth. He who takes the first step leads the way. Since the dungeon had been opened, being hesitant now might mean missing out on key resources for survival. Furthermore, one could hide their ID inside the dungeon, and the time flow was only 3 hours in terms of highway survival time. The opportunity cost was within a controllable range. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yi first returned to his forklift. After readjusting the steel plate above the forklift and the high defense glass in front of the driver's cab, Jiang Yi patted the anvil on the steering wheel. Brother, keep an eye on the vehicle. You'll have to multitask. The anvil asked, surprised. Yeah, Jiang Yi replied. Brother Anvil wanted to scratch his head, but unfortunately, he had no hands. He just offered a slight reminder. The vehicle should be able to park at the dungeon entrance, right? There's a sign there that says temporary storage. Jiang Yi turned his head and looked. 3 large characters, temporary storage, were plastered right on the side of the passage. Damn it, he was too nervous and hadn't seen it. Although he had made up his mind, he was also genuinely feeling cowardly. The two were silent for a moment. Jiang Yi acted as if nothing had happened, sat back in the driver's seat, and drove the vehicle to the temporary storage area. A white light appeared, and the forklift vanished from the spot. The vehicle would only reappear after 3 days of dungeon time, which was 3 hours in reality. Jiang Yi gave himself a few more seconds of mental preparation, then strode forward and entered the dungeon. 5-player D-rank dungeon, Corrupted Tunnel, Chapter 59. Corrupted Tunnel Part 1. Walking along the passage with white mist churning on both sides, the area in front of Jiang Yi gradually opened up. He could even hear the voices of others. The sounds of men and women grew clearer in his ears, and Jiang Yi felt it was quite surreal. After all, in this game, the last time he had heard the voice of a living person was that warmth-delivering guy. Looking at it from another angle, if it weren't for finding Brother Anvil and the existence of sub-channel chats and private messages, most people on this highway where they were usually all alone would eventually go insane. Humans are, after all, social animals. Even those who claim to return to the countryside and enjoy an independent spiritual life are always, and knowingly, enjoying the fruits of socialization. While he was lost in thought, the owners of those voices appeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. The white light converged, and the interior of a factory workshop, dominated by brown, black, and yellow tones, appeared before Jiang Yi's eyes. After entering the dungeon entrance, he had actually appeared directly inside a building, under the incandescent lights. Jiang Yi saw the other few people as well, 2 men and 2 women, 1 middle-aged man, 1 young man, and as for the women, one was a mature woman, and the other appeared to be a student, perhaps a high schooler. I reached the latter conclusion because the girl was still wearing a worn-out school uniform. It had Qingjiang No. 1 high school written on it. The middle-aged man had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, but it wasn't lit. This stuff was precious, every stick counted, so he could only keep it in his mouth for the flavor. It seemed these 4 were the other players in this 5-person instance dungeon match. Jiang Yi saw these 4, and naturally, they noticed him as well. The high school girl was the first to laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. What kind of outfit is that? The newly arrived Jiang Yi had a steel plate on his head, was wearing protective gear fashioned from waterproof tarpaulin, and had heavy boots on his feet. He looked incredibly bizarre. A sheepish smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face as he tucked the steel plate into his inventory. He hadn't expected that it wouldn't be raining inside. As the last person appeared, the middle-aged man put away his cigarette, looked around, and spoke up. 5 people now. Does that mean everyone is here? Yeah. The one who answered was the young man beside him. The young man looked to be about the same age as Jiang Yi, only he seemed much more lively. Since arriving here, he had been chatting with the others, looking like someone who hadn't spoken to a soul on the road and was about to go stir-crazy. The young man wore black-rimmed glasses and naturally smiled toward Jiang Yi. How come you came in so late? Jiang Yi replied casually. My vehicle had some issues, which delayed me. Fair enough. The young man nodded, complaining. I don't know which brain-dead person designed this game at first. I thought I was hallucinating from playing too much. Sigh. And now there's acid rain and these dungeons. Damn it. It really doesn't let a person live. By the way, I'm Yu Faisheng. The young man took on the job of making introductions. For the next 3 days, they would have to complete missions together, so basic introductions were necessary. This is Uncle Han. He pointed to the middle-aged man. The latter nodded at Jiang Yi, and Jiang Yi smiled back, appearing rather introverted. This was completely different from his persona when dealing with monsters, in a sense. Perhaps he trusted monsters more than humans, especially after the events on the parallel highway. And this is Sister Xiaowei. The young man looked toward the woman in the group who appeared to be around 27 or 28. Sister Xiaowei looked like a very free-spirited and capable woman. She had long, curly hair and was wearing professional attire, though she had swapped her shoes for sneakers. Xiaowei glanced at Jiang Yi and chuckled. Hello, hello. Jiang Yi responded in kind. Finally, there was the high school girl. She seemed to have a lively personality and took the initiative to speak. Just call me Xiaoku. What's your name, big brother? Xiaoku had large eyes and looked at Jiang Yi with curiosity. It must be said that now that Jiang Yi had changed out of that strange outfit, he was quite attractive to young girls, looking exactly like a handsome Xiao boy next door or a senior student. Zhang Tai, Jiang Yi said with a face full of sincerity. Within his consciousness, the anvil. Zhang Tai, Xiaoku repeated, then nodded. After a brief introduction, a light screen popped up. 5-person D-rank instance, corrupted tunnel mission loaded successfully. Main quest 1, initial tunnel exploration descript. Successfully locate the tunnel entrance and deploy the markers. With a flash of white light, 5 flags appeared in front of the 5 people. It seemed these were the so-called markers. However, this corrupted tunnel sounded like a very dangerous place. Time to start the mission. The smile on Yu Faisheng's face faded slightly. Uncle Han glanced at the group, pondered for 2 seconds, then took a long blade out of his inventory and said, the corrupted tunnel sounds dangerous. If you have weapons, it's best to take them out. Uncle Han paused. I believe that since you all survived the novice adaptation period and even managed to obtain an instance participation card, you must each have your own skills. During the mission, everyone needs to pull their weight. Otherwise, if we fail the mission, we'll have resources deducted, and that won't be good for anyone. As he finished speaking, Uncle Han specifically glanced at Xiaoku and at Jiang Yi's position. It must be said that Xiaoku's identity as a high school girl wouldn't earn her any special sympathy here. It only made them think that she must have resources or other means. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared here just like them. As for Jiang Yi, Uncle Han had instinctively paid attention to him. Although Jiang Yi didn't look like anything special aside from his face, Uncle Han had seen all kinds of people back when he was in the border trade business. He always felt that Jiang Yi was a bit different. Those dark, heavy eyes looked shy and introverted, but in reality, they were calm. To be able to remain this calm while in an unknown dungeon, this was definitely not a simple person. Being looked at by Uncle Han, Xiaoku pouted, but she didn't say anything. After all, Uncle Han's words were perfectly reasonable. Once he finished, Xiaowei and Yu Faisheng were the first to agree. The former took out a dagger, and the latter produced a steel pipe. Jiang Yi took out his short blade. The short blade glinted with a cold light in the dim workshop, looking quite intimidating. Yu Faisheng's eyes lit up. And he couldn't help but say, "Nice blade." All four had brought out their weapons, leaving only Xiaoku. Xiaoku hesitated for a moment, and finally click, a soft sound. Everyone looked over. Xiaoku's expression remained relatively calm as she said, "This is my weapon." Everyone looked at Xiaoku's hand. In her palm, a silver-white weapon appeared. That was a gun. Chapter 60. Corrupted Tunnel Part 2. Corrupted Eyeball Fish Corpse, a carbon-based life-form tranquilizer. No wonder Xiaoku not only survived the novice adaptation period but also managed to obtain a 5-player dungeon entry card. Although it was possible that Xiaoku had other means at her disposal, a gun alone was enough for her to establish a fundamental level of authority within the team. The expressions of everyone present shifted slightly. Jiang Yi's gaze also lingered on Xiaoku for a moment. Within the game, players were capable of killing one another. Yu Faixing swallowed hard and looked at Xiaoku jokingly. "Holy crap, little sister. You actually have such a good item." Xiaoku hummed softly and didn't say anything. Uncle Han was also stunned when he saw the gun. It had to be said that every player in the game had their own opportunities. Even though Jiang Yi considered himself to have stumbled his way ahead of the others, he had yet to see a weapon like a gun even now. Xiao Wei also looked at Xiaoku curiously and asked, "Did you get this gun from a treasure chest?" Xiaoku gave a nod. "Sai, you're so lucky," Xiao Wei said with envy. The others nodded as well. Having a gun in the early stages of the game was practically a cheat code. "Why don't I have that kind of luck?" Yu Faixing sighed. "Sai, it really is true that everyone except me is a big shot. If you've already managed to pull a gun, I can't even imagine how terrifying the top-ranked player, melancholy little fries, must be." "What do you mean even I pulled a gun? Am I that weak?" Xiaoku protested. No. Yu Faixing quickly laughed as he replied, "I just meant you're lucky, didn't I?" Xiaoku scoffed and slightly lowered the gun. Jiang Yi could clearly feel that once the muzzle was no longer pointed at them, everyone's posture relaxed a bit. A carbon-based life-form tranquilizer, it lived up to its reputation. As for the name they mentioned, I wouldn't dare to think about that big shot. I don't even know what kind of monster they are. 900 cum vehicle coins. S-rank resource abundance. It doesn't really feel like a human. Xiaoku said earnestly. She added, "Maybe such a person doesn't even exist. They could be a player fabricated by the system, or maybe they're actually a boss or a high-level NPC, you know. Some games have settings like that." Xiaoku winked. "Jiang Yi, how am I not a human? Didn't the big shot post in the chat channel before? That must have been the system pretending." "The system does seem like it has its own intelligence, Jiang Yi. Don't associate him with that disgusting system." All right. Let's stop talking about the big shot for now. In any case, the big shot definitely isn't here. Let's just focus on the quest. Xiow, I spoke up, interrupting the elementary school-like bickering between Yu Faixing and Xiaoku. Although Xiao Wei didn't know, the big shot they were talking about was actually right there. He was even wearing strange tarpaulin and out boots. "Does this look like a food processing plant to you, inside the factory workshop?" Xiao Wei used her dagger to pry open a pile of rotten matter on the conveyor belt, her brows furrowing. The moment she pried it open, strange red insects and maggot-like creatures immediately scattered from beneath the pile. A foul stench hit everyone's noses directly. Xiaoku waved her hand. "So stinky." Xiao Wei, who was closest, had her expression twist instantly. Before she could speak, the young man's clear voice rang out, "Put on a mask." Xiao Wei turned her head. It was Zhang Tai, holding medical protective masks in his hand. Jiang Yi himself wasn't wearing a mask. His self-made protective suit came with a high-protection face shield built in. He had designed this specifically to guard against acid rain. "Thanks." Xiao Wei didn't stand on ceremony and thanked him, preparing to take it. Seeing Jiang Yi's introverted and shy demeanor, she subconsciously teased, "It's not for sale, right?" Jiang Yi said solemnly, "It is, Xiao Wei." Just as Xiao Wei was about to say forget it, she actually had one herself. She saw the young man in front of her say with a straight face, "Not for this dungeon." Xiao Wei paused for a second, then understood what Jiang Yi meant. Was this his way of conveying goodwill? A 5-player dungeon was different from a solo one. It required cooperation between members. Although Zhang Tai was introverted, he was silently building the most basic level of rapport. After giving Xiao Wei a medical protective mask, Jiang Yi also handed masks to Uncle Han, Yu Faixing, and Xiaoku. He had received these from the moles at the resource recycling station, who had given him to whole crates, aside from hospitals. The resource recycling station was the place least lacking in these items. Since they cost him nothing, Jiang Yi was happy to use them to exchange for basic trust and goodwill. Before his strength grew, playing as a lone wolf in a 5-player dungeon was just asking for death. The others accepted the supplies and thanked him, their gazes toward Jiang Yi becoming noticeably friendlier. Like Xiaowei, the others wandered around the workshop. The conveyor belts were mostly covered in decaying food. They hadn't reached the finished product area yet, so the food was exposed on the surface and had rotted severely. Jiang Yi had collected a lot of trash at the resource recycling station before, so he was quite familiar with the sense of various things. He could barely identify that this seemed to be seafood or surimi-based food. Was this place near a river, a port, or the ocean? Judging by the degree of decay, this should be a raw material processing plant, and such plants were generally located near the source of production. Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds and took the initiative to speak. The stuff on here, it should be seafood or surimi raw materials, right? Yu Faixing let out an exclamation. Uncle Han, who was standing by the danger signs at the edge of the workshop, walked over, pointed at a green label, and nodded. Indeed, it seems to say, Hiking District Weilong Aquatic Product Processing Plant. Yu Faixing subconsciously blurted out, "Holy crap, you can even smell that. Your nose is sharper than a dog's, brother." Jiang Yi had been standing behind Xiaowei. He hadn't been wearing a mask at the start, nor had he touched any of these things. So, he was the only one who could have smelled it, to be able to distinguish the scent of aquatic products from such a foul stench. That's impressive, Jiang Yi, whose nose was indeed sharper than a dog's. A tunnel in a seafood processing plant. Do you mean a sewer? Ignoring the boisterous Yu Faixing, Xiaowei rubbed her chin and speculated. It's possible. Uncle Han did not deny this answer. If it's a sewer, we should continue moving forward along the workshop. There certainly wouldn't be a sewer opening inside the workshop itself. Following this line of thought, Xiaowei continued her analysis. All right. The group had no objections. Only Jiang Yi felt that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Regardless, they couldn't just stay at the starting point forever. Better to scout ahead first. Having made up their minds, the group huddled together and set off toward the deeper parts of the workshop. Along the way, everyone felt the soles of their feet stepping on some kind of gelatinous substance, sticky, damp, heavy, and nauseating. This was likely the residue left on the floor after the raw materials inside had rotted. As the group emerged from the workshop and caught sight of a corridor extending forward, a sudden asterisk slap slap asterisk sound echoed in their ears. At the same time, you have triggered a side quest, corroded eye fish corpses description. Please eliminate at least 5 fish corpses. Completing the quest will grant a basic reward, 5 vehicle coins. Extra rewards will be directly proportional to the number of fish corpses eliminated. Note: encountering fish corpse attacks carries a chance of suffering from corpse poison infection, requiring specific medical treatment. After the sound faded, a scene that sent their sanity plummeting appeared before the 5 of them. At the end of the passage, there were fish in rows, in piles, in heaps, or whatever other quantifier one might use. They were covered in green pus and yellow liquid, some even sprouting their own overgrown eyes or the eyes of other fish corpses, staring with dull, lifeless gazes. Suddenly, they looked toward the 5 of them. Chapter 61. Corroded Tunnel Part 3. It was topped by you. Holy crap, Yu Faixing shouted. Uncle Han turned and ran. Stop shouting. Hurry up and scatter. Oh. Yu Faixing had already set his stance with his steel pipe, but upon hearing this, he realized it made sense. If the 5 of them stayed huddled together, wouldn't they just be human-shaped targets? It was better to spread out. The 5 scattered. Yu Faixing ran to the side where Jiang Yi was, while Uncle Han retreated in front of Xiaoku. Uncle Han turned back and asked seriously, "How are your melee skills? How many bullets do you have?" Xiaoku's face turned pale. Although she had killed many monsters from treasure chests before, this was the first time she had encountered such disgusting fish corpses. Not great. I have 25 bullets. Despite her fear, Xiaoku answered with a trembling voice. 25 rounds, that should be enough. Uncle Han's gaze was grim. Stay behind me for now. Don't fire unless necessary, there might be other monsters later. Just look for an opening and provide support. Got it. Xiaoku nodded repeatedly. In the brief dozen seconds that passed, the fish corpses had already charged into the group. However, the majority of them were closing in on Xiaowei earlier. It was Xiaowei who had lifted the raw materials off the conveyor belt, so the scent on her was the most potent. Asterisk slap, slap, slap. Asterisk the sound of fish tails hitting the floor echoed as the fish corpses slid across the ground in an unbelievable manner. Their yellow eyes burst upon friction with the floor, a sight that made Jiang Yi's skin crawl. It was truly disgusting. Here they come, Yu Faixing roared. Gripping his steel pipe tightly, he swung the pipe at the first fish corpse sliding toward him. The pipe struck the fish's body, but it strangely slid right off. The remaining force did manage to hit the center of the fish's belly. However, pop! The fish exploded. Yu Faixing froze in place. Just as he was about to be splashed by the erupting yellow-green liquid, Jiang Yi lunged forward with a kick. Asterisk thud. Asterisk ouch. Yu Faixing didn't finish his sentence. He was kicked a distance away, then knelt down, clutching his waist with a pale face. Where Yu Faixing had been standing, the yellow-green liquid splashed onto the floor, causing the ground to start foaming white. You have killed Corroded Eye Fish Corpse 1. You have obtained Vehicle Coin Come 1. The light screen broadcasted the message, but Yu Faixing couldn't say a word. Jiang Yi's kick, if not exactly killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800, had certainly cost him at least 600. After Jiang Yi kicked Yu Faixing out of the way, two fish corpses instantly swarmed him, charging from the left and right. Jiang Yi lowered his center of gravity, his palms sweating. Although he had been consciously strengthening his physique and training during this time, his overall strength was still no match for a true martial artist or a combat veteran. Jiang Yi switched his title to Self-Disciplined Superman. Equipping the Self-Disciplined Superman title grants a bonus of Cum 3 Strength, Cum 3 Stamina, and Cum 3 Agility, with agility increased by another 2 points. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but Jiang Yi really felt he could see the movements of the fish corpses quite clearly. The two fish corpses moved in a Z-shaped trajectory, flanking him from left and right, drawing on his experience from close quarters combat with monsters in treasure chests. Jiang Yi had a flash of inspiration. The moment the fish corpse on the left was about to collide with him, he sidestepped. At the same time, a cold glinting short blade stabbed down vertically from his right rear. Asterisk squelch. The short blade was extremely sharp, piercing directly into the fish. The durability of your refined short blade is decreasing. The fish corpses were corrosive and would damage the blade's durability, but there was no time to worry about that now. Jiang Yi's expression darkened. The fish corpse on the other side had already closed in. Jiang Yi pulled out the short blade and slashed again. This slash burst the eyeball on the side of the other fish corpse, causing yellow-green liquid to spray out. Jiang Yi, quick-witted and fast-handed, immediately pulled the steel plate he had just retrieved from his inventory and blocked it in front of him. Liquid splattered onto the steel plate. Jiang Yi held the plate firmly, pressing his entire body weight against it. Jiang Yi could feel the fish corpse struggling violently. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. "Brother, move over." It was Yu Faixing's voice. Jiang Yi shifted to the side, and Yu Faixing lunged over. Together, the two of them shoved the steel plate hard against the wall. Ah! At the same time, Jiang Yi thrust his blade into the head of the fish corpse. They kept at it until the thing behind the steel plate went limp and stopped moving entirely. Jiang Yi heard the system broadcast. You have killed Corroded Eye Fish Corpse 1. You have gained Vehicle Coin Come 1 successfully killed. Jiang Yi let out a breath of stale air. Yu Faixing was still pushing forward with his eyes closed after all. Right above his head was a pair of fish eyes that were still staring wide in death. Not to mention the tentacles. It's dead. You can let go now. Seeing this, Jiang Yi said, caught between laughter and tears. What? I said. It's been crushed to death. Jiang Yi repeated himself. Only then did Yu Faixing realize what was happening. Oh! Yu Faixing was panting heavily. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that Jiang Yi had already disappeared. Zhong Tai! Yu Faixing let out a shout and looked around in a panic. only to see that Jiang Yi had already rushed over to Xiaowei's side. Perhaps because Xiaowei had been the first to touch the raw materials on the conveyor belt, she had attracted the most fish corpses. There were 4 fish corpses circling around her. Seeing the ferocious appearance of the fish corpses, Yu Faixing couldn't help but grimace. After rushing over, Jiang Yi immediately slashed the nearest fish corpse, sending it flying. When Jiang Yi focused his gaze again, he saw Xiaowei twist her body 180 degrees in midair. Then, an astonishing amount of strength erupted from her well-proportioned, seemingly slender arms. Ha! Xiaowei brought her elbows together, twisted 180 degrees, and slammed them into the fish corpse's abdomen. Bang! The fish corpse exploded. Before the yellow-green liquid could even finish spraying out, Xiaowei had already vaulted to the other side, her right-hand dagger plunging deep into the head of another fish corpse. You have killed Kuroda Dai Fish Corpse 1. You have killed Kuroda Dai Fish Corpse 1. You have gained vehicle coin come 1. You have gained vehicle coin come 1. A double kill in 1 second. Chapter 62. Corrupted tunnel part for a staff dormitory. This person is a powerhouse. That was Jiang Yi's first reaction. After Xiaowei secured the double kill, Jiang Yi, having gained experience, followed up with a backhand slash, pressing the tack to decapitate the fish corpse he had just sent flying. You have killed Kuroda Dai Fish Corpse 1. You have gained vehicle coin come 1. The severed head happened to land right in front of Yu Faixing, who was just trying to come over to help. The moment Yu Faixing opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with those fish eyes. 1 second later, Yu Faixing finally couldn't hold it back. Ugh, he vomited. Xiaowei coiled her slightly messy hair up on top of her head, revealing her slender neck. A thin layer of sweat coated her jade-like face. This scene was indescribably heroic and moving. Thanks. Xiaowei smiled at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, appearing quite shy. After dealing with the 3 fish corpses, Xiaowei and Jiang Yi easily finished off the 4th one. When attacking this time, Jiang Yi slowed his movements, instead turning his gaze toward Xiaowei to observe her actions and her judgment of the combat situation. He was currently very lacking in experience and knowledge in this regard. The final kill, unsurprisingly, went to Xiaowei. With the fish corpses here dealt with, all that remained was the situation over at Uncle Han's side. Although there weren't many fish corpses there, one of them was exceptionally large. It must have been the leader of this pack of fish corpses. Pat. The fish corpse kept slithering across the ground. Uncle Han and Xiaoku followed it, occasionally jumping onto the 2nd floor of the corridor on the side, or throwing steel plates and similar objects down from above. When Jiang Yi and Xiaowei approached, Uncle Han shouted, "Careful! This fish corpse can spit poison bubbles." No sooner had he spoken than the fish corpse straightened its body. Its several fish eyes began to turn bloodshot, and then its abdomen swelled up. Bang! A large mass of yellow-green poison bubbles was shot out, hurtling toward Jiang Yi and Xiaowei. Jiang Yi and Xiaowei split up. The poison bubbles slammed into the wall, and the contents spilled out. After separating, Jiang Yi and Xiaowei exchanged a glance. One drew a dagger, the other held a short blade, and they circled around from the left and right, slashing at the left and right sides of the fish corpse respectively. Large chunks of flesh were carved away. The fish corpse felt the pain and let out a long, skyward howl. A strange buzzing sound rang out. Jiang Yi and Xiaowei were both stunned for a moment, and the fish corpse lunged violently toward Uncle Han and Xiaoku. Uncle Han stood in front, a cold glint flashing in his slightly sunken eyes. Immediately, his long blade swung down from above. The fish corpse's head was split in 2, but no kill notification appeared. Watch out, Jiang Yi, having reacted, shouted immediately. But above Uncle Han, in the center of the split fish corpse, several fish eyes had begun to coalesce. Black, thread-like energy spread out, and a giant yellow eyeball writhed into existence in the middle. Xing. Just as that I was about to look at Uncle Han. Bang! Another sound rang out. A massive hole appeared right above Uncle Han. It was Xiaoku. Xiaoku held a gun in both hands, his face deathly pale. The silver-white gun was trembling slightly. You have killed level 2 Kuroda Dai Fish Corpse 1 minute later. Thud. Xiaoku's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. Xiaoqiu's voice carried a faint, barely noticeable sob. Although her reaction to such things had improved significantly compared to when she first arrived at the highway survival, this was the first time she had encountered a monster like this. In the dim corridor, the floor was covered in rotting fluids and fish eyes that were no longer recognizable, while a foul, fishy stench permeated the air, making one feel nauseous. With the level-to-fish corpse eliminated, Jiang Yi also let out a long, heavy breath. Finally, the five of them looked at each other. Although they had only been together for less than 2 hours, the life and death battle had significantly narrowed the distance between them. I really thought I was going to die just now. Yu Faixing looked at everyone, still feeling lingering fear. Luckily, Brother Tai was there. That kick really saved my sorry hide, Brother Tai. Jiang Yi took a second to process who that was. Wait a minute, that's me. It's good that you're okay, Jiang Yi said. Sigh. I knew this dungeon wouldn't be that simple. Xiaowei took a towel from her backpack to wipe away her sweat and sighed. The side quest requires each of us to eliminate at least 5 corrupted eye fish corpses. We've only taken out 6 in total so far. We're still a long way off. Hearing this, Xiaoqiu's face crumpled. There are still so many. Uncle Han sighed. Everyone, just do your best to eliminate them. It's only a side quest anyway, so it doesn't matter if we can't finish it. The most important thing is to complete the main quest as soon as possible. Yu Faixing, Xiaowei, and the others all nodded. After one round of combat, they were much more familiar with each other. As they continued forward, the group adjusted their formation. Xiaoku was placed in the middle. On one hand, she wasn't skilled in close quarters combat. On the other, the carbon-based biological cooler was well suited for providing fire support from the center. Xiaowei and Jiang Yi took the left and right flanks, as both had higher agility and relatively stronger combat capabilities. Uncle Han moved to the front of the group to scout the path and draw fire, acting as a tank to absorb damage, while Yu Faixing moved to the rear to cover their backs. With the formation changed, the 5 of them continued their exploration. Sister Xiaowei, you're so amazing. No one had been speaking in the corridor, and it was easy to feel uneasy in the silence. So Xiaoku decided to take the initiative to lighten the mood. Hearing this, Xiaowei smiled without hiding anything. It's alright. I've studied Muay Thai. Although Xiaowei said she had studied it, Jiang Yi knew it definitely wasn't just a simple study. Judging by her combat reactions, Xiaowei was definitely an expert in this field. It was no wonder that at the very beginning, Xiaowei had taken the initiative to check the items on the conveyor belt. It turned out she had a certain level of confidence in her own skills. Wow, Muay Thai. Then your comprehensive combat power must be at least 30, right? Comprehensive combat power. I saw it written as 55.xiow, I said casually. Jiang Yi and Yu Faixing both cursed internally at the same time. Jiang Yi glanced at his own comprehensive combat ability. 35. Xiaowei's comprehensive combat ability was a full 20 points higher than his. While Jiang Yi was shocked, Yu Faixing had already knelt down. He was only at 28 points. A fawning smile appeared on Yu Faixing's face. Big sister, are you looking for a sidekick to hang onto your leg? I'm available. No, I'm not. Xiaowei smiled and refused. AWW, why are you like this, sister? Xiaowei looked at Yu Faixing with a half-smile, then said seriously, it would be a different story if it were Zhang Tai. Jiang Yi, being singled out, gave a dry laugh. Forget it. Just smiling is enough. Sister, we can't just judge by looks, Yu Faixing protested. Who told you I was only looking at looks? Everyone, take a look at this. Uncle Han, who had been at the front of the group, coughed lightly to alert the young people. Coming. The group stopped talking and gathered around. It was a map of the factory, a map. Yu Faixing said excitedly. Everyone hurriedly looked over. Uncle Han pointed his finger at a yellow dot in the middle. This should be where we are. Located in the corridor between the raw material workshop and the workshop director's office. The corridor on the other side of the office leads to the filtration and processing workshop. Further out are the secondary processing workshop, the packaging workshop, and the shipping workshop. Uncle Han's finger moved along the yellow and blue lines on the map. Outside the workshops, there are also employee dormitories. This area covers quite a large space. If we are looking for a sewer, I'm inclined to think it's on the ground past the shipping workshop, or perhaps in the employee dormitory area. Uncle Han offered his speculation. That makes sense, Xiao Wei nodded. It was unlikely that a sewer would be located inside the production or packaging workshops. The other areas were indeed more likely. Should we split up to look for it? Yu Faisheng, standing to the side, scratched his head. This time, Jiang Yi and Uncle Han spoke at the same time. The two of them exchanged a glance. Why, you explain it, Xiaozhang, Uncle Han said. Jiang Yi nodded and looked at the others. Although these two areas are quite large, I don't recommend splitting up to check them. For one, there might still be fish corpses scattered in other areas. Secondly, Jiang Yi paused, looking with some concern at the employee dormitory area marked with a blue star on the map. If there are these corrupted fish corpses in the raw material workshop and the corridor, then the employee dormitories, could there be corresponding dangers there as well? Chapter 63. Corrupted Tunnel Part 5. The Mad Workshop Director's Pen. Could it be that there are corrupted humans? Yu Faisheng's voice trembled slightly. Uncle Han's face darkened as he shook his head. It's hard to say. Then let's not split up. We'll take it one step at a time. Xiao Wei sighed, her expression also tightening. Even for a so-called D-rank dungeon, the difficulty was greater than she had initially anticipated. This was different from the difficulty level of the monsters described by the traveling monster merchant. Xiao Wei remembered the red fox she had encountered. The difficulty of game dungeons is divided into SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D. levels. The difficulty decreases in that order. The content of the dungeons is ever-changing, and the things you encounter inside are never the same. But basically, if you do well, the chances of surviving in D and E-level dungeons are still quite high. And now, she felt that she had to question the high survival rate point. Damn it. How dare they swindle this lady? Just those two sentences took away 3 of her vehicle coins. Xiao Wei's complexion looked a bit ugly. Xiao Ku asked with concern, but Xiao Wei shook her head, saying she was just a little tired. The group continued to walk along the corridor. Since they didn't plan to split up to scout, they decided to follow the route of the corridor, the processing workshop, and the transport workshop. As for the employee dormitory, that made people feel a bit uneasy. After thinking about it, everyone decided to explore it only after finishing the first route, before the processing workshop. There seemed to be the workshop director's office. This was an office that wasn't very large, and there was even a single bed inside. Seeing this single bed, Xiao Wei's eyes clearly lit up. The reactions of the others were the same. Beds were scarce items for most players. Not everyone could be like Jiang Yi, who unlocked a quality inspection vehicle and directly obtained a built-in bed, or like the human race brick-moving emperor, who came with his own hospital bed. It wasn't just the bed. The bedboards, nightstand table, and chairs were actually all good things. Even the tattered, blackened quilt on top was something the group didn't want to let go of. But how should this stuff be divided? This is the downside of searching for items together, Jiang Yi thought to himself. The group looked at each other, their expressions somewhat subtle. The first to break the silence was still Yu Faisheng. He raised his hand. I'm not a fan of beating around the bush, so I'll just say it directly. I want this bed. I can trade for it using basic materials. Same here. Xiao Wei smiled, with the two of them speaking first. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Han didn't look at the bed, but instead looked at the heavy iron box nearby. I want this. I'll trade for it with basic materials or vehicle upgrade fragments. What about you, Brother Tai? Yu Faisheng nodded, then looked at Jiang Yi. Since Jiang Yi had saved his life earlier, he had already started using the title Brother Tai. Jiang Yi thought silently. I don't lack anything. What he currently lacked were vehicle upgrade fragments, vehicle coins, and things that could enhance his strength. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi said, I don't have a use for it for the time being. I need to solve the food problem. Sigh of food. Hearing the word food, the expressions of the others dimmed significantly. They lacked it too. This so-called acid rain border city was going to last for 30 days. Given the current drop rate of treasure chests, food prices would definitely skyrocket to the heavens by the end. At this moment, they felt particularly envious, jealous, and hateful toward the big-shot melancholy little fries. The big shot had so much food that it could overflow an entire shop. It was numbing, however. It was probably a good thing for them, at the very least. When the final moment arrived, the big shot's shop would be their last straw. They weren't like those two idiots, born to be king and boundless love, who, as they heard, had already been added to the big shot's shop blacklist and were restricted from purchasing any of the big shot's items. Those two guys were still shamelessly contacting other players to buy things for them. Big Shot Little Fries definitely didn't care about these two clowns. But if the Big Shot restricted purchases for everyone because of this, they would definitely beat those two to death, no matter when it is. I still envy Big Shot Little Fries, woo-woo. I don't know what kind of sacred person the Big Shot is, woo-woo. Is the Big Shot really not considering posting an experience guide? I will definitely study hard, Xiaoke sniffled. Jiang Yi, standing to the side, thought silently, don't do that. Even if I posted one, you wouldn't dare to learn it. You just need to gamble your life at the start, then gamble your life again at the Daydream Museum, and encounter 2 or 3 or 4 service areas in between. I don't have any needs for the moment either. Basic materials or food are both fine, Xiaoku continued. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and chose to follow the crowd. Basic materials, vehicle upgrade fragments, and food are all fine, although he mentioned food. Jiang Yi estimated that no one would trade using food. All right. After some negotiation, the group finally decided. Xiao Wei took the bed and the quilt on top, trading with 8 steel plates, 4 wooden boards, and 8 vehicle upgrade fragments. Uncle Han took the heavy iron box, trading with 4 vehicle upgrade fragments and 8 screws. Yu Faixing didn't take the bed, but took a folding lounge chair and a pillow, trading with 4 steel plates and 8 vehicle upgrade fragments. Jiang Yi received 3 steel plates, 1 wooden board, 2 screws, and 5 vehicle upgrade fragments, added to the 3 vehicle coins dropped from killing the Kuroda Dai fish corpse earlier. His current haul was quite decent. The 5 of them scavenged in the workshop director's office for a while. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and said, if this is the processing workshop further ahead, I wonder if there might be finished canned goods. Jiang Yi's words were like a spark, instantly igniting these players whose eyes had already turned green from searching. Canned goods. These were good things. Canned goods were inherently long-lasting, so there was no need to worry too much about expiration dates. Moreover, if it was food sealed inside, there was a high probability that one wouldn't need to worry about contamination. The group looked at each other, and their pace quickened even more. Damn, it's getting fired up. Yu Faixing let out a strange cry. Xiaoku was startled and almost drew her gun to shoot. Yu Faixing waved his hands repeatedly, signaling it was just him. Xiaoku rolled her eyes. Upon hearing this, a smile also appeared on Uncle Han's face. If there really are edible canned goods, that would be great. We'll just split them equally when the time comes, mmHmm. Xiaoku smiled and agreed. Yu Faixing was a second slower but immediately said, okay. The atmosphere among the few people was still harmonious for now. For the remaining small items to be scavenged, everyone tacitly chose to split up, and whatever they found would belong to them. Jiang Yi didn't go to the lockers or the washroom but walked over to the office desk. On the desk lay an open notebook, similar to a journal. There was also a pen on it. Jiang Yi, intrigued, walked around to the back of the desk. Just as he poked the pen with his short knife, a light screen, visible only to Jiang Yi, instantly popped up. The Mad Workshop director's pen description. After the acid rain arrived, this city went mad. And so did the people. The workshop director of an obscure port food factory was the first to witness it all. He used this pen to write down everything he saw and thought. Use this pen to mark or write down the name of any player * other than yourself, and that player will suffer a certain degree of misfortune. The maximum number of other players' names you can mark or write is 10. Use this pen to mark or write down your own name to unlock a new attribute, Spirit. Note, the Spirit attribute is related to multiple dimensions such as intelligence and psychic power. Writing your own name will grant you a spiritual boost for the next 12 hours, with no writing limit. But please note to beware of unknown voices. Sell this pen to a traveling monster merchant, and you will receive generous Chech coins and an unexpected surprise. Chapter 64. Corrupted Tunnel Part 6 isn't that Xiaoku? Holy cow, what a good item. Anvil hadn't even clearly seen the words on the light screen when, the next second, the pen on the desk had already vanished. Anvil, looking again. Jiang Yi was already looking at other places without a change in expression. The pen had already been placed into Jiang Yi's spatial stone. What quick hands! Jiang Yi's heart pounded, but he showed no sign of it on his face. He walked along the office desk, pretending to look at things while recalling the information he had just seen. The Mad Workshop Director's pen. Although the name didn't sound impressive, its effects seemed incredibly powerful. Write down the opponent's name, and they might encounter misfortune. It was like a combination of sealed item 08 and the dice of fate. Although there was a usage limit, 10 names were still incredibly impressive. And the second function was even more astonishing. It could actually unlock a new attribute. Although what was written about beware of unknown voices sounded a bit unsettling, it still seemed like a very powerful function. As for the last point, even if he couldn't use this item himself, he could sell it to a traveling monster merchant. Even the system, that scamming bastard, called the Chech coins generous. So it would definitely fetch a high price. He profited. He hit the jackpot. Brother Tai, have you found anything over here? From the corner of his eye, Yu Faixing had appeared behind him at some point. Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he casually said, "There seems to be a notebook on the desk." "A notebook?" Yu Faixing asked, puzzled. Jiang Yi hummed an affirmation. He had indeed seen a notebook, though before that, he had seen the pen first. What's written on it? Jiang Yi pointed to the notebook, signaling Yu Faixing to look for himself. Seeing this, the others also gathered around. On the desk was a notebook that looked like it had been left there for a long time. The pages had started to yellow, and the texture had become much more brittle. Xiao Wei poked one end of it with her dagger, and nothing unusual happened. Immediately, the few of them exchanged glances, and finally, it was Uncle Han who carefully opened the notebook. March 21st, weather sunny. Everything normal in the factory. That old scoundrel, he actually secretly hid the merchant's liquor. No wonder he's always hiding in the staff dormitory, damn it. If he wasn't the factory director's brother-in-law, I would have fired him long ago. March 22nd, weather cloudy. Everything normal in the factory. Old He, Old Zhu, and Little Wan. The three of them played cards. March 23rd, weather calm sunny. No new orders received. So let's ship the goods to Ku City first. Had Old Zhu run the errand. That damn Old He, can't find him again. The contents of the notebook were scattered, mostly reporting on production and the workers' situations. Uncle Han kept flipping through until April 14th, weather sunny. Heck, today we received a big order, and the factory's stock isn't enough. Damn it, that's how business is when it's busy. You wish you could wring out your underwear when it's not busy. You can't open for 3 or 4 months, forget it. Let's go out to sea again. Going out to sea, the few of them keenly sensed something different. The action of flipping through the notebook slowed down. April 15th, weather overcast. First day at sea, everything normal. Sigh, everything is fine at sea except for the food. April 16th, weather overcast. Second day at sea, everything normal. Old He said he saw many fish at night and wanted us to catch them together. April 17th, weather overcast. Third day, everything normal. Old He said he caught 2 big fish. April 18th, weather overcast. Fourth day, normal. April 19th, weather overcast. Fifth day, normal. We divided and ate the big fish. Old He said it was the best fish he had ever eaten, and he was going fishing again tomorrow. April 20th, weather overcast. Everything normal. Although the notebook repeatedly stated normal, anyone could tell that something was wrong. Holy crap, I'm getting goosebumps. Yu Faixing exclaimed. The others' expressions weren't looking too good either. Jiang Yi's mind raced. Ever since April 14th, after receiving the so-called big order, there hadn't been a single sunny day recorded in the diary's weather logs. Moreover, it was clear that there were logical contradictions within the notes. In the diary entries from the previous few days, Old He was described as someone who loved to slack off and refused to take on work. Yet, after setting sail, he suddenly took the initiative to say he wanted to catch fish. recalling the rotting fish carcasses they had slaughtered. This so-called fish definitely had problems. Uncle Han continued to flip through the pages. April 23rd, weather. We are heading back. It's raining. We caught so many fish. We will definitely be able to complete the order this time. It's just, where is old he? Didn't he say he would eat fish with us? Seeing the last two sentences, Jiang Yi's scalp tingled. Inside the dim workshop director's office, there was a loud asterisk pop asterisk. Xiaoku covered her ears and let out a startled scream. The others were also taken aback. When they looked up, they discovered that it was the light bulb that had burst. In an instant, the dim, yellowish light left faint imprints on everyone's faces. Xiaoku seemed to have been frightened by something and kept trembling on the spot. Uncle Han felt a headache coming on and had to speak up. It's just the light bulb bursting. Don't move around. Xiaoku. I told you not to move around. It's dangerous. In the environment that was gradually darkening, the sound of everyone's heartbeats overlapped. Soon, Xiaoku's trembling voice rang out. And Uncle Han, I'm not moving around. I'm right next to Sister Xiaowei. Uncle Han's pupils constricted violently. In his line of sight, there was clearly a figure crouching by the office desk, seemingly trembling in fear. Isn't that Xiaoku? Corrupted Tunnel Part 7 Slaughter. Something strange had mixed in among them. Jiang Yi's expression was extremely ugly. They had been reading the notes for at least 10 minutes. The thought that this thing might have been watching them the whole time made Jiang Yi's skin crawl. Although the fish carcasses looked sanity-draining, they were at least tangible things that could be seen and killed. What the hell was this thing? Jiang Yi did not stay where he was. Just kidding. He had no intention of being the one to cover the rear dot in the darkness. Jiang Yi hunched over and circled to the side of the door, just about to open it and escape. A light screen suddenly popped up. Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden side quest, unknown creature Jiang Yi. The door handle was closed. Everyone had shut the door precisely because they were worried about being attacked from behind. But the moment Jiang Yi placed his hand on it now, he felt as if his palm had pressed onto something strange. This feeling, how should he put it? It wasn't hard, nor was it soft, but a feeling somewhere in between. Could he have pressed his hand onto that thing? Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. The next second, he felt the thing in the center of his palm close up. Just like a human eye blinking. Damn it. Jiang Yi cursed under his breath. Unlucky. Jiang Yi jerked his hand back and, without a second thought, backhanded his knife into it. The sensation of the blade piercing flesh traveled up his arm, and Jiang Yi heard a sharp, shrill scream. Buzz! Blood flowed from Jiang Yi's eyes and ears simultaneously. On his attribute panel, his health points dropped by 20 points instantly. You have been subjected to an unknown mental attack. Your health points are continuously decreasing. The broadcast sounds kept coming. In the darkness, Jiang Yi knocked over a pile of cardboard boxes. The boxes were already rotting and falling apart. As they tipped over, Jiang Yi braced his elbow on the ground and touched a soft, mushy mass. A clattering sound erupted, and the remaining few were like startled birds. Xiaowei's voice came through. What happened? Jiang Yi endured the dizziness and the pain in his elbow and shouted, There's a monster. It uses mental attacks. Be careful. Jiang Yi shouted this partly to have the others draw its attention away from him, and partly as a warning. In the darkness, after Jiang Yi finished shouting, Xiaowei immediately took two emergency searchlights out of her backpack. The searchlight beams were very bright. The office wasn't large, and with the light source, everyone's vision was restored. Everyone hurried to find Jiang Yi's location. Jiang Yi felt a damp, hot breath coming from behind him and quickly rolled over. He rolled, landed, and looked up. Jiang Yi saw. In front of him was a large mass wrapped in liquid. The mass was constantly writhing. On top of the tongue, it was actually covered in fish heads of various sizes. Behind the tongue, one could barely make out a human head. The thing was supporting itself on the ground with its hands, half of its body protruding. It was wearing a dark blue work uniform, and a name tag seemed to be pinned to it. Through the searchlight, Jiang Yi, who was closest to the monster, saw clearly that there was a character he on the name tag, Old He. Jiang Yi instantly remembered the Old He recorded in the notes. Old He hadn't disappeared. He had turned into a monster. What the hell is this? Yu Faixing was dumbfounded. The monster missed its first strike. and its entire body, which seemed to extend into limbs wearing different clothes and pants like a spider. Hands, legs. It looked like a stitched-together corpse of at least 4 people. The monster leaped violently, jumping onto the office rafters, splattering pus everywhere. Then, it looked down at the 5 of them from above. Its dim, yellowish eyes kept splitting, and pair after pair of eyes emerged, just as the monster was about to tilt its head back from below. With a swish, Xiao Wei's dagger stabbed accurately and ruthlessly into the monster's throat. Roar the cry still came, but it was significantly weakened. The 5 people below were all stunned. The monster leaped down, its long tongue aimed directly at Yu Faixing and Xiaoku in front. Watching the tongue as it prepared to lash out at them, Xiaoku, who had been frozen in place by the sheer shock of the sound, gritted her teeth and aimed at the monster with trembling hands. Bang! The shot went slightly wide, missing the head and striking only the lower part of the torso. Xiaoku's face turned deathly pale in an instant. The massive tongue, covered in disgusting fish-like slime and pus, had already swept toward her. Below it lay a writhing, shapeless orifice. Just then, Xiaoku suddenly felt her body being shoved forward by an uncontrollable force. Ugh! The moment Xiaoku turned her head, she saw Yu Faixing's equally pale face. In that instant, no one had expected it. Roar! The monster's long tongue circled around Xiaoku's head, and then, with a crisp snap, it was cleanly severed. Blood sprayed out, filling her vision. Clatter! The silver pistol fell to the ground. Yu Faixing lunged forward, scrambling to pick up the gun, desperate to turn and run. However, the second Yu Faixing bent down, a glass bottle that had appeared out of nowhere rolled under his feet. Yu Faixing stepped directly onto it, and his entire body went flying. Chapter 66. Corrupted Tunnel Part 8. You have obtained 4-eyed sardine *10 as he tumbled. Yu Faixing was still wondering where that glass bottle had come from. He hadn't seen it a moment ago. Yu Faixing hit the ground with a thud, the silver pistol in his hand slipping from his grip. Just as he reached out to grab it, a shadow loomed over him because of the searchlight. Jiang Yi looked terrifyingly gloomy at that moment. Zhang Tai. Before Yu Faixing could finish his sentence, the sound stuck in his throat. A steel pitchfork plunged directly into Yu Faixing's head. Yu Faixing's head blossomed. The scene was identical to what had happened to Xiaoku just moments before. Beside him, Xiao Wei's outstretched hand froze in midair, and Uncle Han stared at the usually silent young man with constricted pupils. Xiao Wei never imagined that in less than 30 seconds, things would suddenly turn out like this. Having killed Yu Faixing with a single strike of the pitchfork, blood gushing out, Jiang Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. Compared to his first kill, his reaction now was much calmer. This sort of thing, once there is a first time, there will be a second. Sooner or later, he had to adapt. Sooner or later, he had to face it. Besides, when Yu Faixing shoved Xiaoku, snatched the gun, and prepared to run, he had been far more decisive than Jiang Yi himself. After the scene that just unfolded, the small, soft part of Jiang Yi's heart had completely hardened. Even if they were all human, even if they had been laughing and joking just moments ago, so what? When true danger arrives, the comrades behind you might be even more lethal than the monsters in front of you. Jiang Yi's mind had never been clearer. The moment Yu Faixing had suddenly leaned in to look at his notebook, he had materialized his pen in his palm and drawn a mark on Yu Faixing's back. Of course, at that time, he hadn't intended to curse Yu Faixing with bad luck, but until just now, once the kid showed his true colors, Jiang Yi hadn't hesitated to lock onto Yu Faixing, confirm the mark, activate the misfortune. As for Jiang Yi himself, he had already written his own name on his arm while he was tossed into the pile of rotten cardboard boxes. He had never truly trusted these people, and in fact, these precautions now seemed necessary. Currently, Jiang Yi's status window had changed to player Jiang Yi, 43,990,805 nickname. Melancholy little friddle, self-disciplined Superman, bold and careful stubborn donkey not equipped. Lifetime honorary member of the Daydreaming Hall not equipped vehicle, forklifatic, health. You have suffered continuous mental attacks from an unknown creature. Simply put, you have lost sanity. Strength: stamina: agility: spirit. Hidden attribute enabled. 15 Kung 2. You are using the Mad Workshop Director's Pen. Congratulations. Within 1 to 8 your spirit attribute will increase by 20%. and you will become luckier. But please note, you are also 20% closer to madness. Wow, that's even more worth celebrating. Comprehensive compatibility. To Jiang Yi's surprise, his hidden initial spirit attribute was unexpectedly decent. He started with 15 points, and with the pen's bonus, it had reached 17. This was why he was able to recover quickly after suffering a close-range mental attack from the creature suspected to be Old He. After finishing off Yu Faixing with the pitchfork, the way Uncle Han and Xiao Wei looked at Jiang Yi had clearly changed. But Jiang Yi had no time to worry about that now. That damned monster was still there. Grabbing the silver pistol, Jiang Yi turned around. Cao Qiu's headless corpse was still standing in place. Jiang Yi's eyes were calm. Bang, bang. 3 bullets fired. Jiang Yi had aimed for the monster's head and then they all hit the wall behind it. Jiang Yi, Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei's look of shock turned complex. That accuracy. I say, brother. The voice of the anvil sounded. Sit up. Jiang Yi cut him off and roared at Xiao Wei and Uncle Han. Run toward the door. Okay. In the blink of an eye. Perhaps due to the goodwill Jiang Yi had shown earlier, or perhaps because people instinctively obey in times of crisis, Xiao Wei and Uncle Han moved nimbly toward the door. The monster raised its head and opened its mouth toward Jiang Yi, just like the level-to corrupted eye fish. This thing could also fire toxic bubbles. Foul-smelling fish bubbles assailed them from all directions. Jiang Yi fired a shot, bursting the nearest bubble. He took out 2 aluminum cans from his inventory. White smoke hissed out, gradually filling the room. What is this? Xiao Wei didn't have time to look closely and quickly rolled out from beside the door. Where do we run now? Xiao Wei shouted at the 2 of them. There were only 2 directions here. One was blocked by the monster. The other led towards the staff dormitory. And the staff dormitory was initially considered by them to be a highly dangerous place. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. The monster charged from behind the door. Uncle Han only hesitated for a second, then forcefully slammed the door shut with his large hand, and propped the iron crate they had just obtained against the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of something slamming against the door continuously echoed, as if knocking directly on everyone's hearts. Xiao Wei was sweating profusely from anxiety, and the veins on Uncle Han's neck bulged. Both of them looked in Jiang Yi's direction. Jiang Yi's eyes darted around a few times, as if he had made a decision. Wait a moment, just a little longer. Another sound. Uncle Han almost couldn't hold it, and a small corner of the door was forced open. What are we waiting for? Uncle Han shouted. Jiang Yi stiffened his neck, his gaze fixed intently on the door. On the inner side of the door, Old He was still desperately slamming against it. Through the gap, Jiang Yi's dark, deep eyes even met those dim, yellowish eyes directly. Old He licked his tongue, and foul-smelling liquid dripped from the fish head above. Another half-minute passed. Xiao Wei and Uncle Han were both pressing against the door. How much longer do we have to wait? Xiao Wei gritted her teeth and said, Now, Jiang Yi said directly. As he spoke, Jiang Yi took a cigarette from his pocket, as well as a metal lighter that could sustain a flame, engraved with the words, Don't touch this young master's lighter. Xiao Wei, Uncle Han, wait a minute. Dude, is this really the time to smoke? Under their shocked gazes, Jiang Yi flicked his lighter and lit the cigarette, and then he threw both the cigarette and the metal lighter inside. In the dim, yellowish light, Jiang Yi's young, pale face was filled with grim determination. His lips parted slightly, and he uttered a single word, run again, run again. This thought only flashed through Xiao Wei's mind for a second, before she realized her body was already moving uncontrollably. She was sprinting wildly. Why was she so obedient to Jiang Yi's words? It wasn't just Xiao Wei. Uncle Han was the same. After Jiang Yi told them to run, the 2 of them ran as if their lives depended on it, not caring what was happening behind them, only knowing to charge forward blindly. In the corridor, Jiang Yi ran at the very front, with Xiao Wei and Uncle Han following behind. Xiao Wei considered herself to have studied Muay Thai and trained for many years, but at this moment, she was actually struggling to keep up with Jiang Yi's speed. It had to be said, Jiang Yi's survival instincts were terrifyingly strong. The group had only run less than 10 meters when Uncle Han suddenly felt a burning sensation from behind him. In his peripheral vision, behind them, huge bursts of fire, accompanied by debris flying through the air, swept directly towards them from behind. Fuck! Uncle Han immediately cursed out loud. Even the muscles in his buttocks tightened slightly. The wave of fire, like a python, chased after them from the rear of the corridor. Although the three of them had already run ahead, they were still caught. The wave of fire exploded, and the three of them, like dandelions in the ground, were directly swept into the air by the blast. Jiang Yi only felt the world suddenly spin. Then his body was thrown high into the air, and then slammed heavily against the wall. Then, he fell down again. Jiang Yi's body, like a broken sack of rags, crashed into a wooden shelf. A cold, mechanical voice sounded, "Congratulations, player Melancholy Little Fry. You have completed a hidden quest. Kill the fused unknown creature. You have received car coins *50. You have received four-eyed sardines *10. Description: lightly contaminated, highly active fish. After consumption, you will gain a stat bonus of Strength Kung 3, Agility Kung 3, and Constitution -1 for 6 hours. Please note, if your mental stat is below 12, there is a high probability of falling into madness after consuming this item. You have received Random Junior Survival Pack *1. You have received Steel Plates *10, Glass *4. You have received Blood-Stained Work Uniform *1 Chapter 67. Corrupted Tunnel 9 Ed Friend. What Jiang Yi sprayed was cooling spray. This item was something Jiang Yi had obtained during the last few days of his novice adaptation period. Logically, this item wouldn't be of much use in the new scenario, Acid Rain Border City, but Jiang Yi had still kept it at the time, because he knew another use for this item. The main component of cooling spray was actually liquefied petroleum gas, primarily composed of propane and butane. The original principle of this item was to store these flammable and explosive gases in metal cans through pressure as liquefaction, and after being sprayed out, they would rapidly vaporize, absorbing heat from the surrounding environment to achieve quick cooling in certain places, such as areas with high temperature and high pressure. This item would transform from a cooling artifact into a fire-breathing dragon. Jiang Yi had a sudden thought: isn't this a bomb? Jiang Yi had certainly made some preparations before entering the dungeon, but he hadn't expected to use this item so soon. The difficulty of a D-rank dungeon was still beyond his expectations. The mechanical voice continuously echoed in his mind. Jiang Yi lay sprawled on the ground, a constant buzzing ringing in his head. Another explosion occurred. Jiang Yi blinked. The corridor illuminated by the flames as if it were daytime. A dizzying sensation continuously assailed him, and Jiang Yi felt somewhat nauseous from the shock. 5 minutes passed. The raging waves of fire in the air finally subsided somewhat. Jiang Yi felt his hands and feet go numb, and his waist and abdomen ached and throbbed as if he'd been punched. Damn it! The cool, dashing backs of protagonists in movies after throwing a bomb are truly all fake. Dizziness, ringing in the ears, nausea, the immense mental and physical shock, none of it is ever mentioned. Not only that, but the burning sensation on his skin, ravaged by the high temperatures, was also impossible to ignore. Jiang Yi propped himself up on the wooden frame, and it took him a good while to push his body upright. PFFT. Jiang Yi spat out a mouthful of ash. His face was smudged with gray, and his homemade protective suit was torn to shreds, with only a few scraps of fabric still clinging to his body. Jiang Yi stood up and looked towards the other side of the passage, to where the workshop director's office had been. That place had already been blasted into a pile of rubble. Jiang Yi shakily got to his feet. His arms and thighs had numerous scrapes. Jiang Yi quickly retrieved hemostatic bandages and a small half bottle of mineral water from his inventory and treated his wounds. After bandaging himself, Jiang Yi felt his stomach turn a little sour again. This was hunger. Jiang Yi somewhat blankly continued to take out a sandwich and swallowed it in large bites. A faint sound reached him, and a blackened arm emerged from the rubble below, followed by a bright yet disheveled face framed by long hair. Xiaowei crawled out from beneath a pile of shattered wooden planks. As her head emerged, she saw Jiang Yi, equally blackened and covered in soot from the explosion, sitting on the wooden frame's wreckage, eating. The boy's urgently soft hair stood stubbornly on end, as if it had been blasted by a fart. The two exchanged a glance. PFFT. Xiaowei burst out laughing. A smile also appeared on Jiang Yi's face, though he didn't know why he was smiling. From the side of the wall, the blasted open large iron box was kicked aside, revealing Uncle Han's figure. Uncle Han was speechless for a long moment. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. Somewhat helplessly, his voice hoarse. Xiaojian, next time, could you please tell us before you act? As his words fell, Uncle Han looked at Jiang Yi, and seeing the child looking utterly dazed from the explosion, the rest of his words caught in his throat. It's good that you're all right. Night. This was Jiang Yi's first night in the instance, a 5-person instance. Now only 3 remained. The 3 of them were gathered together, with a small pot in the middle. Xiaowei looked at Jiang Yi with surprise in her eyes and said, Xiaojian, you actually know how to cook. This pot wasn't Jiang Yi's, it was Xiaowei's. After she got this small pot, the most she ever did with it was boil hot water. It wasn't that she hadn't tried to make some simple food, but unfortunately, she found that besides wasting food, it didn't bring her any benefit. Jiang Yi hummed in acknowledgement, skillfully adding oyster sauce, light soy sauce, and a pinch of bird's eye chilies. It's all right, Jiang Yi replied casually. The food cooking in the pot. Naturally, it wasn't Jiang Yi's either. Except when John the Skinflint needed something from others, or occasionally showed great generosity. At all other times, trying to get anything from Jiang Yi was simply out of the question. For this food, the flour was Xiaowei's, the oyster sauce, light soy sauce, and bird's eye chilies were Uncle Han's. Xiaowei said that the flour in her hands could do nothing but make gruel, so it was better to share it with everyone. As for Uncle Han, his cooking skills could only be described as won't kill you, but they were far from delicious. And so, Jiang Yi ended up being the one to cook. It had to be said, if Jiang Yi didn't have so many things to do and encounter every day, his survival journey should have been relatively pleasant. After all, a cook never starves. Jiang Yi was currently making tomato and minced meat noodle dumpling soup. After preheating the seasonings, Jiang Yi first added oil to saute the scallions until fragrant. Then, with the warm pot, he began to chop the greens and celery into segments. Afterward, he cut a tomato, which had already rotted a small bit, into small pieces and added the previously opened McDonald's ketchup. The rich aroma of tomato sauce filled the room, and Xiaowei felt her mouth involuntarily salivating. Splash! Jiang Yi poured in an entire bottle of mineral water. Of course, the mineral water also came from Uncle Han. After finishing with the pot, Jiang Yi began to drip water from the mineral water bottle cap, stirring the noodle dumplings in circles with chopsticks. Noodle dumplings are a bit different from kneading flour. The main thing is to achieve a balance between water and flour so that the resulting dumplings aren't powdery but rather soft, resilient, and chewy. Jiang Yi rolled up his sleeves, revealing his bandaged forearm. Under the illumination of the lamp, the boy's figure inexplicably gave off a sense of steady reliability. Xiaowei found herself staring, lost in thought. Oh my goodness. No wonder they say a man who works seriously is handsome. Even a little brother like him, in this moment, exuded a steady and reliable aura. Xiaowei propped her chin, her eyes sparkling as she said, Xiaojian, you know so many things, and you're also. Xiaowei thought for a moment. She had originally intended to mention how he noticed Yu Faisheng's abnormality and decisively killed him. But at this moment, talking about such internal killings wasn't appropriate. So, she changed her wording. And you act decisively. You're definitely not a nobody. Are you also one of the top 100 players in our district? Jiang Yi chose to be vague, something like that. I knew it, Xiaowei smiled. Until now, none of them had revealed their player IDs, which was a basic and spoken understanding. After thinking for a moment, Xiaowei voluntarily revealed, my ranking is around 30, which is pretty impressive. How about it, Xiaojian? Want to add me as a friend, later? Big sister can trade supplies with you, okay? As she spoke, Xiaowei couldn't help but sniff. It smelled too good, truly too good. How long had it been since she'd eaten a meal with hot oil and hot soup like this? Chapter 68. Corrupted Tunnel 10. The Monster Merchant. Xiaowei's expression was incredibly sincere. She hadn't thought about all those complicated things. Her current wish was very simple. Although she didn't know Jiang Yi's specific ranking, adding him as a friend meant she could trade supplies with him in the future. Most importantly, she could be thick-skinned. No, that wasn't right. She could sincerely ask him to cook for her, even if she had to pay a higher price. Xiaowei was more than willing. Xiaowei was currently filled with regret. She regretted not learning how to cook in the real world. Now, she had to eat instant food every day, to the point where she was almost constipated. Hearing this, Jiang Yi added the dough drops into the pot while stirring with chopsticks in his other hand to prevent them from clumping together. After thinking for a second, Jiang Yi said, "Let's forget it. If we are fated to meet again, we will naturally get to know each other." All right then. Since John Tai had said so, Xiao Wei naturally had no reason to pester him. Uncle Han, who had also wanted to add him as a friend, gave up upon hearing this. As the dough drops fell into the pot, Jiang Yi reached out to the side out of habit. Usually, when he was live streaming, he would keep eggs within reach. Therefore, and surprisingly, he grabbed that thin air. There were no eggs. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. He added a bit more green vegetables instead. The aroma grew increasingly rich. Eventually, both Uncle Han and Xiao Wei stopped talking, staring unblinkingly at the food in the small pot. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard one after another. Jiang Yi found it somewhat amusing. Perhaps being a chef in this survival game was a pretty good choice. It felt like this kind of thing actually had a market. Although not everyone could afford it, he could definitely use this skill to get to know many powerful players. While his mind wandered, the soup in the small pot began to boil. "It's ready," Jiang Yi said casually. Before he could even finish, 2 bowls were thrust right in front of his face. Begging for a meal from a kid made Uncle Han feel a bit awkward, but in the face of this food, he couldn't care about anything else. Jiang Yi used a large ladle to serve a bowl to each of them, while he himself just hugged the pot to eat. For the rest of the time, none of the 3 spoke. Xiao Wei was eating until tears were almost streaming down her face. Delicious. It was just too delicious, without a sound. She was the first of the 3 to finish. Xiao Wei looked at Jiang Yi with a conflicted expression. Jiang Yi's movements paused slightly. She wouldn't be asking him for more, would she? He didn't even have enough for himself. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wei looked at Jiang Yi with a conflicted expression, as if she had made up her mind. She let out a sound of determination and took something out of her inventory. It was a black lump, which seemed to be some kind of monster meat. Both Jiang Yi and Uncle Han looked at Xiao Wei in confusion. Xiao Wei slurped up her drool and said, "Little John, are you tired?" "I'm all right." "You're all right, right?" Xiao Wei chuckled and said, "I have some ingredients here. How about you cook them together?" Jiang Yi looked at the thing in Xiao Wei's hand and doubted. "This is an ingredient. If you hadn't said so, I would have thought these were 2 pieces of charcoal." "Oh, don't look at it like that. I actually got this from a monster merchant." "A monster merchant?" Jiang Yi's heart stirred. Jiang Yi remembered that the asterisk notes of the Crazy Workshop director asterisk mentioned that selling the pen to a traveling monster merchant would yield a generous amount of vehicle coins. Although Jiang Yi definitely didn't want to sell the pen now, he was still very interested in the monster merchant. Yeah, a red fox." Xiao Wei nodded and gestured, indicating it was about 2 heads taller than her. "I made some trades with him, and he gave me this meat. This is black ring snake meat. Eating it can increase your attribute points. That's good stuff," Uncle Han exclaimed from the side. Jiang Yi's eyes also lit up as expected. Everyone on the highway had their own opportunities. He had unlocked many service areas, but other players were the same. At the very least, he had never encountered this so-called monster merchant, and he didn't know what the unlock condition was. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I'll help you prepare the ingredients, but you share how you encountered the monster merchant. Deal?" "No deal." Jiang Yi didn't expect Xiao Wei to refuse instantly. Jiang Yi let out and Xiao Wei quickly added, "You can cook this food now, and then the 2 of us no, plus Uncle Han. The 3 of us will split it. The portion you get will be your payment." As for Uncle Han, who was standing by, was very sensible. "I'll trade with vehicle upgrade fragments." "Deal." Xiao Wei continued to look at Jiang Yi. "As for the information about the monster merchant, let's open a temporary chat. I'll tell you everything about how I met the monster merchant and the details of the trade. Little John, you just have to agree to cook 2 meals for me in the future. I'll provide the ingredients." "Deal." Jiang Yi was just about to answer. Xiao Wei grabbed Jiang Yi's arm, her eyes squinting like a fox, and said pitifully, "I'm begging you, damn it, for the sake of 2 meals. I've even thrown away my pride." Being asked so pitifully by a stunning beauty Most people wouldn't be able to refuse, and fortunately, Jiang Yi wasn't just a person. He was Jiang the Skinflint. Add to vehicle upgrade fragments for each meal. Cooking took time. And time was money. You little brother. What a cruel heart you have. Where did that cute little angel who was harmless, smiled shyly, and gave me a mask go? Xiaowei feigned anger. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yi looked at his nose and his heart, denying everything in a triple combo. Wow. Xiaowei let out a wow. However, after a moment of thought, she gave in, lacking any backbone. Fate had finally dealt a blow to this big gluttonous pig. Minus to vehicle upgrade fragments. Fine, Xiaowei gritted her teeth. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. The tomato and dough drop soup was finished quickly. For the remaining broth, Xiaowei took out a cold steamed bun and dipped it in to finish it off. Jiang Yi squatted on the ground and began to slice the meat. He intended to make smoked meat. On one hand, it was convenient for storage. On the other hand, they had to build a fire to sleep at night anyway, so making smoked meat would be easy to manage. It was now 10 o'clock at night. In the dungeon, one couldn't sleep well, at least not right now. Therefore, the three of them planned to take turns keeping watch for 3 hours each, until 6 o'clock the next morning. Since Jiang Yi had to process the ingredients, he planned to sleep last. Inside the collapsed tunnel, everyone took out their sleeping gear. Xiaowei's consisted of the bed she had just retrieved and her own sleeping bag, while Uncle Han and Jiang Yi had simple wooden boards and cotton batting. Of course, Xiaowei was indeed a very generous sister. She indicated that after she got up, she could lend the bed to the two of them to sleep on. By now, Xiaowei had already buried her head in her sleeping bag and fallen asleep, her steady breathing audible. She was too tired. Uncle Han leaned against the side of Xiaowei's bed and drifted off to sleep. Listening to the sound of their breathing, it was actually peaceful. Jiang Yi shook his head and continued to slice the meat. Chapter 69. Corrupted Tunnel 11. I'm here to beat the elites. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yi looked at the meat in front of him that hadn't budged an inch, and began to doubt his life. Brother, if I remember correctly, I've been using my so-called refined dagger to cut this piece of meat for 10 minutes. Right. Jiang Yi spoke suddenly within his consciousness. Yes, brother, Anvil replied. Then why is this thing not moving at all? Jiang Yi slashed into it again, but as before, he only managed to cut a thin layer of skin on the outside. Inside, it felt as if there was an invisible membrane. No matter what, he couldn't get the blade in. Could it be because my health points dropped? That's not right. Would that affect my strength? Jiang Yi questioned again. His health had dropped by 20 points because of ulti, but it was slowly recovering now. Logically speaking, health points shouldn't affect physical strength. What was going on? Refusing to believe it, Jiang Yi switched to a steel fork, but it was still to no avail. Did this black ring snake have hacks? While Jiang Yi was staring at the thing, counting his life, he didn't know that even Xiaowei, whose strength had exceeded 30 points, couldn't do anything about these two pieces of meat. But Xiaowei didn't think it was because of her own strength. She just felt that perhaps she wasn't skilled at butchering meat. She truly lacked common sense in this area. She assumed that anyone who knew how to cook had their own method of dissecting meat, just like Powding butchering an ox, or like Lao Ba. Jiang Yi stabbed it a few more times. It didn't budge. He stabbed it a few more times. It still didn't budge. Hey, I don't believe this. He stabbed it a few more times. Poochie, brother, your nose is bleeding. Anvil roared in Jiang Yi's consciousness. Jiang Yi was stunned. He covered his nose, his palm feeling warm. You have received a mental attack from the dead black ring snake, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked at the two lumps of meat by the campfire in disbelief. Are you saying these two lumps of meat are attacking me, and it's a mental attack? What the hell is this black ring snake? The black ring snake is very dissatisfied with your act of insulting its corpse after death, and has unleashed a powerful mental shock, Jiang Yi. Before Jiang Yi could even question the system, he felt an invisible impact, like a bolt, slamming directly into his brain. Jiang Yi's nosebleed turned into a torrential flow in an instant. At the same time, inside Jiang Yi's consciousness, a giant black snake with a coiled body, standing over 10 meters tall, suddenly appeared. Jiang Yi hadn't even seen what the black ring snake looked like clearly before this guy lunged at him. Its massive snake mouth aimed at Jiang Yi. wanting to bite his head off. Jiang Yi's subconscious reaction was to raise his hands to dodge, but then he thought, damn it, this is my own consciousness. A snake that's nothing but chunks of meat is trying to act tough here. Thinking of this, the more Jiang Yi thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. So, he simply lowered his hands with a dark expression. The giant snake mouth passed right over the top of Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi could even smell the fishy stench of the snake. The air was filled with an indescribable cold-blooded aura. The black-ringed snake brushed past Jiang Yi's body. Seeing that Jiang Yi wasn't afraid, it called its body and looked at Jiang Yi with what seemed like surprise. Jiang Yi wiped the saliva sprayed onto his face, changed his train of thought, and said, "Steel fork, come," as the words fell. The steel fork materialized in Jiang Yi's consciousness. Holding the steel fork, Jiang Yi charged straight at the black-ringed snake without a care. In the black-ringed snake's vision, the human in front of it was acting like a madman, using the steel fork to stab directly into its own body. Once he got a piece in, he would follow the momentum and thrust it deeper. This was the exact method Jiang Yi had used to peel the flesh of the wild boar back then. The black-ringed snake was enraged and whipped its tail, knocking Jiang Yi away. However, as soon as Jiang Yi's body flew a few meters, he stood up from the ground, muttering, "Anyway, this is my consciousness. I won't feel pain." After saying that, he lunged forward again with the steel fork, black-ringed snake, and so the cycle repeated. You have received a mental shock from the black-ringed snake. Sock your *SS. You have received a mental shock from the black-ringed snake. Sock your *SS. You have received a resentful strike from the black-ringed snake. You're even holding a grudge now. You have received. Jiang Yi didn't know how long he had been struggling in his consciousness, until, in the mist-filled consciousness, the giant remains of the black-ringed snake fell from the sky. A large steel fork was stuck vertically into the top of its head, and Jiang Yi sat cross-legged on the snake's head, panting heavily. Jiang Yi's conscious body was also missing arms and legs, yet his expression was filled with excitement. You have slain the lingering obsession of the black-ringed snake. You have obtained a new achievement and title. I specifically target elites. Description: I specifically target elites. To unlock this achievement, you must kill a certain type of specialized creature or the soul form of a specialized creature within a specialized field, avoiding weaknesses and playing to strengths that doesn't exist. I just charge in head-on and get the job done. I specifically target elites. After equipping this title, you can perform a mental attribute check. If your mental attribute is higher than the opponent's, you will forcibly reduce their highest attribute by 20%. Note: the reduction is not permanent. The duration depends on the comparison of both parties' mental attribute strength. After equipping this title, there is a slight chance to replicate one of the targets, including players' and monsters' talents, titles, attributes, or skills, etc. This triggers only once per target. Please note, after equipping this title, you will gain the deep-seated soul-level hatred of the black-ringed snake clan. After the system broadcast finished, Jiang Yi's consciousness snapped back to reality. Jiang Yi opened his eyes abruptly. Orange-red firelight flickered in front of him, and the faint sound of Xiaowei's snoring reached his ears. She had already fallen into a deep sleep. Uncle Han, meanwhile, was frowning as he tossed and turned against the side of the bed. Jiang Yi's back was soaked with sweat, and his chest was covered in blood. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought a murder had just taken place here. Fortunately, the lingering scent of the tomato potato noodle soup, combined with the remaining smell of gunpowder and the stench in the tunnel, meant the smell of blood wasn't very noticeable here. Jiang Yi wiped his nose. The nosebleed had already crusted over into a hard shell. Jiang Yi summoned the main screen to take a look. 95 minutes had passed since 10 o'clock. Jiang Yi looked at his attribute panel again. Player, Jiang Yi, 43,990,805. Nickname: Melancholy Little French Frittadle. Self-disciplined Superman. Bold and cautious stubborn donkey. Not equipped. Lifetime honorary member of the Daydreaming Hall. Not equipped. I specifically target elites. Not equipped. Vehicle: forklift. Fatigue, health. You feel exhausted and sleepy. Your body is slowly recovering. Child, you need to rest. Strength, stamina, agility, spirit. 15 gives 1 come to base attribute points, growth attributes, bonus attributes, comprehensive compatibility. 41 gives 30 to note, you daring, demented idiot. Warrior, after a fierce struggle, you gain come to spirit. By the way, a gentle reminder. You were so immersed in your battle with the black-ringed snake that you completely failed to hear the call from madness and the abyss. Beware of that pen. His spirit attribute had actually dropped all the way to 1. If it weren't for the self-disciplined Superman title, he probably would have turned himself into a complete fool. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yi's back once more. Chapter 70. Corrupted Tunnel 12 Smoked Meat Feast. Jiang Yi sat where he was for a while to catch his breath. He looked back at the two of them, and after confirming there were no signs of them waking up, he let out a soft sigh of relief. That was almost a disaster. Beside Jiang Yi's hand, the 2 pieces of black meat remained unchanged, as if everything that had just happened was merely Jiang Yi's hallucination. Jiang Yi hurriedly stood up, but because he stood up too quickly, he almost fell back onto his butt. Damn it! His spirit value was too low, leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. Strange whispers began to reach Jiang Yi's ears. Rustling and murmuring, Jiang Yi knew this was the side effect of that pen. After his spirit value dropped, the whispers became much more pronounced. Jiang Yi shook his head, suppressing the feeling that his brain was about to explode. He took some honey from his backpack and ate a little off his finger. The sweet taste allowed Jiang Yi to clear his head for a brief moment. The honey jar didn't specify if it had any effect on spirit, but Jiang Yi figured that if this stuff could affect his fatigue, it should at least provide some relief in this regard, right? He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but gradually, he seemed to find that the whispers weren't as unbearable as before. In fact, listening to them roughly, they weren't even as unpleasant as the songs his temperamental energy furnace sang. Could it be that after being poisoned by that, his resistance to this kind of thing had increased? Jiang Yi pondered it briefly in his mind before giving up. Right now, he was only slightly better than a dementia patient. He shouldn't push his luck. Anvil Brother watched as Jiang Yi fell into deep thought, then muttered to himself, then raised and lowered his short blade, and was so scared he didn't dare to speak for a long time. Although he had felt for a long time that Jiang Yi was a very crazy person, but now, he inexplicably felt that Jiang Yi might truly be going insane. Just as Anvil was trembling, Jiang Yi slashed his blade into the black-ringed snake meat again. This time, the blade was incredibly fast. The slicing was incredibly smooth. It was, quite simply, silky smooth. As he hacked and sliced, a perverted smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Anvil felt like calling the police just watching him. 1:00 a.m. Uncle Han's body jolted. It was the alarm he had set. His broadsword was strapped to his hand, moving the blade aside. Uncle Han cautiously looked around, but there was nothing unusual. Only then did he look at Jiang Yi in front of the campfire. Jiang Yi was roasting meat. His expression was extremely focused, a bit too focused. "Jiang Tai," Uncle Han called out. Jiang Yi didn't react. Uncle Han patted Jiang Yi on the shoulder. The kid tilted his head, looked at Uncle Han, and said, "Uncle, you're awake." When he said this, Jiang Yi's speech was much slower than usual. Uncle Han felt it was strange, but he couldn't put his finger on why. He just assumed it was the after effects of the explosion. "Go get some sleep." Uncle Han looked at the dazed Jiang Yi with pity and lowered his voice, as if he were coaxing a child. "Leave the rest of the time to me." "All right." Jiang Yi felt as if his brain had slowed down significantly. If the 3 of them took turns sleeping, he would be responsible for the shift from 10 p.m. to 1:00 a.m., which was 3 hours. Then it would be Uncle Han, and finally Xiaowei. This way, until 7:00 a.m., everyone would get 6 hours of sleep. Jiang Yi scratched his head and said, "The rest buried in the fire pit can be left alone. I'll deal with it after I wake up." "Got it," Uncle Han replied in a deep voice and added a reminder. Jiang Yi nodded, failing to notice the strange, sympathetic expression on Uncle Han's face. After the shift change, Jiang Yi leaned against the bedside and squinted his eyes. In his dreams, there were nothing but overlapping, incoherent murmurs, something about a 4-eyed sardine, something about old I want to eat fish, something about factory manager, please stop hitting me, and something about don't sail into the depths of the ocean. As he muttered, the chanting sound of the energy furnace began to ring in Jiang Yi's mind again. The two sounds vied with each other, unexpectedly reaching an eerie balance. Without realizing it, Jiang Yi fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, Jiang Yi was roused by a strange, fragrant aroma. It was truly an incredible scent, even though Jiang Yi had been full and satisfied before going to sleep. Now that the smell slid into his nose, his mouth was involuntarily secreting saliva. His body was still very weary, and Jiang Yi had to exert every ounce of his strength just to open his eyes. Jiang Yi sat up and heard Xiao Wei beside him say, "You're awake." Xiao Wei's voice was a bit tired, but it couldn't hide her anticipation and vitality. Jiang Yi slowly sat up straight as his vision cleared. Xiao Wei's bright and moving smile appeared before him, and Uncle Han beside her had also woken up again. The fire had already gone out by the factory window. Daylight was just beginning to appear, but it was still a gloomy, rainy day. If the windows weren't so high and there was no way to climb up for the time being, Jiang Yi and the others would have dismantled the windows along with the glass. Jiang Yi grunted and jumped off the bed. His head was still a bit dizzy, but after 6 hours of sleep, it had eased up a lot. With all three of them awake and having tidied up their things, Jiang Yi walked over to the charcoal pile under Xiao Wei's expectant gaze. Xiao Wei's eyes were practically glowing green. Heaven knows how much willpower she had used to sit dryly by the fire for 3 hours, letting those 2 pieces of smoked meat tempt her. Jiang Yi was also starving at this moment. Without wasting time, he quickly used a wooden stick to flip the 2 pieces of smoked meat out and placed them on a clean iron plate. He peeled off the inedible parts on the surface. Jiang Yi had already sliced the meat inside before putting it in. At this moment, the outer edges were a charred yellow, while the inside was the brownish red color of the smoked meat. Jiang Yi sprinkled a bit of black pepper powder. It was a pity there was no lime juice, but Jiang Yi had something else good. Jiang Yi took a bottle of orange juice out of his backpack. Black pepper smoked meat with orange juice, that would do. Xiao Wei's eyes were locked onto Jiang Yi's orange juice, and the corners of her mouth were slightly moist. As soon as Jiang Yi turned his head, Xiao Wei was already very savvy, holding 2 vehicle upgrade fragments in her left hand and a His Majesty's old mug in her right, her face full of flattery as she said, "Good brother, give your sister a little bit." Deal. Jiang Yi agreed readily. With vehicle upgrade fragments, anything was negotiable. Uncle Han looked at the 2 of them with envy, but in his helplessness, he chose to hold back. He really didn't have any more vehicle upgrade fragments, as he still needed them to trade for smoked meat. Chapter 71. Corrupted Tunnel 13. Talent. A titled attribute, a skill replication. Jiang Yi, Xiao Wei, and Uncle Han each took a third of the smoked meat. Xiao Wei said that gentlemen like them shouldn't watch a lady eating. As she said this, the lady directly picked up the smoked meat and viciously tore off a large chunk. Jiang Yi, so much for being a lady. How does it taste? Watching Xiao Wei devouring the food, Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, "How is it, Xiao Wei?" Jiang Yi. Xiao Wei lifted her face from the meat, and her oval face was actually full of tears. Jiang Yi, did he put too much black pepper? Before Jiang Yi could ask, "That's good then." Jiang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, moving his gaze away from Xiao Wei. Jiang Yi also began to enjoy his breakfast. Perhaps as a side effect of mental fatigue, Jiang Yi still felt his brain aching. He didn't rush to eat the meat, but first took a sip of orange juice to quench his thirst. The taste of this orange juice was unexpectedly good. It was very similar to an FC orange juice from the real world, with a slightly sweet and sour taste, and a hint of astringcy. After one sip, Jiang Yi felt his taste buds bloom. Putting down the orange juice, Jiang Yi picked up the smoked meat and took a bite. It was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, with a texture similar to beef, very chewy. Moreover, as he ate it, he could even feel a warm current in his stomach. You are consuming black ring snake meat. You gain Kung 10 health, you gain Kung 1 strength, you gain Kung 1 agility, you gain Kung 1 constitution. Only after he finished the black ring snake meat bite by bite did the mechanical broadcast sound gradually subside. 1/3 of the black ring snake meat had actually increased his health by a full 10 points. Strength by 3, constitution by 3, and agility by 3. He even gained 1 point of mental growth attribute. Jiang Yi's panel changed to player Jiang Yi, 43,990,805. Nickname, Melancholy Little Fry. Title, Self-Disciplined Superman. Bold and careful, stubborn donkey not equipped. Lifetime honorary member of the Daydreaming Hall not equipped. I beat the elites not equipped vehicle. Forklift health, strength, 19 gives 21 cum 3 physique, 32 gives 35 cum 3 agility, 21 gives 24 cum 3 spirit, 15 gives 7 cum 3 cum 2. Base attribute points cum growth attributes cum bonus attributes. Spirit is slowly recovering. Comprehensive compatibility. Each attribute had increased by a significant margin, and his comprehensive compatibility had also recovered to its previous level. Once his spirit fully recovered, he estimated that his comprehensive compatibility could be further improved. It was truly worthy of being an item from a traveling monster merchant. Jiang Yi felt even more expectant regarding the information about the monster merchant. The warm sensation in his stomach gradually subsided. Jiang Yi looked at Xiaowei, intending to ask her to send the monster merchant's information to him via temporary chat. Unexpectedly, Xiaowei stood up with a sudden spring and immediately performed a set of military-style punches right on the spot. Her fluid muscle lines tensed up with every movement, making her look like an agile leopardess. Jiang Yi watched helplessly as Xiaowei's face turned bright red, and finally, she delivered a kick toward a wooden board leaning against the wall. Crack. The thick wooden board was split right down the middle. It was cleaved in two, and then it shattered. There was even a layer of hidden force behind that. Needless to say, Xiaowei had also received an attribute boost, and judging by the situation, it was more than just a little bit. What kind of innate martial arts prodigy body was this? Uncle Han, who was standing to the side, had a reaction similar to his own. He was nowhere near as exaggerated as Xiaowei. After kicking the wooden board to pieces, Xiaowei felt her body become even lighter. A smile appeared on Xiaowei's face as she grinned at Jiang Yi. As expected, you really have to find a cook. This black ring snake meat is truly excellent. Jiang Yi really wanted to say that this wasn't a matter of the cook, but rather the result of the spirit attribute. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. The spirit attribute was a hidden attribute, and most players probably hadn't unlocked it yet. Better to leave it be, however. He had other things he wanted to try. Jiang Yi's thoughts stirred. Change title. You have changed your title to I Beat Elites. You have initiated a spirit attribute check on the designated player ***** dungeon rules. Player names are anonymous. Spirit attribute check complete. Your spirit attribute is higher than the target's. Currently copying talent, titled attribute, a skill. Jiang Yi's heart grew tense. Please, it must succeed. Once he left the dungeon, he might not necessarily run into Xiaowei again. Each player could only copy once. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. While Jiang Yi finished the last of the orange juice, he glanced at Xiaowei out of the corner of his eye. Brother, that look of yours is a bit lecherous. Ecchi and suddenly spoke up. Cut the crap. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes in his mind. Wasn't this his first time doing something so sneaky? Jiang Yi didn't have to wait too long. About 2 seconds later, the system notification sounded. You have successfully copied player ***** skill, basic Muay Thai. It worked. Jiang Yi was ecstatic inside. He hadn't expected that, despite the low probability, the copy would actually succeed. Little brother, why are you smiling foolishly at me? Xiaowei looked at Jiang Yi, puzzled. Jiang Yi's smile stiffened for a moment, then he said nothing. I just remembered an older sister I knew before. Xiaowei let out an "oh." After we finish eating, let's get ready to set off. We still need to continue with the main quest. Jiang Yi hurriedly changed the subject. While speaking, he passed by Uncle Han and took the opportunity to activate his skill as well. You have initiated a spirit attribute check on the designated player ***** dungeon rules. Player names are anonymous. Spirit attribute check complete. Your spirit attribute is higher than the target's. Currently copying talent, titled attribute, a skill. He had expected to gain nothing. Unexpectedly, 2 seconds later, you have successfully copied player ***** talent, loyalist description. A loyal person naturally exudes an aura that makes others trust them. All players or monsters have a natural affinity toward you. When the affinity or favorability reaches a certain standard, it will trigger lucky random events. May all things be as loyal as you, loyalists. Jiang Yi never expected that Uncle Han would have such a talent. No wonder when he first saw Uncle Han, Even though he didn't know the man, he still felt that he was an elder who could be trusted. However, in some respects, being able to have such a talent perhaps proved that Uncle Han was a genuinely good person. Chapter 72 Corrupted Tunnel 14 Tunnel. However, this copying probability was way too high. What happened to the low probability he was promised? Could it be because these two people had relatively weak spirit values? Forget it. No point in dwelling on it. Completing the mission is the priority. After finishing breakfast, the three of them didn't waste any time. They tidied up the items on the floor and followed the original passage back to the director's office. The director's office had been reduced to nothing but ruins by the explosion. It had to be said that using the cooling spray in the right place was truly a god-tier tool for clearing the area. Jiang Yi looked at the charred ground and clicked his tongue in secret. There was basically nothing left to scavenge here. As his gaze shifted, Jiang Yi saw the charred bodies. One was Xiao Qiu's, and the other was Yu Faisheng's. Jiang Yi fell silent for a second, recalling the scene when he first met them. The sound of Xiao Qiu calling him brother still echoed in his ears, and at the time, Yu Faisheng had also called him brother Tai at every turn. Beside him, Xiao Wei and Uncle Han exchanged a glance and sighed as well. I walked over, enduring her physiological discomfort. After all, anyone would feel fear when faced with headless corpses. But Xiao Wei just thought about it for a moment and forced herself to look at the bodies on the ground. She wanted to firmly remember this scene. Up until now, she hadn't experienced such a death, but on the road, such things would eventually happen. As she thought about this, her gaze swept over the scene, and Xiao Wei couldn't help but stop behind her. Jiang Yi asked, "Are you all right?" Xiao Wei didn't turn around. She braced herself against the ground and let out a hum. I should still tidy up for the little girl. At the very least, she shouldn't be left to rot alongside these stinking fish corpses. Xiao Qiu had called her big sister, and as a sister, she wanted to see her off on her final journey. After all, she was just a child. All right. Xiao Wei gathered Xiao Qiu's charred and dismembered remains together, took a piece of pale pink fabric from her inventory, and wrapped her inside. I hope that after death, you can leave this shitty game, little sister. Xiao Wei murmured. She will, Jiang Yi said silently. Uncle Han turned away and let out a sigh. After seeing Xiao Qiu off, they didn't bother with Yu Faisheng's corpse. Emerging from the office, the three continued to move forward along the corridor. During this time, they triggered several side quests, eliminating 5 or 6 corrupted eye fish corpses and to level to corrupted eye fish corpses. The coordination between the three was fairly tacit, and fortunately, Jiang Yi's marksmanship with a gun was ridiculously poor. He aimed 3 shots at the head and chest of a level to corrupted eye fish corpse, but in the end, all of them landed on its tail. Xiao Wei delivered an elbow strike from above, pushing away the fish corpses that were swarming them, and looked at Jiang Yi with utter disbelief. Little brother, your aim is that of a human-shaped outline master. Don't you ever play games like Delta Force or anything? Jiang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing he couldn't come up with any rebuttal. He really didn't play games much. He usually spent his time figuring out how to make videos to earn money. Where would he find the time to play games? However, looking at it this way, compared to him, Xiao Qiu's talent for shooting was terrifyingly strong. Jiang Yi still remembered that the first level to corrupted eye fish corpse had been killed by a single headshot from Xiao Qiu, and able to hit anything with 3 shots. Jiang Yi didn't want to waste any more bullets and switched directly to his steel fork. As the familiar tactile sensation returned, Jiang Yi noticed that when he moved again, the lack of fluidity in this body had dissipated significantly. Jiang Yi knew this was the effect of the primary Muay Thai skill he had integrated, since he didn't want to expose his abilities. Jiang Yi didn't intend to show off his Muay Thai too obviously, but even so, his movements and the way he swung his weapon became much more natural. At the very least, it was no longer the flailing wildly until the Master Dai's style from before, with Xiao Wei and Uncle Han assisting from the sides. It was enough to deal with the level to corrupted eye fish corpses. You have killed corrupted eye fish corpse *1. You have killed corrupted eye fish corpse *1. You have killed level to corrupted eye fish corpse *1. The sounds of kills kept ringing out, and soon, you have completed the side quest, corrupted eye fish corpse basic reward. 5 vehicle coins already collected upon drop. You have received an additional kill reward for vehicle coins. Having earned a total of 9 vehicle coins from killing the corrupted eye fish corpses, Jiang Yi realized even more just how expensive the Daydream Pavilion was. The money earned in this day and a half, if not for the 50 vehicle coins from the hidden quest, wouldn't even be enough to pay the parking fees for the Daydream Pavilion. It really is true. Spending money is like having diarrhea, while earning money is like being constipated. John the Skinflint lamented in his heart. After clearing out the corrupted eye fish corpses, the three entered the processing workshop. Unfortunately, there were no finished canned goods in the processing workshop. Xiao Wei was ready to flip the production line over, but sadly, she saw nothing. Xiao Wei began to doubt reality. How is it that there isn't a single can? It's so clean in here. It's as if it's already been looted. A food production factory with no food, is that even reasonable? Xiao Wei roared, her silver teeth grinding together. She had been looking forward to finding at least a little food in this workshop. Yet there was absolutely nothing. Jiang Yi, standing to the side, pondered for a few seconds upon hearing this. It was indeed unreasonable. There was no reason for the raw material workshop's conveyor belt to still have rotting fish meat, yet for there to be nothing here, unless the supplies inside had been moved. Jiang Yi rubbed his fingertips together. Numerous images overlapped in his mind. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke up. In the factory manager's diary. How many employees did this factory have again? Why are you asking that? Xiao Wei asked, confused. Uncle Han, standing nearby, had already spoken up. Old He, Old Zhu, Little Wan, Little Jean. The old man who worked as security. Auntie Zhu who did the cleaning. And 4 or 5-day laborers. It seems that was everyone. The number of employees in such a small food processing factory was very low, and most of the day laborers were hired based on orders. Jiang Yi nodded, setting aside the 4 or 5-day laborers who likely didn't live at the factory that left Old He, Old Zhu, Little Wan, Little Jean, the old man in security, and Auntie Zhu, including the director himself. That made 7 people. Jiang Yi recalled the stitched-together monster they had killed. It only had 6 pairs of eyes. That meant there was 1 person missing. Jiang Yi's thoughts suddenly cleared. He looked at the 2 of them and mused. There should be 1 more person. He took all the canned goods and the other food. Xiao Wei was startled. There's another person. Jiang Yi nodded and explained his deduction. Xiao Wei felt a chill on her scalp. You mean to say, there might still be someone hiding here, a local native? Or perhaps a monster like Old He from before? Jiang Yi shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He paused, and a possibility struck him like lightning. Jiang Yi suddenly spoke. If it were you, and you discovered monsters appearing in the factory and needed to take food to hide, where would you hide? As the words fell, Xiao Wei and Uncle Han spoke almost in unison. Corrupted Tunnel Part 15. Either go down, or make him come up. Good news. There was a lead on a tunnel. Bad news. The tunnel might be a massive drop. Xiao Wei's brows furrowed, and she couldn't help but say, this. If they are in the tunnel, is the remaining person still alive? Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, perhaps he is alive. Or perhaps he died from a lack of food. In any case, he has not been caught by Old He yet. After saying this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but rub the tips of his index and middle fingers. This was his habit when thinking. Back to the office, Jiang Yi said suddenly, now. Xiao Wei and Uncle Han looked over at the same time. Jiang Yi nodded and turned to leave immediately. As he walked, he said, in the diary, who was the first to record Old He's abnormalities? It was the director. From the fact that Old He chased us out of the office earlier, we can tell that Old He is capable of wandering around the factory. Since he can wander around and still hasn't found that person, it means that person is definitely not hiding above ground, but is indeed hidden in a tunnel. Old He doesn't know where the tunnel is. Otherwise he would have already finished off the remaining person. If we find that remaining person, we can find where the tunnel is. Combining this with who was most likely to discover Old He's abnormalities first, and who would most likely know of a secret tunnel that the general staff wouldn't know about, it has to be the director himself. Let's look at it from another angle. Why was Old He wandering near the director's office? Aside from sensing our presence, could it be that his subconscious was telling him that the remaining person should have been found inside the office? In short, If we find the director or the traces he left behind, we can find clues to the tunnel. Jiang Yi finished stating his deductions in one breath, leaving Xiaowei dumbfounded. How had she not thought of that? Aside from feeling internally that people who can cook really have sharp minds. Xiaowei hurriedly followed Jiang Yi's pace and added, "But yesterday, we blew up the office. It doesn't matter. Oldie couldn't find the tunnel while he was up there. So blowing it up won't affect anything. It might even expose more clues." That's true, Xiaowei's eyes lit up. However, we still need to be prepared. No one knows if the director is dead or alive, or what he has become now. Since he also returned from the sea, it's possible the director has also been contaminated, Jiang Yi reminded them. Yeah. Xiaowei's face tightened. Behind them, Uncle Han silently gripped his large blade. Among the 5 people who first entered the instance, he was urgently the default leader. But now it seemed the captain had become Jiang Yi. His judgment hadn't been wrong. This young man was truly different. The 3 of them walked quickly and soon returned to the ruins of the office. They searched continuously around the collapsed shelves and the desk that had been blown into pieces. But after a quarter of an hour, just as they were at a loss, Jiang Yi suddenly froze in place. With a turn, Jiang Yi threw himself flat onto the ground. Xiaowei, what is he doing? Following Jiang Yi's actions, the entire office suddenly fell silent, although they didn't know what Jiang Yi was doing after the previous events. Xiaowei and Uncle Han had begun to subconsciously trust him, so they held their breath. Jiang Yi pressed his ear against the floor. Of course, he wasn't just listening with his ear, he was using something else. This was a new skill he discovered after unlocking the spirit attribute. He seemed to be able to see more things with his eyes and hear more things with his ears. This was a kind of intuition stemming from his spirit. To focus more intently, Jiang Yi simply closed his eyes. At this moment, the subtle breathing of the other 2, the pattering of rain outside the high windows, and the sound of water droplets falling in an unknown part of the abandoned factory. Jiang Yi could hear them all with perfect clarity, and also another faint sound of breathing that did not belong to them. It was through an unknown thickness of flooring or mixed concrete ground. Between the upper and lower levels, Jiang Yi, lying on the ground, heard that other sound of breathing. Jiang Yi's body stiffened abruptly. Immediately, he lifted his gaze to look at Xiaowei and Uncle Han, pointing his finger downward to indicate the position below. It was right here. Xiaowei and Uncle Han understood what Jiang Yi meant. Xiaowei was inexplicably horrified. Right here, right under their feet. Does this mean that the last person has actually been listening to the monster Oldie? Listening to them walking above his head the whole time? Could he even be down there right now, watching them from above with strange eyes? Xiaowei had naturally never seen such a scene, but human imagination is boundless. At this moment, Xiaowei felt a sense of terror. After confirming that the breathing definitely didn't belong to them, Jiang Yi's body also felt a bit numb. However, he stood up, pretending that nothing had happened, and began to make noise again. He patted Uncle Han on the shoulder and started talking about theories that had actually already been ruled out. Uncle Han reacted for a moment and immediately picked up the conversation. As Jiang Yi spoke, he initiated a temporary chat. Codename Jiang Yi. The remaining person is underground. Codename Xiaowei. Is this a horror instance? I really don't want to do this anymore. Codename C. Uncle Han. Forget it. We're only one step away from completing the mission. Just endure it a bit longer. Codename C. Uncle Han. Little John. What do we do now? Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds and said, since we've found where the tunnel is, then next, either we go down, or we make him come up. The main quest is initial exploration of the tunnel, which requires successfully finding the entrance to the tunnel and marking it. Now that they have found the tunnel below, they must either forcibly break an opening to get in, or lure the person below up. That way, they can naturally find the entrance. Will the bombs work? Codename Jiang Yi. Not really. This is a flat surface. We need to find an opening at the very least. Codename Xiaowei. I can try using that steel fork of yours to see if I can pry it open. Jiang Yi, did your strength skyrocket again after eating that smoked meat? Stabbing a steel fork into hard, mixed concrete ground. Are you even human? Even if he could, Jiang Yi wouldn't risk his weapon. There was no doubt about the hardness of the steel fork, but Jiang Yi suspected that if he stabbed it down like that, The sharp tip would turn into a hook. And then how would he use it in the future? Although he had a short blade, the steel fork modified from an anvil was the one Jiang Yi used most comfortably. It was sturdy, durable, and had astonishing power. Codename Jiang Yi. I don't think that's a good idea. Is there anything else? Codename B Xiao Wei. Anything else? Can you be a bit clearer? If it's too complicated, big sister here won't understand. As she spoke, Xiao Wei's bright face and large eyes blinked, looking extremely clear foolish. Codename Jiang Yi. Are there any gas-type items? Codename Jiang Yi. The tunnel must have ventilation equipment. Otherwise the people inside wouldn't survive. Using this might force them out. Seeing the information flashing on the light screen, Xiao Wei recalled. And there really was one. Xiao Wei hurriedly opened her inventory. Before taking that item out, she seemed to remember something and quickly typed, Codename B Xiao Wei. You to hurry up and put on masks. It's best if you hold your breath too. Seeing this, Jiang Yi and Uncle Han exchanged a look, both of their eyes tightening. Jiang Yi immediately took a gas mask out of his backpack, while Uncle Han, already wearing the mask Jiang Yi had given him earlier, held his breath. Just as the two were ready, Xiao Wei acted as if she were facing a formidable enemy, pulling something out from the void with both hands. It seemed to be another lump of meat. Xiao Wei was also wearing a mask, but her face was already turning a bruised blue and indescribable. Truly tragic stench assaulted them. Before Jiang Yi could even react to what it was, he felt as if his nose had been punched. It wasn't just his nose. Jiang Yi felt his entire throat and stomach beginning to churn. Before he could even speak, he let out a violent dry heave. What the hell is this thing? It's even more terrifying than a biochemical weapon. Chapter 74. Corrupted Tunnel 16 Teleportation Departure. This, naturally, also came from the monster merchant. It was said to be the meat of a certain shark. After Xiao Wei received the meat at that time, she had wanted to chop off her own hands for the next 2 days. It was just too damn stinky. Xiao Wei placed the meat on the ground where Jiang Yi had been lying earlier. Even just sitting there, the scent of the meat was constantly spreading. After placing it, Xiao Wei took off running. Behind her, Jiang Yi and Uncle Han were already losing their senses, running entirely on instinct. This thing was much more effective than any poison gas bomb or smoke grenade. The effect was indeed beyond reproach. The group ran to the office door. Even through the door, the smell remained unbearable. Jiang Yi's eyes were streaming with tears, and Uncle Han's face was pale. Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, "What on earth is this?" Xiao Wei, also with tears in the corners of her eyes, choked out, "Some kind of shark meat, also obtained from the monster merchant." Yeah. Xiao Wei hummed in agreement, and the stench rushed toward them again. Xiao Wei subconsciously wanted to cover her nose with her hand, but ended up smelling the scent on her hand and nearly rolled her eyes back, fainting on the spot. Jiang Yi quietly moved a few steps away from Xiao Wei, while Uncle Han was already on the verge of losing consciousness. This was truly a case of killing 100 enemies while suffering 1,000 in self-damage. The three waited for 5 minutes. Just as they were about to suffocate themselves, movement finally came from below. There was a sound of something being knocked over. Xiao Wei's eyes, which had been rolling back, snapped forward, and she whispered in shock, "There really is someone." Hearing this, Jiang Yi hurriedly jabbed his elbow into Uncle Han's stomach. "Uncle Han, Little John, is it dawn?" "Jiang Yi, Uncle Han, please pull yourself together." Uncle Han shook his head, and seeing the expressions of the other two, he gradually regained his senses. "Is that thing coming up?" Uncle Han whispered. "Looks like it." Jiang Yi said in a low voice as well, "Be careful." The three held their breath and waited. About 10 seconds later, the sound of objects being knocked over below became clearer. It seemed the person inside had first tripped over something, causing a pile of items to fall, and then, as if going mad, they slammed directly into the wall. Their mental state didn't look too good. After waiting another half-minute, finally, amidst the tense expressions of the three, Jiang Yi's sharp eyes noticed that a certain part of the office desk seemed to move. The desk had long since turned into a pile of shattered wooden boards. So this movement was particularly obvious. "They're coming out," Xiao Wei whispered. Jiang Yi answered silently in his heart. At the same time, Jiang Yi raised his silver handgun. Yu Faixing had been taken out by Jiang Yi. And the mutated old he had also been killed by him. This silver handgun had been taken by Jiang Yi without any dispute. Even if someone had other crooked thoughts, they would have to consider the bomb in Jiang Yi's hand. Although the two didn't know that the so-called bomb was actually just cooling spray and a lighter. Raising the handgun, Jiang Yi prayed silently in his heart, please, let it hit. After the desk boards moved, a clicking sound rang out, like the sound of gears turning. The person below seemed to have been driven out of their mind by the stench, appearing extremely manic while trying to open the door. The gear sound turned to the end, and then a pile of wooden boards fell directly downward. The secret door to the tunnel had been opened. Something resembling a head emerged from below. Then, half of a body. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he pulled the trigger ***. It hit the person's shoulder. The bullet sank into the right shoulder, exploding into a flower of blood. Jiang Yi cursed in his heart. He was damn well aiming for the head. Jiang Yi didn't see clearly what the person looked like. Just as he wanted to fire another shot, Xiaowei, who was beside him, had already stood up. The wind whipped up her long hair. Although it was the foul-smelling, suffocating wind from the narrow tunnel, at this moment, Xiaowei was like a female warrior, fiercely throwing the dagger in her hand. It struck the man's head dead center. And that man's head didn't just sprout a bloody hole as one might expect. Instead, it was as if it had been hit by a cannonball. The skull was sent flying high into the air, soaring away. It must be said that at any time, once a sneak attack succeeds, it is the most powerful and effective means of combat. Jiang Yi's mouth hung slightly open. Xiaowei lowered her head and hummed happily. Little brother, you still have a lot to learn, Xiaowei said triumphantly. With the skull shattered, the three of them waited cautiously for a while, or rather, they were briefly stunned by the stench. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the suffocating odor in the air dissipated just a little, but only a little. Jiang Yi even suspected that even if that person hadn't been blown apart by the gun and the dagger, having been submerged in that stench for so long, he might not have survived anyway. Xiaowei walked in the lead, rolling her eyes again while putting that piece of meat back into her inventory. She swore that unless it was an absolute last resort, she would never take that thing out again. With the shark meat put away, the stench in the air dissipated much more. Jiang Yi squatted down to examine the corpse of the person the one suspected to be the director, which was now reduced to nothing but a torso. Jiang Yi discovered that this corpse actually only had one leg left. To be precise, only one thigh remained. Jiang Yi looked again at the head that had flown off. It was a nearly bald head with skin stretched tight against the skull, the cheekbones sunken, deep indentations at the bridge of the nose, and the corners of the mouth were stained with unidentified chunks of flesh. Jiang Yi's first reaction was that this person seemed to have contracted a prion disease and, in all likelihood, had already started eating his own flesh. Xiaowei and Uncle Han also squatted over. Xiaowei frowned and asked, "Is this the director?" Uncle Han pointed to the name tag on the clothing, which was similar to old He's. "Looks like it." Xiaowei let out a soft sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. He's much better than the monsters we imagined. I didn't expect there would be world natives inside the instance. This person had it rough. He probably exhausted all his stockpiled supplies. With monsters guarding the exit, he didn't dare go up. This is literally waiting for death in the tunnel." Jiang Yi didn't lament the director's fate. Be honest, they were no different from the director. They seemed to have choices and possibilities, but in reality, weren't the highway and the encroaching mist behind them also monsters hanging over their own heads? The pot shouldn't call the kettle black. However, the information that there might be world natives within the instance was worth noting. This meant that perhaps the highway survival wasn't just the game they imagined, a hyper-realistic simulation, but might involve a complex plane spanning multiple worlds. Thoughts swirled in his mind, but clearly, the instance was not a place suitable for deep reflection. Since they had already found the entrance, they should finish the main quest first. After searching the director's body and finding nothing useful, the three of them didn't hesitate. They placed the flag issued by the system right next to the open secret door. A mechanical broadcast voice suddenly rang out. 5-player D-rank instance, corrupted tunnel. Congratulations to the players for completing main quest 1, tunnel exploration. Detected that players have completed the quest within the specified time. You will be teleported out of the instance in 5 seconds. The The 5-player instance invitation card used has expired so fast. We aren't going into the tunnel, shall we? Asked in surprise. However, 5 seconds later, their bodies were enveloped in white light, and they could no longer hear each other's voices. Chapter 75, Wilderness Witch Identity Card. The dim office vanished. Jiang Yi had only managed one glance into the tunnel before being teleported out. The mist from both sides drifted over. Rain was falling from above, and the wind blew, chilly and biting. Jiang Yi's body shivered. Was he just tossed out by the instance? Why did this instance feel like a heartless, bump-and-dump scumbag? A strange thought welled up in Jiang Yi's heart. The main quest was over, and he had thought they would go down into the tunnel to take a look. Could it be that this instance invitation card could only take them this far, and the rest needed to be unlocked? Or perhaps, would other players go into that instance? Were they just working for the system for free by planting that flag? Jiang Yi stood there pondering for a few seconds, feeling the rain from above. He didn't waste any more time. With a thought, he hurriedly summoned his forklift. The forklift appeared, its front lights flashing with passionate, dynamic beams, seemingly greeting Jiang Yi. These red and green lights, which he used to find somewhat annoying, now after coming out of that dim tunnel felt strangely warm as the greenish glow shone down on his head. Jiang Yi took 2 steps in one and quickly ran to the forklift's driver's seat. The anvil brother embedded in the driver's seat also lit up and said with a chuckle, "Welcome home, brother." Home. Jiang Yi's heart stirred, and he gave a slow. This could indeed be considered a home of sorts for him. Only after hiding inside the driver's seat did Jiang Yi feel the cold, airy air dissipate a little. Soon, the system broadcast sounded. Instance quest settlement in progress. 5-player D-rank instance. Corrupted tunnel quest settlement evaluation. You have completed main quest 1, tunnel exploration. Reward, vehicle coins *20. Vehicle upgrade fragments *15. You provided additional assistance in killing the tunnel warden. Gaining extra rewards, vehicle coins *5. Vehicle upgrade fragments *5. You have completed the side quest. Corrupted Eye Fish Corpse. Rewards have been issued within the instance. You have completed the hidden quest. Unknown organism. Rewards have been issued within the instance. Jiang Yi was clear on all this information, but the next piece of information made him freeze. Your performance in the dungeon was outstanding. The mysterious monster was drawn to you, and it has left you an identity card. Wilderness Witch, do you wish to accept it? Please note, accepting this identity card will not trigger any mandatory binding effects. You enjoy full autonomy and voluntary rights. Identity card. What is this thing? Jiang Yi hesitated for a second before choosing to accept. A purple card appeared in the palm of Jiang Yi's hand. In the center of the card was an engraving of a female figure in a hood, looking quite mysterious. Jiang Yi flipped it over a few times and tried to immerse his consciousness into it, but nothing happened. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue and put the card away. The system continued its broadcast. Time taken for this dungeon, 37 hours, 21 minutes. And 52 seconds is less than or equal to 72 hours, you will receive an additional bonus effect. Number of players participating in this dungeon. 5. Number of players who completed the dungeon. 3. You will receive an additional bonus effect. 2 players died, and yet there were still additional bonus effects. The malice this game holds toward its players isn't even being masked anymore. This is literally raising poisonous insects in a jar. Based on your comprehensive performance evaluation, you have been selected as the MVP player of this dungeon game, and a hidden reward is about to be unlocked. You may choose from the following for rewards. 1. Vehicle upgrade fragments *20, car coins *50. 2. Random service area refresh card *2. 3. Random silver grade weapon *1. 4. System primary convenience store 6 OS limited time 0 yuan shopping participation card *1. After 10 seconds, a random selection will be made for you automatically. 10. 9. The 4 hidden rewards appeared before Jiang Yi simultaneously. Jiang Yi hesitated slightly, to be honest. All 4 hidden rewards were excellent. The first could be used to develop his economy. The second, the service area, goes without saying, aside from his profession. His early game advantage came from encountering enough service areas to complete a wave of initial accumulation. As for the third, It relates to his own strength. A silver-grade weapon is already quite a decent piece of gear. Jiang Yi still remembered the materials provided by Oak and the forging site provided by the Daydream Pavilion. The quasi-gold grade weapon they forged had sold for an astronomical price. His current threaded refined steel fork and short blade didn't even have a grade. But, after hesitating for 5 seconds, just as the system was about to finish its countdown, Jiang Yi chose the fourth option. The first 3 were certainly tempting, but no human could resist the lure of a supermarket, a convenience store, 0 yuan 6 OS shopping spree. Moreover, this is an acid rain world where food and resources are scarce. No one would complain about having too much stock. And the system's primary convenience store might be different from the shops run by monsters. In short, there might be unique, high-quality goods inside. You have selected hidden reward for the system primary convenience store 6 OS 0 yuan shopping participation card *1 has been issued. A card resembling a supermarket shopping card from his previous life appeared in Jiang Yi's hand. The system continued its broadcast. Based on your completion rate and performance in this mission, your dungeon game rating is, the mechanical voice paused, it's not an S rank. If Xiaowei heard Jiang Yi say this, her face would probably be twisted with rage, considering that, at this moment, the rating Xiaowei received was only a C-rank. Furthermore, the system provided a comment. The mysterious audience acknowledges your combat prowess. They feel deep regret regarding your intelligence. Xiaowei was so angry her face turned green. She punched into the acid rain, hitting the bronze treasure chests that appeared on the sides of the road, leaving shallow dents on them. After muttering to himself, Jiang Yi didn't take it too hard. In any case, the gains from this dungeon were already significant enough. Not to mention the rewarded vehicle upgrade fragments, car coins, and the shopping cart. The skills and talents he had plucked from Xiaowei and Uncle Han were already a huge profit. Right, and those 10 fried sardines. Although this thing looked a bit sanity draining, it really did boost attributes. However, he couldn't eat this thing now. His mental state hadn't recovered yet, and consuming the sardines now carried a high probability of falling into madness. After briefly organizing the items he had gained from this dungeon, including the miscellaneous materials scavenged from the factory, Jiang Yi prepared to rack up some road mileage first. After that, he would use the shopping cart to stock up on supplies. Just as he stepped on the gas, suddenly, the passionate dynamic light strip lit up on its own. In the rearview mirror, 2 roads began to converge, and a pickup truck was charging directly toward Jiang Yi. Chapter 76, You Cold-Hearted Person. He will never forgive you. Parallel road. Jiang Yi was startled and quickly realized something was wrong. This was definitely not a simple parallel road. The speed at which the player behind was charging felt as if they were coming specifically for him. Coming for him. Did someone discover his identity? Did they use some kind of item on him? Jiang Yi's first reaction was to think of Xiaowei and Uncle Han, but he quickly ruled out that possibility. Although he had been vague about his ranking while in the dungeon, he hadn't exposed much information, and he had been very cautious even with his supplies. It was unlikely he had revealed that he was Melancholy Little Fries. Then, was it an item that could track players? The thought had barely crossed Jiang Yi's mind when the pickup truck slammed into the rear of his forklift. The front of the forklift was invincible in a chase. As for the rear, one could only say the connection to the inspection carriage was too cumbersome. Even though Jiang Yi had turned the steering wheel sharply while thinking, the pickup truck still smashed violently into the carriage. The carriage was struck with a heavy impact, and Jiang Yi's center of gravity lurched forward violently. The force of the impact against his back made his body shudder, and he nearly slammed face first into the windshield. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and clung tightly to his seat, twisting the steering wheel 180 degrees. Jiang Yi sent the forklift sliding across the road in an incredibly dramatic arc. He slammed his foot onto the accelerator, driving straight into the pickup truck on his rear right, pushing it toward the mist that had already begun to close in on both sides. The forklift's carriage was gouged by the pickup, but fortunately, Jiang Yi's forklift was already an upgraded level 2 vehicle. Its durability attribute had seen a significant boost, so the impact did not hinder its power or handling too much. The pickup behind him clearly hadn't expected Jiang Yi to be this ruthless, forcing both vehicles to crash into the mist. Jiang Yi floored the accelerator. In the gloomy weather, with acid rain pelting both vehicles. It looked just like a scene from Fast Furious at first glance. Both vehicles were gambling now, gambling on who would be the first to break under the pressure of being forced into the mist. And fortunately for his opponent, gambling was the one thing Jiang Yi feared the least. When Jiang Yi got stubborn and crazy, even he himself was terrified, not to mention. The current scenario clearly favored Jiang Yi. The forklift was longer, and the driver's seat was further away from the encroaching mist. Sure enough, once both vehicles, the forklift's rear carriage and the pickup's rear wheels, had been swallowed by the mist, the player in the vehicle behind lost his nerve. Jiang Yi saw the player behind him poke his head and half his torso out of the window. The man looked panicked, his mouth moving as if he were shouting something at him. Jiang Yi let out a scoff, reached out with his left hand to draw his silver-white pistol, aimed the pitch-black muzzle at the player, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the glass of the man's pickup truck. The bullet pierced the glass, missing the man's face by less than 5 centimeters. This was, quite literally, an in-your-face intimidation tactic. Melancholy little Fry was warning him. He had a gun, of course. Only Jiang Yi knew that this wasn't intimidation. He had missed again. Damn it, brother. You should really practice your aim later. The anvil couldn't help but chime in. With this kind of aim, his big brother probably couldn't even hit a creeper in the world of Minecraft. I will. After holding it in for a long time, that was all Jiang Yi could force out of his throat. However, the shot seemed to have worked. The man behind him appeared to have given up on resisting. The tires stopped spinning, and the window rolled down. Inside the car, a dark, gaunt face was revealed. The eye sockets were deeply sunken, as if he hadn't slept well or eaten properly in days. On Jiang Yi's main screen, a new temporary chat session appeared. Player Anonymous, Big Boss, I surrender. Player Anonymous, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Looking at the messages, Jiang Yi frowned. This person really knew he was melancholy little Fry. How on earth did he figure that out? Jiang Yi didn't reply. With his lips pressed into a thin line, he fired 3 more shots. These 3 shots shattered the pickup's glass. Player Anonymous, spare me. Big Boss, I was really wrong. Don't kill me. 1 more shot. The expression on the man behind him twisted completely, and new content appeared in the chat box. Player Anonymous, melancholy little Fry, don't push your luck. If you fire again, I'll expose your vehicle and your appearance to the chat group. Player Anonymous, you should know how many players are eyeing your supplies and equipment. Player Anonymous, let's both take a step back. Watching the messages pop up, Jiang Yi just sneered. Take a step back. When you rammed into me, I didn't see you wanting to step back. However, this tone of voice, why did it feel so familiar to him? Forget it. Now wasn't the time to think about that. Leaving this guy holed up in his car wasn't a solution. Jiang Yi used the damaged forklift carriage to force the pickup further into the mist. At the same time, he opened the driver's side door, lowered his center of gravity, and lunged forward along the side toward the pickup behind him, with the silver pistol in his left hand and a short blade in his right. Dressed in protective fabric and high boots, Jiang Yi's fair face looked excessively young and inexperienced under the gloomy, acid rain-filled sky. Yet, the sharp, piercing aura radiating from him and the undisguised killing intent in his eyes made the man behind him tremble uncontrollably. The man shouted, "Don't come over here." The answer to the man was the final gunshot, which shattered the entire front windshield. The man covered his head with his hands. Before he knew it, Jiang Yi had already appeared in front of the pickup. No longer needing to hide his strength, Jiang Yi performed a 180-degree flip in midair, landed on top of the pickup with a thud, and simultaneously slashed the short blade in his hand toward the man's face. This move was exactly the same as the one Xiao Wei had used to kill 2 rotten-eyed fish corpses in a single second. As the man watched the blade light coming toward him, his eyes suddenly flickered. In an instant, Jiang Yi, standing on the hood of the truck, felt as if a black curtain had descended from the sky, threatening to envelop him completely. This is a mental attack. Jiang Yi's movements paused for a split second. Seeing this, the man in the driver's seat looked delighted. However, the next second, a snow-white blade flashed by. A streak of blood painted the sky. The man's smile froze on his face. Between his constricted pupils, a long mark appeared. And his entire face was split in two. A mental shock, sorry. But right now, mental shock was the one thing he feared the least. The acid rain fell from the sky. And the player in the pickup had already lost his breath. Jiang Yi lowered his head, his young face showing a hint of indifference. A mechanical broadcast sounded. You have killed player Great Love Without Borders. You have unlocked a new achievement. You cold-hearted, ruthless person. He will never forgive you. Description. You cold-blooded killer with no moral compass, your own kind will never forgive you. But we love it so much. ****. Note, complete 3 player kills within 1 month to unlock this achievement. You have received the achievement reward. Silver treasure chest * to chapter 77. You cold-blooded and heartless person. He will never forgive you. This was actually an achievement too. Ignoring the system's dark sense of humor, Jiang Yi looked at the notification and murmured softly, "Player, boundless great love." Searching through his memories for a moment, Jiang Yi suddenly remembered. Wasn't this moral kidnapping maniac? No. 1 was that born to be king, and 2 was this boundless great love. These two would sing each other's praises. And what they loved most was to cue him in the chat channel and demand that others share information about the highway. It was actually this guy. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue, retracting his short blade. Jiang Yi lifted the man up with one hand. With the self-discipline Superman trait equipped, Jiang Yi's strength had reached 24 points. So lifting a person with one hand was still manageable. Boundless Great Love's body slumped limply onto the driver's seat. Jiang Yi lowered his brow, searching for supplies. When a player dies, their inventory dissipates along with them. However, unless a player possesses a spatial storage item, the storage space of a standard inventory is insufficient for most players. Just like cards, different types of item cards cannot be stacked in the inventory and are usually kept on one's person. The left pocket was empty, but in the right pocket, he felt to metal cards. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up slightly as he took the cards out. You have obtained player location card 1. You have obtained ominous deep sea gaze *1 player location card. This must be the item Boundless Great Love used to find him. As for the latter, Jiang Yi fixed his gaze on the ominous deep sea gaze. Description. The sea fog rises. The fish eyes grow dim. On the day the scent of the ocean drifted forth, acid rain gradually shrouded the city. This card is a curse card. It can be used to launch a gaze from the deep sea at a designated player or monster designated via consciousness locking. The gaze carries mental shock and corruption. Upon a successful judgment, it will comprehensively reduce the target's attributes, with a maximum reduction of 40%. Note, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Beware. The voices from the darkness. Seeing that the maximum reduction was 40%, even Jiang Yi, who had already obtained a similar item, the Crazy Workshop Director's Pen, couldn't help but click his tongue. The numerical performance of this item was simply heaven-defying. No wonder Boundless Great Love dared to charge at him like that. If he hadn't developed his mental attribute, and if his mental attribute hadn't happened to be relatively high, once hit by this, a 40% reduction in status would indeed leave him with no ability to fight back. Jiang Yi couldn't help but become even more vigilant. Never underestimate any player in the game. Given the right opportunities and luck, even the most inconspicuous player could potentially unleash powerful destructive force. Storing the 2 cards away into his spatial pendant, Jiang Yi continued to scavenge the rest of the pickup truck. There were plenty of materials like steel plates, wooden boards, glass, and screws. But aside from a hardened piece of steamed bun, there was basically nothing else in terms of food. It must have been kept in Boundless Great Love's inventory. Getting to item cards was good enough. Jiang Yi jumped down from the vehicle. He looked back at the dilapidated pickup truck, rubbing his chin. Jiang Yi suddenly opened the chat box. He found window that won't close. Melancholy little fry. Do you have a jack? Window that won't close replied instantly. Window that won't close. But the question mark only appeared in the chat box for a second before it was retracted. The chat box showed typing, as the person on the other end seemed very surprised as to why a big shot would need a jack. He really had one. When he first entered the game, there really was a jack among his survival gear. Window that won't close, I do. Big shot, I do. Melancholy little fry. What do you want to trade for it? Jiang Yi was concise. I've window that won't close scratched his head, not knowing how much to charge for this jack. After hesitating for a few seconds, window that won't close tentatively said, is half a bottle of mineral water okay? It hadn't even been a day since entering the acid rain border city, and the prices of food and water were skyrocketing. Only now did people realize how generous and big-handed Big Shot Little Fry really was. Originally, when the Big Shot Xi'an department store was priced in vehicle upgrade fragments or car coins for food, quite a few people were whispering that he was profiteering from a national disaster. But now, looking at the soaring prices in the trading hall, players realized that compared to Little Fry, other players were even more heartless. After all, Big Shot Little Fry had plenty of stock and didn't look down on small fries like them. But the water and food held by other players were like their own lifelines. They wouldn't trade unless they could bleed you dry. Jiang Yi wasn't looking at the sub-channel chat box right now. Otherwise, he would have seen most players crying and tagging him. Player, where is the forever you speak of? Melancholy Little Fry dad. When is he on restocking? Your child is about to die. Can I trade with 2 vehicle upgrade fragments? 3 is fine too. Player 0214. I sign in blood for Yon department store to restock. Player Blue Slate. I sign in blood for Yon department store to restock. Player opponent face rolling. Woo. I'm starving, begging for food and water. There were many people looking for Little Fry in the chat box, but unfortunately, even if Jiang Yi saw them, he wouldn't reply. He had no intention of restocking in the short term. He wasn't here to do charity. Hoarding goods for profit might be immoral, but it felt good. John the Skin Flayer looked at the request for half a bottle of mineral water that window that won't close had typed out so cautiously, and his Skin Flayer nature relaxed for a rare moment. With the water condenser, water was basically a zero-cost item for him, so he could afford to invest in this. Besides, he had a great use for the jack. Melancholy Little Fry, no problem. With that, Jiang Yi directly sent a bottle of Nongfu Spring mineral water to window that won't close. To think this person actually had something as obscure as a jack, his luck seemed quite decent. As the mineral water dropped, the corners of window that won't close, his mouth stretched almost to his temples. Big brother Little Fries is still as cold on the outside but warm on the inside. So cute. Window that won't close hugged the mineral water like a madman, wearing a special little umbrella hat, and spun around a few times in the acid rain. Then, he hurriedly rummaged through the back of the truck, which was covered with a tarp and reinforced with steel plates, dug the jack out from a corner, and sent it over to the Big Shot. Looking much like a fire hydrant, was sent over, and Jiang Yi retrieved it from the white light. Following that, he placed the jack underneath the pickup truck. The voice of Iron Anvil rang out, "Brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Yi didn't answer immediately but crouched down, leaning his body forward. He said with a straight face, "Dismantling the car, Iron Anvil." The system only said the vehicle is uniquely bound and non-recyclable. It never said the parts were uniquely bound and non-recyclable. Right, huh? Iron Anvil was greatly shocked. As Jiang Yi spoke, he used a wrench. The wrench was made from iron blocks and the crafting table, and it finally came in handy. Although it wasn't a professional tire lug wrench, it was sufficient. Before Jiang Yi started university, he had worked as an auto mechanic for 3 months during summer break to save up for tuition. And he hadn't forgotten his skills yet. He nimbly loosened the bolts, then used a disassembly head, naturally also a product of Iron Anvil, and his own refining Rat King skills to remove the anti-theft screws. After that, Jiang Yi felt along the protrusions near the tire. Once he found the familiar sensation, he placed the jack in the corresponding position. The jack slowly lifted, and the tire gradually suspended in the air, about 2 fingers width from the ground. Jiang Yi spun the wheel and removed it entirely. After finishing the first one, Jiang Yi began to remove the second, the third, and the fourth. Next, Jiang Yi pulled open the door of the pickup, preparing to disconnect the power and drain the oil. The next part was a major project, so he had to ensure safety first, before the system could even react. Jiang Yi had already finished disconnecting the power and draining the oil. By the time the system realized a player was dismantling their vehicles, Jiang Yi had already removed the doors, the hood, and the suspension system. Jiang Yi's movements were swift and agile. as if he had been dismantling cars on an assembly line for 10 years. Extremely proficient, in fact. Jiang Yi was indeed enjoying himself. He had done quite well at the repair shop previously. If he hadn't needed to go to university, the owner would have already considered making him the assistant manager. Watching Jiang Yi's figure as he was about to continue, the system let out a sharp, screeching sound. Player melancholy little fries. What are you doing? The system was anxious. So anxious that it didn't even use its fake greetings or the dear player address. Jiang Yi's movements paused slightly. He looked up and said directly, "Quality inspection, system." After saying that, Jiang Yi was about to continue dismantling. The system felt like its circuit boards were about to explode. How could someone, under the premise that the system had already indicated the vehicle could not be recycled, think about dismantling the vehicle into parts? Was life in the survival road to leisurely, or had they already hoarded enough food? Just as this thought appeared, the system realized the human before it seemed to have just completed a dungeon game, not only obtaining an accom rating and the MVP player's hidden reward, but his own material abundance rating was already at S rank. Vaguely, the system felt like it was breaking down. Warm reminder. Dear player melancholy little fries. The vehicle is uniquely bound to each player and cannot be recycled. I'm not recycling the vehicle. I'm just taking apart some small components. As he spoke, Jiang Yi removed the entire chassis. System, is this a small component, you jerk? Jiang Yi didn't change his expression and continued to dismantle. The system didn't make any more noise. And Jiang Yi didn't take it to heart. He wasn't violating any rules anyway. Just as Jiang Yi was excitedly thinking about how he couldn't continue cutting the car body without a professional cutter, suddenly, Jiang Yi felt his body lift into the air. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was startled and shouted out, "Don't be a sore loser." White light condensed into a giant palm, grabbing Jiang Yi entirely. At this moment, Jiang Yi was like some kind of BJD doll, held in the palm of a mysterious giant hand. His legs were clamped by the web of the white hand. Because of the sudden suspension, Jiang Yi's heartbeat accelerated, and his blood surged. Just as he wanted to say something, in front of Jiang Yi, the white light condensed into a giant face with no features and no discernible gender. That face appeared directly in front of Jiang Yi, no more than a few centimeters away. Giant, cold, mechanical, mysterious. This was Jiang Yi's first impression of this face. It must be said that most humans have an innate fear of such giant, humanoid things. The shouting in Jiang Yi's throat was forcibly stifled, but he still feigned a calm and reasonable appearance. The system's voice sounded again. Player melancholy little fries. You have obtained a new profession. System recycling worker. New profession. Jiang Yi smelled a familiar scent. Is this using a profession to plug a bug again? Jiang Yi blinked and looked at the screen that popped up in front of him. System recycling worker description. You have the authority to recycle system vehicles. The ownership of the processed vehicles and all their components and other parts belongs to the system and must be uploaded to the system for recycling. The system will combine the price of parts, the complexity of labor, etc. to provide a comprehensive recycling quote. The profession information for system recycling workers is top secret, cannot be spoken of, cannot be displayed, and cannot be spread. The giant face moved closer to Jiang Yi again and said in a cold voice, Dear player, melancholy little fry, do you accept this profession? There was an eerie pause in the middle of the voice, and Jiang Yi felt a vague sense of danger. Jiang Yi's body was frozen in midair, and the massive palm made him feel somewhat uneasy. He had only intended to test the waters, but it seemed he had unearthed something extraordinary. Was there something hidden within the vehicle? So much so that the system did not want players to recycle this item. Deep, dark thoughts flickered in Jiang Yi's eyes. The mechanical face opposite him stared in silence. After a standoff of about 10 seconds, Jiang Yi opened his mouth. I accept. Forget it. Survival comes first. As soon as Jiang Yi's words fell, a pale gold scroll appeared in the center of the giant palm. Jiang Yi looked at it instinctively, seeing only dense symbols and a pile of incomprehensible text on the upper part of the scroll. These symbols and characters seemed to blend into one another, recording mysterious information. While a blank space appeared at the bottom of the scroll, the giant palm moved slightly. Jiang Yi's body rolled downward. and he hurriedly grabbed onto the tip of a finger. As his body straightened, he was delivered in front of the scroll. This scene, he had seen it before in the Daydream Museum. Is this a contract paper? Is the system signaling for him to sign the contract paper to finalize the agreement? Recalling the earlier note that the profession was top secret, Jiang Yi hesitated for a few seconds before pressing his palm against the blank space. Contract finalized. White light emerged. Jiang Yi's original inspector ID appeared on his chest, below his inspector status. A new line of text appeared, visible only to him. System Recycling Agent, Jiang Yi. The two work IDs overlapped. Chapter 79. Is there another expert? If Jiang Yi's second profession hadn't been so unique, he might have triggered a fourth server-wide announcement. The two work IDs overlapped on his chest. Perhaps because Jiang Yi had finally agreed to accept the profession, the bug could be fixed. The killing intent radiating from the cold mechanical head finally began to dissipate. Although the pure white face had no features and no expression, Jiang Yi seemed to see it give an almost imperceptible nod, seeing this movement. For some reason, Jiang Yi suddenly thought, wait a minute. This system and that snarky, sarcastic system couldn't be the same one, could they? This system perfectly matched everyone's imagination of such cold, mechanical entities. As for the other one, Jiang Yi's impression of it stopped at a degenerate version of Mulgenie. As these chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, his body was lowered by the giant hand. Upon landing, Jiang Yi took a step, only to find his legs feeling a bit weak. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of this shitty system. Jiang Yi tightened his facial muscles and, appearing nonchalant, shoved his hands into his pockets. He gripped his pant legs tightly with both hands, preventing himself from collapsing. Anvil, who had seen this scene many times before, the giant had slowly faded away. Only then did Jiang Yi straighten his face, pull his hands out from his pockets, and relax his body. Brother Anvil's voice drifted over. Brother, did you almost lose it just now? Jiang Yi chuckled, his expression indifferent. Just a bit of dust on my hem, that's all. Are you going to keep pretending until you die? Anvil complained silently in his heart, but dared not say it out loud, lest Jiang Yi stab him with an iron fork again. Jiang Yi stretched his numb legs in place, watching the traces of the system vanish, and pursed his lips. Deep, dark thoughts swirled in his eyes, still too weak. So weak that he had no qualifications to touch the secrets. Jiang Yi lowered his head. Just now, he had truly felt the killing intent of the system, or rather, the killing intent hidden within this game, firmly imprinting that moment's feeling into his heart. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of stale air and continued dismantling the vehicle. He couldn't do anything right now. He didn't know the secrets of this game or this world. All he could do was strive with all his might to become stronger, at least, to become a slightly stronger, and so that he could survive a little longer before the real danger arrived. About an hour later, Jiang Yi finally finished dismantling the vehicle. You have successfully dismantled the vehicle. White light emerged, enveloping the vehicle. After the system scanned it, new text appeared. Detection complete. Recycling offer, 120 car coins. Do you wish to submit for recycling? Jiang Yi stared at the 120 car coins, stunned for a moment, before he couldn't help but shout in his heart, how much? 120 car coins. What's wrong? Anvil asked. Jiang Yi's face twisted. The fact that his life had been threatened by the system just moments ago was completely forgotten, leaving only the regret of not having taken advantage of the situation from the start. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. If I had known, I would have dismantled that truck during the first parallel highway. When Jiang Yi first encountered the parallel highway the first time he killed another player, that player's vehicle had been a heavy-duty truck. If a dilapidated pickup could sell for 120 car coins, then what about that heavy truck? Jiang Yi was lost in thought, failing to reply to the system immediately. The main screen flickered a few times. 10 seconds later, suddenly ray detection complete. Second recycling offer, 130 car coins. Do you wish to submit for recycling? If the player does not make a decision within 10 seconds, the system will proceed with the initial recycling offer. 10, 9. Jiang Yi forcibly swallowed the words "I submit for recycling" at 120 car coins that were on the tip of his tongue. Is there another expert here? Could this system think that he felt the first offer was too low and was unwilling to close the deal? I cannot think of the system as being kind-hearted. This must mean that the profit margin for the vehicle is even larger than I imagined. Even if I raise the price again, there is still room for profit. Good grief. This infuriating system is impossible to guard against. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and spat out a number. 140 vehicle coins, otherwise. No deal. After saying this, Jiang Yi's heart began to thump wildly. The scene of being fleeced by the system just a moment ago was still fresh in his mind. Sure enough, a gambler, once they've gambled the first time, always wants to gamble a second time. However, a mechanical voice came through. Deal. Jiang Yi, I lost out. Jiang Yi's face turned dark instantly. Damn it, it didn't even hesitate. What does this mean? It means that even at the asking price of 140 vehicle coins, there was still profit to be made. This damn system only offered 120 the first time. After the system confirmed the deal, white hands extended from the mist on both sides, directly dragging Jiang Yi's pickup truck, which had already been dismantled into pieces, into the mist. A strange, hair-raising chewing sound echoed out, and the vehicle vanished. The 140 vehicle coins were credited to his account, and at Jiang Yi's conscious selection, they were transferred into the storage card provided by the Daydream Pavilion. Seeing his savings steadily rising, Jiang Yi's expression finally improved significantly. Jiang Yi's vehicle coin savings had now broken the 300 mark, reaching a total of 375. For most players at this stage, this number was truly astonishing. Keeping the amount of his savings firmly in mind, Jiang Yi clapped his hands to shake off the water droplets, and feeling satisfied, he returned to the driver's seat, slammed on the accelerator, and surged forward. He drove for 2 hours straight. It wasn't until his stomach began to protest incessantly that he finally stopped. Jiang Yi took a KFC family bucket out from the static slot in his inventory. He pulled out 3 pieces of original recipe chicken, 1 spicy chicken wing, and an ear of corn. After drawing a cup of cola from the orange container of the water condenser in the back of the vehicle, he returned to the driver's seat. He was too tired and hungry now, and his body temperature was dropping rapidly. He needed to consume these high-calorie foods to quickly restore his energy and vitality. It was just past lunchtime, and the players in the chat box were still quite active. Although most were finding humor in their misery. Player What's Wrong with Today? Good afternoon, everyone. By the way, some enthusiastic netizens have been asking what the streamer is eating for lunch today. The streamer will share it with everyone here. The streamer is eating air-fried chicken, air-fried fries, and has also drunk plenty of the Northwest Wind. The texture is very rich. The streamer highly recommends it. If you want the streamer's same set meal, just click the link in the bottom right corner. Take a look at the current state of your own inventory. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Is the person above mentally stable? Player What's Wrong with Today? The streamer is very well. A second later. Player What's Wrong with Today? The streamer is just very, very well. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. This mental state is truly beautiful. Chapter 80. I am a professional. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Brother, if you really can't take it, just cry it out. Holding it in like this isn't the way. Player What's Wrong with Today? Woo-woo. Back during the novice adaptation period, I traded a KFC family bucket for 2 batteries. Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. Watching the screen fill with woo-woo, Jiang Yi glanced at the family bucket in his hand again. He clicked his tongue. No wonder this kid went crazy like this. At current food prices, a family bucket could probably be traded for at least 10 vehicle upgrade fragments, plus a small pile of basic supplies. He might even be able to trade for some more vehicle coins. And this poor kid traded it away for just 2 batteries. In the chat box, Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. This really can't be defended. A godlike investment vision. Even during the novice adaptation period, this price was considered quite outrageous. What's Wrong with Today was crying without tears. At that time, he was so desperate for power and in such a rush to get it that he sold the family bucket for a pittance. He never expected that in the acid rain border city, the price of food would rise so high. The players in the chat box were enjoying the show and didn't mind adding fuel to the fire, chiming in one after another. Player 816. With this investment vision of the original poster, even Buffett would say it's good. Player Slanted Shoulder Immortal. Even Musk would feel inferior. Like. Player, tonight's stars are shining. Don't be like that, everyone. The original poster is already miserable enough. Saying this will only make him sadder. Oh right. What else do you want to sell now? Can you tell me in a private message? I'll go hoard some in advance. Player, a villager and werewolf. Tonight's stars are shining. You didn't let him off either. The bros kept refreshing, all expressing pity for this to-de-loving brother. Just at this moment, suddenly, a system announcement appeared. Welcome players to Acid Rain Border City. Detecting the player's interest in dining within this unique setting. In order to enhance your gaming experience, the Acid Rain Border City food sharing event is about to begin. The way to participate is very simple. Post the food you are currently enjoying. The top 100 players who receive the most attention and likes will receive rewards. Please participate actively. As the system's voice faded, what's wrong with today spoke up in shame and anger. Player, what's wrong with today? Chasing me to kill me. Player, what's wrong with today? This is too much. However, these two messages were quickly pushed up and out of sight. Compared to watching the drama, everyone was much more concerned about the rewards. Sharing food might just earn you a reward. This is a harvest with zero cost and zero risk. Soon, a player posted a slightly blurry image. Perhaps because it was taken too quickly. The image was a bit out of focus, but everyone could still see the content. Next to a steering wheel was a half-eaten ham and lettuce sandwich. And on top of the sandwich, it seemed like a bit of something like mayonnaise had been spread. As soon as the photo was posted, an attention count appeared on the side of the message. Moreover, the attention count kept rising. 20-30. Player, chickpea. This sandwich looks so delicious. Along with this message, a heart icon appeared next to the attention count. This represented a like. 1 dot with this message. More and more players began to share their own food. It must be said that hiding one's true strength is indeed a great virtue of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Although everyone in the group chat kept shouting that they had nothing to eat, in reality, player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Hot dog image, orange juice image. Jiang Yi glanced at them. Why do these look so familiar? Aren't these the hot dog and orange juice that Wild King exchanged from him using vehicle upgrade fragments? He's already using them. As Jiang Yi was thinking this, Wild King had already sent a private message. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant, big boss. Use your food to enter the contest. Jiang Yi was left between laughter and tears. What do you mean my food? This stuff was bought by you, not stolen. Jiang Yi didn't think too much about it and sent one directly. Melancholy little fries. OK.jpg. After typing OK, a small yellow hand giving an OK sign automatically appeared in the chat box. Jiang Yi didn't overthink it and just hit send. Wild King, who was riding his skateboard, looked at the yellow, eerily cute little hand. And for some reason, the corners of his mouth suddenly lifted. He sent a message back. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant, big boss. Are you going to share your lunch? Looking at the message, Jiang Yi thought for a moment and felt no resistance to the idea. Although this might attract some jealousy, it wouldn't matter if there were rewards involved. Melancholy little fries, sending. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant, great. Then I'll look forward to your photo, big boss. As he said this, Wild King even rubbed his hands together. Wild King's current mood was probably similar to participating in a ranked match and bringing along a very powerful friend. Now, his mind wasn't on how he would perform, but on how to let his big boss friend show off in front of everyone else. After sending the message, Jiang Yi put down the spicy chicken wings he was about to eat. Since he planned to participate in the event, he would do it seriously. A gourmet vlog blogger is not a joke. Action speaks louder than words.